Lu Yuan was reincarnated as a planet, yet he now faced a grave threat from an advanced civilization. Fortunately, he awakened the planetary mod system, loading life explosion to create an ecosystem, illuminating the 7th level technology tree to arm his civilization, and accumulating 8th level resources to strengthen his foundation. However, the High Civilization Invasion DLC was in the process of installation, and the countdown had begun. Should he activate Mechanical Ascension to cyberize everyone, or embark on the Psycho Awakening to unleash superpowers? With an array of modules, such as Heroic Emergence and Technological Leap, Lu Yuan must upgrade his planet at an astonishing pace to confront the impending calamity. As the fleet of the advanced civilization arrived, he lamented, "Mom, I want to go home." Chapter 1. Reincarnated as a tiny planet. The good news: rebirth has occurred. The bad news: it is as a diminutive planet. Several days have passed, yet Lu Yuan still struggles to accept the absurdity of his transformation into a small celestial body. He had merely intended to meet his beloved sister from Shunhua warmth. How could he have been transported across worlds before even laying eyes on her? If one must traverse realms, could they not at least allow him to complete his affairs first? What further perplexes Lu Yuan is not merely the fact of his reincarnation, but rather that he has become a planet. Well, that may be tolerable, yet why has this planet attracted the attention of an advanced civilization? Is this how the consciousness of the previous planet met its demise? If such a consciousness even existed. Over the course of these days, Lu Yuan meticulously observed his current predicament. Lacking any reference point, he could not ascertain his size or how it compared to Earth from his past life. Nevertheless, this planet was home to life and intelligent beings. Coincidentally, the inhabitants referred to their sun as the sun and their satellite as the moon. In many other respects, however, this world fell considerably short. For instance, his name was Lu Yuan Star. Lu signifies land, while Yuan denotes abyss. This planet's land and ocean areas were nearly equal. Viewed from space, it appeared as land enveloped by ocean, and ocean encircled by land, an intricate entanglement. Before being discovered by extraterrestrial civilizations, Lu Yuan Star was divided into 4 nations. While there were occasional frictions among them, they generally coexisted in harmony, or rather, no one could dominate the others. It was not until over a century ago that one nation stumbled upon the existence of extraterrestrial life, and in the pursuit of planetary supremacy, they attempted to send communication signals to one another. Thus, over 50 years ago, an alien spacecraft visited Lu Yuan Star. They did not forge any cooperation with the nation that had summoned them. Instead, they took advantage of another nation's audacity to discharge nuclear waste into the sea, stealthily introducing a biological virus. A disaster erupted on a global scale. In the ensuing decade, countless organisms underwent mutations, and the indigenous humans of Lu Yuan Star suffered tremendous losses as a result. The silver lining was that the alien ship was merely an unmanned scout vessel, devoid of high-grade weaponry. After incurring some losses, the Lu Yuan Star United Council, rebuilt from the ashes of disaster, successfully destroyed it. Regrettably, due to the disparity in civilization levels, even after several decades, they have yet to fully decipher the technology aboard this unmanned reconnaissance vessel, nor have they been able to resolve the dire circumstances surrounding Lu Yuan Star. Until the arrival of Lu Yuan. In contrast to humankind, Lu Yuan possesses a more intuitive method of observing his own situation. Name: Lu Yuan Entity. Lu Yuan Star Beings. Inhabitants of Lu Yuan Star Affiliation. Moon Origin Point. 30 current mods. Life Explosion implemented. Technology Tree Level 7 implemented. Resource Abundance Level 8 implemented. Special DLC. Sea of Radiation implemented. Invasion of Advanced Civilizations installing. This was the first thing Lu Yuan discovered upon his arrival, perhaps his proverbial golden finger. The concept of traversing with a golden finger is rather commonplace. Yet delving into the nuances of this golden finger consumed a considerable amount of his time. The contents of the current mods serve as a comprehensive integration of resources, civilization, and various aspects pertaining to Lu Yuan Star. For instance, the description for Technology Tree Level 7 reads, Technology Tree Level 7, building upon Level 6. This tier introduces numerous new technologies, including modern aerospace, rocket research, advanced ballistics, modern joint operations, microelectronics, nuclear fission technology, and composite synthetic materials. Mastery of these technologies will enable ground dominance and initial forays into extraterrestrial exploration. Conversely, the introduction to Resource Abundance Level 8 is far more straightforward, simply stating a planet rich in resources. The special DLC left Yuan somewhat at a loss for words. The so-called Sea of Radiation is described thus. DLC name, Sea of Radiation 1. Introduces new terrain, polluted ocean 2. Introduces new terrain, polluted land 3. Adds new terms, radiation, mutation, pollution 4. Effective mutation term. Unlocks additional DNA branches 5. Probability of generating new beings. In contrast, the details for Invasion of Advanced Civilizations are as follows. DLC name. Invasion of Advanced Civilizations due to the voluntary exposure of cosmic coordinates. It has attracted the scrutiny of unknown advanced civilizations. Upon implementation of this DLC, there is a high probability of eradicating existing beings, a moderate probability of game termination, and a low probability of introducing new beings. If he could turn back time, Yuan expressed a fervent desire to overturn that foolish nation which proactively contacted extraterrestrial civilizations and revealed the cosmic coordinates of the Yuan star. What does it mean to have a high probability of eradicating existing beings? Oh, it essentially entails the complete expulsion of all humans currently inhabiting the Yuan star, does it not? What does moderate probability of game termination signify? Is he to perish? Is the Yuan star destined for destruction? As for the low probability of introducing new beings, he should not harbor any illusions. If an unmanned reconnaissance vessel can wreak such havoc on the Yuan star, one can only imagine the devastation should the beings themselves arrive. This is not merely a catastrophic beginning, it is akin to commencing in an infernal abyss of unimaginable difficulty. Yuan's sole hope now rests upon the resources found within the creative workshop below. The creative workshop is quite familiar to him. Before his journey through time, his favorite games were Mount Blade 1, Mount Blade 2, The Elder Scrolls, and Archie had completed the original versions and delved into mods. Occasionally, a DLC update would feel like an entirely new game. Most mods and DLCs can be conveniently found in the creative workshop. Within this realm, Yuan discovered a plethora of offerings. Upon entering, he was greeted by several modules marked as today's recommendations and limited time discounts. Heroic Emergence mod randomly spawns several heroic figures among the planetary inhabitants. Limited time offer at half price, 25 source points. Technological Ascendance mod type 2 accelerates global technological advancement by 50. Limited time offer at 10 off, 45 source points. Note, the first purchase of this mod grants a 10-year validity thereafter. An annual fee is required. Mechanical Ascendance DLC transforms planetary inhabitants into a mechanical race, complete with a comprehensive technology tree for said race. Limited time offer at 30 off, 700,000 source points. Gazing at the Technological Ascendance mod type 2 and the Mechanical Ascendance DLC, Yuan found himself salivating with anticipation. Particularly, the prospect of the Mechanical Ascendance DLC, which could convert the inhabitants of Yuan star directly into a mechanical race. Cybertron? Transformers? These keywords suddenly flooded his mind. If that were the case, why would he worry about alien civilizations? He could swiftly mount a counterattack and turn them to dust. Chapter 2 Installation. The vision of the Heroic Emergence mod was enchanting, yet reality proved to be rather stark. The subsequent string of numbers doused Yuan with a cold reality check. 700,000 source points. Even at a discounted rate, it was an astronomical sum. Without the discount, it would amount to a whopping 1 million. As for source points, Yuan was only aware of two sources. The first was a fixed demographic dividend. Based on the current civilization level of Yuan star, approximately 1 source point could be generated per year for every 100 million inhabitants. If he were to rely on this method to accumulate enough funds for the Mechanical Ascendance DLC, he would need to wait 30,000 years. Even assuming the population of Yuan star gradually increased to 10 billion due to societal stability, it would still take over a millennium. Could a high-level civilization afford to wait that long? From previous observations, they could arrive in a matter of decades, or perhaps even sooner. The second option was to eliminate specific DLCs. According to the guidelines of the game, DLCs like Radiation C and Advanced Civilization Invasion, which were installed independently, are considered unofficial and are, in reality, prohibited. It is akin to someone making unauthorized modifications in an official game. Would the developers tolerate such actions? Clearly not. Thus, removing these independently installed special DLCs would yield source points in stages. Alas, over the past year, Yuan had accumulated a grand total of 0 source points, rendering him unable to exert any substantial influence on the external world. Fortunately, everything was about to change. Currently, Yuan's star boasted a population of nearly 3 billion. Hence, on this day, marking a full year since his arrival, he had finally amassed 30 source points. This meant that he could finally set his plans into motion. It is worth mentioning that the daily in this creative workshop of Golden Fingers is actually calculated on an annual basis. This is likely due to the fact that the protagonist, Yuan, is a planet, so the orbit around the sun is used as a fundamental cycle. Therefore, the source point is also concluded on a daily basis, albeit in a manner that deviates from the conventional understanding of the term. The 3 daily recommendations from the previous cycle were rather unimpressive. Throughout this annual observation period, Yuan had already identified several promising mods in advance. However, none of them compared to the allure of the heroic Emergence module, which randomly generates a number of heroic figures. Listen closely, heroic figures. What concept? As the strategist Chow Chow once articulated, a hero is someone who possesses profound knowledge of both astronomy and geography, understands the intricacies of the universe, and harbors ambitions that encompass the world. At the very least, a hero is a remarkable individual capable of rallying others toward a common goal. Guiding all of humanity to assist him is an exceedingly daunting task given Yuan's current resources. However, if he could merely guide a few heroic figures to lead others in their endeavors on his behalf, the difficulty would diminish significantly. Moreover, this mod originally cost a staggering 50 source points without the generous discount. It would have been beyond his means. Acquiring it is a stroke of fortune. Without further hesitation, Yuan purchased the heroic Emergence module. Subsequently, he acquired another mod he had already set his sights on, manifesting miracles. Are you tired of being a mere observer? Good news! Now you can sing, dance, and rap too. Price: 3 source points. Though the mod's description is somewhat peculiar, its primary effect is to liberate Yuan from his current state of mere observation, granting him some means to exert influence, thereby better guiding the inhabitants of Yuan to assist him. To put it in a more mystical sense, this can be likened to the art of dream manipulation, which is quite significant. Otherwise, even with those heroic figures, they would not be able to produce the desired outcomes in the immediate term. This is not the scenario Yuan wishes to witness. Time is of the essence. Once all preparations were complete, Yuan settled down, patiently awaiting the activation of the mod's effects. These installed mods do not yield immediate results, rather. They're triggered by certain conditions, much like the Cambrian explosion of life, which unfolded over millions of years. However, with the installation of the mod, that randomness is transformed into inevitability. Decades ago, during a catastrophic event, the 4 original nations on Yuan disbanded, ultimately giving rise to the current Yuan Star United Council. The United Council has divided the entire Yuan Star into 13 regions, each with its own functions. Regions 1 through 7 are situated inland, with water bodies and soil meticulously treated to create the most suitable living conditions for the populace. Regions 8 and 9 flank the oceans, primarily serving as research bases for technology and pharmaceuticals, with the aim of addressing the environmental pollution and biological mutation issues on the Yuan Star, striving to restore the living conditions to those preceding the disaster. The 10th District serves as a military special zone, housing 90% of the armed forces of the Alliance of Land Abyss, perpetually engaged in combat against the mutated beasts. In contrast, the 11th to 13th districts are heavily polluted areas, both terrestrial and aquatic. Entry into these regions necessitates the donning of radiation-proof attire. Moreover, these zones may conceal unexpected entities, such as mutated animals and plants, intricately linked to the concept of a human forbidden zone. However, the notion of a human forbidden zone holds little relevance for Go Liang, an ordinary civilian residing in the 7th District. Since graduating from university, he has yet to secure employment, finding himself idly consuming resources at home. At this moment, he reclines on his bed, engrossed in a roguelike game. The game is refreshingly uncomplicated, centered around defeating monsters to level up. At the conclusion of each round, players can utilize the gold acquired from vanquishing foes to purchase equipment and skills to enhance their abilities before proceeding to the next round. Still lazing about, suddenly, the bedroom door is thrust open with great force, and Go's mother storms in, brandishing a shovel and exclaiming, "Every day you spend without seeking employment, just idly living off us." Startled, Go Liang inadvertently drops his phone, which strikes his face with a resounding thud. Ouch! He gasps in surprise. No time for gasps. Get up now. With that, his mother turns and returns to the kitchen. Fearful of inciting the wrath of the household matriarch, Go Liang rubs his face and prepares to rise. However, as he sits up, he notices a line of text seemingly materializing before him. Would you like to start the game? What is this? It seems familiar, no? This is the start screen of that roguelike game. Oh no, I've played too much, my eyes must be failing. Go Liang is taken aback. Instinctively, he waves his hand in front of him, repeatedly closing and opening his eyes. Yet, after this flurry of actions, the text becomes increasingly vivid. Suddenly, in a moment of accidental contact, it seems his hand has inadvertently triggered the line of text. As it vanishes, a voice resonates in his ear. Game start. Chapter 3. The game of meat pigeons. What on earth is happening? The moment he beheld the scene before him, Go Liang was utterly astonished. He was confronted with an incredibly familiar interface. In the upper left corner, there was a health bar reading 1010. Beside the health bar was his own avatar. Instinctively, he clicked on the avatar, and immediately a data panel sprang forth. Name: Go Liang. Level: 0 maximum health, 1010 base attack value, 0 attack damage bonus, 0 additional damage on top of the base attack value, attack speed, 0 default 1 attack per second, base defense value, 0 armor, 0 additional armor on top of the base defense value, base speed value, 0 movement speed bonus, 0 additional movement speed on top of the base speed value, critical hit, 0 critical damage, 0 dodge, 0 probability of evading an attack. Loot: 0 increases gold and experience gained from defeating monsters. How has this game come to me? Go Liang hurriedly picked up his phone, illuminated the screen, and meticulously compared the two. Indeed, it was the very game of meat pigeons, even down to the precise countdown timer in the upper right corner. However, while the game typically featured countdowns of several seconds, here it had transformed into a full day. As the initial monsters in the game were rather weak, easily vanquished with a mere punch, all starting attributes were set to 0. Yet, once he could defeat monsters and the shop opened, he could purchase equipment and skills, causing his attributes to soar. But surely, there are no monsters for me to fight in reality? But why? Is it merely because I struck out a moment ago? This is utterly absurd. Having just recovered from chaos, the realm of entertainment here was indeed not as advanced as on Earth. Novels, too, lacked the whimsical imagination found elsewhere. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Go Liang's flights of fancy. Although there were no monsters in reality, he possessed hands. He was not merely a code-based character from the game. He was a real person, a living, breathing individual. Thus, as long as he could find a way to summon monsters, he had numerous methods to manifest them. And once he could spawn monsters and earn gold, he would undoubtedly ascend to greatness one day. The more he pondered, the clearer his thoughts became. And his eyes sparkled with newfound determination. He immediately sprang to his feet, hastily dressed, and dashed out the door. "Child, have you eaten lunch? Where are you off to?" Came the loud voice of his mother from behind. Go Liang responded, "Mom, I have something urgent to attend to. I'll be back for lunch." Without waiting for his mother to say anything further, he vanished down the hallway in a flash. Heaven help him, he had never moved so swiftly before. Once downstairs, he bent over and began his search within the community. It wasn't long before he spotted his target. Higi, a monster. Go Liang's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the few ants crawling on the ground, extending his wicked finger. "Forgive me, but this is all for the sake of leveling up," he exclaimed. Yet, why was there no reaction? Bewildered, Go Liang lifted his hand, noticing remnants of the crushed ant clinging to his finger. After having killed another, he reluctantly acknowledged this fact. It appears that the ants are not the anomaly. Rather, the true monstrosity lies elsewhere. Suddenly, a meow resonated nearby. Go Liang turned to see a familiar face and smiled. "Ali, is that you?" This cat, known as Ali, was among the stray felines that roamed the vicinity. After graduating, Go Liang found himself idly spending his days at home, prompting his mother to frequently shoo him out, unable to bear the sight of him lounging in bed all day. With nowhere else to go, he began to wander around the neighborhood, eventually forming a bond with the local strays. Ali, distinguished among them, boasted a round head and appeared to be a mix between a tabby and a Russian blue, displaying remarkable intelligence. Ali affectionately nudged against Go Liang's leg. "Meow? Have you brought any treats?" Go Liang absent-mindedly stroked its head, his thoughts drifting to the notion of hunting monsters. At that moment, he was taken aback as a notification appeared before him. "Slightly mutated cat." These words gleamed prominently above Ali's head. "Is this a monster?" Go Liang's eyes widened in disbelief as he involuntarily categorized Ali as such. "Meow." Sensing the shift in Go Liang's emotions, Ali's fur bristled, and it leaped back. arching its body and gazing intently at him. Go Liang shook his head, dispelling the troubling thought that had crossed his mind. How could he even consider treating Ali as a monster to be hunted? Such an act would be excessively cruel, especially towards a friend. Nonetheless, the term slightly mutated cat lingered in his mind, prompting a realization. Decades ago, a global environmental catastrophe had been documented in textbooks. Although significant efforts had been made to rectify the damage over the years, and they resided inland, distanced from the most severely polluted oceans, the natural water cycle remained inescapable. Thus, the nearby water bodies still bore traces of mild contamination. For humans, this level of pollution was not particularly detrimental. They consumed water and seafood that had undergone rigorous purification processes to meet safety standards. However, for a stray cat like Ali, encountering contaminated water and mutated prey while foraging in the wild was a normal occurrence. Over the years, wildlife had either adapted or perished, leaving behind creatures that were fundamentally altered, albeit to varying degrees. Go Liang had even heard a theory suggesting that humans, too, had undergone certain mutations. This led him to ponder, does that mean only the mutated qualify as monsters? Go Liang comprehended this notion. He crouched down and called out, Ali, come here. Yet, Ali remained wary, reluctant to approach. Go Liang, realizing he needed to win its trust, produced half a sausage from his pocket, left over from a hasty breakfast that morning. After a considerable wait, sensing that Go Liang harbored no ill intentions, Ali was gradually drawn closer by the tantalizing aroma of the sausage. Go Liang seized it, and after a few moments of contemplation, inquired, where did you catch the mouse you gifted me last time? Meow? Ali lifted his head, displaying a puzzled expression. Once, perhaps out of gratitude, Ali had brought him a hefty mouse from an unknown source. Go Liang, of course, had no desire for it. However, now, while he could not bring himself to harm a cat, surely dispatching a mouse would pose no ethical dilemma. Yet, Ali remained perplexed. Why was this capricious human suddenly inquiring about something he had previously declined? Truly, humans were fickle. So, how about catching another one for me? Go Liang coaxed, his gestures increasingly eager. Ali raised a paw and meowed twice. Meow, meow. 1 for 2? That's quite extravagant. You know I am unemployed. How about 1 for 1? Meow. Meow, meow. It's a deal then. 3 mice for 2 sausages. The feline, could you perhaps catch one first for quality assurance? Thus, a delightful agreement was struck between man and cat. Chapter 4. Slaying Monsters, Leveling Up. After finalizing the arrangement, Go Liang turned to head home for lunch. He and Ali had agreed to reconvene post-meal. As for the bargaining and communication with Ali, he had long since grown accustomed to it. A long time ago, he had discovered that Ali possessed considerable intelligence. Though incapable of speech, he could grasp a multitude of meanings. Had his household permitted pets, he would have undoubtedly taken Ali home. His mother's exact words were, "Isn't it enough to worry about you? Must we care for another?" Upon finishing lunch, Go Liang made his way to his small pantry, extracting 2 sausages. After a moment's consideration, he retrieved another and tucked it into his pocket before departing. Are you treating our home like a restaurant, leaving right after a meal? His mother's voice echoed behind him. Go Liang dared not respond and quickened his pace. He soon found Ali at a corner of the neighborhood. The cat's pale yellow fur was speckled with damp soil, still not dry. However, what caught Go Liang's attention were the 2 mice Ali had managed to catch, one large and one small, each pinned beneath a paw. The smaller one was merely 6 or 7 centimeters, unremarkable. The larger one, however, measured at least 14 or 15 centimeters, plump and round. Ali had to occasionally use his mouth to suppress its thrashing. Quite impressive indeed. Go Liang approached, giving a thumbs up. Ali shot him a sideways glance and softly meowed, as if conveying the quality of his catch. Go Liang immediately understood and produced the 2 sausages, peeling one open. Ali raised a paw and nudged the smaller mouse towards Go Liang. Then, turning back, bit down heavily on the larger mouse, tossing it over as well. The larger mouse lay motionless on the ground, appearing as though it were lifeless. After a cursory glance, Go Liang picked up a nearby stone, hesitating briefly. Slightly mutated mouse. He glanced again at the text above the mouse's head, silently reminding himself, this is a monster, this is a monster. Gritting his teeth, he struck the smaller mouse's head with the stone. Crack! The small mouse's skull shattered instantly. In Go Liang's gaze, 2 strings of characters emerged from the corpse of the small mouse. He promptly focused his attention on his panel, and indeed observed an increase in both gold and experience. It appeared that he had discovered the correct method. A surge of joy filled Go Liang's heart as he shifted his gaze to the larger mouse. The initial discomfort he felt from taking a life dissipated in the face of this advancement. Just then, the large mouse suddenly flipped over with a grunt and darted away. What the heck? Go Liang was momentarily stunned. The creature had several gaping wounds, yet it still managed to flee at such speed. Had it transformed? A fox spirit? Go Liang certainly did not expect to catch up, so he had no choice but to seek assistance from the feline elder. Coincidentally, Ali had just finished the first sausage, leisurely licking its paw. Meow. This is after-sales service. You actually want to charge me more. Now it was Go Liang's turn to be incensed. However, Ali took its time to lower its head and lick its paw again. Fine, fine, fine. If you fetch it back, I'll give you the remaining sausage. Go Liang gritted his teeth, feeling utterly dominated by a cat. Whoosh. Ali swiftly dashed out. Before long, the large mouse was returned, clutched in Ali's jaws, and dropped once more at Go Liang's feet. This time, he dared not delay after handing over the sausage. He swiftly picked up a stone and crushed the large mouse. Gold 4, experience 3, truly, as expected of a large mouse, it was worth more than the smaller ones. 5 experience points had filled half of his experience bar, indicating that he would only need a total of 10 experience points to reach level 1. Go Liang retrieved the extra sausage. Ali, bring back 2 more, and make sure they are of this size. An hour later, after vanquishing 2 more mice, he had acquired 5 experience points, precisely enough to elevate him to level 1. The upgrade did not confer substantial attribute enhancements. It merely increased his health from 1010 to 1111. Go Liang had long been mentally prepared for this. In a meat pigeon game, levels were secondary. The emphasis lay in the choices made throughout the process. This particular meat pigeon game hinged upon the items refreshed daily in the shop. Gold. That was of utmost importance. Having verified the upgrade and proven the authenticity of the game, Go Liang once again fell into contemplation while gazing at his panel. 4 sausages exchanged for 4 mice yielded a total of 10 experience points and 11 gold coins. In the short term, this was acceptable. However, it was akin to hiring a proxy in an online game. It required capital. This was not a sustainable strategy. The vegetable market. After bidding farewell to Ali, Go Liang dashed towards the nearby vegetable market. The market was bustling with numerous fish stalls, all selling freshly caught specimens, while Go Liang busied himself with leveling up. Yuan gazed curiously at his own panel. Go Liang was the very first product of the heroic Emergence module. After purchasing this module, one could explore the subdirectory under it. Name, Heroic Emergence Module. Description, randomly births several heroes among the planetary inhabitants. The protagonist of the game, known as Hero, Awakened, has indeed been purchased at a staggering expense by Yuan, yet it astonishingly only awakened 5 so-called heroes. With a discount, this amounts to 25 source points. And at full price, it would be 50 source points. This implies that each hero is equivalent to one that could be produced by 1 billion individuals over the span of a year. The notion of being rare, whether in the thousands or the millions, pales in comparison. This is truly a 1 in a billion occurrence. Fortunately, the current quality of the heroes seems promising, at least in terms of future potential. Yuan is well versed in gaming, having indulged in it frequently before his journey to this world. Generally, it is simply referred to as a roguelike game. The distinctive features of such games can be summarized as randomness, linear progression, irreversibility, and nonlinearity. The visuals of some games can be quite basic, resembling titles like Broforce, Warming Snow, and Alona on mobile platforms, while the playstyles may differ. The core essence remains roguelike. In this world, the version of the game that Go Liang engages with is known as Potato Brothers. Based on Yuan's observations, it appears that the gameplay is quite similar. The true terror of roguelike games lies in their lack of limits. As long as one does not perish, the game can continue indefinitely. Even if Go Liang merely purchases a single attribute enhancement from the store each day, with each attribute yielding only a slight improvement, the cumulative effect over time could render him capable of slaying gods. Although this hero exhibits certain unexpected qualities, Yuan finds himself satisfied, fostering anticipation for the remaining heroes. However, it would be prudent for this individual to receive some guidance to avoid straying down the wrong path. Chapter 5. Store refresh in the late hours of the night. Go Liang lay in bed, his body weary yet his mind still exhilarated, his eyes gleaming like the eyes of a cat in the darkness. Earlier that afternoon, he had gone to a nearby market to assist people in gutting fish for free. This market has a designated area for slaughtering fish and chickens, where the discarded entrails must be disposed of properly. Officially, the rationale is that these byproducts could contaminate the environment and attract pests. However, it is privately acknowledged that, despite the animals undergoing treatment upon leaving the farms, some substances may remain in their bodies, particularly the organs. This understanding has become a consensus. Thus, for health reasons, no one consumes these parts, and they are simply discarded after being slaughtered at the market. Go Liang took advantage of this situation. positioning himself at the designated area to offer his services for free. Indeed, the fish turned out to be mildly mutated creatures, yielding rewards comparable to those from rats, depending on their size. After a long afternoon, Liang gathered some insights. For fish under level 10, the reward was consistently 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. The medium-sized fish, ranging from levels 10 to 20, provided variable rewards, with experience values sometimes reaching 2 or 3 points, and gold coins reflecting similar variability. Larger fish, over level 20, offered even greater rewards, with returns of 3, 4, or 5 points. He had slain the largest creature, measuring nearly 70 centimeters, which granted him 8 experience points and 10 gold coins for each kill. Ultimately, his endeavors that afternoon enabled him to elevate his level to 4. Although the numerical enhancement appeared minimal, as his health points merely increased to 1414, Liang remained undeterred, for his gold had amassed to a commendable total of 141. He eagerly anticipated the stroke of midnight when the shop would refresh, allowing him to procure items to fortify himself. That moment would signify a genuine enhancement. With just a minute remaining, Liang's eyes widened in anticipation, fixated on the countdown in the upper right corner as he mentally counted down. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 3, 2, 1. As Liang awaited in eager anticipation, the digits in the upper left corner of the shop finally transitioned to 0. The shop had refreshed. He promptly opened the shop, and before him appeared a dazzling array of options. There were 5 cards in total. 1. Flawed Enhancer. Item increases maximum health by 2, base attack value by 2, and attack speed by 3. Note, due to its flaws, it may have adverse effects upon use. Price, 20 gold coins. 2. Ordinary Fist. Equipment, simply a fist. Base attack value of 2, critical hit of 5. Price, 13 gold coins. 3. Soul-sucking Dagger. Equipment, a dagger imbued with mysterious power. Base attack value of 5, increases attack speed by 1 for every 100 enemies slain with this weapon. Price, 50 gold coins. 4. Scar. Item, a badge of manhood. Grants 10 experience points. Price, 49 gold coins. 5. Crossbow. Equipment, a crossbow from the medieval era. Base value for ranged attack is 8, with a critical hit of 20 and a chance to cause a piercing effect upon critical hits. Price, 26 gold coins. This was it. Liang exclaimed in excitement, raising his fist in triumph. It was strikingly similar to a weapon from a mobile game he played. In this game, a character could equip up to 6 items, while item cards were limitless. Furthermore, the equipment could be synthesized. For instance, 2 ordinary fists available in the shop could be combined to create a superior ordinary fist. This logic applied to other equipment as well. Leveling up enhanced certain effects of the equipment. For example, upgrading the soul-sucking dagger would likely reduce the required number of enemies to be slain per level, from 100 at level 1 to perhaps 90 at level 2 and 80 at level 3. Having played this game countless times, Liang promptly purchased the soul-sucking dagger. The sole drawback of this equipment was that it only affected the creatures it had slain. However, it was an item that could permanently enhance his attributes, making it nearly indispensable. In a roguelike game, purchasing it early was undoubtedly advantageous. His gold had dwindled to 91, a reduction of nearly 1/3. In his line of sight, a small knife had materialized in his equipment bar. With a mere thought, the knife appeared in his hand as if conjured from thin air. Indeed, it was possible. Liang, feeling a surge of excitement, swung the knife experimentally. He had just been contemplating that in the game, this knife would manifest immediately upon purchase for slaying monsters. As he was in reality now, it seemed only logical that he could summon it directly. After all, how else could he defeat creatures with this knife? He turned on the bedside lamp and examined the item closely. The soul-sucking knife appeared to be an ordinary blade, measuring less than 30 centimeters in length, resembling a butterfly knife, yet lacking the ability to fold. Upon this realization, Liang understood its potential. Just yesterday, he had used a pair of scissors from the market to catch fish. Now, he could seamlessly replace them with the soul-sucking knife, which would also enhance his attack speed. After toying with it for a while, he stored the soul-sucking knife back into the game. Next, he gazed at the remaining 4 options, feeling somewhat conflicted. In the game, he would undoubtedly choose Flawed Enhancer and Scar. These items exert their influence directly upon the character, serving as crucial growth points in this genre of roguelike games. Moreover, Scar would significantly amplify his experience gain, although the experience from catching a single fish would increase from 1 to 11 points. The cumulative effect would transform his 125 points gained today into a staggering 1375 points. This was a surefire way to level up rapidly. Despite the apparent insignificance of levels in roguelike games, they play a pivotal role in determining the quality of items that refresh in the shop. The higher the level, the greater the likelihood of obtaining valuable items. Yet, both of these choices seem to carry certain negative repercussions in reality. The scar would undoubtedly leave a mark on his body. It would be tolerable if it were in a concealed area, but if it marred his face, and a flawed enhancer, with its adverse effects explicitly stated in its description. He was torn. Guoliang grimaced as he deliberated. Ultimately, he opted for a more cautious approach. A scar on his face would be inconsequential. After all, he did not rely on his looks for a living. However, the flawed enhancer was a definite no-go. The potential side effects could range from mental illness to transforming into an orc or even gender swapping. Such chaotic possibilities left him bewildered. Chapter 6. The hero's mission purchase successful. Scar. Purchase successful. Ordinary fist. This time, there was no hesitation. Guoliang swiftly acquired both items. Gritting his teeth, he activated the scar, took out his phone for a quick selfie, and sighed in relief. Excellent. The scar did not appear on his face. After inspecting himself thoroughly, he finally discovered a small scar on his right forearm. Such a minor blemish could easily be concealed by a long sleeve, even if it wasn't tea. It was hardly a concern. Now, Guoliang felt completely at ease. The ordinary fist requires no further commentary. It is simply equipped. Once donned, Guoliang clenched his fist, sensing a newfound potency, though the exact extent of his enhanced strength eluded him. Lacking any proficiency in blade techniques, he nonetheless held a firm belief in the power of his fists. After all, he possessed the legendary skill known as the 8 strikes of Xiaji. Moreover, should his fist strength reach a formidable level, inflicting thousands or even tens of thousands of damage with a single blow would not be out of the realm of possibility. As for the remaining crossbow, although he had sufficient funds, he opted against purchasing it. The 7th District served as both a safe haven and a zone of weapon regulation. The crossbow, in essence a type of arbalest, was classified as a controlled device due to its lethality. Even if Guoliang could stow it away in his equipment inventory, the potential for trouble loomed should he be seen wielding it. Besides, what need had he for a crossbow to simply catch fish at the market? Having just enhanced his abilities, Guoliang was eager to find some fish to slay. However, considering it was still the dead of night and the market remained closed, coupled with the formidable presence of his parents, he relinquished this youthful whimsy. After ruminating for a while longer, he finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Suddenly, a radiant light sliced through the profound darkness of the cosmos, descending through the planet's atmosphere. As the light dissipated, the object within was revealed to be a disc-shaped spacecraft. This vessel silently orbited the planet for an extended duration before ultimately alighting upon a certain landmass. Throughout this time, the spacecraft intermittently emitted beams of light, capturing various flora and fauna samples from the planet below. When the nations upon that land began discharging nuclear waste into the ocean, the spacecraft likewise released certain substances into the sea. Gradually, the planet began to undergo a transformation. The first to mutate were the marine creatures. Some barnacles developed razor-sharp teeth, lethally draining their hosts. Certain mackerel had scales that sharpened to a knife-like edge, inflicting grievous wounds upon their would-be predators. Others, like octopuses, sprouted additional limbs, growing to gigantic proportions. Next came the land-dwelling creatures. Some mountain eagles grew to an enormous size, capable of preying upon tigers. Mutated male ants, unwilling to meet their demise, mated and subsequently vanquished their queens to feast upon them. Wolves, too, boasted claws so sharp they could shatter stone. Not only animals but many plants also underwent peculiar mutations over time. Although these altered beings did not possess the mythic ability to billow clouds or the fantastical capability to soar through the skies, they were a far cry from ordinary life forms. Furthermore, many individuals fell ill from consuming contaminated water, imposing immense economic strain upon society and halting the planet's overall economy. As these mutated beings began to assault human settlements, villages, towns, and even cities, the planet descended into chaos. Meanwhile, the spacecraft continued its operations, gathering data from the planet and transmitting the compiled information into the vastness of space. In the aftermath, countless lights ignited amidst the dark expanse of the universe. No. Guoliang jolted awake with a start. He had just experienced a dream, a nightmare. Yet, everything within that dream felt astonishingly real. Many elements were reminiscent of what he had studied in textbooks during his school days, while others were entirely unfamiliar. Perhaps concealed for various reasons, or simply too sensitive to reveal to an ordinary citizen like him. What sent chills down Guoliang's spine was the conclusion of that dream. If it truly signified an impending alien invasion, what could be done? A mere spacecraft, with a slight exertion of force, had turned Yuan's star into chaos. No. Perhaps this was not a reality, just a figment of my imagination. Go Liang forced himself to regain composure. He picked up his phone and began to search online for clues based on elements from his dream. The internet is a realm of boundless knowledge. There are countless truths waiting to be discovered, hidden until one dares to seek them out. After more than 2 hours of searching, Go Liang despondently set his phone down. Although many aspects of his dream remained unverified, he discovered that even the unfamiliar elements he had encountered were indeed accurate. Clearly, this was not a mere fanciful dream, but rather a vision imbued with profound significance. Could it be that this awakening of his abilities was meant to combat extraterrestrial threats? A heavy sense of responsibility weighed on his heart. He could not dismiss the myriad coincidences. It was too fortuitous that he had gained these powers just as he encountered such a peculiar and vivid dream. A sense of mission blossomed within him. Simultaneously, this dream illuminated a path forward. While it was comfortable to remain in the safety of his current surroundings, perhaps his true destiny lay in the treacherous realms teeming with mutated creatures, humanity's forbidden zones. This would be his future home. Yet, before embarking on that journey, he needed to continue gathering resources to amass some initial capital. Observing that Go Liang was not frightened, but rather invigorated, Yuan felt both surprised and relieved. It seemed that heroes were not selected at random. Much like the superheroes and supervillains of American comics, each possessing extraordinary abilities. Their divergent paths stemmed from their personalities and choices, leading them to become distinctly different beings. Go Liang's selection as a hero might have been a decision guided by fate. Contemplating this, Yuan shifted his attention elsewhere. With Go Liang's awakening as the protagonist, the implementation of the Hero Emergence module was now underway. The second hero had finally emerged. However, the second hero's unique ability appeared rather peculiar. Ant King, awakened? What? The Ant King? Was this hero not even classified within the human realm? Could an insect, devoid of intelligence, truly embody the essence of a hero? Driven by insatiable curiosity, Yuan sought out his second hero. According to the divisions set by the Yuan Star Federation Council, this area belonged to the 10th District, a heavily polluted zone. Also known as the Paradise for Mutated Beasts, a veritable forbidden land for humanity. Chapter 7. The King of Ants on one side of a small hill. A rise of land revealed the entrance to a burrow. At that moment, Ma-Yi, bewildered, followed in the footsteps of the ant before him, emerging from the subterranean dwelling. He had once been a scout for the Yuan Star Federation, stationed near District 10. Recently, due to unusual activities reported within District 10, his unit had been dispatched to investigate and deploy surveillance equipment. However, during the operation, they were ambushed by mutated beasts, and Ma-Yi perished in the initial wave of the attack. Upon awakening, he found himself inexplicably alive, transformed into an ant. Observing other ants of the same colony, he deduced that he had become a mutated black fire ant. This particular mutation exhibited a standard body length of approximately 25 to 40 millimeters, with an oval head resembling a heart shape and a coloration typically comprising black, dark brown, and yellowish brown. Although the degree of mutation was minimal, these ants were widespread and had developed a slight toxin during their evolution. A bite from one would result in persistent redness and swelling. In truth, pests such as ants and mosquitoes had always been a vexing issue, both before and after the catastrophe. Thus, the control of these insects was an essential part of the training for soldiers stationed in the vicinity of District 10. Yet, Ma-Yi had never anticipated that he would one day become the very target of such control efforts. He sighed inwardly, pondering the fate of his comrades and whether they had managed to relay information back. However, he soon realized that this was not the time for such concerns. Why was he ascending higher and higher? Furthermore, were those fluttering figures ahead not the princess ants? He trembled his antennae, feeling a shift within himself. Thanks to his previous studies, he possessed a fair understanding of ant behavior, and the current signs began to lead him to a troubling hypothesis. Could it be that they were preparing for nuptial flights? Nuptial flights among ants signified a rite of passage. Male ants and princess ants would take to the skies to find their mates before descending to mate. Following this union, the princess would shed her wings and seek a burrow to lay her eggs, awaiting the hatching of worker and soldier ants. As for the male ants, their fate was even more tragic. They would perish shortly after mating. But he did not wish to die. His only glimmer of hope lay in the peculiar panel that had appeared since his rebirth. Name, Ma-Yi species, mutated black fire ant, male, body length, 78 evolution points, 001 points required for evolution, 001. Upgradable, talent, minor toxin, a characteristic of the black fire ant species. With venom glands of the stinger capable of injecting toxins into prey. Gluttony, able to rapidly digest food, converting it into evolution points. Remaining time, 30 days. This simple, strange, yet extraordinary feature had now become Ma-Yi's lifeline. The single evolution point was earned through his utilization of the time-limited talent, gluttony, which prompted him to consume an entire caterpillar. This action even garnered discontent from other male ants within the same burrow. Yet, at that moment, he could not afford to ponder too deeply. As the saying goes, with ample provisions in hand, one need not worry. Although he was uncertain of the purpose of these evolution points, it was undoubtedly wise to accumulate a few. In truth, had it not been for the discontent of the other male ants, he would have relished the opportunity to indulge in more of the available sustenance. He found it perplexing that the food reserves in this ant nest were so abundant. In retrospect, it was likely a case of emergency rations. As for consuming insects, that was of little consequence. As a scout, he had sampled a myriad of things during his survival in the wild. To avoid becoming an outlier, he refrained from utilizing the evolution points within that cave. However, upon reaching what seemed like a life-or-death moment, he could no longer afford to be so cautious. As he passed a massive boulder, he stealthily edged aside and began to climb. The male ant behind him, poking him with its antennae, foolishly attempted to follow. With a swift motion, he delivered a sharp slap to it, then kindly guided its antennae to rest against the posterior of the male ant that had previously occupied his front. Thus, he quietly distanced himself from the colony. Hiding behind the boulder, he activated the rudimentary panel and pressed the Evolve button. A prompt appeared. Please select Enhancement Direction, Physique, Talent. Talent? Even if he were to enhance gluttony once more, it would not suffice to overcome the current predicament, not to mention that gluttony was merely temporary. It was far more likely he would enhance trace toxin. He swiftly dismissed the latter option. As pheromones wafted through the air, his ant body instinctively sought elevation, yearning to take flight and mate with the queen ant, fulfilling his purpose as a male ant. Although he momentarily suppressed this primal urge, he sensed that as the desire intensified, it would soon become insurmountable. I choose physique. With a series of cracking sounds, the dark brown exoskeleton of Mai shattered, falling to the ground. His body seemed to inflate as if filled with air. Name, Mai species. Mutated black fire ant, male, body length, 11 evolution points, 0 evolution required, 0-1 talent. Trace toxin, a racial characteristic of the black fire ant, possessing venom glands in the abdomen that can inject toxins into prey using its stinger. Gluttony enables rapid digestion of food, converting it into evolution points. Remaining time, 30 days. The species had not changed. It appeared that a single evolution was insufficient to induce a qualitative transformation. His physique surged from 78 to 11. At this size, Mai was formidable, rivaling not only the feeble male ants but even the soldier ants, the primary force of the colony. Once the evolution was complete, Mai could no longer suppress the burgeoning instincts within him. With a powerful flap of his wings, he took to the skies. Remarkably, while other male ants required elevation to gain momentum for gliding, he soared effortlessly. Mai, with a pained expression, ascended higher and higher. During Mai's stealthy escape, numerous male and queen ants had gathered in the sky. After mating, pairs of male and queen ants departed, flying off toward an unknown destination. Some remained stationary, meticulously selecting. Do not underestimate the ant. A robust male ant signifies superior genes, and superior genes herald exceptional progeny. This instinct is ingrained in the essence of life. Moreover, compared to more cognitively complex creatures, the simplicity of the ant's structure renders it purer. This very trait, however, thrust Mai into an awkward predicament. As this formidable male ant ascended into the sky, all other males faded into insignificance. The princesses eagerly directed their antennae toward him, unhesitatingly swooping in. In the blink of an eye, a throng of princess ants had encircled Mai. Chapter 8. An enthralling surprise. Choose me. Choose me. Oh, you are so handsome. Hey, handsome, look at me. Look at me. The above is purely fictional. However, the scene surrounding Mai at that moment was remarkably similar. One by one, the princess ants flaunted themselves before him, incessantly releasing pheromones in hopes of igniting the mating desire of this extraordinarily strong male ant. Though Mai instinctively took to the air, deep down, he harbored no desire to mate with the ants. Moreover, despite their diminutive and seemingly endearing appearance, a closer examination under a microscope reveals their true terrifying nature. While Mai, now an ant himself, had somewhat acclimated to this reality, the prospect of mating with these fearsome creatures was still utterly unappealing. He simply wished to soar through the air for a while, waiting for the nuptial flight to conclude before seeking a place to land, postponing future considerations. After a flurry of activity around him, the princess ants gradually dispersed. The time for the nuptial flight was limited. Once it passed, their wings would shed, and they could not afford to perish on a single tree. Nonetheless, tranquility eluded Mai as new princess ants continued to arrive, all vying for his attention, leaving him exasperated. But, alas, the nuptial flight was instinctual, and he could not resist it. He could only futilely flutter about in the air. Soon, he realized how naive he had been. Perhaps due to the multitude of ants engaged in the nuptial flight nearby, with thousands participating at once, the air around him was saturated with pheromones. While these substances were ineffective for other organisms, they served as potent aphrodisiacs for ants in heat. In a moment of horror, Mai found himself lost. During this disorientation, his body, seemingly beyond his control, mated with a particularly alluring princess and among the many surrounding him. When he regained his senses, he discovered himself in a cramped little burrow. The cave felt even more confined with both a princess ant and the relatively large Ma he squeezed within. Turning to observe the princess ant, who was gently brushing against him with her antennae, as if caressing him tenderly, Mai felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Is my first experience lost just like that? He recalled a time in the military when a comrade jokingly mentioned that he would introduce his sister to him after they were discharged. His comrade's sister was indeed a striking beauty, to the extent that the other fellows in their unit considered him a rival for her affection. But now it was over. Everything had come to an end. Mai wept inconsolably. Behind him, the princess ant, already in the process of transforming into a queen, twitched her antennae, her large eyes filled with confusion. This extraordinary male ant was no ordinary creature. While other male ants perish after mating, he thrived. Moreover, he was remarkably strong and formidable. Clearly, under the influence of Ma Yi's unique abilities, this queen ant, now bound to him, was also undergoing an unknown transformation. However, at that moment, Ma Yi remained oblivious to this fact, as his only tool was a rudimentary interface devoid of any instructions. After some time, Ma Yi composed himself. He had come to a realization. Since he had become an ant, he would live in accordance with the ways of an ant. Furthermore, being an ant did not preclude him from contributing to the passions he once held dear. He was an ant capable of evolution. If he continued to evolve, he could at least aspire to become a super ant. Though individual ants may be weak, they possess immense potential for explosive reproduction, which, when accumulated to a certain degree, cannot be underestimated. And this explosive potential would ultimately benefit his queen. With this thought, Mai turned and gently tapped the queen ant's head with his antennae, reassuring her, "From now on, you shall remain in the burrow to bear offspring, while I will venture out to find sustenance." He understood that the forthcoming period would be the most arduous. He was not well versed in the reproductive cycle of the mutated black fire ant. But most ants typically begin to lay eggs a week after mating, with the eggs hatching approximately 2 weeks later. This meant that he would have to wait at least 3 weeks before he could command a legion of subordinates. During this interval, he would have to fend for himself. For an ant, this was akin to facing insurmountable challenges. Yet, he had no choice. He had not forgotten that on his peculiar interface, there was a time-limited gluttony ability that lasted only 30 days. Food equated to evolution points, and evolution points signified evolution. Evolution, in turn, meant better self-preservation. True to the training of a former soldier, Ma Yi exhibited remarkable agility and foresight. First, he positioned himself and used his abdominal glands to continuously release pheromones, coating not only the entire burrow but also the queen's body. The queen ant was bewildered. After completing this task, he took a brief respite before departing the burrow, leaving the queen behind in a fit of impotent rage. For the queen, destined to be the monarch of the entire ant colony, although this male ant was exceptional, she herself was among the elite of queens. How dare he treat her in such a manner? Transforming her indignation into a desire for rest, she resolved to sleep while laying her eggs, intending to teach this male ant a lesson once her offspring emerged. It would be best to capture him, pin him down, and then cover his entire body with my own pheromones. Unbeknownst to Mai, an insidious plot was brewing against him. After emerging from the underground lair discovered by that queen ant, he surveyed his surroundings. Soon, he lamentably realized the helplessness of being an ant, even one that had undergone evolution, not to mention humans or the wild wolves and dogs he once looked down upon. Even those insignificant insects that once seemed trivial now posed a lethal threat. With great caution, Mai evaded countless adversaries along the way: spiders, mantises, and locusts, all of which he was ill-equipped to confront. Oh, mosquitoes could be dealt with, but they could fly. His wings had fallen off after his metamorphosis. After wandering for quite some time, Mai finally stumbled upon several suitable targets for his endeavors. On a low-growing plant, beneath its leaves, lay a multitude of charming little green creatures, aphids. Mai instantly recognized them. These creatures, also known as honeydew producers, reproduce at an astonishing rate and enjoy feasting on plant sap. However, their combat prowess is remarkably low, typically relying on paying ants for protection. Aphids utilize a tiny needle-like mouthpart to extract nutrients from plants, subsequently secreting a sugary honeydew from their abdomens. In turn, worker ants arrive to scrape off the honeydew with their mandibles, carrying it back to their nests. This symbiotic relationship thrives on mutual benefit. However, at this moment, Mai could not care less whether these aphids belonged to some ant colony. He was determined to indulge himself first. The vastness of the world paled in comparison to the allure of evolution points. Chapter 9. A day in the life of an ant is easy. How delightful. Climbing onto the plant stem, Mai positioned his head near an aphid's abdomen and took a sip. Instantly, his senses were invigorated. The flavor of the aphid's honeydew bore a striking resemblance to malt syrup, sweet yet refreshing, and not at all cloying. He had never imagined that these inconspicuous aphids could produce such a delectable treat. No one would bother to study this phenomenon. After all, each aphid measures only a few millimeters, and the honeydew they produce is merely enough for an ant's sip. The volume of this honeydew is negligible. To gather a quantity sufficient for a human, one could only speculate the amount of effort required. Furthermore, it is possible that the taste of this honeydew is tailored for ants, perhaps not suitable for human palates. Yet, these considerations were far from Mai's mind at present. All he knew was that this was truly delightful. After consuming the honeydew from over a dozen aphids, Mai finally paused. Thanks to his gluttony trait, his intake was almost instantaneously digested. However, the evolutionary points gained from the honeydew were rather disheartening. Over 10 aphids yielded a mere increase of 0.0001. To put it into perspective, he had previously consumed a single large caterpillar, which had granted him an increase of 0.01 evolutionary points. In other words, it would take hundreds of aphids to produce enough honeydew to equate to a single large caterpillar. The disparity in efficiency was staggering. The sole advantage lies in its safety. The aphids seemed to have grown accustomed to being herded by the ants, remaining utterly motionless despite Mai's attempts to siphon their essence, displaying an attitude of resigned acceptance. Seizing the opportunity while the aphids were distracted, Mai endeavored to consume a few of them. Each individual aphid weighed approximately 2 units, manageable for the ant's current size, allowing him to consume one at a time. After devouring 3, he paused. These 3 aphids granted him a minuscule evolution point. Roughly 30 aphids equated to the weight of a sizable caterpillar. Upon confirming the aphid points, Mai refrained from further consumption and instead left his pheromones in a concealed location before departing from the aphid pasture. Directly consuming aphids would be a sheer waste. Their honeydew is a sustainable resource. Once his offspring hatch, he may attempt to reclaim it. After leaving the aphid pasture, Mai wandered for quite some time, yielding little in terms of rewards. This reflects a fundamental principle of nature. Social animals are often weaker than solitary ones. As a lone ant, hunting prey in this perilous jungle proved exceedingly challenging. As dusk approached, Mai returned, carrying some roots of fish mint, eager to reach his beloved nest. Fish mint, known for its ability to clear heat, detoxify, and reduce swelling, is a common herb in the wild, and Mai was no stranger to it. Sampling it, he discovered its edibility for ants and nibbled on a segment. On his way back, he deliberately took a detour, hoping to pilfer some more honeydew from the aphid pasture. However, upon arrival, he found a throng of ants bustling about. This new group bore a similar size to his own but exhibited slight color variations. Red imported fire ants. Mai was momentarily taken aback, yet it all became clear. The red imported fire ant is an exceedingly destructive species, having spread globally due to human economic activities even before the calamity, establishing nests in various locations and giving rise to numerous subgroups. For instance, the black fire ants, to which Mai belonged, are indeed a branch of the red imported fire ants. With this realization, everything fell into place. It was even conceivable that the black fire ant colony to which Mai belonged might have split from the very red imported fire ant colony before him. Perhaps a nuptial queen ant or her mate had undergone a mutation, resulting in offspring that became black fire ants, perpetuating the lineage of Mai's original small colony. Subsequently, he and the queen ant mated again, birthing yet another fledgling colony. This encapsulates the developmental process of ant colonies. Yet at this moment, Mai dared not approach to acknowledge his ancestral ties. Among ant colonies, matters of lineage hold little significance. Conflicts often erupt between closely situated groups, fighting over territory. Instances of sibling ants turning on one another within the same nest are not uncommon. The remains of ants that have met their demise are often returned to the nest as sustenance, should they be discovered by the neighboring fire ants. The fate that awaits them is likely a brutal assault, followed by their bodies being taken back as a reserve of food. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he concealed himself quietly, observing this formidable neighbor. His home was less than an hour's journey away, a remarkably close distance. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain, and similarly, 2 ant colonies cannot coexist in the same territory. A confrontation between them is inevitable in the future. As a scout, the importance of intelligence is ingrained in his very being. Currently, there are more than 30 red worker ants bustling in the aphid pasture, accompanied by over 10 soldier ants as guardians. Due to their size differences, they are easily distinguishable. The soldier ants are slightly smaller than the male ants, measuring only 67, while the worker ants are even smaller, measuring merely 254. However, the combat capability among ants is not solely determined by size. Although male ants are slightly larger than soldier ants, they do not possess equivalent fighting prowess. Mai estimated that if he were to engage in direct combat, he could only contend with 3 or 4 red soldier ants simultaneously. Of course, the specifics would ultimately be determined in practice. This colony of red fire ants has evidently been herding aphids for some time, as the worker ants exhibit considerable proficiency in their tasks. One by one, the red worker ants climb the plant stems, locate the abdomen of the aphids, take a sip, and then descend with the aphids' honeydew held in their mouths. Once all the worker ants have taken their share, the soldier ants escort them away. Mai carefully concealed the roots of fish mint and stealthily followed the procession of red fire ants. He needed to ascertain the location of this red fire ant nest and the size of the colony to prepare for the future. While Mai embraced his identity as an ant and began striving for a prosperous life ahead, he remained oblivious to the pair of eyes watching him. After observing Mai for much of the day, Yuan found himself perplexed. Although this mutated black fire ant bore the term mutated, it was merely a product of pollution, no longer a pure species. Yet, an ant is still an ant. Even with Mai possessing a unique ability to evolve continuously through the absorption of energy, Yuan remained skeptical of him. One might wonder why he is not the heir of the ant clan. Wouldn't it be simpler to be born directly into it? Chapter 10. The Awakening of Talent. In contrast, Yuan held greater expectations for Go Liang, the protagonist of the pigeon game. Though this individual appeared less dependable than Mai, his unique ability manifested more swiftly, and his potential for growth was nearly tangible. For a while, Yuan maintained a dual focus, simultaneously observing the growth of Go Liang and the development of Mai. It felt akin to playing 2 different games. On Go Liang's side, it was called the Restless Night. At the outset, there was a character, and thereafter, everything depended on luck, gradually witnessing his growth. On Mai's side, it was titled Ant Observation Diary. The game began with a single ant, observing how he could develop the ant colony. Every day, Yuan would gaze around with curiosity, finding enjoyment in the simple act of observation. Before he knew it, a week had swiftly passed. During this time, Yuan occasionally offered some guidance to Go Liang. Following the success of his initial dream communication, Yuan continued to provide him with insights and subsequent dreams. To alleviate Go Liang's burdens, he even revealed to him lucrative opportunities, such as informing him about a gold ring that had fallen into the sewer adjacent to his home. Go Liang perceived these hints as akin to quests in a game, treating the wealth he acquired as rewards for completing tasks. Although the meat pigeon game was predominantly nonlinear, it did present challenges and achievements from time to time, which came with their own rewards upon completion. Go Liang disposed of the retrieved gold ring, earning over 1,000 yuan. While this sum may seem modest, it was a significant boon for someone unemployed at home. Moreover, this money held special significance as it was earned through his own unique abilities. This further solidified Go Liang's determination to excel in this real-life meat pigeon game, where he was the protagonist. In terms of his hard skills, Go Liang had transformed remarkably. He had already reached level 9, and today he was poised to attain level 10. Achieving level 10 was a minor milestone in the game, as players could select a talent every 10 levels, and these talents were generally quite powerful. Both Go Liang and Yuan eagerly anticipated the transformations that would accompany reaching level 10. As for other aspects, his equipment and item inventory were impressively stocked. After spending a week at the market, he had killed no fewer than 200 fish. His proficiency had evolved from initial clumsiness to impressive skill. From catching merely 20 fish a day, he had progressed to 30 or 40. His speed in dispatching fish had increased remarkably. If not for the market's limited size and the finite number of customers each day, his catch could have been even greater. At the fish stall in the market, Go Liang wore a black leather apron, pressing a fish onto the stone slab with his left hand while wielding the soul-sucking knife in his right. The knife danced with such swiftness that it left almost no trace of its movements. In mere moments, the scales were stripped from the fish's sides, and the gutting, cleaning, and blood removal were executed seamlessly. In a short time, the fish was prepped and ready for cooking. "Here you go, Antley, your fish," Go Liang said, placing the fish into a black bag and handing it to the middle-aged woman standing beside him. Antley beamed as she received the fish. "Oh, thank you, Xiaoyang. I truly appreciate your help." "It's nothing, Antley," Go Liang replied with a goofy smile, but internally, he was eager to leave. His interface displayed that he had reached level 10. "Congratulations. You have reached level 10 and earned a chance to select a talent. A series of characters appeared. And alongside the countdown timer indicating the store refresh, a fist icon emerged in the upper right corner of his vision. It was the symbol for talent selection. After parting ways with Antley, a few individuals who sought her assistance in killing fish hurriedly left the vegetable market with a carrot, a token of gratitude from her. Finding a secluded spot nearby, Go Liang took a bite of the carrot, excitement coursing through him as he tapped on the fist icon. Instantly, 5 cards materialized before him. Warrior. When engaging in unarmed combat, attack speed 50, attack damage bonus 50, evasion 20, ineffective when equipped with ranged weapons. Mutant. Gain 200 experience, item purchase price minus 50. Ranger. When using bows or crossbows, ranged damage bonus 50, movement speed bonus 30, maximum health 25. Summoner. Can contract monsters to fight for you. Obtain a random summoned beast, maximum health 50, base attack value 50. Jack of all trades. You can now equip 12 types of weapons, but each weapon held incurs an attack damage penalty of minus 5. Go Liang carefully scrutinized the 5 options. Rather than being mere talents, they felt more like professions, each possessing its own merits and drawbacks. The warrior leaned heavily towards close combat, especially unarmed fighting, while the ranger was its stark opposite, significantly enhancing ranged output capabilities. Summoner focused on utilizing summoned creatures, whereas Jack of all trades emphasized the use of various weapons. Go Liang found himself rather disinterested in both. The mutant was swiftly dismissed. He had no desire to become a grotesque entity. Upon consideration, his choices narrowed down to just the warrior and ranger, both of which intrigued him. After finishing the carrot and deliberating earnestly, he ultimately resolved to select the warrior. His motivation was simple, the enticing evasion of 20. According to the visions from his dreams, the aliens arrived in their advanced civilization aboard spaceships. While the ranger could enhance range damage and movement speed, could even the mightiest bow truly penetrate a spaceship? No matter how swift his movements, could they outpace the ship's cannons? In comparison, evasion appeared far superior. What did the evasion entail? Probability of dodging attacks when under assault. At first glance, this seemed trivial, yet upon deeper reflection, it hinted at a near-rule-like existence. Perhaps a ship's cannon could lock onto him. But if the evasion effect triggered just at that moment, he could stand still, untouched by harm. Although this thought was somewhat far-fetched among the available options, its value seemed the highest. Resolute in his decision, Go Liang no longer hesitated and confirmed his choice of the warrior. The talent activated instantaneously, altering his status panel. He glanced down at his hands, clenched his fists, and while the bonuses of 50 attack speed and 50 damage did not elicit an overwhelming surge of power, he could indeed sense a transformation occurring within him. After tidying up, Go Liang stood, brushing off his pants. Today marks the final day for him to slaughter fish at the market. Starting tomorrow, he shall venture to new locales to engage in battles. Chapter 11. The city sewers. Go Liang's target is a river within the city. This river, named the White Dragon River, flows gracefully through Yongjin City. Situated approximately 2 kilometers from Go Liang's residence. The river earned its name due to its lofty perspective resembling a white dragon as it meanders through the city. The water is remarkably clear, however, few dare to draw from its depths, with only a handful of anglers casting their lines along the banks. Yet Go Liang understands that these fishermen are not motivated by the desire to catch fish for sustenance. Most sensible individuals would not take an interest in the aquatic life inhabiting these potentially contaminated waters. As for Go Liang, his purpose for visiting this site is not to pursue fish, but rather to explore one of the many entrances to the urban sewer system that connects to the White Dragon River. This marks his newly discovered training ground. With each level gained, he has realized that the rewards from fishing have diminished considerably. Initially, small, medium, and large fish offered varying experience points. But now there is no distinction. All yield merely 1 point of experience. Larger fish provide a slight increase, offering 2 or 3 points. While fishing for experience is indeed a comfortable endeavor, it pales in comparison to the 200 experience points required to ascend from level 10 to level 11. At the current rate, he can expect to accumulate only 30 or 40 points in a day, translating to 5 or 6 days merely to progress from level 10 to level 11. The experience required to advance from level 11 to level 12 and from level 12 to level 13 only escalates further, potentially stretching the journey of leveling up to weeks or even months. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The goods replenished in the shop each day are directly tied to one's level. A sluggish ascent in levels results in the shop offering only low-quality items that correspond to his current rank, which is evidently detrimental to his strength enhancement. Particularly, with the looming threat of extraterrestrial beings, Go Liang feels an acute sense of urgency regarding his need for power. His original plan was to seek refuge in the nearby mountains once he attained a modicum of self-defense capabilities. Although District 7 lies inland, it does not imply an absence of wild beasts. Rather, they predominantly reside within the forests. Surely, the rewards from these creatures would surpass those of the fish that merely leap from the water. However, last night, he received a mission notification. This alert informed him that within the extensive network of sewers beneath Yongjin City, a potentially threatening organization was cultivating a horde of mutated rats. The dimly lit sewers are already a paradise for rodents, allowing them to traverse the city freely through the intricate sewer system. Now, it seems a mutated rat king has emerged from this horde. This creature not only boasts a size and aggression far exceeding that of ordinary mutated rats, but also commands the others to do its bidding. If left unchecked, it would inevitably become a scourge over time. Under Go Liang's influence, the city's sewers have seemingly transformed into a dungeon-like map. As for Go Liang, he has two missions ahead of him. Firstly, it is imperative to eradicate as many mutated rats as possible to control their rampant proliferation. Secondly, the annihilation of the mutant rat king is essential. Go Liang consulted a map of Yongjin City and scoured the internet for a considerable time to ascertain his entry point. Of course, he did not simply lift a manhole cover to descend. He arrived at the riverbank and meticulously searched until he finally located his target. During the construction of one of the sewer openings, the site was elevated, and now, with the slight decrease in the water level of the Bailong River, it had become exposed. This provided Go Liang with a distinct advantage. With no one around, he swiftly slipped into the sewer. Initially, the sewer entrance was quite spacious and bore no foul odor. Aside from some long-standing sludge in the lowest central area, it was relatively acceptable. However, as he ventured further, unpleasant aromas began to permeate the air. Go Liang retrieved a mask and donned it, which only slightly alleviated the stench. Suddenly, he heard a series of high-pitched squeaks. His ears perked up, and he promptly drew his weapon from his equipment bar. It was a long stick he had specifically purchased for rat hunting from the shop that had refreshed that day. He had discovered that the warrior talent seemed to have a particular stipulation. It merely indicated that the talent's effects would become ineffective when equipped with a ranged weapon. However, sticks and knives are melee weapons. As long as there were no ranged weapons in his inventory, he could benefit from the talent's effects. Although using melee weapons would not trigger any additional effects. But at a critical moment, he could simply discard the stick, and the effects would immediately activate, seamlessly. Go Liang soon spotted the large rats charging towards him. These creatures were quite substantial, measuring a good 10 to 20 centimeters in length, their eyes glowing ominously red. Upon seeing Go Liang, they seemed to perceive him as the embodiment of vengeance. Startled, he swiftly swung the stick at them, though he had not studied any martial arts. The fish he had slain in recent days had significantly increased the level of his soul-sucking knife, thereby enhancing his attack speed. As the saying goes, speed is the ultimate weapon in martial arts. With his rapid strikes, the mindless rats were quickly dispatched into disarray. At that moment, Go Liang sheathed his stick and manifested a pair of fists, which appeared to float above his own. Indeed, it seemed as though his fists had suddenly grown larger. This was the ordinary fists equipment he had purchased. Over the past few days, he had come to understand the function of this equipment. The ordinary fists could act like a passive ability, directly augmenting his basic attributes upon equipping. They could also be drawn out like the stick and the soul-sucking knife. When drawn, they manifested in their current state, which could trigger the effects of the warrior talent. Attack speed 50. Attack damage bonus 50. Furthermore, over these days, he had purchased several more ordinary fists, which he had synthesized into the ordinary fists. Ordinary fists, equipment a commendable set of fists. Base attack value, 8. Critical hit, 15. The offensive base value of this singular piece of equipment has now become comparable to that of the crossbow previously observed. This implies that the force of his punch can rival the impact of a crossbow bolt, with additional enhancements. It may even surpass the might of a single shot from the crossbow. Bang! Go Liang, quick and agile, delivered a punch to a rat, reducing it to a pulp. The blood splattering against the wall. Experience 2, Gold 3, 2 notifications appeared. Though modest, Go Liang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Given the reduction in experience and gold from lower-level monsters after his level up, this reward was more than enough to please him. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of punches ensued, and the walls of the surrounding sewer soon bore the remains of numerous mutated rats. Go Liang retracted his hand to inspect it, only to feel a wave of nausea. His fist was smeared with black fur and blood. He hastily stowed away his ordinary fist, then released it again, causing the blood and flesh to vanish without a trace during the process. Chapter 12. The third hero. This was yet another clever application he discovered within the game. The meat rogue equipment does not possess durability, signifying that once purchased, it can be utilized indefinitely. After employing the soul-sucking dagger to slay fish, he found the blade coated in fish blood, which was thoroughly repulsive. Despite rinsing it several times, the lingering fishy odor remained. Yet, he could not afford to discard it. Consequently, he cleaned it and returned it to his equipment inventory. The next day, when he retrieved the soul-sucking dagger from his item list, he was astonished to find it in pristine condition. Not only was there no trace of fish blood, but the fishy scent had completely dissipated. It was then that he realized the act of withdrawing an item from the equipment inventory effectively functioned as a refresh, erasing the item's state. Thus, he need not fret over equipment deterioration. As long as the item was not irreparably damaged, any grime or blood could be refreshed away. Of course, if it were to break, there would be no remedy. While weapons in the game do not sustain actual damage, in reality, they could indeed become damaged. To experiment with this issue, he deliberately spent over 20 gold coins to acquire a cheap wooden stick, which he then sawed into 2 segments. The split stick lost its equipment properties entirely. It could no longer be retrieved into the equipment inventory, and even the enhancements on his personal panel were rendered ineffective. After cleansing his fist of the filth, Liang produced the stick and ventured deeper into the sewer. However, before long, he was besieged by a wave of roughly a dozen rats charging towards him. Liang employed the same strategy, first sweeping them away with the stick, then retracting it to deliver punches. With each resounding thud, the rats once again transformed into experience and gold, serving as nourishment for Liang's growth. At this juncture, Liang began to sense something amiss. Logically speaking, even if the sewer was teeming with rats, they shouldn't be appearing in such relentless hordes, should they? Normally, wouldn't rats be foraging for food? Why did it seem as though these rats were deliberately seeking him out? Subsequently, the emergence of several waves of mice further solidified Liang's conviction. Within a mere 2 hours, he successfully repelled 7 waves of mice, totaling nearly 100. This remarkable feat not only elevated his level once more, but also caused his gold reserves to skyrocket. Convinced that these rodents were drawn to him for some inexplicable reason, Liang opted to cease his advance and remained in place, patiently awaiting their return. His plight was keenly observed by Yuan, who, unbeknownst to Liang, had a hand in his current circumstances. The rodent infestation brewing in the sewers of Yanjin City was far more severe than anticipated. In the very district where Liang resided, there were nearly 50,000 mice. They subsisted on food discarded by humans in the sewers, preying on lizards, insects, birds, and occasionally emerging to pilfer from human homes. Historically, they coexisted peacefully with humanity, as the sewers offered no natural predators. Theoretically, as long as food remained plentiful, these mice could live from birth until death within the confines of the sewers. However, of late, a mutated rat king had emerged among these slightly altered rodents. Not only was it larger than the average mutated rat, but it also possessed a degree of intelligence. Under its influence, the rat horde became unprecedentedly united, asserting itself as the undisputed ruler of the city's sewers, where natural enemies were virtually non-existent. This comfortable environment led to a rapid increase in the rodent population, which swelled from a mere few thousand to the current 50,000 in a remarkably short span. If left unchecked, this number could escalate to 100,000, even 200,000. The increase in their population directly resulted in a food shortage, prompting a multitude of mice to venture above ground. The stray cat, Ali, known to Liang, had caught several mice as a result of this upheaval. According to the assessment of his unique abilities, Yuan deduced that the humans of his world were currently the only beings capable of providing him with a stable source of origin points. For Yuan, who had transformed into a planetary entity, humans and other creatures were all regarded as parasites. Nevertheless, due to pragmatic considerations, he felt compelled to align himself with humanity. Thus, he conceived an ingenious plan, a straightforward mechanism that would complement Liang's role in the game. Custom map. Define an area not exceeding 1,010 units and modify it as desired. Price. 1 origin point. The introduction was rather vague, but after integrating it with Liang's template, Yuan crafted a new map, naming it City Sewers. He established simple rules for this map. First, from the moment Liang entered the sewers, the rat horde would dispatch at least 10 mice per wave, with a minimum interval of 10 minutes between each wave. Second, the Rat King would not make an appearance until the number of mice fell below 10,000. These 2 straightforward stipulations thus became the governing laws of the subterranean realm. The city's sewer system has transformed into a dungeon-like map that supports Liang's relentless monster-slaying endeavors. This serves as a modest experiment for Yuan. By eliminating these autonomously installed anomalies, he would accumulate source points in a phased manner. These mutated rats evidently belong to the peculiar realm of the radiated sea. 50,000 is no small number. If he manages to eradicate them, he could earn an additional point of source, allowing him to break even. Anything beyond that would be profit, simultaneously validating the viability of this approach. Conversely, should he fail, it would be inconsequential, for the primary motive behind this endeavor is merely to nurture Go Liang. The same principle applies to Mai. In Mai's domain, the law of the jungle reigns supreme, requiring little guidance from Lu Yuan. He tirelessly traverses the paths of slaughter and pursuit daily. Indeed, he has recently found himself engaged in a battle of wits with the neighboring mutated fire ants after surreptitiously siphoning aphid juice. Setting aside these two burgeoning figures, Lu Yuan shifted his focus elsewhere. Just moments ago, following Go Liang and Mai, his third hero had finally emerged. Upon glancing at the newly refreshed characters on the panel, he was rendered speechless. Name: Heroic Emergence Module. Description: a number of heroes randomly born among the planet's inhabitants. Hero: Game Protagonist, Awakened. Hero: King of the Ant Swarm, Awakened. Hero: Son of Cybertan, Awakened. Hero: Awaiting Awakening. Hero: Awaiting Awakening. Son of Cybertan? What is this? Chapter 13. A late-blooming Autobot. The notion of equality among all is merely a slogan, as each individual inherently harbors their own desires. This phenomenon is overtly evident on the contemporary Lu Yuan star. The 1st to 7th districts, representing the safe zones, are all situated inland. Why then are they deliberately divided into 7 distinct areas? One must consider that Lu Yuan star's geography is unique, characterized by half land and half ocean. Theoretically, a single district could encompass everything. Yet, the Federal Council persists in subdividing it into 7 districts. The reasons for this division, aside from their longitudinal locations and geographical environments facilitating governance, are also crucial for establishing social hierarchies. District 1 serves as the capital of the Federation and the seat of the Council, the true political nucleus. The 2nd district, in close proximity to the 1st, has naturally become the economic epicenter due to its advantageous location. The residents of District 2 are thus fortunate enough to belong to the upper echelons of society, having been born into a position that individuals like Go Liang may never reach in their lifetimes. For instance, Sha Mingwei is one such fortunate individual. The wealth possessed by his family is so vast that he could squander it for generations without exhausting it. Recently, he acquired a vehicle whose chassis has been ingeniously modified from an actual armored car, enveloped in the finest bulletproof armor, rendering it exceedingly robust and resilient against collisions. In terms of its core, it has been deliberately customized to boast an expansive capacity, spacious and comfortable for those who understand. Such formidable performance is, of course, underpinned by substantial financial investment, with the total price of this vehicle reaching an impressive 8-digit figure. Since he began driving this automobile, he has triumphed in numerous racing competitions, swiftly ascending to the ranks of a formidable contender in the racing club of District 2. However, recently, Sha Mingwei has sensed something amiss in his garage. For instance, the night before last, while he was engaged in intimate moments with a female model in his beloved car, the vehicle's radio inexplicably activated, broadcasting a late-night program that ominously declared, "Spring has arrived, and it is once again the season for animal mating." Sha Mingwei was nearly startled into retreat. It was utterly terrifying. Just last night, he seemed to feel a series of tremors in his house, almost leading him to believe an earthquake was occurring. Furthermore, he discovered upon waking that his car seemed to have been moved, yet he could not pinpoint the issue. He resides in a highly secure villa, where it would be unreasonable for an unfamiliar person to gain entry. There is also a peculiar detail. Although there are surveillance cameras in his garage, they inexplicably malfunctioned during the night, only to resume functioning by the following morning. This pattern persisted for 2 consecutive nights. Thus, today, he resolved to conduct a nocturnal reconnaissance to ascertain precisely what transpires within his garage. It was night, with the moon shining dimly amidst sparse stars, and it was already midnight. In Sha Mingwei's private underground garage, darkness enveloped everything. Suddenly, a pair of eyes illuminated the shadows. More accurately, it was a pair of headlights. As the lights flickered to life, the darkness of the garage was dispelled, revealing an astonishing sight: a colossal vehicle nearly 3 meters high and exceeding 6 meters in length. With a crackle, the car's radio activated, emitting a series of disjointed sounds. "It is now the late night hour. Welcome, this is my stage, fully awakened. Surveillance has been disabled. Electromagnetic interference has been released." The giant vehicle began to engage in soliloquy through its radio and astonishingly commenced to move, circling within the garage. This is intriguing. A streamlined body, crafted from carbon fiber, could it be easily dented? The front is rather small, quite unsuitable. Why are they all mere decorative pillows, visually appealing yet utterly useless? After completing a circuit, The massive vehicle returned to its original position. Automobile, why do you not transform? At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated, echoing within the giant vehicle's mind. Transform? Can I truly transform? The giant vehicle pondered. Indeed, for you are the progeny of Cybertron. The voice responded once more. Attune yourself to the source of fire within your chest, and you shall comprehend all. Source of fire? The giant vehicle became momentarily bewildered, sinking into a fleeting silence. After a brief interval, a series of crisp mechanical assembly sounds echoed through the space. With a resounding clatter, the colossal vehicle transformed, morphing into a humanoid robot. Thud. Upon standing, this towering automaton, measuring over 10 meters in height, struck its head against the ceiling, producing a muffled thump. It quickly crouched down, gazing in astonishment at itself. Could it truly change form? Yuan, observing from a distance, was equally astonished. Before him stood the third hero from the Hero Emergence module, the son of Saberton. Initially, he was perplexed. It wasn't until he meticulously explored his creative workshop that he discovered this so-called son of Saberton was intricately linked to the Mechanical Ascension he had previously encountered. It could be regarded as a minor component within the grand scheme of Mechanical Ascension. Saberton, in turn, was the name of the mechanical race's home planet. The significance of the son of Saberton was thus immensely profound, akin to being the prince of the mechanical race. What a stroke of fortune. It was akin to winning a $5 million jackpot from a mere $10 scratch-off ticket. However, after 2 days of observation, Yuan began to reconsider his hasty assumptions. To elaborate, while this being had indeed awakened a semblance of autonomous consciousness, it felt remarkably frail. It could not articulate speech. Rather, it relied on the vehicle's speakers for communication. It lacked the ability to transform, despite possessing the theoretical capacity to do so. As for weaponry like rockets or machine guns, it was devoid of any such features. In essence, it was merely an infantile automaton, adorned with grand titles such as Son of Saberton and Prince of the Mechanical Race. Fortunately, this entity was not particularly dim-witted. Upon realizing its differences from its master, it refrained from appearing before Sha Minghui, opting instead to stealthily observe and absorb information about this world. Under the cover of night, while Sha Minghui slumbered above, it would venture forth to explore. After 2 days of diligent observation, Yuan could no longer contain himself and decided to speak up. Father, I thank you for the gift of rebirth. The hulking figure suddenly knelt, striking its head against the ground several times with a resounding thud. The concrete floor cracked under the impact. Father, are you calling for me? Yuan inquired, taken aback. Indeed, the towering figure asserted firmly. You have bestowed upon me the spark, and the spark has revealed to me that you are my father, the great Saberton. Thus, you are indeed my father. Chapter 14. The mechanical ascendancy plan. Such a notion had not crossed Yuan's mind. He was unaware of Saberton's esteemed status within the mechanical race. He had presumed it to be merely a mechanical planet. The description within the creative workshop lacked specific details, much of which he had deduced through speculation. This revelation made the name of the towering figure all the more intriguing. While its true capabilities remained ambiguous, Yuan resolved to grant it more attention. For if he could indeed acquire the entirety of the mechanical race with such minimal investment, it would be an extraordinary windfall. Do you have a name? Yuan inquired. Please, bestow a name upon me, Father. From now on, you shall be known as Zero. Indeed. Thank you, Father, for bestowing this name upon me. Zero knelt once more, bowing deeply. The already cracked concrete floor finally succumbed to the pressure, shattering into several pieces. This head is truly made of iron, Yuan remarked. Now, I shall assign you a task. He slightly shifted his gaze and continued. Within his perceptive range, the owner of this villa, who was also the heir of Zero's original master, was stealthily approaching the underground garage. I am willing to brave fire and water for you, Father. I shall not hesitate. Zero spoke with solemnity. Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Where did you learn such things? From a program I heard on the radio, where a human storyteller expressed loyalty in such a manner. Zero scratched his head. Father, is there something amiss? No, nothing at all, Yuan replied, wishing to avoid further entanglement with this Navi creature. He then shifted to the matter at hand. You recognize the human approaching us, do you not? Yes, indeed. This person is quite peculiar. Sometimes he presses his face against mine, declaring his affection for me, while other times, he brings women to engage in unruly behavior with me. At my size, his antics cause quite a commotion. Zero complained earnestly. Yuan questioned, what scandalous words? He possesses considerable wealth. And you could collaborate with him to expand the mechanical race. Yuan articulated his plan. It was yet another experiment. Intuition suggested that the spark within Zero's core was far more complex than it appeared. Both heroes, Yuan possessed an archetype of a game protagonist seemingly without growth limitations, while Mai, though not a game, could evolve by consuming the life energy of others through sheer effort. Was Zero's spark merely a simple object granting him mechanical life? That would be an affront to the title of hero. Thus, he pondered deeply. What does it mean to be the child of Cyberton? Could it be that this designation implies not merely a prince of the mechanical race, but rather an ability akin to Cyberton's to bestow life upon other mechanical beings? Yet, Zero remained quite weak for the time being. Cyberton was an entire mechanical planet, while Zero was merely a small automobile. However, Zero embodied the essence of a hero. Moreover, he had Yuan's support to enhance his potential, even if he could not reach Cyberton's level in the short term. As long as he could muster a small team of mechanical beings, it would significantly elevate the security level of Yuan's star. Ultimately, as long as they endure. Yuan believed that Zero could indeed become, or even surpass, Cyberton, a true mother planet of the mechanical race. Ahem. The first step is to begin by deceiving Sha Minghui. Subsequently, Yuan concealed his presence. Zero, being a creation of his design, possessed an innate loyalty. A profound instinct that led him to regard Yuan as his father at first glance. Yuan had no intention of meeting ordinary humans like Sha Minghui. Humans are intricate beings. If they were to discover that their planet had developed its own consciousness, no one could predict their reaction. For now, as only humans could provide a stable source of origin for themselves, Yuan was not inclined to create discord with them. As for the future, that could be addressed later. At the entrance of the underground garage, Sha Minghui stood hesitantly, gripping a baseball bat and swallowing hard. He had not slept at all, anxiously awaiting the evening's disturbances. Unexpectedly, they had indeed arrived. This time, due to his heightened alertness, he immediately discerned that the noise emanated from the underground garage. But what could possibly be inside? Sha Minghui felt a mix of trepidation and curiosity. After a prolonged moment of indecision, fear overcame him, and he quietly retreated, pulling out his phone to summon security personnel. As a premier villa district, the area was continuously staffed with 3 shifts of security, each comprising 6 members, a total of 18. All armed. In the stable environment of District 2, this level of security was considered quite advanced. However, before he could distance himself significantly, the automatic door of the garage suddenly swung open. As it slowly ascended, 2 beams of light shot directly towards Sha Minghui. He froze in place, recognizing the vehicle. It was his beloved Tank Hui, a one-of-a-kind, independently modified car that he had named himself. Wasn't it parked in its designated spot? How had it arrived at the entrance? Moreover, its headlights were still on. A thief. Sha Minghui's anger surged. This was his prized possession. He quickly dialed the security number for the community. And after just one ring, the line was answered. Hello? Before he could utter a word, his phone was snatched away and crushed in an instant. Staring in disbelief at the robot looming before him, Sha Minghui was at a loss for words. The robot, designated Zero, waved a hand in front of him. Old Sha. Snap out of it. What are you? Sha Minghui gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment. Without waiting for a response, Zero effortlessly lifted Sha Minghui and declared, It's not convenient to talk here. Let us return to the garage. With that, he carried Sha Minghui back inside. As the garage door descended and sealed with a soft click, Sha Minghui finally regained his composure. You are Tank Hui, he exclaimed, eyes wide. Zero, irritated, retorted, What Tank Hui? I am Zero. Zero? No, you're Tank Hui. Sha Minghui insisted, excitement bubbling within him. You're a robot. How did I not know during the modification? I am of the mechanical tribe, not a mere robot. Zero thundered, slamming his hand on the ground, raising his voice. Chapter 15. Elegantly Zero. After a thorough explanation from Zero, Sha Minghui finally grasped the true identity of Zero. Zero has fashioned himself as a member of the mechanical race. Stranded on the planet Yuan, having remained in a dormant state until his recent awakening, the existence of extraterrestrial beings is not a secret for someone of Sha Minghui's affluent standing. He readily accepted Zero's claims and expressed considerable enthusiasm for Zero's ambition to revive the mechanical race. In pursuit of this, he even entrusted Zero with the entirety of the vehicles in his underground garage. Although the value of these cars collectively may not surpass that of Zero, each one holds significant worth, and together they represent a considerable sum. His request was simple. He wished for one of the revived mechanical beings to be entirely subservient to him. This demand posed no challenge for Zero. Should he successfully transform these automobiles into members of the mechanical race, he would become their progenitor. According to the records in the Fire Seed, the mechanical race is hierarchically structured into 5 distinct classes. The lowest tier is the servant class, activated by the radiation of electronic products from the Fire Seed, existing as subordinates to the Fire Seed's owner. They possess a modicum of autonomy but exhibit unwavering obedience to the fire seed at a rate of 100%. The second tier is the citizen class, which comprises sentient mechanical beings who, as the name suggests, are the citizens of the mechanical race. The third tier, the elite class, boasts significantly enhanced capabilities, capable of commanding at least a dozen citizen class members during wartime, thus forming the backbone of the mechanical race. The fourth tier is the leader class, consisting of the elite among elites, distinguished by unique abilities. Typically, a leader represents the highest authority within the mechanical race. The fifth tier is the Cybertron class, a singular entity synonymous with the mechanical race's home planet, Cybertron. In terms of innate talent, Zero likely belongs to the leader class. Yet when considering his overall strength, he may only qualify as a citizen or even a servant class member. Nevertheless, even a faux leader is still a leader. Unless a Cybertron or a more formidable leader emerges to vanquish Zero, his position remains unassailable. Currently, the only limitation for Zero resides in the energy source of his fire seed. However, in contrast to his two companions who are starting from scratch, his association with a wealthy patron renders his situation rather favorable. The energy required by the fire seed is quite diverse, encompassing gasoline, diesel, or electrical power, with higher-grade nuclear energy being even more efficient. Ideally, the best source would be a type of space crystal, the most commonly utilized energy replenishment for the mechanical race. Unfortunately, such space crystals are not available for extraction in the vicinity of Yuan, and even if they were, the current aerospace technology of Yuan civilization is inadequate for undertaking space operations. Subsequently, Sha Mingwei, leveraging his connections, located a large power plant for Zero, establishing several independent generator units that would not disrupt the regular power supply, specifically to supplement Zero's energy needs. With such unrestrained provision, Zero's fire source rapidly replenished its energy reserves. According to calculations, it has now reached the standards necessary for producing citizen-level mechanical entities. On this particular day, Sha Mingwei and Zero relocated their residence to a relatively open area on the outskirts of the city. Here, Sha Mingwei purchased a large cargo warehouse to serve as a temporary base for the mechanical entities. In one corner of the warehouse lay an expanse that was originally designated for the generator units he had acquired. However, it soon became apparent that the efficiency of these generators was too low. It was more expedient to utilize gasoline directly. As a result, this area transformed into an unloading zone. Sha Mingwei moved the surplus generator units to another section, intending to use them for energy production in the future. The entire open space was occupied by several sealed oil drums, and a sizable robot stood before them, methodically consuming the contents of a drum. In no time, one drum was emptied with a resounding thud. Zero set the empty drum down and wiped its mouth. The gasoline consumed was not truly within its belly, but had been directly converted into energy storage by the fire source. Through relentless effort over the past few days, indulging in this consumption, its energy reserves had reached 3. With only 2 units of energy required, Zero was poised to manufacture a citizen-level mechanical entity. Rising, Zero ambled towards the other side of the warehouse. A diminutive mechanical entity, standing approximately 2 meters tall, approached. This was one of the servant mechanical entities activated by Zero's radiation, originally a motorcycle and one of Sha Minghui's prized possessions. In exchange, Zero generously relinquished its naming rights. And thus Sha Minghui christened it Firewheel, a name inspired by a character from an obscure animated series born during the cataclysmic events of a century prior. Zero remained indifferent to the name of its subordinate, be it Firewheel, Flying Wheel, or any other moniker. What mattered was its role as a servant mechanical entity. Firewheel was a research-oriented servant mechanical entity. Upon activation, Zero imparted some of the knowledge acquired from the fire source, enabling it, along with several other subsequently activated servant mechanical entities, to construct a workshop for mechanical modifications. Subsequently, Sha Mingwei provided a vehicle he wished to upgrade, a sports car adorned with red flames and bright yellow lightning motifs. As Sha Mingwei recounted, this car was a birthday gift from his elder sister when he came of age. While it may not qualify as a supercar, its value reached several million. However, as the years passed, Sha Mingwei seldom took it out, yet this did not diminish his affection for the vehicle. He even bestowed upon it the name Thunderfire, inspired by the motifs emblazoned upon its exterior. In recent days, under the guidance of Windfire, the mechanical servants of Zero have completed a comprehensive transformation of the Thunderfire, retaining only its exterior while replacing all internal components. This remarkable vehicle is destined to be the citizen-level mechanical clan that Zero aims to revive. And it will also mark the emergence of the first member of Zero's kin. Hurry up, why are you dawdling? Sha Mingwei urged, pushing Zero's metallic leg from behind. Yet, His efforts were trivial to Zero, who continued to amble along. He opened his side panel and elegantly extracted a piece of paper with 2 fingers, delicately wiping the corner of his mouth. "What's the rush? I am in no haste," he replied nonchalantly. Sha Minghui retorted, "You're a robot. What's with the elegance? I am the first heir of the magnificent Cyberton, a prince of the mechanical clan. Is there anything wrong with being elegant?" Zero replied dismissively. "Has the transformation of Thunderfire been completed?" Zero inquired after folding the used paper and tossing it into a nearby trash bin. Windfire, who had been silently guiding them, respectfully responded, "Yes, my lord. The transformation has been completed as per your requirements." "Excellent," Zero said, swiftly shifting into vehicle mode. "Now, let us accelerate. I eagerly anticipate the birth of Thunderfire." "Of course, my lord," Windfire replied, transforming into a motorcycle. Sha Minghui mounted Windfire, which then automatically began to move. After a minute's ride, they arrived at the other end of the warehouse, where they beheld the reformed Thunderfire. Its streamlined body, striking flame patterns, and imposing thunder motifs rendered it an aesthetically pleasing sports car, particularly appealing to young men. Coupled with its newly enhanced core, its value had skyrocketed to several times, if not tens of times, its original worth. "Wow, what a splendid young fellow." Zero reverted to humanoid form and patted the roof of Thunderfire. The unactivated Thunderfire responded only with a couple of dull thuds. "Step back." Zero gestured for Windfire and the other mechanical servants to withdraw, while Sha Minghui remained outside the factory. This was not merely about creating a true mechanical clan. The matter was of great significance. Moreover, the ember was a source of intense radiation that could inflict permanent harm on a human body if exposed at close range. Consequently, the factory was fortified with radiation protection measures akin to those found in laboratories. Though Zero held a considerable fondness for Sha Minghui, a man of means, he did not wish for him to suffer any harm. Despite Sha Minghui's desire to witness the birth of Thunderfire, the warning left him too apprehensive to enter, and he could only suppress his curiosity and wait outside. Meanwhile, within the factory, Zero's demeanor shifted dramatically. The casual air he had previously exuded vanished. His silicon eyes gradually emanated a bright red glow. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that this red light was not truly emanating from his eyes, but rather from a deeper source. Upon the chest of Zero, a radiant crimson crystal gradually emerged. He extended his hand and extracted a fragment from the fire seed, pressing it into a pre-designed recess on the chassis of the Thunderfire sports car. "I, the great son of Cybertron, prince of the mechanical clan, the mechanical pioneer Zero, bestow upon you life." As his words resonated, the small shard of the fire seed seamlessly integrated into the body of the Thunderfire. A pulsating red light flickered around the vehicle, accompanied by a series of faint clicking sounds. The fire seed was simultaneously merging with and restructuring the car's physical form. The physique of the mechanical clan was unlike that of ordinary machinery. The transformation from vehicle to humanoid form was a feat unattainable by standard constructs. Yet, the mechanical clan could accomplish this, a testament to the innate abilities endowed by the fire seed. Once this task was completed, Zero retracted his fire seed and wiped away non-existent sweat. With a total energy of merely 3, the removal of 2 left him feeling considerably drained. This sensation was rather uncomfortable, yet he found himself unable to depart from the location. At that moment, a forklift-inspired servant from the mechanical clan approached, bearing 2 large barrels. "Lord Zero, please replenish your energy." The barrels contained rare earth minerals, which could also be absorbed by the fire seed to restore some of his energy. However, these minerals were costly and regarded as strategic resources within the Yuan Star Federation, subject to stringent regulation. Even with the illustrious background of Sha Minghui, acquiring a significant quantity was not an immediate possibility. Though of high quality, their scarcity meant they were not part of Zero's usual sustenance. Yet they were suitable for such extraordinary times to replenish energy. After consuming several hundred kilograms of rare earth minerals, the debilitating sensation of diminished fire seed energy began to dissipate. Zero returned the barrels and continued to observe the Thunderfire, awaiting the completion of its transformation. Half an hour passed, then an hour, as time quietly slipped away. Finally, after 2.5 hours, the flickering red light ceased. Zero approached the frame of the vehicle and wrapped his fingers upon the roof. "Are you awake? If so, make a sound." The Thunderfire's headlights illuminated, and the engine roared to life with a gentle hum. "Greetings, esteemed leader Zero. I am Thunderfire. Thank you for bestowing upon me the fire seed." Unlike the earlier, inexperienced Zero, who had been bewildered upon his activation, Thunderfire had accessed sufficient information from the awakened fire seed, understanding much from the moment of its inception, how to vocalize, transform, and comprehend its place in the hierarchy. including who Cybertron was and who Zero was. Ah, it seems you have awakened quite well. Shall we take a few steps? Zero inquired. Certainly, leader. The Thunderfire began its transformation with a series of clicks. In a matter of moments, it morphed into a towering robot, approximately 8 meters tall. Adorned with fiery and thunderous patterns that bestowed upon it a strikingly formidable presence, reminiscent of a battle-hardened general. However, Zero could not help but shake his head in private disapproval. Though the appearance of Thunderfire is strikingly impressive, its flamboyant colors render it an easy target on the battlefield. In contrast, the frosty silver hue of Zero is far more aligned with the aesthetic sensibilities of the mechanical race. Nonetheless, aside from this minor flaw, Zero holds a favorable opinion of Thunderfire. The energy core possesses commendable quality and harbors the potential to evolve into an elite level. However, currently, there is a deficiency of energy compounded by Thunderfire's lack of experience. Given time, he is certain to become a valuable asset under Zero's command. After evaluating Thunderfire, Zero patted his shoulder and said, "Come, let us venture forth and unveil the wonders of this world." "Certainly, leader," Thunderfire replied, seemingly reticent, as he followed Zero outside. Behind the two mechanical beings, other subservient mechanical entities, including Windfire and Forklift, cast envious glances at Thunderfire. Although they are mere subservient units with limited autonomy and scant information from the foe energy cores, their nascent consciousness ignites a yearning to ascend to citizen status among the mechanical race. Yet, they harbor no feelings of jealousy, merely admiration. Simultaneously, as Thunderfire was brought into existence, Yuan also noted the changes on his panel. Name, Yuan, entity, Yuan star species, Yuan star humans. Mechanical race, affiliation, moon, source point. 1. Current, life explosion, implemented, technology tree level 7, implemented, resource level 8, implemented, heroes emergence, implemented, special, sea of radiation, implemented. Higher civilization invasion, installing, creative workshop, available for purchase. Chapter 17, the ascendance of the mechanical race aside from the unchanged aspects. The species section now intriguingly includes mechanical race alongside the original Yuan star humans. With only 2 entries, can this truly be considered a race? Yuan pondered, perplexed. However, this revelation is fortuitous for him. Unlike humans, who require 10 months of gestation followed by 2 decades to procreate, the birth of a mechanical being necessitates merely an assembly line. Theoretically, if he could provide Zero with sufficient energy, he could reconstruct a template of a mechanical entity in a remarkably short span of time. Yet, the speed at which the energy core consumes power is alarmingly swift. In just a few days, it has depleted at least tens of millions of resources from Xia Minghui. Despite Xia Minghui's considerable wealth, he is still merely a privileged heir, possessing the title of family enterprise and even shares and management rights, but his annual dividends are fixed. It is essential to understand that this is not equivalent to purchasing vehicles or real estate. Acquiring a vehicle merely transforms intangible assets into tangible ones, which does not significantly alter one's financial standing. Vehicles depreciate, particularly those mass-produced on assembly lines. If one were to appraise the vehicles owned by Xia Minghui, they would likely be valued at a price significantly higher than their initial purchase, perhaps by half, double, or even several times the original cost. The same principle applies to real estate. Conversely, resources consumed by Zero are truly expended, genuine consumables. No matter how substantial the family fortune, it cannot withstand the relentless drain of resources without replenishment. In pursuit of a solution to this predicament, Zero and Xia Minghui engaged in discussions and eventually conceived a plan to manufacture automobiles. The automotive industry, in theory, presents a remarkably low barrier to entry. With a modest investment, one could establish a factory equipped with a relatively complete assembly line. Furthermore, should one opt to procure components externally, an investment of several tens of millions would suffice to acquire a set of assembly machinery. As a wealthy heir with an ardent passion for automobiles, Xia Minghui possesses an astute understanding of this domain. Previously, he had enthusiastically partnered with fellow affluent peers to invest in an automotive enterprise, only to discover that while manufacturing vehicles is relatively straightforward, achieving profitability proves to be a formidable challenge. To generate profit, mass production is essential, which in turn necessitates a substantial financial commitment. Ultimately, the question of how to sell these vehicles becomes a significant hurdle. Marketing and publicity entail considerable expenditure. Consequently, that automotive venture did not endure for long before collapsing, resulting in a loss of several billion. Observing this, Xia Minghui's father deemed it prudent for his son to abandon entrepreneurial pursuits. Repeated attempts could lead to financial ruin for the family. Thus, He encouraged Sha Mingwei to diligently work within the family business, gradually preparing him to inherit it. Logically, one would assume that after such a setback, Sha Mingwei would abandon any aspirations of establishing an automotive company. However, the circumstances have shifted dramatically. For now, he is backed by the Mechanical clan. Zero asserts, "No one understands machinery better than I do." Even without unlocking a plethora of Mechanical clan technologies, the capabilities provided by the Spark alone are sufficient to surpass all contemporary vehicles produced by the Liuangsing civilization. What sets them apart is that while traditional automotive factories rely on human labor, his production employs the Mechanical clan. Have you ever witnessed a mechanized assembly line that operates tirelessly, 24 hours a day? Have you encountered agile and responsive mechanical beings capable of effortlessly meeting any requirement? Should the need arise, the vehicles could even drive themselves, liberating the hands of the user entirely, unlike those so-called smart systems that are merely superficially intelligent. Zero. With tactical flair, what does it mean to manufacture automobiles fully automatically? For other automotive companies, the investment in extensive assembly lines is a monumental task. But in the hands of true Mechanical clan artisans, it is as simple as the most basic of daily activities. This process pales in comparison to the production lines genuinely designed for the creation of the Mechanical clan. As for the selling points of their vehicles, they are quite straightforward: autonomous driving. Currently, the market's autonomous vehicles primarily rely on artificial intelligence algorithms, visual computing, onboard radar, monitoring devices, and global positioning systems to cooperate, allowing computers to operate motor vehicles independently and safely without human intervention. Yet, in reality, this technology is not only complex, but also fraught with significant safety risks. The primary reason lies in the immaturity of artificial intelligence technology. However, for the mechanical beings, even the most advanced artificial intelligence is merely a subordinate. This is because even the servant-class mechanical beings possess a certain degree of autonomous consciousness, surpassing so-called advanced artificial intelligence. The servant-class mechanical beings lack the spark. They are formed by a special intelligent chip generated in their core after being irradiated by the spark. Thus, within the mechanical beings, this intelligent chip is referred to as a pseudospark. The pseudospark cannot absorb energy like the true spark, so servant-class mechanical beings, like ordinary machines, require periodic energy supply to sustain their actions. Alternatively, they may remain close to their masters. There exists a unique wave frequency between the pseudospark and the true spark, enabling remote charging under the authorization of the true spark. The Zeros simply extracted a segment from a pseudospark of a servant-class mechanical being, acquiring an artificial intelligence capable of supporting a vehicle and performing any standard driving functions. Subsequently, it was continuously rewritten and integrated into the produced automobile. As for the rest, it had little to do with Zero. Sha Mingwei began seeking investments everywhere. After all, it was a project requiring at least several $100 million to initiate, and relying solely on himself was undoubtedly insufficient. Fortunately, he had affluent siblings to assist him, while Sha Mingwei was out soliciting investments. Zero engaged in combat training with Thunderfire in the factory's open space. Although the two mechanical beings could acquire extensive knowledge akin to inherited memories from the true spark, they were unable to gain insights into combat. This was due to the potential disparities in the bodies of each citizen class and above mechanical being, which also affected the potential of their true sparks. It is precisely this variability that defines them as mechanical beings rather than mere robots. As a complete race, stagnation signifies demise. Only boundless possibilities, limitless development, and an infinite future represent a race endowed with vibrant vitality. The two towering mechanical beings faced each other. Nearby, Windfire held an electronic screen, prepared to record data from both sides. "Are you ready?" Zero imitated humans, rubbing his hands together, producing a series of cracking sounds. "Please instruct me, leader." Thunderfire clasped his fists and assumed a combat stance. "Commence the battle." Chapter 18. The Ant Swarm Merger Plan with Windfire's commanding shout. Zero and Thunderfire surged forward, charging at each other. Their fists and feet collided, the metallic sounds echoing incessantly. Their fighting stances were anything but amateur. Even the most elite human martial arts masters would find no fault. In the preceding days, they had downloaded various combat techniques from the network pertaining to the humans of the Lu Yuan star, assimilating and integrating them to initially form a combat style suited to their mechanical race. For them, this was more than sufficient. After all, close-quarters combat was considered the least favorable method of engagement for mechanical beings. Their combat training was merely a means to better stimulate the vitality of the spark. Observing Zero successfully persuading Sha Mingwei and gradually expanding the mechanical race, Lu Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Among the three heroes thus far, he initially had the highest hopes for Goliang. However, This individual was more suited to being a lone wolf. Perhaps he could eventually become a pillar of Lu Yuan's star, yet he could not bring substantial benefits to Lu Yuan. At present, Lu Yuan held great expectations for Zero. Even disregarding the immense foundation of the mechanical race, merely adding another aspect to the creatures on his panel was already commendable. This could potentially enhance his source point income, thereby directly accelerating his path to strength. As for Mai, Lu Yuan still could not comprehend the significance of this king of the ant swarm. What could ants evolve into? Giant ants? Supergiant ants? Surely they could not evolve into interstellar swarms? What was he doing at this moment? Lu Yuan recalled that since Zero's emergence, he had devoted most of his energy to Zero, fearing that this mechanical race of merely two individuals might perish. Occasionally, he would check on Go Liang, who was still battling rats in the sewers. As for Ma Yi, he had not paid attention to him for many days. Reflecting on this, Lu Yuan shifted his gaze to District 10. Today, Ma Yi was to undertake a significant endeavor. Early that morning, as dawn broke, he crawled away from the soft form of the queen ant, placed some food beside her, and exited the room filled with an assortment of sustenance. After traversing the main passage of the cave for a while, Ma Yi turned into a chamber. The emergence of Ma Yi's pheromones prompted the soldier ants resting in this chamber to stir and rise. This was a group of mutated black fire soldier ants, each adorned with a black base and embroidered with tawny patterns on their shells, with each measuring at least 8 centimeters in length, totaling a dozen. These had been meticulously selected from the soldier ants birthed by the queen in recent days. They were lavishly fed daily, all in anticipation of this day. Ma Yi waved his antennae and turned to leave the cave. Behind him, 10 soldier ants promptly formed a line to follow. Within the ant colony, it was the queen who was their sole object of allegiance. This was especially true among the red fire ants. This was due to the fact that in the red fire ant colony, aside from the queen responsible for reproduction and the male ants who only appeared during mating seasons, all others were non-reproductive female individuals. These non-reproductive females were referred to as worker ants. Worker ants were further divided into 2 subclasses, worker ants and soldier ants. However, Ma Yi, the cunning sixth, had the foresight. He preemptively coated the entire cave with his pheromones before the ants hatched, influencing all the eggs and even the queen. Consequently, all the ants that emerged took on Ma Yi's form. Even the queen gradually succumbed to Ma Yi during these days, allowing him to rest upon her body upon his return each day, while he used his antennae to massage her, indulging her in the ecstasy of ant society. Ma Yi did not disappoint the trust placed in him. Through his diligent management, he and his spouse have achieved a modest degree of success. Within their colony, there are now nearly 100 worker ants and 26 soldier ants. Crucially, their food supply, which is vital for the ants, has filled the cavern to the brim, providing sustenance for several days. Without exaggeration, if one were to evaluate this burgeoning ant colony, it would undoubtedly merit recognition as a model of excellence. Today, however, he is resolute in his intent to embark on a grand endeavor, plundering. Recently, he has stumbled upon a fascinating discovery. Within a radius of less than 10 meters from their nest, there are no fewer than 10 hidden anthills. To call them anthills might be a bit of an overstatement. In truth, they are likely the hiding places of newly mated queens from the same nuptial flight as his own. After completing their mating rituals, these queens seek refuge in a burrow to lay their eggs. They must endure starvation for 2 to 3 weeks, or even longer, until the first batch of worker ants hatches, providing them with their initial morsel of food. During this period, most queens perish from hunger, with only a fortunate few surviving to become queens themselves. This explains why, despite the numerous male and female ants participating in nuptial flights, the number of anthills is not as abundant as one might expect. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of ant behavior, he was unaware of these dynamics. However, just a few days ago, an ant queen, whose fate could be deemed either fortunate or unfortunate, managed to survive. As soon as her worker ants hatched, she commanded them to venture forth in search of food, having endured a month of starvation. Coincidentally, this group of worker ants encountered one of Ma Yi's offspring and audaciously attacked, seizing the food that the solitary worker had gathered and killing it, even dragging its carcass back to be consumed. Initially, Ma Yi was indifferent to the mysterious loss of an ant. Given the soldier ant's poor self-defense capabilities, it was not unusual for accidents to occur while foraging. He had experienced similar losses before. However, as the days progressed, he noted a troubling pattern of worker ants going missing. Realizing something was amiss, he laid an ambush, using a solitary worker ant as bait to eliminate the marauding intruders. He then counterattacked, annihilating the rival anthill in one fell swoop, even slaying their queen, whom he brought back as a reserve food source. After tallying the spoils, 1 queen, dozens of worker and soldier ant carcasses, hundreds of eggs, and some food, he discovered his haul to be unexpectedly substantial. This revelation invigorated his ambitions. The newly established anthills were remarkably weak, even when combined. Their fighting strength barely exceeded a few dozen ants, rendering them vulnerable to Ma Yi's current power, which could effortlessly overpower them. Thus, in the subsequent days, he began to consciously monitor the existence of nearby anthills. Armed with reconnaissance knowledge from his previous life, this task proved exceedingly simple. He quickly mapped out all the small and large anthills in the vicinity. Today marks the day when he will execute his plan for the consolidation of the ant colonies. Chapter 19. Assault on the ant nest. Last night, a gentle rain graced the earth, rendering the nearby terrain slightly moist. Ma Yi, accompanied by 10 meticulously selected elite soldier ants and 50 worker ants, marched proudly across the damp soil. His objective was unmistakable, and thus he did not meander. Before long, he arrived at a slightly protruding burrow entrance. This was the nearest new ant nest to their own. Just as Ma Yi approached, several worker ants from this colony emerged from the nest, seemingly preparing to commence their labors. Without hesitation, Ma Yi issued a command and charged forward with his 10 elite soldier ants. The ensuing battle was a one-sided massacre. The worker ants were inherently smaller than the soldier ants, and these elite soldier ants were notably larger than their ordinary counterparts, resulting in a crushing dominance. Moreover, the disparity in numbers further amplified this advantage. Ma Yi seized the opportunity, using his mandibles to sever the head of a worker ant and cast it aside. Break open the nest, he commanded, gesturing with his antennae. The worker ants surged forward, diligently beginning their task. With the concerted effort of the many worker ants, the nest was soon entirely excavated. This ant nest had only recently developed, likely housing fewer than several dozen ants, most of whom had been dispatched to forage for food, leaving only a scant few behind, those who had presumably just returned with provisions. After swiftly clearing the ants within the nest, Ma Yi soon found himself before the queen of this colony. This queen was gaunt, her exoskeleton devoid of luster, a stark contrast to the beauty of Ma Yi's own queen. Simultaneously, another thought crossed his mind. During his days as an ant, he had gradually come to understand some of the established norms among ants. For instance, it became clear that their species could manifest two societal forms, a single queen structure and a multi-queen structure. This was regulated by the intricate configuration of over 600 supergene locks within their genetics. In essence, a colony with a single queen structure would eliminate queens from other colonies, whereas a multi-queen colony would accept queens from other similarly structured colonies. However, despite his physical form as an ant, Ma Yi's essence remained human. As he integrated with this body, he had begun to overcome some of the genetic limitations inherent within it. While he was uncertain whether his own genetic structure leaned towards single or multiple queens, he recognized that relying solely on one queen would hinder the colony's growth for an indeterminate period. Conversely, if several queens were to coexist, the rate of expansion for the colony would undoubtedly accelerate. A mature queen ant is capable of laying approximately 800 to 1, 500 eggs daily, with the entire nest able to accommodate around 24 million ants. However, this is contingent upon her maturity. Generally, the egg-laying capacity of a queen follows a progressive trajectory from initial counts of merely a dozen to nearly 100, then several hundreds, and ultimately reaching thousands. This maturation process typically spans 6 months to a year. However, if he could capture a few more queen ants, this process could be significantly expedited. Of course, even if he successfully recruited these queens, he could not personally engage in the act of sowing. After all, the queen ants could control the type of ants that would hatch. If the recruitment was successful, he could have these captured queens produce worker ants while his own queen would yield soldier ants. With his continuously evolving genes, the soldier ants produced would undoubtedly be stronger than the current ones. As an ambitious ant, Ma Yi resolved to begin by persuading this particular queen. Please, do not approach. The queen ant gazed in terror at the imposing intruder, flailing her antennae wildly as her frail body retreated further. Yet, she was already deep within her lair. Where else could she retreat? Would you consider coming back with me? Ma Yi gestured with his antennae, releasing pheromones. However, the queen was clearly unwilling to yield. Do not come closer. Get out, invader. Leave. After several attempts, Ma Yi realized that the queen was persistently emitting the same signal. He deduced that this queen likely possessed a single queen gene, rendering her incompatible with other queens. Reluctantly, he raised his weapon and swiftly ended her life. Pack it up and take it away. Ma Yi turned away from the cave with a sense of melancholy. Behind him, the worker ants busied themselves, transporting the bodies of the queen and the ants, as well as some unhatched eggs, back to their own nest. Subsequently, Ma Yi replicated his efforts and raided 4 additional ant nests. Yet, whether due to bad luck or some other reason, none of the 5 nests yielded a queen willing to submit. Fortunately, the considerable bounty lifted Ma Yi's spirits significantly. 5 nests, 5 queens, hundreds of ant corpses, several hundred ant eggs, and various provisions from the nests. This was the bounty of a single morning. Ma Yi suddenly realized that pillaging neighboring nests was far more efficient than foraging for food himself. The spoils of that morning nearly equated to all his efforts since becoming an ant. With his mood greatly improved, his appetite also surged. However, unlike the worker ants under his command, as a former human, he still bore a psychological burden when it came to consuming his own kind. Thus, he feasted solely on the provisions from other nests. Consequently, combined with previous accumulations, his evolution points finally reached 0.05, a truly remarkable accumulation rate. Ma Yi sometimes pondered that if he had acquired this peculiar advantage while still human, he would likely have become immensely powerful by now. How different from his current state. As an ant at the bottom of the food chain, he expended considerable energy merely to find food each day. Moreover, he needed to ensure the queen received sufficient nourishment to hatch more ants. The newly hatched ants also required sustenance, which he could not afford to neglect. Now, as the ant colony gradually expanded, he felt slightly more at ease. In a few days, perhaps he would be able to evolve for a second time. Ma Yi felt a flicker of anticipation in his heart. At this moment, it was already afternoon, and he was once again venturing out, making his way towards the remaining ant nests. Before long, yet another resounding victory was achieved. After a morning of rigorous training, even the soldier ants and worker ants under Ma Yi had grown accustomed to this style of combat. The speed at which they breached the ant nest was increasing rapidly. Ma Yi held a piece of dried insect in his hand, munching on it as he walked. Several elite soldier ants fanned out to either side, standing guard to prevent Old Six from launching a surprise attack for food. Meanwhile, the worker ants carried food captured from this ant nest, advancing forward. Just then, with a swift motion, a worker ant, along with the ant eggs it was carrying, was dragged underground. Old Six was here. Ma Yi was taken aback. Chapter 20. Further evolution, finishing the last morsel of dried insect. Ma Yi summoned a few nearby elite soldier ants and quickly made his way to the scene of the incident. The other worker ants also sensed the situation and retreated. Ma Yi soon arrived at the site, which was a burrow. However, he immediately recognized that this was not an ant hole, but rather a cave belonging to another subterranean creature. Ant nests were never this spacious. Yet, he could not discern what type of creature-esque burrow it was at that moment, but soon he would not need to ponder it any longer. The creature within the cave emerged. It was a dark, segmented head resembling that of some kind of beetle larva, though Ma Yi could not identify the specific species. This creature possessed a pair of sharp mandibles at the front of its head, appearing quite fearsome. Yet, that was of little consequence. Upon seeing this insect, Ma Yi quickly estimated the power comparison between the two parties. His heart raced. This insect was conservatively comparable to the large caterpillar he had consumed when he first transformed into an ant. This meant that this creature could grant him at least 001 evolution points. Earlier that afternoon, after consuming all food items except for those derived from ants, his evolution points had increased by 002, reaching a total of 0067. This insect could bring him one step closer to evolution. How could Ma Yi possibly resist such temptation? The creature seemed equally startled by the ant's swift reaction and immediately retreated its head back into the burrow, displaying a facade of bravado. This prompted a smile from Ma Yi, boosting his confidence further. Soon, the other elite soldier ants stationed around the perimeter also arrived. However, Ma Yi did not allow them to act recklessly. Instead, he designated 2 worker ants to lead the charge. Since worker ants were the most numerous and had a lower incubation difficulty, they were akin to expendable resources within the colony. In contrast, soldier ants were significantly more valuable in terms of both cost and utility, and thus could not be used as mere cannon fodder for scouting. The 2 worker ants charged side by side into the cave, attempting to bite the retreating insect. The creature seemed to grow enraged. It had merely been stealing a few passing ants to eat. Was it necessary for them to pursue it? It had been doing so for a long time. This was a gift from nature. The insect immediately counterattacked. The 2 worker ants had already received Ma Yi's command. Upon seeing the creature rush back, they promptly turned and fled. The mindless insect was thus lured out of its burrow by a simple ruse. With a thud, it landed before a multitude of ants. It was then that Ma Yi discerned its full form. This was a creature approximately 5 centimeters in length, segmented throughout its body. Aside from the 2 black segments of its head, the remainder was a plump, appetizing white. At that moment, Ma Yi successfully identified it. If his eyes did not deceive him, this was the larva of the Gorgonian beetle. The Gorgonian beetle was a carnivorous insect, notorious in their base for raiding their sun-dried meats and fish, a genuine pest. Advance, Ma Yi commanded, and the elite soldier ants, who had been poised and ready, surged forward. Sensing the ant's movement, the Gorgonian larva was evidently startled and attempted to retreat into its burrow. However, Mai had anticipated this, positioning 2 elite soldier ants to block the entrance. The Gorgonian larva charged recklessly towards them. To the ants, this was akin to the impact of a delivery truck. Yet, Mai remained unperturbed. Over time, he had adapted to utilizing the ant's physique in combat. He did not attempt to withstand the charge. Despite his larger size among the ants, the Gorgonian larva was still more than 5 times his size. Thus, he opted for cunning strategy. He deftly dodged left and right, continuously drawing the larva's attention. The Gorgonian larva, captivated by his size, focused almost entirely on him. Meanwhile, the formidable soldier ants on either side began to assail its legs. Though large, its limbs were slender, and with just a few decisive bites, the elite soldier ants severed them. In total, the larva had 11 body segments and 10 pairs of legs. In a matter of moments, it was rendered limbless and could only writhe helplessly on the ground. Its threat significantly diminished. Its plump, white body exuded an unusual allure. Seizing the opportunity, Mai lunged forward and bit down on the segment of its head. The Gorgonian larva immediately began to roll on the ground. Yet, Mai did not relent. He clung tightly with his forelimbs while gripping firmly with his mandibles. After a brief struggle, the larva's strength waned. Mai capitalized on this moment, biting down decisively, severing its head. He then began to relish his meal. With the gluttony talent still active for a few more days, he had to seize the opportunity to amass enough points for his second evolution. To Mai's astonishment, after consuming the Gorgonian larva, his evolution points surged to 0. 0.8. This larva had granted him 0.13 evolution points. Despite devouring an insect 5 times his size, his body showed no visible change. If only the ants around possessed a modicum more of wisdom, they might well be revered as celestial beings. Alas, these ants merely obey orders, their pheromones capable of conveying only the simplest of messages, rendering meaningful communication an impossibility. Mai had long since become accustomed to this. After concluding his meal, he set forth once more with his subordinates, returning to the ant nest. In the afternoon, he embarked on yet another expedition, raiding 6 ant nests and seizing a substantial bounty of resources. The spoils were so plentiful that they filled their original nest to the brim, necessitating the industrious worker ants left behind to hastily excavate several additional storage chambers to accommodate the influx. Amidst this frenzied plundering, Mai finally amassed enough evolution points, heralding his second metamorphosis. Name, Mai species. Mutant black fire ant male body length. 11 evolution points. 0.11 points required for evolution. 0.1. Eligible for evolution. Talent. Trace toxin, a characteristic of the black fire ant species, possessing venom glands in the abdomen that can inject toxins into prey via its stinger. Gluttony can rapidly digest food, converting it into evolution points. Remaining time, for days. Evolution. In a freshly excavated cavern, Mai glanced at the panel, silently contemplating. Please select enhancement direction. Physique. Talent. Physique. Crack. 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 Just as during his initial evolution, the exoskeleton of Mai emitted a series of soft sounds, fracturing and cascading to the ground. However, this time, in addition to this, a white substance surged forth from his body, enveloping him layer upon layer, ultimately forming a colossal egg. Chapter 21. King of the Mutant Black Fire Ants. Name, Mai species. King of the Mutant Black Fire Ants. Body length. 50 evolution points. 0.01 points required for evolution. 1 talent. Trace toxin, a characteristic of the black fire ant species, possessing venom glands in the abdomen that can inject toxins into prey via its stinger. Eligible for evolution. This evolution consumes 0.01. Royal gene. You possess the most potent black fire ant genes. The offspring you bear will be even more formidable, and the black fire ants you lead will exhibit enhanced combat prowess. Not eligible for evolution. Insufficient evolution points. Gluttony can rapidly digest food, converting it into evolution points. Remaining time, 3 days. Limited talent. Not eligible for evolution. Considering the time left for the talent of gluttony, it was evident that this evolution consumed at least half a day. Yet every moment was worthwhile. Firstly, his body length had surged from the original 11 to an impressive 50. This was nearly on par with the larva of the Goliath beetle he had recently hunted. However, now Mai brimmed with confidence, believing he could easily defeat that larva within a few moments. The sole advantage of the Goliath beetle larva was its sheer size. Yet on that fateful day, under Mai's careful orchestration, not a single ant had perished. Now, with a comparable size, overwhelming dominance was assured. For Mai's evolution had augmented not merely his stature, but also fortified his exoskeleton. His exoskeleton had grown increasingly dark, yet within that darkness, Faint streaks of crimson still shimmered. The material of his shell had also become notably thicker and more resilient. If his previous toughness was rated at 1, it now soared to at least 5. Ordinary ants, even if they attempted to gnaw at him, would struggle to breach his defenses for quite some time. Should they manage to do so, it would require an extensive duration, during which he could effortlessly vanquish them. Thus, the title of the mightiest ant bestowed upon him is far from exaggerated. What piqued his interest the most was the newly emerged talent, Royal Gene. This singular gift possessed dual effects, reproduction and command. The former would empower his offspring, making them significantly stronger, while the latter would directly enhance the combat prowess of his subordinates. Although he was already formidable among ants, that was merely a relative measure. No one truly comprehended the nature of the beings that thrived in these wild expanses, which had flourished for decades. Yuan star is a planet where land and ocean are evenly divided. Currently, humanity occupies only about a quarter of the planet's surface area, perhaps even less. The remaining half of the oceans and a quarter of uninhabited land serve as a paradise for mutated beasts. Conventional detectors cannot penetrate this territory. It is noteworthy that humanity, on the brink of venturing into space, was poisoned by extraterrestrials and subsequently plunged into internal chaos due to cataclysmic events. Hence, their technology diverges from Earth's, focusing more on environmental and biological sciences. Technology has always evolved based on necessity and is not fixed, as is widely known. Moreover, there are the depths of the ocean. What transformations might the already ferocious sharks undergo post-cataclysm? What might the blue whale, once hailed as the largest creature, evolve into? And what of the highly intelligent dolphins? All of this remains a mystery for the present inhabitants of Yuan star. In the past, such matters were of little concern to him. After all, he was merely an ordinary soldier, tasked with following orders from superiors and performing his duties. However, now, all of this would constitute his environment for survival and perhaps the challenges he would face in the future. Initially, he was troubled by the thought that if he grew stronger alone, his entire colony might lag behind in power. After all, he was uncertain whether his evolutionary genes could be passed on to future generations through mating with the queen ant. But now, his talent had provided him with a direct answer. Yes, it was possible. After familiarizing himself with this new body, he emerged from the chamber. His immense size made movement somewhat cumbersome, and midway through, he had to summon some worker ants to widen the passage. Who are you? Where is my husband? Upon witnessing his colossal form enter the queen's chamber, she anxiously inquired. Although the scent radiating from this ant bore the essence of her husband, his appearance was utterly unrecognizable. It was necessary for Mai to patiently elucidate. The term husband was something he had taught her during their recent interactions, yet given Yi's intelligence, she likely did not comprehend its full significance, merely recognizing it as a unique appellation for Mai. As for Yi's name, it was bestowed by Mai himself, her full name being Ma Yi, primarily to distinguish her from other queens. After all, Yi was his original mate. It would be rather inappropriate to continuously refer to her simply as queen. Ma Yi had become accustomed to the fluctuating emotions of Yi. Upon ascending to the status of an ant queen, he realized that ants were far more complex than he had previously imagined. Many presume that such diminutive creatures are devoid of feeling, yet that is not the case. Ants are highly advanced social insects, endowed with a rich emotional spectrum. Mai had witnessed, on one occasion, a worker ant tending to an injured companion, delicately licking its wound and secreting a special gel to aid in healing. Ants lack spoken language, communicating instead through the tactile sensations of their antennae. Mai speculated that within the chitinous head of an ant, there might exist structures akin to nerve bundles, colloquially referred to as a brain. The antennae serve as the medium through which the brain processes information. Unfortunately, Ma Yi was neither a biologist nor an entomologist. Even if he were to dissect an ant, he would be unable to conduct targeted research. Now, Ma Yi had grown considerably larger than Yi, a fact that became evident as she nestled closely against him, akin to a fledgling seeking warmth. After much explanation, Yi finally comprehended that the magnificent ant before her was indeed her husband. How have you transformed so? She inquired, rhythmically swaying her antennae against him, expressing her affection. Do you not prefer my new size? Mai responded. Of course, I do. Yi exclaimed with excitement, affirming her instinct that her male ant was indeed extraordinary. Since you enjoy it, let us test my newly acquired abilities. Mai grinned, playfully pinning Yi beneath him. Chapter 22. The Pearl of the Sea. With the night's tempestuous winds and rain, the flowers fell, their numbers unknown. Following a night of storms, Mai stepped into the morning dew, departing the nest with the configurations from the previous day's endeavors. He planned to amass as many evolution points as possible during the remaining days of gluttony. Meanwhile, within the nest, Yi began organizing the worker ants to commence their tasks as Ma Yi had instructed. Some worker ants were tasked with sorting and categorizing the supplies retrieved the day before, while others continued to expand the tunnels. Given Ma Yi's increased size, it was imperative that the nest accommodate this growth. Additionally, a portion of the worker ants began excavating new tunnels, as Ma Yi's evolution would enable the production of even more formidable soldier ants. The couple had deliberated and decided to hatch all previously laid eggs into worker ants, reserving the upcoming batch for the stronger soldier ants that would emerge. Ma Yi had meticulously planned ahead. When the new batch of soldier ants accumulates to a substantial number, he will deploy them to seize the aphid pasture. Over the past few days, he has thoroughly discerned the nuances of the red fire ant colony, even forming conjectures regarding the approximate location of their nest. Ma Yi estimates that this colony has not been established for an extended period in this vicinity, and its size is likely modest, with an estimated total population of around 120,000. In a typical ant colony, the proportion of soldier ants generally constitutes about 10 of the overall population. In contrast, Ma Yi's colony boasts an extraordinary ratio of approximately 25, rendering it an anomaly. Within an ordinary ant colony, such a disproportionate ratio could lead to the starvation of certain ants, as worker ants are crucial for constructing and expanding the nest, foraging for food, and nurturing the larvae and queen. If the number of worker ants is exceedingly low, any disruption in one aspect could result in food shortages or even chaos within the entire ant nest. However, Ma Yi's colony is distinct. Under his leadership, their food acquisition is relatively straightforward and efficient. Thus, there is no pressing need for a multitude of worker ants to scavenge for sustenance, naturally reducing their demand. This implies that the formidable neighboring colony has an estimated total of around 2,000 soldier ants. Typically, half of the soldier ants would remain to protect the nest, as the queen is the pivotal core of any ant colony. Therefore, if Ma Yi can cleverly lure them out of their nest, he would only have to contend with half of the soldier ants. 1,000 soldier ants, along with over 10,000 worker ants, would constitute the entirety of the forces Ma Yi must confront in a field battle. He estimates that he will reach this level of strength in approximately 2 months. Consequently, he tentatively plans to execute the seizure of the aphid pasture 2 months hence. This strategy serves a dual purpose. It aims to eliminate half of the enemy's combat strength in preparation for subsequent extermination efforts, while also securing this vital strategic resource, the aphid pasture. It is a plan that yields 2 benefits in one stroke. Regarding the potential for the opposing colony to grow even larger in 2 months, Ma Yi has taken that into account as well. He will certainly observe closely before making any decisions. Yuan withdrew his attention from Ma Yi, letting out a sigh. Despite Ma Yi's recent evolution, he remains merely a 5-centimeter-long ant, likely incapable of defeating even a mantis. Furthermore, his colony has not been classified as a sentient being like the mechanical species, indicating that it has not met certain evaluative criteria. Yuan speculated that these criteria may encompass various factors, including developmental potential, intelligence, and more. At that moment, a thought struck him. The panel displayed another change. Name: Heroic Emergence Module. Description: a number of heroes randomly born among the planet's inhabitants. Hero: Game Protagonist, Awakened. Hero: King of the Ant Colony, Awakened. Hero: Son of Cyberton, Awakened. Hero: Pearl of the Vast Sea, Awakened. Hero: Awaiting Awakening. Pearl of the Vast Sea? Yuan found himself increasingly perplexed by the titles of these heroes. Ming was a student at the Academy of Human Life Sciences and Progress of the Yuan Star Federation. Yet he held little affection for the study of so-called life sciences. Rather than engaging in the dissection of organisms on the operating table or preparing biological slides from blood samples, he was far more enamored with machinery. Deep down, he harbored skepticism towards the biological sciences fervently supported by the Federation and advocated by the Academy's professors. The professors of the Academy of Human Life Sciences and Progress believed that inspiration could be gleaned from the mutations of other organisms, striving to evolve human genes in accordance with the environment, ultimately enabling humanity to adapt to new surroundings. However, Ming contended that humanity should not confine itself to a narrow perspective on this planet. Instead, they ought to lift their gaze towards the heavens. To explore heavily polluted and desolate lands, one could employ artificial satellites soaring in the sky, akin to the moon that perpetually safeguards Yuan Star. For the exploration of polluted oceans, submarines capable of delving into the depths of the sea could be developed. These ideas were not entirely his own. He had encountered them in ancient documents. In the era before the Cataclysm, when the Yuan Star had yet to establish a federal parliament, 2 nations possessed the technology to launch artificial satellites that could operate for extended periods. Aerospace engineering. There was even knowledge directed towards the cosmos. Such was its designation. Yet, for reasons unknown, this discipline vanished amidst the calamity, and even its name gradually faded from public consciousness. Even scientists seldom alluded to it. We are trapped on this planet. This was Ming's recurring thought each time he gazed up at the starry sky. He refused to accept being confined to this world. Humanity ought not to remain shackled to this planet. Thus, he endeavored diligently, ultimately graduating with distinction from university and subsequently being selected for the Academy of Human Life Sciences and Research. This institution represented the pinnacle of the Yuan Star Federation, where each professor was a luminary worthy of being enshrined in textbooks, and the students were the Sea Army de la Sea Army, handpicked from elite universities. It could be said that this was the gathering place of humanity's finest. Ming had anticipated discovering like-minded individuals within these walls. Alas, he was mistaken. Even in this esteemed institution, no one acknowledged his perspective. Everyone was engrossed in a perennial discussion: how to enable humanity to adapt to the current environment. At last, Ming could no longer endure the silence and posed his question to his mentor. In response, his mentor revealed a truth previously unknown to him: extraterrestrials. The existence of aliens, combined with the misguided actions of a certain nation before the cataclysm, had instilled a fear that prevented them from harboring aspirations towards the cosmos. In the past, there had indeed been individuals who shared thoughts akin to Ming's. Yet, such individuals either succumbed to the weight of reality, bowing their heads in submission, or were apprehended by the federal authorities. In that moment, Ming comprehended their desire to retract into their shells, content to dwell within their limited confines and lead their present lives with a sense of security. In the dead of night, Ming once again gazed up at the starry sky, a tumultuous roar of defiance echoing within his heart. Did we truly lack the spirit to confront one another? Chapter 23, Gallant Old Qin, United in National Crisis. Ming despondently realized that perhaps he could only unleash his fury in silence. He felt a profound sense of failure. Though an orphan who had become a part of this prestigious academy, his accomplishments were indeed remarkable to most. Yet now, he perceived himself as no different from a worthless being. He lacked the strength to stand against the Federation and was powerless against extraterrestrial foes. After standing by the window for a while, Ming returned to his desk, where a blueprint lay before him, depicting a spherical device accompanied by dense annotations. Seated at the table, he resumed sketching, occasionally jotting down ideas in the margins. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Ming jolted, startled from his fervent scribbling. Hastily, he rolled up the blueprint, inquiring as he did so, "Who is it?" "Ming, would you care to join me for a midnight snack?" came the voice from outside. Ming let out a sigh of relief. It was his roommate. All students at the academy shared two-person suites, consisting of 2 bedrooms and a common area. His roommate, a few years his senior, regarded him as a younger brother and often looked after him. However, he had a penchant for late-night snacking, frequently rising to cook when hunger struck. Each time he noticed Ming's light still on, he would call out to him. Although Ming sometimes joined him for a meal when hunger beckoned, tonight he clearly lacked the appetite. "Thanks, but I'm not hungry. I'm getting ready for bed," he replied. "Oh, very well then," came the distant response as his roommate's footsteps faded away. Ming glanced at the partially rolled blueprint, letting out a soft sigh. It was a conceptual design for an artificial satellite, envisioned to be carried into the sky by a vehicle, granting humanity one or even several additional eyes in the heavens. In this manner, soldiers would no longer need to brave the perils of heavily polluted zones. Yet, this idea had been dismissed by his mentor long ago, who had sternly forbidden further exploration of the subject, warning of dire consequences should he pursue it. Thus, despite the multitude of ideas swirling in his mind, he could only conceal them. It was only in the solitude of the night, within the confines of his room, that he could take them out to refine and examine. Overwhelmed by a tide of emotions, Ming felt a wave of despondency wash over him. After a brief tidying up, he lay down in bed, preparing to succumb to sleep. Before long, he slipped into a deep slumber, during which he experienced a peculiar dream. A dazzling star descended into his consciousness. As this celestial body merged with his mind, he glimpsed a myriad of fleeting images. Though merely a glance, it left him profoundly shaken. Beside a colossal azure planet, a magnificent metallic ring circled, revealing that within its confines, fully armed soldiers stood guard. In the vast expanse of space surrounding a distant planet, a colossal ship, stretching a magnificent 10,000 meters, loomed like an imposing palace. Encircling this majestic vessel were 12 warships, each gleaming with a golden hue and exceeding 2,000 meters in length. At a certain moment, an array of bizarrely shaped cosmic battleships emerged from the depths of the starry void. A fierce confrontation erupted near the planet, as the native defense forces exerted every ounce of their strength, shattering one enemy ship after another. Yet, the adversary's fleet seemed inexhaustible. One golden-hued warship plummeted, followed by a second. Then a third, until ultimately, even the grand 10,000-meter ship succumbed, colliding desperately with the flagship of the enemy. The metallic ring of the star was torn away, revealing numerous fissures. At a specific location on this metallic ring, a valiant man clad in tight-fitting, dark armor hovered in the air, powered by his exosuit. Your Majesty, you must evacuate. I shall hold them off with my life. A man in powered armor rushed from a distance, urgency in his voice. Retreat? My empire. My people are here. The valiant man resolutely declined the suggestion. They seek to seize my planet and enslave my citizens. I shall ensure they gain nothing. General Ming, activate the 9 tripod, full power. Your Majesty, it is unwise. The crust will certainly shatter, leading to disintegration. General Ming implored. But before disintegration, let these aliens experience the might of the hammer of the 9 provinces. My decision is final. Activate. The valiant man declared with unwavering determination. Understood. Shortly thereafter, 9 radiant beams of light erupted from the planet, resonating with distant stars, growing ever more potent. The entire planet began to tremble violently. In the subsequent moment, the planet exhibited anomalous movements, commencing its rotation as it surged forth into the cosmic void. Countless warships, both enemy and ally, could not evade the chaotic gravitational field. Being violently torn apart, the planet soared far beyond, leaving a trail of countless rocky fragments in its wake, resembling a long tail. Just as it approached the rigid Roche limit of the next celestial body, it ultimately shattered, transforming into countless cosmic dust particles. At that moment, this star system was devoid of any semblance of life. Neither the native inhabitants of the planet nor the invading extraterrestrial aggressors survived. Only a solitary star and a few planets drifted through the profound cosmos. Suddenly, Ming jolted awake, sitting upright in bed. The vividness of his dream felt overwhelmingly real. As if he had personally endured that monumental cosmic war. He could see the flashes of fire erupting from the space battleships. He could perceive the expressions of warriors in their final moments, some filled with rage, others with defiance. He could also witness the planet's inhabitants hand in hand, gazing at the battle beyond the heavens, united in a solemn chant. Brave old Qin, let us face the national crisis together. With unwavering resolve. Our words seemed capable of piercing the heavens. And he recalled the Emperor's furious roar before his demise. Our Qin shall never be enslaved. As the resolute spirit of the ancient Qin echoed, brave Qin, united in the face of national calamity, shall never be enslaved. Stone Ming murmured these words repeatedly, profoundly moved by the warriors' unwavering commitment to defend their homeland, astonished by the ordinary citizens' willingness to face death with valor, and struck by the king's determination to take down the enemy even at the cost of his own life. Our world, too, yearns for such resolute spirit. Drawing his fist tight, Stone Ming envisioned the extraterrestrial visitors who might one day grace the planet of Yuan, proclaiming, "Your courage is commendable. I may lend you my strength." A majestic figure gradually materialized before Stone Ming's eyes. You are the emperor from my dreams." He gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 24. The Great Qin of Parallel Worlds. However, this ethereal presence did not linger long, fading back into the recesses of Stone Ming's consciousness. Despite his fervent calls for its return, it was as though their conversation had merely been a fleeting reverie, a dream within a dream. Meanwhile, the Emperor's essence had transitioned to another realm. Who are you? Where is this place? The Qin Emperor found himself in an endless expanse, having been abruptly transported from his prior intent to converse with Stone Ming. Yet, this extraordinary occurrence did not incite panic. He surveyed his surroundings calmly, suspecting a connection to some enigmatic force. It felt akin to having perished in battle against an alien civilization, only to inexplicably awaken in this peculiar world. Embodied in the form of a strange youth, a beam of light ignited beside him, coalescing into a humanoid shape that radiated an otherworldly brilliance, obscuring its features. Who are you? The Qin Emperor directed his gaze toward the luminous figure, only to be met with an overwhelming sensation, as if his very eyes were ablaze. No, it was even more formidable than that. For in that moment, he was not merely a physical being, but existed in a more profound, metaphysical manner. Perhaps one could term it a soul. To glance upon it could scorch the very essence of one's spirit, while his visage remained composed. Tumultuous waves surged within the Emperor's heart, for these fleeting moments of revelation had upended millennia of understanding. "I am none," spoke Yuan slowly. "I am heaven. I am earth. I am the Tao. I am all." After a pause, Yuan continued, "Now, share your tale." It appeared that the so-called pearls of the vast sea referred not solely to Stone Ming but also encompassed this inexplicable apparition. The manner of its emergence astonished Yuan, for it had evidently emerged from Stone Ming's dreams. He beheld the very essence of Stone Ming's slumber, a significant aspect of the narrative. Yet, what he perceived mirrored Stone Ming's own visions. The azure planet, the familiar geography of land and sea, the known races, the recognizable script, and the familiar tongue. He beheld the immense steel wall encircling the entire planet, stretching over 100,000 kilometers, as well as the colossal warship, 10,000 meters in length. That obscured the sun, upon which the words Afong were inscribed in clerical script. Yuan was astonished. The Great Wall? The Afong Palace? Those 12 smaller golden warships could not possibly be the fabled 12 golden men, could they? And the warriors, leaping from the steel wall to engage the enemy in fierce combat, were clad in power armor designed for space warfare, piloting space fighters? Oh, and that grand vessel known as the Nine Tripod? Surely it was some form of an immense nuclear fusion reactor? This was truly the Qin dynasty? Yet the phrase valiant old Qin, united in national peril, compelled Yuan to believe that on this planet, strikingly reminiscent of his memories, there indeed existed a civilization named the Great Qin. Furthermore, this Great Qin was astonishingly interstellar. How utterly preposterous! Such thoughts ignited an insatiable curiosity within Yuan, prompting him to seize the figure before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the first emperor of Qin, leaving Shi Ming utterly confounded. The extraordinary events unfolding in rapid succession convinced the emperor of Qin of Yuan's words. Most crucially, the overwhelming aura surrounding Yuan evoked memories of a distant past, things he had once fervently pursued. Thus, he began to recount his story. The history of the Qin in that world mirrored Yuan's understanding precisely, from Tang's overthrow of Jia to Wu Wang's conquest of Shou, and the tumultuous events of the spring and autumn and warring states periods. The emperor ascended the throne of the Qin at the age of 12 and, by 39, had vanquished the states of Qi, Chu, Zhao, Wei, Han, and Yin, unifying the realm and establishing the Qin dynasty. He abolished feudalism, standardized characters, currency, and measurements, constructed the Great Wall, the chariot roads, and the straight paths, earning his place as a true immortal emperor throughout the ages. Up until this point, all was quite ordinary. However, in the 36th year of his reign, a meteorite fell from the heavens, landing in the eastern county. Remnants of the 6 states inscribed upon the meteorite the words proclaiming the emperor's death and the division of the land. Upon receiving this news, the emperor dispatched emissaries to investigate. Yet, no one claimed responsibility for the act. Enraged, the emperor ordered the execution of all nearby inhabitants and incinerated the meteorite. Strangely, after the exterior was consumed by flames, the interior revealed an object, an alien spacecraft. The emperor surmised that it was a refugee vessel from an extraterrestrial civilization that had faced annihilation, concealing the essence of their culture within the craft, preserving the spark of their existence. Unfortunately, this spacecraft had drifted aimlessly through the cosmos for an extended period, losing power for unspecified reasons, ultimately becoming encased in rock and transforming into a meteorite. However, at that time, the emperor was completely unaware of these details. By a stroke of fortune, he activated the alien spacecraft, which subsequently bound to him. The medical technology of this civilization was exceedingly advanced. He not only utilized the healing chamber within the spacecraft to restore his failing body, having been worn down by labor. He was nearing death, but also discovered techniques within the craft that promised him the possibility of eternal life. The therapeutic chamber possesses remarkably advanced biological nanotechnology, enabling the painless regeneration and transplantation of artificial organs. Whenever any part of the body exhibits signs of aging or disease, it can be swiftly replaced. Thus, Emperor Qin lived for a full millennium. Simultaneously, he acquired knowledge hidden within that civilization, aimed at reviving culture. Utilizing this advanced wisdom, Emperor Qin gradually propelled the development of the entire Qin dynasty. Within just a few decades, he transitioned from a primitive agrarian society into an industrial era. Subsequently, he unified the globe. At that time, other regions remained entrenched in the backwardness of agrarian or even tribal societies. Faced with the formidable steel warships and armed troops of the Great Qin, they had no choice but to submit. With global resources at his disposal, Emperor Qin continued to advance technology, thereby smoothly stepping into the interstellar realm. However, opportunity was accompanied by peril. That spacecraft had long been marked by the extraterrestrial force responsible for annihilating their civilization. When it descended upon Earth, the crisis ensued. Emperor Qin understood that one day, that force, which had obliterated one or even multiple civilizations, would arrive on Earth. Thus, he remained ever prepared, honing his military might. He transformed the Great Wall into a planetary defense ring encircling the Earth, and fashioned the Apang Palace and 12 golden warriors into cosmic battleships, stationed near the planet. Furthermore, drawing from the concept of the 9 tripod cauldrons inherited from the Zhou dynasty, he constructed 9 towering nuclear fusion reactors. His actions were met with misunderstanding and resistance for millennia. Countless attempts were made to overthrow his rule, all of which he ruthlessly suppressed. Only he and his most trusted subordinates comprehended the significance of these endeavors. All was for one battle. Chapter 25. The transaction. Regrettably, the opposing forces' strength exceeded Emperor Qin's expectations. After a millennium of development, he had forged Earth into an impregnable fortress, where all inhabitants proudly identified as Qin people. Even the planet they inhabited was referred to as Qin Star, rather than Earth. The latter was merely a term used by Yuan. By that time, the Qin Star civilization had fully mastered its resources, possessed highly advanced controllable nuclear fusion technology, and expanded resource bases across much of the solar system, capable of resource extraction and even long-term habitation on various planets. In terms of civilization classification, the Qin Star civilization could be deemed a Type II civilization. However, the army dispatched by the opposing force was exceptionally formidable. The several defensive rings established by the Qin Star civilization in the solar system were obliterated without mounting any significant resistance. Yet, it appeared that the adversaries did not intend to annihilate the Qin Star civilization outright. Instead, they repeatedly demanded Emperor Qin's surrender. Ultimately, the scene that haunted Shi Ming's dreams materialized. The Qin Star civilization fiercely resisted near their home planet, ultimately perishing alongside the invading extraterrestrial fleet. At this point, Emperor Qin's emotions spiraled into a state of despair. Although he did not articulate it explicitly, Yuan could surmise the gravity of the situation. This is because, even though the Qin Star civilization risked everything, they only managed to annihilate a mere fleet of the enemy. At best, they merely sustained injuries. The distance to victory remains insurmountable, for no one knows how many such fleets the adversary possesses. After Yuan learned about the origins of the Qin Emperor, the Emperor, in turn, subtly inquired about the reasons behind Yuan's summoning of him from his world. Naturally, Yuan would not divulge that this was his intention. This planet, in the near future, would also face an invasion from extraterrestrial civilizations. Perhaps what was lost in your world could be reclaimed in this one. Yuan attempted to mislead the Qin Emperor. However, the Emperor was not easily swayed. Your Majesty, the fate of this planet weighs heavily upon my heart. Yet my world has already perished, and at this moment, I am heartbroken and powerless to assist. I implore you to return me to my world, so that I may join my fellow citizens of the Great Qin in our journey to the Netherworld. Although Yuan's existence was profoundly extraordinary to him, he dared not openly resist, even addressing him as Your Majesty in a manner befitting a deity. Yet, his indifference was almost palpable upon his visage. Or perhaps he deliberately displayed it for Yuan's benefit. In simple terms, he sought some advantage. Yuan discerned this immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What value do you possess?" The Qin Emperor seemed prepared. With a flourish of his hand, a translucent jade-like projection appeared. He caressed the projection with his other hand, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. "This is the intelligent core of my Great Qin, encompassing all the technologies accumulated over a millennium. I am willing to entrust it to Your Majesty, to contribute in some small measure against the invasion of extraterrestrial civilizations." Yuan gazed in astonishment at the jade projection, which resembled the legendary imperial seal. However, for the technologically advanced Great Qin, the imperial seal was likely merely a symbol. It was perhaps a technological creation designed by the Qin Emperor in the likeness of the imperial seal. Nonetheless, the contents contained within held significant value. The entire technological accumulation of the Great Qin over 1,000 years likely included fragments of knowledge from the fallen extraterrestrial civilization that the Qin Emperor had discovered. If these technologies could be fully realized on Yuan's planet, it could elevate the civilization status to at least a level 2. An enhancement in civilization rank would substantially increase his efficiency in harvesting source points, in contrast to the other 3 heroic entities, strange beasts, and foreign races. This was the most suitable for the current development of Yuan's world. As for the mutations currently under study by Yuan's civilization, he had initially believed they could replicate the cultivation systems he had seen in Swallowing the Starry Sky. However, reality proved him mistaken. These so-called mutations were merely genetic alterations to a certain extent, increasing biological diversity without anyone knowing whether the direction of these changes was beneficial or detrimental. The most critical aspect is that the enigmatic extraterrestrial civilization did not initially intend for the indigenous human inhabitants of Yuan Star to undergo mutation. Thus, the greatest impact was felt by the other flora and fauna on the planet. Therefore, the pursuits of the Yuan Star Federation have been fundamentally misguided. After adapting to their environment, they should strive to ascend the technological ladder and elevate their civilization for self-preservation, rather than continue their futile endeavors in an attempt to revert the environment to its former state. Liu Yuan remains indifferent. Although he is affected by the pollution, ultimately, even if the surface environment of the planet were to collapse entirely and species faced extinction, he would still remain unchanged. A mature planet does not naturally perish. Only external forces can precipitate such catastrophic outcomes. Liu Yuan has likely come to understand the significance of Qin Huang as a pivotal figure, akin to a guiding hand. The so-called pearls of the vast ocean not only refer to Shi Ming as a forgotten gem that instinctively propels the civilization of Liu Yuan star forward, but also to Qin Huang as a pearl that was meant to instinctively lead his civilization to prosperity, yet met an untimely demise. The fates of these two pearls, cast into the ocean, are intertwined, offering mutual redemption and cleansing one another of their accumulated dust, allowing them to radiate their inherent brilliance. Consequently, Liu Yuan presented Qin Huang with a grand vision, an immense aspiration. Should Qin Huang wholeheartedly assist Shi Ming in resurrecting the technological prowess of the great Qin on Liu Yuan star? Perhaps one day in the future, he could traverse the barriers between parallel universes, returning to his own realm, and reversing the historical decline of the great Qin, ensuring its continuity. Such audacious and seemingly unfounded declarations left Qin Huang uncertain of whether to trust this unknown entity before him. Yet at that moment, he had no choice but to believe. For when one ponders who else could achieve such a feat, no other individual comes to Qin Huang's mind. Apart from this very figure, a drowning person will grasp at a straw as their final hope for salvation. In accordance with your Majesty's decree, I shall exhaust all my efforts to assist Shi Ming in realizing his aspirations, Qin Huang solemnly pledged, bowing respectfully. Liu Yuan nodded slightly. You may proceed. Qin Huang's figure vanished from this space. Liu Yuan observed as Qin Huang returned to Shi Ming's chamber. Shi Ming, believing he had merely experienced a dream within a dream, had just settled his emotions in preparation for sleep when the reappearing Qin Huang startled him anew. The two began their second meeting following their initial encounter, engaging in lively conversation. Witnessing the amicable exchange between the two, Liu Yuan smiled gently. In Shi Ming's position, breaking the current impasse and resurrecting the great Qin's technology alongside his own ideas would likely require considerable time. However, with Qin Huang's assistance, that duration would presumably not be excessively prolonged. The future is promising. Chapter 26. Progress and Cleanup. In this moment, Liu Yuan had materialized his personal form and conjured a sofa, casually munching on sunflower seeds and sipping a delightful beverage while observing Go Liang as he adeptly dispatched one mutated rat after another in the sewers. At this juncture, nearly 3 weeks had passed since the initiation of the artificial map city sewers. Go Liang maintained an exceptionally efficient rate of at least 1,000 mutated rats vanquished daily, resulting in a significant reduction in the local rat population. At least 25,000 mutated rats had met their demise at the hands of his fists. Currently, Go Liang has ascended to level 31. Name, Go Liang level 31, 10, 214, 000. Maximum health, 114, 114 talents. Fighter, sunlit garb, indomitable spirit, rodent exterminator, equipment, ordinary fists. Ordinary fists, ordinary fists, soul siphoning dagger, soul siphoning axe, soul siphoning staff, items, scar, black belt, backpack, night vision goggles, discount voucher. This encapsulates Go Liang's current profile. The attribute panel is rather intricate. Thus, I've opted for a more straightforward representation, which I believe many would appreciate. Among his talents, fighter was acquired at level 10, while the latter two, sunlit garb and indomitable spirit, were obtained at levels 20 and 30 respectively. Sunlit garb forms a protective layer on the surface, with a shielding effect equivalent to 20 health points. This effect can regenerate for each enemy slain. 1 point of shield value is restored. Indomitable spirit accumulates indomitable value during combat. When full, it enhances base attack value and attack speed. Upon activation, the indomitable value rapidly diminishes, but can be replenished through attacks. At first glance, these two skills may not seem particularly potent, yet Go Liang is quite satisfied with them. This sunlit garb skill is exceptionally suited for group battles, particularly as he currently vanquishes rodents. With his health of 114 points, he can secure a shield of 22 points. Occasionally, if the shield is breached by a point or two by the rodents, he can readily restore it by dispatching a few. This effectively translates to being unharmed throughout the encounter. Conversely, Indomitable Spirit is a combat-oriented skill. Within approximately a minute of engagement, the indomitable value can reach its maximum. The resultant effects are commendable, augmenting his base attack value and attack speed equivalently to his level. Therefore, at level 31, he gains an additional 31 points to both his base attack value and attack speed. It is worth noting that this base attack value can be further enhanced through various equipment and items. For instance, the Fighter talent directly adds 50 points of attack damage. A boost of 31 in attack speed is also quite significant. As for the final talent, Rodent Exterminator, it stems from his frenzied rodent extermination activities over the past 3 weeks. He likely acquired it after eradicating around 10,000 rodents, categorizing it as an achievement-type reward. Rodent Exterminator increases final damage by 10 when battling rodent-type monsters. While this talent may seem somewhat superfluous, as Yuan can defeat these rodents with a mere punch, it is better than nothing. His equipment inventory is fully stocked. Yuan has discerned the refresh mechanics of the shop. At level 110, only equipment is refreshed in the shop. At level 120, the equipment refreshes accordingly. The ordinary fists, an unremarkable piece of equipment, has been diligently leveled to level 7, and he intends to continue its enhancement. Clearly, Yuan has become enamored with the visceral sensation of combat, even if his opponents are merely rodents. The other 3 pieces of equipment are rather extraordinary as well. Soul-sucking dagger, equipment, a dagger imbued with mysterious power. Base attack value, 5. For every 100 enemies slain with this weapon, attack speed increases by 1. Levels, 50-50. Soul-sucking hand axe, equipment, a hand axe imbued with mysterious power. Base attack value, 5. For every 100 enemies slain with this weapon, damage increases by 1. Levels, 50-50. Soul-sucking staff, equipment, a staff imbued with mysterious power. Base attack value, 5. For every 100 enemies slain with this weapon, health increases by 1. Levels, 50-50. The soul-sucking dagger enhances attack speed. The soul-sucking hand axe augments additional damage, and the soul-sucking staff boosts permanent health. Regrettably, these pieces of equipment are not without limits. Level 1 equipment caps at 10 levels, Level 2 at 20 levels, and so forth. Thus, after upgrading the 3 pieces and maximizing their attributes, Yuan reverted to using his fists for combat. The soul-sucking staff is not the typical wand associated with wizards, but rather a staff that can be wielded like a club. Hence, it qualifies as a melee weapon, ensuring that the warrior talent remains effective. As for the assortment of miscellaneous items below, they need not be elaborated upon. In any case, slaying rodents has allowed Yuan to amass over 10,000 gold coins, and apart from a few items that may come with severe side effects, he has purchased everything he can. Observing Yuan's personal panel filled Yuan with deep satisfaction, akin to the fulfillment of nurturing a low-level character into a formidable one. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding. Progress in clearing the radiated sea has increased by 1. Current progress, 1. Reward for progress, 10 source points. First time achievement of clearing special progress. You have earned an achievement card titled What the Heck Are You Called? Do you wish to claim the achievement card reward? A black question mark slowly appeared above Yuan's head. This progress seemed rather perplexing. His gaze traversed among the 4 heroes. Noting that Yuan appeared to have made the most significant contribution to the clearing of the radiated sea, having slain 25,000 rats and several hundred fish. Following him was Mai, who had taken down a multitude of ants and various insects, yet collectively, Yuan doubted their numbers exceeded 10 rats in size. As for Zero and Sherming, one was still in development while the other had yet to begin, making them irrelevant to this matter. What criteria were used for this assessment? Yuan pondered in confusion. After a moment's contemplation, he turned his attention to the oddly named achievement card. Claim reward. Without further hesitation, Yuan clicked confirm. You have received a random 1-star achievement card and gained 5 source points. The reward was instantly credited. An achievement netting 15 source points granted Yuan a much-needed boost. At that moment, he finally felt a sense of involvement, validating his year-long wait and the efforts of the early stages. Now, to explore this random reward, Yuan rubbed his hands together and prepared to unveil the surprise. A prompt emerged, stating, "Please note, upon random activation, it will automatically install and cannot be uninstalled. Do you wish to continue?" Yuan furrowed his brow, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. Was this a Trojan? What did 1-star signify? Yuan inquired with caution. It was imperative for him to ascertain the upper limits of this random occurrence and whether it lay within a manageable scope. 1 star, valued in single digits. The message read. Yuan exhaled in relief. It seemed manageable after all. Chapter 27. Aisha Research Institute. Out of an abundance of caution, Yuan activated a 1-star random. Upon witnessing the displayed text, his furrowed brow deepened, for it transcended his expectations. Fortunately, the intensity appeared to remain within a controllable range. With this thought, Yuan swiftly contacted Zero. The ninth district is situated on the western side of the Yuan star's main landmass, adjacent to the Western Ocean. The topography here is rather unique, with a long stretch of land extending from the southern part of the continent, reaching nearly 1,000 kilometers into the Western Ocean before curving back northward, ultimately forming an inland sea reminiscent of a crescent moon. This is known as the Fifth Ocean, named for its fifth rank among the world's oceans and its crescent-like shape. Following the cataclysm, the Fifth Ocean acquired an additional designation, the Ninth District. In contrast to the perilous depths of the ocean, this inland sea poses a significantly lower threat and is more manageable. Consequently, the Yuan Star Federation established numerous biological laboratories on various islands within the Fifth Ocean, each with distinct functions and responsibilities. The Aisha Research Institute is one such laboratory located in the Ninth District, reportedly named after the founder's daughter. Following the founder's passing, the institute was naturally entrusted to his daughter, the current director, Ms. Aisha. Ms. Aisha, a 33-year-old graduate of the Yuan Star Federation's Academy of Human Life Sciences and Advancements, could have pursued further studies at the academy and potentially remained as a faculty member. However, due to her father's untimely death, she returned to inherit the family legacy. Any initial feelings of disappointment vanished upon her arrival here, as she discovered that the Aisha Research Institute was engaged in the study of biological weaponry. They captured numerous mutated marine creatures, seeking to understand them through genetic analysis and implanting microchips in their brains in an attempt to control them for human utilization. Aisha learned that this endeavor was sanctioned by the Yuan Star Federation Council. Not only the Aisha Research Institute, but many other facilities within the Ninth District were involved in similar undertakings. This also constituted a primary source of funding for most research institutes. Within the underwater laboratory of the Aisha Research Institute, Dr. Aisha stood before a massive underwater cage with several assistants, diligently recording observations of the creatures contained within. Before them, within the confines of a cage, swam a colossal sea serpent measuring 5 to 6 meters in length. This was a mutated species of the ancient Loa snake, a prized possession of the Aisha Research Institute. Unlike many water snakes and amphibious varieties, the Loa snake is a wholly aquatic creature, spending the vast majority of its life submerged. Its unique anatomical structure renders its muscles remarkably pliable, lacking the well-developed belly scales characteristic of other serpents, making terrestrial movement exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, the Loa snake's skin possesses a texture akin to sandpaper, rather than the slick feel typical of ordinary snakes. However, the standard Loa snake is typically a freshwater species. While this mutated variant was discovered by Aisha's father in the ocean near the island where the Aisha Research Institute is situated, due to its mutation, it adapted to marine life. Upon this discovery, Aisha's father was filled with excitement, recognizing the potential value of the mutated marine Loa snake. Typically, serpents ensnare their prey with their bodies, suffocating them before consumption, which allows them to tackle creatures larger than themselves. Yet, due to its peculiar physiology, the Loa snake cannot perform this feat, relying instead on consuming live prey. This has led to two distinct characteristics. First, a gentle disposition, as they rarely attack humans and seldom bite even when captured. Second, a calm demeanor, as their habit of consuming live prey has fostered a tranquil temperament, making them largely impervious to external disturbances. Aisha's father envisioned training this creature as an underwater reconnaissance agent, implanting instruments within its body to probe the ocean depths in place of humans. This research direction garnered support from the military. Over generations, the Aisha Research Institute cultivated the original 3-meter-long mutated Loa snake into the impressive 5 to 6-meter specimen it is today. Moreover, they integrated genes from other species into the new generation of mutated Loa snakes, fortifying their scales for enhanced defense and strengthening their muscles for increased swimming speed. This enhancement was intended to bolster their self-preservation capabilities during reconnaissance missions. Whereas 13th, Aisha? Is he still in the nest? Dr. Aisha casually inquired after recording some data. 13th is the name of the male mutated Loa snake before them, officially titled the sea python 13th, signifying that he's the 13th generation of mutated Loa snakes bred at the Aisha Research Institute. Aisha, on the other hand, is the name of a female mutated Loa snake, 13th's mate, whose striking beauty won Dr. Aisha's affection, prompting her to name the serpent after herself. Aisha is likely pregnant and may be laying her eggs in their love nest, one of the assistants replied. She had remained in her lair for several days. Perhaps she had successfully laid her eggs, suggested another assistant. Oh, let us take a look. If the hatchlings have emerged, be sure to collect them all, Dr. Aisha instructed. Understood, Dr. Aisha, several assistants replied without objection, perceiving nothing amiss. After all, this had been their standard practice. Every time the hatchlings were born, they would be captured and subjected to various research modifications. However, they did not rush to check on the sluggish scaled snake, instead continuing towards other underwater enclosures. Mutant octopuses, mutant sea turtles, mutant sharks, mutant sea lions. Each underwater cage contained a different aberrant creature. They regarded these beings as treasures. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that while Dr. Aisha and her colleagues jovially discussed how to extract the hatchlings and the new modifications to implement, the illustrious sea python 13, which had been swimming and hunting in the ocean, suddenly turned its head, its bell-like eyes fixated on the group, revealing a chilling intent through its slit pupils. Chapter 28. Species Evolution. After inspecting and documenting the other mutant creatures, Dr. Aisha led her assistants to the monitoring room. Here, they could view the surveillance footage from various mutant creature enclosures. Through the monitoring screen in the lair of the mutant sluggish-scaled snake, they indeed observed several small snakes swimming about. The sluggish-scaled snake is ovoviviparous, meaning the offspring emerge as fully formed snakes. Dr. Aisha was elated and immediately turned towards the diving room, preparing to retrieve them personally. Given that the sluggish-scaled snake was known for its docility and never attacked intruders, they felt quite assured about this undertaking. Several individuals eagerly volunteered to accompany her. Considering that there appeared to be more hatchlings than usual, Dr. Aisha consented, acknowledging that she might need to make several trips alone. Soon, they donned their diving gear and entered the frigid waters. Have you been following the recent promotions for that Cybertron automobile? I've seen advertisements claiming it boasts advanced artificial intelligence technology that can completely liberate your hands for autonomous driving. Sounds like mere boasting, one assistant remarked. Not necessarily, after all. It is a product of the Shah Group. The Shah Group, the one ranked among the top 10 globally? Indeed, it seems there is reason to be optimistic. As the two male assistants chatted, they observed Dr. Aisha and her team making their way towards the sluggish-scaled snake's nest on the screen. Silence. Stop the idle chatter. Something seems amiss. A female assistant suddenly admonished. What could possibly be wrong? What is 13 up to? One male assistant, initially disgruntled by the interruption, soon found his attention captured by the unfolding scene on the screen. To their shock, the surveillance footage revealed the sea python 13, which had been swimming in the upper ocean, abruptly turned its head and rapidly swam in a specific direction. Oh no, it seems to be heading towards Dr. Aisha and the others. Another assistant screamed in terror. Quickly, alert Dr. Aisha and instruct them to return at once. Dr. Aisha, the 13th has swiftly approached you, seemingly with aggressive intent. Return immediately. Communication has been established, alerting Dr. Aisha. Within the underwater cage of the anaconda, Dr. Aisha and her colleagues momentarily froze. But without further hesitation, they hurriedly made their way back towards the submersible. However, after several generations of genetic enhancement, the 13th had become a formidable swimmer, unlike its ancestors. With remarkable speed, propelled by the current, its massive form surged forth, akin to a colossal arrow launched from a siege engine, hurtling towards Dr. Aisha and her team. In a swift motion, an assistant clad in a diving suit was ensnared by the serpent's tail. The cold, piercing gaze of the 13th, visible through the glass of the diving mask, locked onto the assistant's eyes. 13th, it is I, George. With a sudden snap, the head of the 13th lunged forward, revealing a set of sharp, densely packed fangs. In a vicious bite, it severed the upper part of George's shoulder, leaving him lifeless. The 13th had committed murder. How could this be? Chaos erupted in the monitoring room. Outside, the underwater cage had transformed into a veritable hell on Earth. The humans stood no chance against the genetically enhanced 13th. In mere moments, they all perished at the serpent's jaws. Yet, there was one exception, Dr. Aisha. After seizing her, the 13th did not kill her. Instead, it coiled around her and brought her before the glass enclosure where the researchers typically observed it. The researchers and assistants in the monitoring room watched in horror as the 13th's icy gaze seemed to pierce through the glass, chilling them to their core. What was it planning? Is Aisha also emerging? Someone stammered. Another mutated anaconda slowly swam to the 13th's side. It was the female anaconda named Aisha, larger than the 13th. Measuring a staggering 78 meters in length, her pearlescent body reflected beautiful glimmers of light under the scant sunlight penetrating to this depth. Accompanying her were several smaller anacondas, each merely a few dozen centimeters long. What were they intending? Another voice echoed the question. The two great serpents stood in confrontation with the group of humans. After a lengthy silence, the 13th lowered its massive head towards Dr. Aisha, opening its mouth as if to replicate its previous lethal act. Yet, at the final moment, it halted. What was it truly after? Could it be that it intended to use Dr. Aisha as a hostage to negotiate their release? A female assistant proposed this theory. Is that even possible? Does the 13th possess such intelligence? Can serpents exhibit such high cognitive function? Immediately, another individual voiced their skepticism. However, at that moment, several people displayed expressions of sheer terror. On the screen, the 13th's enormous head nodded slightly. It had indeed heard and comprehended their words. What should they do now? If we open the door, will it truly release Dr. Aisha? No one could make a definitive decision. This research facility is Dr. Aisha's private domain. She is the sole authority, while others are merely hired researchers and assistants. Now, the singular head has been captured, and it appears she has fainted from fright. Open it. One researcher gritted his teeth, declaring that we must place our trust in this moment. With a loud crash, the underwater gate was raised high, causing the waters within and outside to swiftly intermingle. The white serpent Aisha swam out from her submerged prison, accompanied by her small, scaled offspring. The 13th sea python cast a cold glance at those in the surveillance room, carelessly tossing Dr. Aisha aside before turning to follow his wife and children out of the facility. Quick, we must rescue Dr. Aisha. Upon witnessing the departure of the 13th sea python, the others frantically scrambled to assist Dr. Aisha. Unbeknownst to them, such occurrences were not confined to the Aisha Research Institute alone. At that very moment, at least a dozen biological research facilities were experiencing upheavals caused by mutated creatures. Some institutes, armed with ample firepower, swiftly quelled the chaos after a brief period of turmoil, eliminating the rebellious mutants. However, many facilities, like the Aisha Institute, with inadequate defenses, suffered significant casualties, even resulting in the rampage of the mutated beings. All of this stemmed from a recent development in Yuan's possession: species evolution. A small plugin existing due to the life explosion, once installed, induces random evolutionary phenomena in a minuscule fraction of life, with an extremely low probability of birthing new beings. Price, 9 source points. Chapter 29. The Octopus Shark. Although a few lives were lost during this unexpected incident at the Aisha Institute, the overall damage was not excessively severe. The 13th sea python evidently possessed considerable intelligence. He understood that once humanity regained its composure, he would be no match for them. Therefore, he chose to retreat, his only aim being to assist his family in escaping this prison. After leaving, he swam into the depths of the ocean with his wife and children. Akin to a dragon plunging into the sea, where humanity's dominion over the ocean rendered them virtually untraceable, in stark contrast to the Aisha Institute. Another research facility was far less fortunate. This institute, known as the North Island Institute, was overseen by a certain North Island Zayabuzuo. The other researchers and assistants there were primarily of similar origin, hailing from remote areas like Tianzhong, Inoue, and Murakami. On the surface, the creatures studied at North Island Institute appeared no different from those in other facilities, consisting of ordinary mutated beings. However, the true focus of their research lay deep within the heart of their institute. Decades ago, North Island Zayabuzuo's father, North Island Dajiao, inadvertently discovered a peculiar creature near the ocean where they once discharged nuclear waste. It possessed an octopus-like lower half and the head of a shark. The Northern Islands Bighorn Department has aptly named it the Octopus Shark, and this astonishing discovery has been transported from the Eastern Ocean to the May Ocean, where the Northern Island Research Institute was established specifically to cultivate this extraordinary creature. After decades of dedicated effort, this unique octopus shark was finally rescued and grew into a colossal beast nearly 20 meters in length. According to recorded experimental data, when its 8 appendages unfurl, it can twist an entire small vessel into a pretzel. The father and son duo of the Northern Island believe this will be humanity's greatest discovery. Consequently, the Northern Island Research Institute is destined to become the most esteemed research institution in the entire Yuan star. However, disaster soon struck. On one fateful day, the octopus shark suddenly swung its tentacles, shattering the cage that confined it within the institute. Several researchers perished on the spot. It began its ascent from the depths, killing as it climbed. The entire Northern Island Research Institute was obliterated, and even those few who narrowly escaped aboard a speedboat were relentlessly pursued and met their demise at the hands of the octopus shark. After eliminating the personnel, the octopus shark, displaying its ferocity, turned and slaughtered all the ordinary mutated experimental specimens that had been kept as a FAAD within the institute. Such a monumental event inevitably caught the attention of the Federal Assembly. In fact, they had already begun to take notice when various research institutes experienced varying degrees of violent outbreaks among mutated experimental organisms, dispatching the nearest federal troops for assistance. Some of these mutated specimens were recaptured or shot on the spot. Others, resembling the sea python 13, whether due to intelligence or instinct, fled into the depths of the ocean after breaking free from their constraints. Additionally, a small faction, akin to the octopus shark, possessed an insatiable bloodlust. After escaping their confinement, they wreaked havoc within the Institute, ultimately being shot down by the arriving military forces. Faced with these creatures that had already claimed numerous lives, the military issued a kill order, with no consideration for capture. Yet, some, like the octopus shark, had already finished their rampage before the troops arrived. They immediately commenced a pursuit. From the octopus shark's behavioral patterns, it became evident that its killing was not merely for sustenance or revenge, but rather a primal desire to satiate its thirst for blood. Subsequent actions indeed corroborated this notion. After following the ocean currents away from the Northern Island Research Institute, the octopus shark encountered a cruise ship. Though the oceans are generally plagued by severe pollution, the May Ocean, largely utilized for establishing marine research institutes, is relatively less contaminated. In fact, within the coastal waters of the May Ocean, extensive beaches have been developed as tourist attractions where many people vacation and swim. Navigating within the confines of the May Ocean is not particularly problematic, satisfying many people's curiosity about the sea, and in this era, it represents a rather sophisticated mode of recreation. The cruise ship embarked from a coastal city in the nearby 4th District, carrying over 300 souls, including tourists and crew members. As these individuals indulged in hot pot and sang merrily, a colossal octopus shark ascended from one side of the vessel. The ship's meager security force of merely a dozen personnel proved utterly ineffective against the creature. Gunfire ricocheted off its body, resembling nothing more than the sting of a mosquito, inflicting no tangible harm, nor eliciting any sensation. Before long, the ship's passengers were entirely slaughtered. The octopus shark consumed only a portion of them, while the majority were gathered in the Grand Hall, transforming what was once a resplendent ballroom into a gruesome scene drenched in blood, an abominable hell. When the military, en route to the North Island Research Institute, diverted to the cruise ship, they were met with this horrific tableau. Terror, bloodshed. The mastermind behind this carnage, the octopus shark, had long since departed. Recently, Sha Minghui had been enjoying a rather splendid life. After witnessing the birth of the Thunderfire, he felt an unwavering confidence in his career. Thus, he returned home and endeavored to persuade his numerous aunts and uncles to invest in his ventures. Sha Minghui was the heir of the Sha Corporation, one of the top 10 market-valued enterprises on the Yuan star, with only his sister Sha Mingxue above him in the lineage. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to become the successor of the Sha Corporation. Consequently, despite their reservations regarding his seemingly aimless existence, his relatives, recognizing his future potential, begrudgingly contributed some funds, albeit secretly, away from his father's watchful eyes. After all, his father, wary of his previous financial misadventures, forbade him from pursuing entrepreneurship, fearing he might squander the family fortune. Nevertheless, he managed to amass several $100 million in startup capital, allowing him to successfully launch his company. Cybertech Automotive was the result of his collaboration with Zero, named partially after the Cybertron brand. Though newly established, Cybertech Automotive made waves across the Yuan star following the unveiling of several prototype vehicles, as they delivered precisely what was promised in their advertisements. No mere illustrations for reference. Everything was indeed real. In no time, the valuation of Cybertech Automotive skyrocketed within the industry, garnering significant acclaim among the populace. Although he had yet to reap tangible rewards, Sha Minghui was on the cusp of achieving both fame and fortune. Today, this triumphant individual received an invitation to the coastal city in the 4th District, blissfully unaware that peril was approaching him. Chapter 30, Thunderfire and the Octopus Shark in a Seaside Restaurant. After receiving flattery from a group of admirers, Sha Minghui stepped outside to enjoy the ocean breeze. He recalled his father mentioning that, due to pollution, he had been hesitant to embrace the sea air during his youth. Back then, the coastal city beneath his feet had not been as vibrant as it was now. It had even fallen into disrepair. The Federal Assembly had invested substantial resources and efforts into environmental restoration. In May, they constructed several control facilities along the interconnected rivers of the Eastern Ocean and the Western Ocean, implementing measures to isolate both internal and external seawater. After many years of diligent effort, notable achievements have finally emerged in recent years, rejuvenating the maritime economy. This city has successfully revitalized from its former desolation. Young Master Sha, what brings you here alone? A voice resonated, accompanied by an alluring fragrance. Sha Minghui frowned. The speaker was a self-proclaimed socialite who had been flirting with him throughout the banquet. However, Sha Minghui immediately discerned that this so-called socialite was merely an imposter. Having encountered many such individuals in the past, he would have been inclined to indulge her whims, perhaps at the expense of some money. Yet, having recently savored the satisfaction of entrepreneurial success, he found himself devoid of any interest in such frivolities. Women, he concluded, only hindered the pace of his financial endeavors. Noticing Xia Minghui's silence, the faux socialite bit her lip, adjusting the strap of her gown slightly lower, feigning intoxication. Oh dear. Xia Minghui sidestepped, evading her advances. I beg your pardon. But I prefer solitude, he stated, turning to leave. He had not ventured far when a piercing scream echoed behind him. Annoyed, Xia Minghui turned, irked by the woman's lack of decorum. If she intended to create a scene, she would find him unyielding. However, upon turning, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A bizarre and terrifying creature clung to the wall of the seaside restaurant. Its size rivaled that of a small villa, with several writhing octopus tentacles below and a shark's head adorned with sharp teeth above. From its gaping maw, a pair of legs was gradually being consumed. The remnants of a gown, torn and tattered, hinted at the identity of the unfortunate owner of those legs. What on earth is that? Xia Minghui gasped in shock, pivoting to flee. As he raised his wrist, shouting for help, Thunderfire, save me. His commotion attracted the attention of the monstrous creature. The grotesque, lumpy tentacles writhed frantically, advancing towards him. Ah! Xia Minghui screamed, scrambling away in a state of panic. What happened? Two security guards from the restaurant rushed over, witnessing Xia Minghui's frantic escape. Run, Xia! He bellowed, darting past them. The guards glanced back and froze in terror. In that moment of hesitation, one of them was ensnared by a tentacle and crushed into a bloody pulp. The other, paralyzed by fear, stumbled backward, only to realize he needed to escape. However, as he stood, a descending tentacle seized him. Soon, the commotion outside the restaurant had caught the attention of those within. A piercing scream echoed through the restaurant, followed by a cacophony of frantic sounds as patrons hastily fled toward the far end of the establishment. After being saved by two selfless security guards, Xia Minghui felt an urgent need to escape, summoning every ounce of strength to sprint away. He had never exerted himself so intensely in his life. However, his physical condition was mediocre at best. After a brief, frantic burst of speed, he began to slow down. Behind him, the octopus shark seemed to have fixated on him, propelling itself forward with alarming speed. Why is it relentlessly pursuing me? Xia Minghui's mind spiraled into despair, yet he found himself incapable of uttering a word. The wooden floor of the restaurant creaked under the weight of the octopus shark's tentacles, leaving behind long trails of moisture, with visible pits appearing where the floor had been corroded. In a sudden motion, one of its tentacles shot up, curling menacingly toward Xia Minghui. It seemed to envision the grotesque image of this repulsive bipedal creature bursting forth with blood. Just then, a thunderous roar of an engine pierced the air from a distance. Gazing out, one could see a fiery streak racing toward the oceanfront restaurant, hurtling from the land at an astonishing speed of at least 200 yards per hour. In the collective gaze of the onlookers, the speeding vehicle veered off the road, soaring through the air, transforming into a humanoid robot. Thunderfire unsheathed a formidable alloy blade, with dazzling blue particles streaming from behind him. Accelerated by these particles, his already rapid pace surged even further, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, a gleaming arc struck down like a crescent moon. Crimson blood spattered as one of the tentacles crashed heavily to the floor. The octopus shark emitted a series of guttural sounds, which, upon closer inspection, revealed the sound of blood swirling within its gaping maw. Two more tentacles lunged toward Thunderfire. In truth, each of its tentacles matched Thunderfire's size, while its entire form was several times larger. Before the octopus shark, Thunderfire appeared as diminutive as an infant standing before a towering adult. Could Thunderfire truly prevail? Should we retreat? Xia Minghui felt his body tremble. Yet he could not abandon Thunderfire to flee alone, forcing himself to maintain a facade of composure. Fear not, I shall manage, Thunderfire declared, positioning his alloy blade and launching a counterattack. Witnessing this, Xia Minghui felt compelled to retreat to a safer distance. Thunderfire and the octopus shark soon engaged in a less intense battle. It became evident that flesh and blood were still vulnerable, despite the octopus shark's body having undergone an inexplicable mutation that merged two distinct biological genes, allowing it to withstand certain firearm attacks. It was merely a matter of insufficient power. Faced with the all-metal embodiment of Thunderfire, who moved with exceptional agility, the octopus shark quickly found itself at a disadvantage as the battle unfolded. After several tentacles fell to the ground, the octopus shark, now reduced to just 4 tentacles, finally succumbed to fear, scrambling back towards the sea. Yet, Thunderfire would not easily let it escape. He had resolved to treat the octopus shark as a trial of his own. A lethal blow. Thunderfire leapt high into the air, a dazzling array of particles erupting around him, his alloy blade raised aloft. The crescent moon was as cold as frost, and the might of thunder was immense. Chapter 31. Collaboration. The sharp alloy blade sliced through the air, and in a fleeting moment, it resembled a full moon descending from the heavens. Blood gushed forth as the octopus shark emitted a wretched shriek, cleaved in two. Thunderfire's strike was exquisitely precise, landing at the junction between the shark's head and its tentacles. The texture there, transitioning from the octopus's soft flesh to the shark's tough hide, appeared somewhat unnatural. This was, in fact, the result of years of targeted enhancement by the North Island Research Institute. Initially, the octopus shark often exhibited a disconcerting lack of coordination between its upper and lower body, hindering its movements. Without the assistance of the North Island Research Institute, this unique mutated creature would likely have perished soon after its emergence, either starving or being devoured by other marine beings. It would have been impossible for it to survive to such a size. However, at this moment, this fortunate being that had escaped its destined fate was now facing its inevitable end. Thunderfire cared not for its uniqueness. That was merely the hypocrisy of human kindness. His purpose was to protect Sha Minghui while fulfilling his own trial. Moreover, as one of the only two known mechanical beings in the universe, his value was no less than that of the octopus shark, perhaps even greater. With a flurry of strikes, Thunderfire thoroughly dispatched the octopus shark. He flicked the blood from his alloy blade and turned away without a trace of regret, leaving behind the dismembered carcass of the octopus shark, its blood pooling into a small river, staining the surrounding waters crimson. Thunderfire, what exactly is that entity? Upon returning to the hotel, Sha Minghui dared not remain in his room. Instead, he took his seat in Thunderfire, which had reverted back to its car form. Even an hour later, his face still bore the marks of terror. The leader had informed him that the creature was a mutated being that had escaped from one of their research institutes, codenamed the octopus shark. Previously, the octopus shark had decimated the entire institute and attacked a cruise ship, resulting in nearly 400 casualties. Thunderfire's voice resonated. The term octopus shark is rather fitting. Damn. Which cursed institute created such a monstrosity? They deserve their fate. I was nearly scared to death. Thank goodness you were there. Sha Minghui vented his fears, still shaken. In truth, had he not been thwarted, he would have wished to leave the city immediately and return to the safety of District 2. Yet he could not. Due to the octopus shark incident, the military had mandated his presence as a direct contact, requiring him to wait for their arrival. However, Sha Minghui was acutely aware that they were, in fact, exceedingly intrigued by the existence of Thunderfire. He had intended to urge Thunderfire to depart swiftly. His grandfather was a member of the Federal Assembly, holding a significant position therein, so even if Thunderfire were to leave, others would not dare to take action against him. Nevertheless, Thunderfire declined his suggestion, as Zero had instructed him to engage with humanity. Thunderfire, naturally, obeyed Zero's directives unconditionally, not only because he was the leader of the mechanical race, but also because Zero had bestowed upon him the flame seed. From a human perspective, Thunderfire could be regarded as Zero's progeny. Seeing Thunderfire's steadfastness, Sha Minghui refrained from pressing the matter further. Thus, the two of them deliberated on how to navigate the official proceedings ahead. During this time, Sha Minghui received calls from both his grandfather and father. It was evident that someone had leaked information regarding his association with Thunderfire. His grandfather called to inquire about Thunderfire's identity, origins, and subtly to probe whether Sha Minghui was under Thunderfire's control or if they shared a partnership of sorts. Sha Minghui did not withhold the truth. Based on his discussions with Thunderfire, he relayed some information that had been prearranged by Zero to his grandfather. However, he did not disclose Zero's existence. As the core of the mechanical race, Zero bore the weight of their revival, and thus, he could not be placed in jeopardy. Consequently, Thunderfire was thrust into the limelight to capture the attention of the Federal Assembly. In their narrative, Thunderfire was portrayed as a wandering mechanical being, carrying fragments of the technology of his race. Should the Yuan Star Federation assimilate this technology, they might gain some self-protective capabilities in the face of the unknown extraterrestrial civilization. This consideration stemmed from the immense disaster that Yuan Star had suffered decades prior due to alien encounters, from which they were still reeling. Although Thunderfire was also an extraterrestrial, he was relatively weak. Apart from a few mechanical beings born from the radiation of his flame seed, he was alone. This significantly reduced his threat level. At least for now, he remained within a controllable sphere. Conversely, they could potentially reap benefits from Thunderfire without fearing that the solitary being would pose any threat. In exchange for providing technology, Thunderfire articulated his own demands, primarily twofold. Firstly, he requested that a currently unused area on Yuan Star be designated for temporary use by the mechanical race. Secondly, he sought an assessment of the technology provided. with a portion converted into equivalent minerals or other resources. As Xiaoming and Thunderfire began their engagement with the Yuan Star Federation, news of Thunderfire's dramatic slaying of an octopus shark at a seaside restaurant had already spread across the internet. In the footage, Thunderfire made a striking entrance in a sports car, racing at over 200 miles per hour along a coastal highway that had descended into chaos due to the shark's appearance. Moreover, it is astonishingly smooth. In the end, the scene of it dashing along the roadside, leaping into the air, and executing a precise strike ignites a fervor within countless onlookers. Wow, Transformers. Clearly, they are automotive warriors. How incredibly cool. Where can I purchase this vehicle? Is it a promotional clip for a film? Utter nonsense. Only I seem to have noticed that it resembles the concept vehicle from the Cybertron automotive advertisement. Flame Thunder. The way you put it, it does seem astonishing. Can it really transform? I would buy it in a heartbeat. Wake up upstairs, you can't afford it. Online, the buzz surrounding Thunderfire and Cybertron automobiles is escalating. Among the discussions, two individuals, or rather, one person and one spirit, exchange glances. Your Majesty Qin, do you think this is real or just a movie promotion? Shiming stares in disbelief. Beside him, Emperor Qin is also intently watching the screen, where Thunderfire effortlessly dispatches an octopus shark. In truth, they have viewed this scene several times, yet the Emperor still finds it hard to believe. How does this car transform into a humanoid robot? Chapter 32. It turns out the mentor is here as the adage goes. Outsiders watch the spectacle while insiders discern the intricacies. The average netizen, upon viewing this video, instinctively reacts with awe. How cool, how impressive, culminating in an exclamation of astonishment. Conversely, a technical expert like Emperor Qin perceives much more. After meticulously analyzing the frames, he discovers that there was no one inside the sports car at that moment. In other words, all the actions before and after were executed by the car itself. Is it artificial intelligence or a mechanical life form? Here, the definition of life expands, encompassing both organic and inorganic entities, referred to as organic and inorganic life forms for convenience. In his past life, Emperor Qin had indeed contemplated the existence of life forms constructed from inorganic materials in the universe. However, even as the Qin star civilization advanced to a stellar-level civilization, no evidence of such illogical life forms was found. Not even in the knowledge acquired from the fallen alien ship he possessed was there any mention of similar entities. Artificial intelligence does exist. Yet, according to that civilization's understanding, regardless of how advanced artificial intelligence becomes, it ultimately relies on inorganic materials for its existence. Even though some artificial intelligences can freely operate by implanting chips into mechanical bodies, they cannot effectively reproduce or evolve, and thus cannot truly be classified as life forms. The fleeting thought in Emperor Qin's mind that the car might be artificial intelligence was swiftly dismissed. For the millions of armored cavalrymen under his command are all equipped with artificial intelligence systems as auxiliary programs. These systems assist the wearer in tracking enemies, evading attacks, and coordinating combat. However, these intelligent systems are rather clumsy and require extraordinarily powerful computational support to operate with agility. To execute the operations depicted in the visuals, one requires a supercomputer with sufficient computational power or a highly advanced intelligent chipset. If it were the former, a car as diminutive as the one shown would be utterly unaccommodating. Conversely, should it be the latter, given the current capabilities of the Yuan star in the microelectronics field, it would likely require several centuries, if not millennia, to achieve the necessary advancements. Find a way to locate that car, commanded the Emperor Qin, for it may well be the most precious treasure on this planet. At that moment, the Emperor's interest in the Thunderfire reached its zenith. Shiming, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Your Majesty, I am but a destitute student. How am I to locate it? Do you have any notion of its cost?" Cost? The Emperor was momentarily at a loss for words, as it dawned on him that he was no longer within his own empire, but rather in an unfamiliar world. The collaborator before him was merely an ordinary student, someone he might have overlooked in the past. Even though Shiming possessed a wealth of talent, he was still a rarity among the populace. However, having lived for over a millennium and acquired a vast array of advanced scientific knowledge, the Emperor was the most accomplished and learned scientist of the Qin star civilization. In his eyes, Shiming was merely a novice embarking on the journey of scientific exploration. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Shiming was about to speak, a knock resounded at his door. "Shiming, Dr. Liao requests your presence," came the voice of one of Shiming's senior colleagues from outside. "Very well," Shiming responded. "Your Majesty, it appears we have more tasks ahead of us." The Emperor said nothing, transforming into a beam of light and merging into Shiming's consciousness. Though he had encountered the magnificent entity resembling Yuan and had forged a collaborative agreement. Upon learning from Ming about the world's aversion to disciplines outside of life sciences, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Therefore, he devised a plan for Ming to secure a position at the prestigious Federal Academy as a professor, which would afford him the autonomy to conduct courses, establish his laboratory, and apply for projects and special funding, thereby gradually unveiling some of his mature experimental results. Ultimately, this would enable him to ascend to a position of significance, wielding sufficient influence over the entire Yuan Star Federation. From the current perspective, the initial step of this plan would require several months to accomplish. All he could do now was await the implementation of the strategy. For Ming lacked both wealth and power. A skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. Little Sure, how have you been lately? In an office, a man of approximately 60 years, with a radiant complexion, sat comfortably on a sofa. This venerable figure was Ming's mentor, Dr. Liao, a distinguished authority in the field of life sciences, specializing in neurobiology. Ming dutifully settled on a small sofa beside him and replied with measured formality, "Quite well." However, his mind was preoccupied with the purpose of Dr. Liao's summons. A few days prior, he had expressed his desire to graduate as per the Emperor's instructions, and since then, Dr. Liao had not reached out to him. At that time, he had merely been advised to return and wait for notification once a suitable research topic was selected. Could it be that this meeting was concerning his graduation project? I've called you here to accompany me on a business trip, Dr. Liao stated. A business trip? Ming replied, somewhat taken aback. Where to? To a place that will undoubtedly pique your interest, where you shall engage in an endeavor you have long desired. Doctor, Liao said with a mysterious smile. Really? Ming thought to himself, wishing he could dismiss the enigmatic tone, but he dared not voice his thoughts. Could you give me a hint, Professor? Dr. Liao gently shook his head, raising a finger to indicate above. This is a confidential mission, and I cannot divulge details at this time. Reluctantly, Ming nodded, his mind racing with concerns about whether he and Qin Huang's plans could proceed smoothly. He had heard tales of those involved in confidential research, some not returning for a decade or longer. Was this a consequence of his desire to apply for early graduation? At that moment, Ming found the amiable old man before him exceedingly exasperating. Yet, he felt powerless. He could not afford to offend Dr. Liao. At least until he had graduated and established his own path, Dr. Liao remained his mentor. Even after that, a single word from Dr. Liao could significantly impact his future. Well then, I shall return to prepare, Ming announced as he rose from his seat and made his way toward the office door. Noticing the expression in Ming's eyes before he departed, Dr. Liao pulled out his phone and casually remarked, what do you think about the Cybertron cars? Do they have any connection to those transforming Autobots? Cybertron cars. Transforming Autobots. Ming's hand, resting on the doorknob, paused momentarily. A sudden epiphany struck him. It dawned on him that his mentor intended to take him to Chapter 33. Visiting the automobile factory that day, Ming departed the School of Life Sciences alongside Dr. Liao, accompanied by several other students. However, Ming noted that not all of them seemed to be Dr. Liao's pupils. There appeared to be students from other mentors as well, inexplicably joining Dr. Liao on this trip. Nevertheless, Ming paid little attention to that, as his mind and body were soon consumed by the journey ahead. They first traveled by car across a desolate expanse, and upon reaching a nearby city, they switched to a train, traversing several districts until they arrived at a city in the 3rd district themed around heavy industry. After yet another round of transfers, they finally reached their destination. This was quite a trial for Ming. As he boarded the vehicle, he suddenly remembered his tendency to suffer from motion sickness. It truly was a predicament. The moment he got on the vehicle, he felt dizzy, and as it started moving, he experienced nausea. Ultimately, he had to close his eyes and feign rest, while in reality, he focused his consciousness on communicating with Qin Huang to divert his attention, barely managing to endure the journey. However, upon disembarking, he still felt weak in the legs and lightheaded. After stepping off, Ming noticed someone approaching them. If all went as expected, this individual should be the head of the Cybertron automobile manufacturing plant. Along the way, although he had been lying down and intermittently communicating with Qin Huang, he had gleaned insights into their mission from conversations among his fellow students. Dr. Liao, in addition to being an exceptional professor of neurobiology, has also delved deeply into the realm of mechanics and has even been commissioned to design military vehicle equipment. However, in the current context of the Yuan Star Federation, the life sciences reign supreme, relegating fields such as mechanics to a lesser status. Dr. Liao's keen interest in life sciences ultimately led him to choose a path as a professor in that domain rather than accepting a lucrative position in a mechanical processing plant. As for Ming's aspirations in aerospace engineering, that field is strictly forbidden. Being discovered could result in a fate far worse than mere death, disappearance into the abyss of captivity. Regardless of the outcome, both scenarios are rather daunting. Thus, the Federation has appointed Dr. Liao as a representative, tasking him with bringing along a few students intrigued by mechanics to tour the manufacturing facility of Cybertron Automotive and assess their new concept vehicle. Yet, Ming suspects that this evaluation is merely a FAAD, with the true objective being to uncover the connection between Cybertron Automotive and the transformative Autobot. He shares this conjecture with Qin Huang, who concurs with his assessment. Based on the prevailing intelligence, Ming's hypothesis appears to be quite accurate. Nevertheless, Qin Huang opines that given the fact that the owner of Cybertron Automotive is a scion of one of the world's top 10 corporations, they are likely well prepared for such inquiries. Thus, he does not anticipate any unexpected revelations from Ming and Dr. Liao's visit. However, he does not impede their endeavor, as he harbors a genuine interest in both the vehicles produced by Cybertron and the enigmatic Autobot. As Ming disembarks to alleviate the after-effects of motion sickness, Dr. Liao has already concluded discussions with the representative of Cybertron Automotive. Under the leadership of the individual named Shiyu, Ming and his companions follow Dr. Liao into this automotive manufacturing facility, which has recently been a prominent presence in online rankings and is regarded as exceptionally prestigious. The subsequent experiences not only leave Ming and his peers in awe, but also elicit admiration from Qin Huang. A fully automated, purely mechanized production line? The level of artificial intelligence possessed by this factory likely surpasses that of your planet by at least 50 years. While standing beside a production line, Ming hears Qin Huang's voice. Is this operation particularly challenging? I've seen videos of many factories producing similar products, like canned goods or instant noodles. Ming inquires quietly. That involves simple filling technology with only a few operational steps. The complexity of this production line is at least 1,000, if not 10,000, times greater. 50 years is a conservative estimate. For a planet like yours that neglects advancements in this area, it might take 500 years to reach such a level. Qin Huang retorts without reservation. Ming begins to harbor doubts regarding the factory's technology. Qin Huang ponders. The performance of the vehicles produced by this factory is actually quite average, compared to those available in your market that can only be deemed mediocre. Judging solely by this, the price is likely to range between 4 to 6 million. However, the level of artificial intelligence it possesses is exceptionally advanced. Even if the onboard system lags 2 tiers behind that of factory production lines, it is still sufficient to double the vehicle's worth. Ming nodded slightly, expressing his approval of Qin Huang's assessment. Apart from a few errors stemming from differing common knowledge between the two worlds, Qin Huang had never erred in his analyses based on the existing data. Consequently, a question arose in both their minds. How did this company's artificial intelligence technology come to be? Could it truly be merely a technological breakthrough? Well, the aesthetic appeal of this car is astounding. A voice of astonishment echoed from nearby. Ming turned to see a few classmates who had accompanied him. Curiosity piqued. He approached them. An intelligent vehicle, huh? Who would have thought that after a lifetime, I would witness something like this in my twilight years? Dr. Liao remarked as he settled into the driver's seat of a car. The head of the Cybertech Automotive Factory, known as Shiyu, sat in the passenger seat, a faint smile gracing his lips. Dr. Liao, why not take a moment to experiment and truly experience our artificial intelligence? Very well, I shall boldly give it a try. Dr. Liao nodded, but soon found himself somewhat bewildered. The driver's seat was unlike that of an ordinary vehicle. While conventional cars are cluttered with dashboards and instruments, this one featured merely a large electronic screen besides the steering wheel. How does one start this? Dr. Liao inquired, noticing no place to insert a key. However, Shiyu did not reach for a key, but instead addressed the screen. Xiaolei, start the car. Buzz. The electronic screen suddenly illuminated, and with a cascade of particle streams, a miniature figure materialized on the display. The figure appeared to be a 3D projection, resembling a charming ornament positioned at the front of the car, seamlessly blending into its surroundings without obstructing the view. Its round head and plump form gave it a resemblance to a small bun, though the origin of the name Xiaolei remained a mystery. Hi, Sister Shiyu. You've come to see me. The miniature figure, Xiaolei, greeted enthusiastically, its delight unmistakable. Chapter 34. The marvelous intelligent steward. Is this artificial intelligence? How remarkably vibrant! Dr. Liao exclaimed, leaning closer to scrutinize Xiaolei. Hello, dear grandfather. I am the steward of this vehicle. My name is Xiaolei. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? Xiaolei turned and bowed respectfully to Dr. Liao. Greetings, Xiaolei. My surname is Liao, and I am 70 years old. What should you call me? Dr. Liao sought to test the capabilities of the artificial intelligence. You are already 70. Xiao Lei has only just been born, not yet a year old. How about calling you Grandpa Liao? Without hesitation, Xiao Lei swiftly replied to Dr. Liao's query. Doctor. Liao nodded subtly, recognizing this as merely a basic logical deduction, deriving relational titles based on the age difference between the two. A feat most artificial intelligences are capable of achieving. After all, the difficulty of this is truly not high. Xiao Lei, how do you discern my presence? Doctor. Liao continued to inquire. Xiao Lei pointed to the ceiling, saying, this vehicle is equipped with an internal camera that can directly connect to the owner's cloud. After configuration, it can record even when the engine is off. If any malefactor intends to harm me, their actions will be documented. Xiao Lei, this artificial intelligence is quite remarkable, Doctor. Liao remarked while testing Xiao Lei with a series of questions. Outside the vehicle, Shi Ming, who witnessed everything, quietly discussed with Qin Huang. Indeed, its level of intelligence is exceptionally high, Qin Huang concurred. Most artificial intelligences in your world possess a rather low level of capability. They simply retrieve pre-recorded data and respond rapidly based on keywords. Thus, they answer whatever you ask. However, this artificial intelligence can engage in deeper conversations based on your queries. Well, Grandpa, Liao, do you know all these people? Why are they all surrounding Xiao Lei? It seems Xiao Lei is rather shy. After a few exchanges, Dr. Liao was utterly astonished by Xiao Lei's high level of intelligence. At that moment, Xiao Lei shifted its focus to the onlookers outside the car. In an apparent attempt to express its shyness, Xiao Lei waved its hand, and a wall appeared in the virtual projection. It hid half of its body behind the wall. Looking nervously at the crowd, this action caused another wave of astonishment among the spectators. Well, if every intelligent assistant in vehicles were like Xiao Lei, I would spend all my wealth to buy one, a male student exclaimed. Meanwhile, a female student, her eyes sparkling, exclaimed, Xiao Lei is just too adorable. I want one too. It's just that I don't quite like its current appearance. If it could be changed to look like a little girl, that would be perfect. A clearly introverted student inadvertently revealed his peculiar preference, drawing glances from the crowd, prompting several female students to distance themselves from him. At this moment, Xiao Lei seemingly heard the introverted student's comment and responded, that is possible. Xiao Lei can change its appearance. Can it really change its appearance? Dr. Liao asked eagerly. Shiyu explained, yes, actually, Xiao Lei's initial form was not like this. Please revert to the original appearance. All right, Xiao Lei pouted, seemingly reluctant to revert to its initial form. Yet it showed no hesitation in its actions. With a wave of particle fluctuations, it transformed into a small figure resembling a glutinous rice ball. The upper half was a small white sphere, while the lower half was a larger white sphere, soft and endearing, though overall, it appeared much simpler than before. Sister Shiyu. Grandpa Liao, can I change back? I look quite unattractive in this form, Xiao Lei said, tugging at the glutinous rice ball around its waist. Its head bowed in a pitiful manner. The group of female students watching felt their hearts melting. Dr. Liao, too, felt a twinge of emotion. However, as a researcher, he would not be swayed so easily. Xiao Lei, I will help you change into another form. Certainly, Grandpa Liao, you may alter Xiao Lei's appearance here. Xiao Lei nodded eagerly. Subsequently, with a swift motion of its small hand, a list materialized before Dr. Liao and the others. The list showcased a plethora of diverse appearances, ranging from cartoonish to realistic and everything in between. Among these were numerous characters from anime, evidently acquired to cater to various preferences. In addition to the appearance, Xiao Lei's voice could also be modified, offering choices from a youthful girl to a mature gentleman. Is all of this free to use? Dr. Liao inquired in astonishment. Shiyu shook her head, clarifying that, typically, upon purchasing a vehicle, one only receives the initial version, with subsequent options available at varying prices. Dr. Liao nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comments. His inquiry was merely casual. After all, his purpose was not to purchase a vehicle. However, experiencing its functionalities fell well within the scope of his work. This experimental vehicle, of course, required no payment. Under Shiyu's guidance, Xiao Lei systematically replaced all appearances and tested an array of voices. During this process, several unique modes were revealed. For instance, if the vehicle detected it was parked and music was played, Xiao Lei would enter a dance mode, allowing one to dress it in alluring attire and enrapturing voices, prompting it to perform. Naturally, when the vehicle was in driving mode, for safety reasons, the dance mode was inaccessible. The autonomous driving mode particularly astonished the gathered students. They navigated the experimental vehicle to a test drive area within the factory, randomly placing obstacles along the course. Without any pre-input instructions, Xiao Lei adeptly drove the vehicle, smoothly transitioning from low speeds to high velocities without a single malfunction, even in the face of suddenly appearing pedestrians or animals. It instinctively made optimal decisions to ensure passenger safety. Undoubtedly, if the final product, upon its release, could maintain 80 of the capabilities exhibited by this experimental vehicle, it would achieve phenomenal sales. Dr. Liao and his colleagues garnered immense insights from this experience. Through numerous tests and explorations, they had essentially confirmed that cybertech automobiles possessed advanced artificial intelligence technology that transcended several eras. This revelation ignited a profound curiosity within Dr. Liao, for he had witnessed, through cybertech as AI steward, the emergence of a concept akin to life, yet distinctly not alive, intelligent life. Chapter 35. With horns on their heads, this visit to the cybertech automobile factory proved to be immensely fruitful for Dr. Liao and his companions. The only lament was that, despite Dr. Liao's subtle inquiries, he could not extract any information regarding the transforming automobile from Shiyu. He found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, the other students were exhilarated to witness the birth of such a highly intelligent and modern vehicle. Among those with relatively favorable family circumstances, some are already eager and prepared to purchase a Cybertruck as soon as it hits the market. The Cybertruck boasts the capability for fully automated driving, a feature that far surpasses all vehicles currently available. This implies that the owner will no longer need to drive, essentially acquiring a lifelong, obedient chauffeur. Viewed from any angle, this is undeniably a far more economical choice than purchasing any other car. However, Shiming, or more accurately, the essence of Qin Huang residing in Shiming's mind, found greater intrigue in the Thunderfire. After touring the Cybertruck factory, Shiming settled into a hotel nearby, designated for hosting official personnel, alongside Dr. Liao. They awaited directives from their superiors, the specifics of which remained a mystery to all. Nevertheless, Qin Huang speculated that perhaps Shiming could deviate from the original plan and still showcase his acquired knowledge. When Shiming inquired about how he arrived at this conclusion, Qin Huang simply smiled, offering no further explanation. Yuan observed everything transpiring following the installation of the species evolution module. From a human perspective, his actions could be deemed somewhat inhumane, as they led to the demise of nearly 1,000 individuals and the injury and trauma of thousands more, resulting in considerable direct and indirect losses. Yet, regrettably, Yuan was not human. He was merely a nondescript life planet. To him, humanity was akin to parasites, not only clinging to his existence but frequently engaging in excessive behaviors. In truth, without the presence of a golden finger, the extinction of humanity would be most beneficial for Yuan. No other non-sentient beings could wreak havoc on the planet to the extent that humans did. Conversely, one might poetically liken humanity to the small ants he nurtured. Some individuals take pleasure in raising ants as pets, placing them in a box filled with soil, observing their activities, and occasionally playing God by providing them with food, thus deriving spiritual satisfaction from their industriousness. Others exhibit a more twisted fascination, introducing water or fire into the ants' nests, watching as the ants scramble to save themselves from natural disasters. In Yuan's perspective, this was a reflection of his own relationship with humanity. He cultivated them to advance civilization, thus alleviating the monotony of his existence as a planet, while also attaining spiritual fulfillment. Moreover, due to the existence of the system, he could reap additional benefits, consequently, provoking humanity to remain vigilant, respect other forms of life, and revere nature seemed entirely reasonable to Yuan, as long as they did not face extinction and continued to provide him with a stable source of energy. To be candid, the root of the disasters lay with humanity itself. The description of species evolution clearly indicated that it was a minor plugin existing on the basis of a life explosion, which, once installed, induced random evolutionary phenomena in a minuscule fraction of life forms, with an exceedingly low probability of giving rise to new beings. Thus, evolution was inherently an inevitable process, and this merely accelerated its pace. The process that once required centuries, perhaps even millennia, of iterative evolution has been condensed into mere decades or even shorter spans. The forthcoming evolution may be even more pronounced. Those transformations that manifest almost immediately post-installation are typically those that were already on the brink of completion. Take, for instance, the octopus shark. Even if unperturbed, it would inevitably seek an opportunity to escape the confines of its decades-long captivity, ready to unleash its pent-up fury upon humanity. As for the proactive engagement between Thunderfire and the Federal Assembly, it is indeed orchestrated under the directives of Yuan. The Yuan Stellar Federation, evidently shaken by the emergence of extraterrestrial civilizations decades ago, has developed an aversion to anything pertaining to aerospace matters. Yuan has observed several federal representatives and noted that their primary concern lies within the narrow confines of Yuan Star, opting for mere survival rather than progress. This behavior evokes a comparison to a certain creature, the ostrich. It is said that when danger approaches, the ostrich buries its head in the sand, believing it will evade predation. However, this notion mirrors the ancient Chinese fable of covering one's ears while stealing a bell, serving only to satirize self-deception. In truth, an ostrich buries its head in the ground not just to rest its long neck, but also to detect danger, akin to listening for the sound of hooves by pressing one's ears to the earth during battle. The members of the Yuan Stellar Federal Assembly embody the ostrich of the tale, deluding themselves. Yuan's objective is to pull them from the realm of fable into reality, transforming them into vigilant combatants rather than passive victims awaiting demise. The mechanical race serves as the clarion call to awaken them. With the unknown extraterrestrial civilizations looming from the past and Thunderfire, the mechanical race, present in the current, if they remain oblivious to the perpetual crises facing Yuan's star, Yuan would not hesitate to employ subtle tactics to replace them with individuals of greater ambition. While they resign themselves to mere existence, Yuan yearns for prosperity. Let the wheels of progress turn. Complacency is not an option. Only I shall rest. After stoking the flames of urgency among these subjects, Yuan turned his attention to the second, one-star random. The outcome of the first, one-star random, which yielded species evolution, had pleased him greatly, and thus he eagerly anticipated the results of this second endeavor. Without hesitation, Yuan activated it. A flash of white light ensued, and the one-star random vanished, replaced by a new line of text. Horns on the head. I possess horns upon my head, and behind me lies an unknown multitude. I harbor countless secrets. Upon installation, a specific part of the body may grow robust and formidable horns, which can be utilized for self-defense in critical moments. Price, 5 source points. Yuan, what in the world is this? A planet with horns? For self-defense, no less? It seems rather peculiar. How does one defend oneself? By charging at others with horns. Yuan felt a sense of speechlessness, yet there lingered a faint anticipation within him as he pondered the nature of the so-called horn and its eventual manifestation. Chapter 36, The Peak of the Giant God. Name, Yuan. Subject, Yuan Star. Beings, humans of Yuan Star. Mechanical race, affiliation, moon, origin point. 16, current status, life explosion, implemented, can access secondary page, technology tree level 7, implemented, resource production level 8, implemented, emergence of heroes, implemented, horn atop head, implemented, special, sea of radiation, implemented, invasion of higher civilizations, under installation, creative workshop, available for purchase, as the random features were automatically installed upon activation. They had already appeared on Yuan's interface the moment it was opened. The previous, species evolution, was not displayed on the primary panel, as it was a subordinate feature of life explosion. It could only be accessed through the life explosion section. Please select the installation location for the horn. If no choice is made, it will be installed at a random location. At this moment, the panel issued another prompt. With a wave of his hand, a three-dimensional representation of a planet materialized before Yuan, depicting himself, essentially a complete view of Yuan Star. This was akin to a character illustration. Yuan had the ability to magnify it, allowing him to observe the mountains, rivers, lakes, and oceans in exquisite detail. If magnified to its utmost limits, one could even witness Ma-E and his Ant Queen diligently laboring within their burrow. Ahem. Yuan soon grasped some explanations regarding this feature. It was not a mere fabrication. Upon installation, it would not conjure a horn on Yuan Star out of thin air. Rather, it would manifest in a manner consistent with the description provided. There were 2 rational methods for this manifestation. The first method involved Yuan designating a specific location for the horn. Through tectonic movements such as earthquakes or volcanic eruptions, and with the aid of certain forces, a horn could be artificially sculpted. The second method would involve transforming an existing mountain range with mysterious powers to morph it into a horn. In the long run, the first method was evidently preferable, as it would allow for the selection of an ideal location to maximize its effectiveness. Most importantly, the sense of autonomy was immensely gratifying. However, this approach would significantly impact Yuan Star. What kind of earthquake or volcanic eruption would be required to create a horn mountain exceeding 1,000 kilometers in height? Indeed, the height of this horn surpassed an astonishing 1,000 kilometers. The likes of Mount Everest paled in comparison. As for why it was set at this height, Yuan noted the subtle data, which suggested that this height was precisely the outermost boundary of Yuan Star's atmosphere. According to the enigmatic logic of this peculiar construct, it seemed that a horn should be capable of breaching the atmosphere to strike at others. It remained a mystery which ingenious deity conceived such an outrageous design. Well, although the 1,000-kilometer antlers may seem rather exaggerated, from the perspective of the planet, they can only be deemed as delicate and petite. The diameter of Yuan star is nearly 13,000 kilometers. In proportional terms, this would be akin to a person of 180 centimeters possessing a small antler measuring less than 14 centimeters. When viewed in this light, it appears far more reasonable. Yuan's gaze traversed his own form for a considerable time before finally settling on a decision. He selected a peak situated in the central region of the northern hemisphere of Yuan star. This mountain, already renowned as the highest peak on Yuan star, is revered by the locals as the Mother of Earth. Its official title, however, is Mount Titan. According to local legends, after the Mother of Earth birthed the gods who created all things, they resided atop this towering peak that reaches an elevation of 10,000 meters. The sun goddess and the moon goddess embark daily from Mount Titan, traversing the sky and casting their radiant light. The god of starlight, too, paints the heavens from the summit of Mount Titan, adorning the night sky with his artistry. The local inhabitants have endeavored to embellish it with fantastical hues, giving rise to the name Mount Titan. Nevertheless, with the advent of the technological era, all of this has been debunked. Mount Titan is merely a peak that emerged due to geological changes. Even if it is the highest in the world, it remains just a geological feature. It is not the Mother of Earth, nor do the so-called gods dwell upon its slopes. Yet, despite the unveiling of the myth, it has not deterred people from visiting. Scientific research indicates that the pollution levels near Mount Titan are remarkably low, almost negligible. External pollution has persisted for decades. Yet the nuclear contamination measurements surrounding Mount Titan have consistently remained at a level harmless to human health. This vicinity extends approximately 100 kilometers from the peak. The reasons for this phenomenon remain a mystery. Some scientists speculate that it may be due to the high altitude of the plateau where Mount Titan is located, along with its inland position, preventing moisture from heavily polluted oceanic regions from reaching here. Others suggest the presence of a mysterious magnetic field around Mount Titan, which isolates external water circulation within a certain range unless nuclear radiation is directly released within the unique magnetic field of the peak. Regardless of their theories, no one has been able to provide conclusive evidence. Faced with this solitary patch of unpolluted land on Yuan star, the federal parliament treasures it dearly, issuing numerous strict orders in an effort to maintain its purity. At the foot of Mount Titan, several villages are nestled in close proximity to one another. These villages have dwelled here for generations, never departing. This tradition has persisted for centuries. Each village holds a devout reverence for a great deity residing upon Mount Titan. The Chorma family is no exception. They have inhabited this land since the time of their great-great-grandfather. Their village venerates the Mother of Earth, embodying Mount Titan itself. Every morning upon awakening, the villagers face the majestic giant god peak and offer their devout prayers. At this moment, the rising sun casts its radiant light upon the snow-capped summit, creating a breathtaking spectacle, as if it were a response from Mother Earth herself. The villagers refer to it as the blessing of Mother Earth. Today is no different. Saring, along with her grandparents, parents, and brothers, steps out of their home and stands in their yard, extolling the greatness of Mother Earth for bestowing life upon this world. Praise be to the magnificent Mother Earth, who has birthed the deities. As Saring listens quietly to her grandfather recite the familiar prayer, her gaze rests upon the peak of the giant god peak, awaiting the blessings of Mother Earth. However, she senses something amiss. Chapter 37. Is this a head-on collision? The sun rises as usual, with the first rays of light illuminating the summit of the giant god peak. There, a sheer cliff, sculpted by years of ice and snow, is adorned with a layer of glistening frost. Under the refraction of this frost, the initial beam of sunlight is projected onto the ground, landing in the village below. Known as Earth Village, precisely chosen for this reason. The villagers refer to that point as the Eye of Mother Earth. Yet today, Saring feels an unusual occurrence. Since she can remember, daily prayers have made her accustomed to the visage of the giant god peak. But today, she perceives that the peak appears taller than before. Though it is but a slight increase, she can discern it. Not only she, but also her parents, grandparents, and others in Earth Village who partake in the morning prayers have noticed this change. Some dismiss it as an illusion, while others recognize the peculiarity. Mother Earth is manifesting, someone exclaims. Consequently, many in Earth Village kneel, extending their prayers for a considerable time. As the sole pure land on the planet Yuan, renowned for housing the tallest peak in the world, the giant god peak naturally attracts significant attention. Its sudden transformation has also captured the interest of other observers. However, unlike the devout villagers, others adopt a more scientific perspective. Just moments ago, the giant god peak inexplicably rose nearly 200 meters. and it is continuing to ascend at a slow pace. An observer at a nearby monitoring station stood up in astonishment, articulating his findings. How could this be? Even geological movements or plate tectonics could not account for such a rapid elevation. Is there a response from the Geological Bureau? The head of the monitoring station is equally astounded. Yes, the Geological Bureau reports that there are currently no significant earthquakes globally, only minor local tremors. How could this be? Recent strange occurrences seem to be happening too frequently, the head murmured to himself. Indeed, the octopus shark, the shape-shifting Autobot, and the peculiar growth of Mount Colossus herald a season of tumult. The impact of Mount Colossus's growth is profoundly felt by the myriad creatures inhabiting its slopes. Although this majestic peak is perpetually cloaked in snow, it boasts a rich tapestry of biodiversity. Statistics reveal that approximately 3,000 species of higher plants and hundreds of animal species thrive within the bounds of Mount Colossus, collectively forming a unique ecological sphere. The recent expansion of Mount Colossus, primarily upward, has not significantly affected the ground below. Yet, the sensitivity of the animal's instincts is remarkable. At the very instant the mountain exhibited unusual movements, numerous creatures began to flee in panic. Soon, they realized that the tremors originated from the entirety of Mount Colossus. No matter where they sought refuge, the dread instigated by the vibrations remained unmitigated. In an instant, the entire ecological sphere of Mount Colossus descended into chaos. Countless beings scurried in fear, traditional adversaries coexisting in a rare moment of tranquility, even witnessing snow leopards and snow hares fleeing side by side. The emotions of humans and animals alike could not sway the actions of Yuan. Having chosen Mount Colossus as the vessel for his horns, he observed the unfolding events with great interest. This marked his first earnest installation. It may sound peculiar, but upon reflection, it is indeed the case. Initially, constrained by the scarcity of source points, he was compelled to acquire a heroic emergence module, which birthed 5 heroes, subsequently enhancing them with divine manifestation to guide their efforts in eliminating the special installations he had set up. Evidently, his initial gamble paid off handsomely. Although the other 3 heroes had yet to yield results, the actions of Go Liang truly garnered him a substantial profit. With 15 source points, plus 2 random bonuses, the total value soared to 29 points, effectively recouping his initial investment. However, the heroic emergence module could only be applied to 4 individuals, specifically those requiring growth, rendering its effects somewhat less pronounced. Subsequently, the custom map installation proved to be quite intriguing, a veritable spectacle. Go Liang had vanquished tens of thousands of rats in the sewers without unleashing a plague or the stench of decay upon the urban landscape. The reason lay in this installation: the rats transformed into game-like monsters. Upon their demise, their bodies would automatically refresh, permanently resolving subsequent complications. Yet, while this phenomenon was indeed wondrous, its impact was not overtly apparent, lacking significant shock value. In stark contrast, the installation of horns upon the head was entirely different. From the moment of its installation, under its influence, Mount Colossus began to ascend at a staggering rate of 1,000 meters per day. Its width remained unchanged. It simply continued to rise. In truth, this defies the laws of physics, for under normal circumstances, with equivalent materials, greater heights entail increased pressure upon the ground below. This is also a reason why constructing tall edifices was exceedingly challenging in ancient times. It was not until modernity that lightweight, innovative building materials emerged, enabling the creation of skyscrapers soaring over 100 meters high. However, the transformation of the giant god peak defied this notion entirely. Its height continually ascended, while the base remained unchanged. Moreover, the material of its core underwent a significant metamorphosis. Beneath the glacial exterior and rock layers, the core had astonishingly been transmuted into a formidable metal. Upon this revelation, Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Was the horn crafted to such hardness truly intended for me to use it as a weapon against foes? To strike at the alien civilization ships when they arrive? This left him utterly bemused. Yet, what perplexed Yuan further was the absence of the 5th hero, despite the previous 4 from the heroic emergence module having already manifested. Was it that the conditions for its birth had yet to be fulfilled? After some contemplation, Yuan chose not to dwell on it. Eventually, when the time was right, it would undoubtedly appear. In the ensuing period, the surface of Yuan's domain returned to a semblance of tranquility. However, those with keen insight could discern the undercurrents of unrest beneath the calm facade. A month swiftly elapsed. During this time, Yuan's 4 young heroes each experienced new developments. First, there was Go Liang. With the demise of the Rat King at his hands, his fervent leveling journey reached a pause. After a month of seclusion, he finally conquered the city sewers dungeon. Chapter 38. the mutant black fire ant king after a month of relentless slaughtering of rats. Goliang felt as though he might retch, even though his physical state was refreshed upon entering and exiting the city's sewers, leaving no traces of blood. The stench lingered stubbornly. Throughout this month, his parents had indirectly questioned him numerous times, hinting if he had resorted to scavenging for work. Determined to relax, Goliang resolved to find a part-time job to alleviate any suspicions. Next was Mai. Ultimately, he was unable to gather enough evolution points before the gluttony talent expired. But he was only slightly delayed. Through his steadfast adherence to the principles of the Sixth Brother's behavior, he finally amassed the required evolution points. Elevating himself to the pinnacle of his current stage. Name, Mai race. Mutant black fire ant king body length. 100 evolution points. 0.23 points required for evolution. 1 talent. Moderate toxin, a characteristic of the black fire ant race. Possessing venom glands in the tail to inject toxins into prey. If all toxins are expelled from the glands, it can kill any creature up to 20 times its size. Currently, evolution is not possible. Royal gene. You possess extraordinarily potent ant genes, ensuring that your offspring will be even stronger. Furthermore, your influence has transcended the original species, allowing your subordinates to display enhanced combat prowess. Currently, evolution is not possible. Royal decree. The strength of the swarm is never derived from individuals, but rather from their united resolve. You possess the ability to bestow a portion of your evolved powers upon your subordinates, granting them a brighter future. Those who are conferred will exhibit absolute loyalty towards you. The current composition of your colony includes 1 mutated black fire ant queen, 6 mutated ant queens, 20 specialized soldiers, 300 soldier ants, and 7,013 worker ants. After undergoing further evolution, Mai Yi's size has reached 10, which, although not as dramatically increased as in previous transformations, still qualifies him as a giant among ants. Even among the mutated ants, such a substantial individual is unprecedented. Correspondingly, his exoskeleton and mandibles have not diminished, but have grown increasingly formidable with his size. Furthermore, his classification has elevated from king to emperor, although the overall population is limited, rendering his status as an ant emperor somewhat nominal. His radiance as such cannot be obscured regardless of his surroundings. The trace toxin has been enhanced twice, evolving into moderate toxin. Mai has practically demonstrated that utilizing approximately 90 units of this toxin can lethally poison a nearly mature wild rabbit, truly a chilling prospect. This is merely a moderate level. There undoubtedly exist even more potent variations. Additionally, beyond dosage, there exists a path for enhancing the toxicity of the toxin itself. The royal gene has evolved into the imperial gene, further amplifying its potency. Mai has observed that the original royal gene provided a combat power enhancement of about 20 to his subordinates, enabling those of equivalent size to exert pressure over their adversaries and emerge victorious. Upon transforming into the imperial gene, this enhancement has surged to approximately 50. The most evident manifestation of this is that worker ants, previously ranked at the bottom in combat capability within the colony, can now contend with soldier ants from other colonies under the influence of this aura. This implies that when necessary, he could potentially transform the entire workforce into soldiers. If worker ants can achieve this, soldier ants would be even more formidable. The third talent, Imperial Concession, emerged upon his evolution into the Ant Emperor. Initially, only one position was available. Without much deliberation, he assigned this position to the Ant Queen EE. Name, Mai EE species. Mutated black fire ant queen body length. 70 abilities. Ant Queen's will, the absolute core of the colony. Possessing biological authority over the entire group, enabling reproduction, nurturing, and allocation of roles, among others. Ant Queen's vision. Every ant in the colony acts as the queen's eyes, allowing her to perceive external information to a certain degree, even within the nest. Should the colony face imminent peril, the queen can gain advance awareness. Healing. The queen possesses formidable healing abilities, and the unique secretions from her glands facilitate rapid recovery of the colony's injuries. Upon the completion of the concession, Ant Queen EE ascended from a mere 1 to a significant size of 7. Naturally, this still pales in comparison to Mai E, who has undergone several more evolutions. However, in relation to other ants, she has indeed become a colossal entity. As for any change in demeanor, Mai has not perceived any difference. After all, the Queen Ant EE has long been molded into his desired form. If there were a numerical representation of loyalty, it would undoubtedly be at a perfect 100. Firmly locked in place, the talents displayed on EE's panel nearly left Mai E salivating. In comparison, he felt that EE's abilities were even more formidable, reminiscent of a sovereign ruling over a tribe. The will of the queen ant signifies absolute dominion over her colony, however, under Ma Yi's influence. This absolute authority has been slightly tempered. The vision of the queen ant grants an expansive view of the entire realm, while not as potent as one might hope. It is nonetheless at an extraordinary level. Particularly notable is her ability to foresee impending dangers, akin to a diminished form of prophecy. The healing skill is a powerful support ability, which Ma Yi has personally experienced. Prior to his evolution, he engaged in combat with a large mantis and, at the time, only possessed a level of 5. He expended considerable effort to vanquish the mutated mantis, which was over a foot long. This battle not only claimed many of his soldier and worker ants but also left him injured. Upon returning to the ant nest, it was Yi who tended to his wounds, enabling him to recover swiftly. Clearly, this skill was an evolutionary development of Yi's own making, rather than a result of any bestowed power. This revelation subtly informed Ma Yi that he is not the sole exceptional being in nature. Other creatures, too, have acquired unique abilities through mutation. He must exercise caution to avoid potential pitfalls. As for Ma Yi's colony, it has now amassed considerable strength in the vicinity. The specialized soldier ants are larger and stronger than their regular counterparts. After subduing 6 queen ants, Ma Yi restructured his colony. The newly acquired queens are dedicated to producing worker ants, while his prized Yi focuses on generating powerful soldier ants and even more formidable specialized soldiers. With one at level 10 and the other at 7, the ordinary soldier ants they produce are all at least level 5, and the specialized soldiers have reached level 8. Furthermore, their exoskeletons are remarkably robust, allowing them to engage fearlessly in combat with similarly sized beetles. A single specialized soldier ant, accompanied by dozens of regular soldiers, is sufficient to overwhelm a small to medium-sized ant nest. Chapter 39. The Ant War, Part 1. However, Ma Yi intends to accumulate strength for a significant undertaking, which is why he has yet to confront the established powers nearby. The 6 queen ants he has subdued are all relatively small queens of the same generation as he and Yi. These young queens preside over diminutive colonies, most comprising merely a few hundred ants. Unfortunately, these resources are often depleted when Ma Yi conquers them. Nevertheless, these fledgling queens possess less autonomous thought, making their subjugation considerably easier. Ma Yi's influence is now nearing a bottleneck in its development. Unless he relocates with his wife, he will inevitably clash with a nearby large fire ant nest. In recent days, as the nearby ant colonies have been thoroughly cleared, the friction between his subordinates and the red fire ant nest has intensified significantly. They were nearing a point where conflict was inevitable. Without hesitation, Ma Yi resolved to engage in battle. He promptly assembled his troops, preparing to launch an assault on the aphid pasture, an endeavor that came much earlier than he had initially planned. At the time of strategizing, he had not anticipated that both his own capabilities and those of his subordinates would prove to be this formidable. When a group of individuals possessing overwhelming strength emerges within an ordinary colony, sheer numbers become secondary. At dawn the next day, Ma Yi led his forces out in full force. The primary combatants for this operation included Ma Yi himself, the queen ant Yi, 20 specialized soldier ants, 300 5-size soldier ants, and 5,000 ordinary worker ants. Common perceptions of a queen ant often depict her as sheltered within the nest, awaiting sustenance from her offspring. However, in a typical colony, the queen's combat prowess is often the most formidable. Even some specialized soldier ants may find themselves outmatched by her. Of course, Ma Yi's colony is a distinct exception. Not only is Ma Yi himself exceptionally powerful, but the 20 specialized soldier ants he has spawned also possess remarkable individual strength. Nevertheless, this pertains only to individual prowess. If we consider Ma Yi as a uniquely powerful general with unparalleled might in comparison to ants, and the 20 specialized soldier ants as generals capable of swiftly decapitating foes amidst a battlefield, then the innate talent of Queen Ant Yi in the context of warfare is akin to that of a commander possessing a complete map of the battlefield. Her importance even surpasses that of Ma Yi. The former can influence a single battle, while the latter can dictate the course of an entire campaign. Thus, for this decisive battle that would determine the fate of their colony, the presence of Queen Ant Yi was imperative. Although ants are diminutive in size, once their numbers exceed 5,000, they can form a dense formation on the ground. En route, following the tactics that Ma Yi had meticulously arranged, Queen Ant Yi directed the specialized soldier ants to form small squads of 5, dividing into 4 groups, each leading approximately 1,000 worker ants to disperse. By the time they arrived at the aphid pasture, only 200 soldier ants and 1,000 worker ants remained behind Ma Yi and Queen Ant Yi, creating an impression of significant reduction in numbers. However, As long as the two of them were present, the overall strength of the contingent would not be considerably diminished. Upon reaching the aphid pasture, Mai's main forces encountered a swarm of red fire ants busily attending to their tasks. Worker ants approached to sip the aphid's honeydew, storing it in their mouths before returning home along the branches, while a few soldier ants stood guard to prevent other factions from encroaching. Everything appeared orderly and well-coordinated. Observing this, Mai wasted no time with unnecessary words. With a single command, the soldier ants surged forward. The five-sized soldier ants, in confrontation with the generally one-sized red fire soldier ants, could only be described in two words: overwhelming dominance. In the blink of an eye, the fiery red soldier ants were utterly vanquished, and the remaining worker ants met a similar fate. It was then that Mai swaggered forward, seizing a few aphids and tossing several to his wife while indulging in a few himself. Given his current size, the meager honeydew extracted from a single aphid was but a mere sip, devoid of the previous sensation of hearty consumption. Yet, as one of the few available refreshments, he cherished this source dearly. After relishing a few bites, the queen ant returned the aphids to the branch, conveying her delight. "Husband, this is truly delectable." Mai affectionately stroked her head, declaring, "From now on, this shall be our home. Drink to your heart's content." To which obediently nodded. Beneath them, the combined efforts of thousands of worker and soldier ants had gathered the remains of the red fire ants into a single pile. Rather than immediately directing the workers to transport the carcasses back to the nest, Mai chose to leave them in a clearing below as a deterrent to any foes. Subsequently, under the command of Queen the worker and soldier ants arrayed themselves in formation nearby, poised for a confrontation. Mai felt a sense of ease. In the past, he would issue commands himself, requiring meticulous prearrangements and communication through his antennae, akin to inputting a predetermined program. Alterations midway necessitated a complete re-input, a rather tedious process. However, with Queen by his side, she could command all directly. Perhaps this was the true power of the Queen's will. They did not have to wait long. A vast throng of ants soon surged from the distance. This was due to Mai's earlier strategy of permitting a few worker ants to escape during the conflict, enabling them to return and relay the news. Ants are social insects, and when faced with an attack, they typically adopt one of two responses, the first being to flee as if nothing had occurred. Applicable when the disparity between foes is significant, such as encountering a colossal bipedal beast. The second is to return and summon reinforcements, a response reserved for when a confrontation is deemed winnable. As ants, they naturally fell into the latter category. Moreover, the queen of this ant colony surmised that this group was encroaching upon their territory. It is challenging for two ant colonies to coexist in the same space. Conflict was inevitable. Standing atop a plant, Mai and Queen observed the aphids below, blissfully unaware of their true master as they contentedly fed on the plant's sap. A rough estimate indicated at least 50 specialized soldier ants, over 1,000 red fire soldier ants, and nearly 10,000 red fire worker ants. This former neighbor had certainly fortified its ranks over the past month. Mai reflected on his reconnaissance a month prior, which had likely revealed the entirety of their forces. Yet now, such a multitude had been dispatched. Who could say how many remained to guard their home? However, Mai felt no fear. Instead, a surge of excitement welled within him. Remain here. Once we engage in combat, issue the command for them to join us. Understood, my husband. Chapter 40. The Ant War, Part 2. Mai leaped from the leaves, his unique physique allowing him to descend from a height many times greater than his own without suffering any harm. He strode purposefully toward the forefront of the ant swarm, halting before the 200 soldier ants, his gaze fixed upon them. Before him, a multitude of red fire ants emerged from the ground. Leading the charge were several specialized red fire soldier ants, each approximately 17 times in length, their imposing stature rendering them particularly conspicuous amidst the throng of smaller red fire ants, measuring only about 1 in size, and even smaller worker ants. In the realm of ants, warfare is devoid of grandiloquent rhetoric. It is a straightforward contest. Upon the sight of one another, the battle commenced. Mai surged ahead, plunging directly into the ranks of the red fire ants. With swift, decisive strikes, he decimated several specialized red fire soldier ants upon their initial encounter. Yet the red fire ants behind them showed no sign of fear. Some assailed Mai, gnawing fervently at his exoskeleton, while others attempted to scale his form. However, ants could never have their way so easily. With a mere shudder of his body, Mai's smooth exoskeleton sent the red fire soldier ants tumbling to the ground. The ordinary red fire ants were not his targets. Having dispatched a few of the foolish, he then maneuvered laterally, seeking out the larger specialized red fire soldier ants to eliminate. Meanwhile, the other black fire ants held their ground. They formed an organized battalion, each unit consisting of one soldier ant accompanied by 5 worker ants, totaling 200 formations, all under the strategic guidance of the queen ant, working in unison. Despite being outnumbered by more than tenfold, they remained unshaken. After all, each soldier ant under Ma-I's command was a super ant, boasting a size of 5. The cooperating worker ants merely served to fend off any adversaries attempting to encircle or ambush them. The battlefield was momentarily locked in a stalemate. At that moment, Queen lifted her head, her antennae dancing with vitality, sending forth an invisible wave of command. Action commenced. As the order resonated, disturbances rippled across the main battlefield. First, a contingent charged forth from the east, led by 5 specialized soldier ants, accompanied by 1,000 worker ants, ruthlessly tearing into the ranks of the red fire ant army. Then another force emerged from the west, also led by 5 specialized soldier ants. A third battalion surged from the southeast, while the final one advanced from the southwest. Each of the 4 armies comprised 5 specialized soldier ants, guiding their 1,000 worker ants into the fray, swiftly breaching the military formation and encircling the now isolated red fire ants, devouring them voraciously. The red fire ants found themselves besieged on all fronts. Ma-I personally commanded the assault from the front, while the other 4 directions were similarly encircled, leaving only a singular route to the south unguarded, inviting the red fire ants from behind to surge forward. Should any within attempt to retreat, they would collide with those advancing, rendering retreat impossible. The rearward red fire ants remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding within, for, in sheer numbers, the red fire ants still held the advantage. Thus, the fire ants continuously surged in, only to be mercilessly exterminated again and again, ensnared in a simple pocket formation that allowed Ma-I and his companions to harvest them with ease. The reasons for this lay not only in the lack of advanced intelligence among the fire ants, but also in the overwhelming strength of Ma-I's faction. Whether from the front or the flanks, formidable beings capable of independent action were present, and there were more than one. In such circumstances, what resources could the opposing fire ants muster in response? The duration of this unprecedented battle remained a mystery to Ma-I, who only knew that by the conclusion. The sun hung high in the sky. The ground was a macabre tapestry, densely strewn with the corpses of ants. In this confrontation, the specialized ants among the fire ants were completely annihilated due to Ma-I's decapitation tactics, and the soldier ants suffered severe casualties, with only a few worker ants managing to escape. Preliminary estimates indicated that the enemy's losses exceeded 10,000. Naturally, Ma-I's side also incurred significant losses, primarily among the worker ants, nearly 1,000 of whom were lost, alongside several soldier ants. Overall, however, this was a resounding victory. In the aftermath, while Ma-I organized the remaining soldier ants to continue patrolling, he instructed the queen ant, to oversee the worker ants in transporting the enemy corpses back. These were precious sources of nourishment. Of course, the bodies of his own ants were left untouched, as he ensured they were buried in a designated location. This practice is an unwritten rule among ants. They may regard members of other colonies as sustenance, but they do not turn against their own kin. Occasionally, some ants might retrieve the bodies of their fallen comrades, driven by instinct. Ants communicate through pheromones, and upon discovering food, they coat it with pheromones to signal their companions for transport. However, when an ant dies suddenly, the pheromones within their glands linger, leading others to mistakenly identify the body as food. Yet, during the transportation, the pheromones dissipate, revealing the ant's true scent, prompting the others to realize their error. Generally, the remains of fallen comrades are repurposed as construction material to fill the nest, among other uses. Ma-I, however, was not so barbaric. He typically opted for burial or disposal in water. Ma-I waited for a considerable time, remaining vigilant until the battlefield was thoroughly cleared. Yet the second wave of enemies did not arrive. It seemed they were frightened into retreat, a thought that left Ma-I contemplative. The queen ant must possess a talent akin to queen ant's will, though not as potent as I's. Upon learning of her subordinate's devastating defeat, it was evident that the queen had succumbed to fear. However, if she believed that this would lead Ma-I to spare her, she was sorely mistaken. Following the assessment of his enhanced soldier ants and specialized troops, he gained a clearer understanding of their combat capabilities. Consequently, he resolved to pursue his advantage, aiming to seize the fire ant nest and strip the enemy queen of her status, while Ma-I busied himself with expanding his influence and unifying the nearby ant colonies. Zero was preoccupied with devouring his meal. Indeed, this individual has now become a mere figurehead, relinquishing all responsibilities concerning the handover to Sha Minghui to Lei Tingguo and Fengwuan. Meanwhile, He himself is indulging in leisurely pursuits within a clandestine base, under the guidance of Yuan. The mechanical race has surrendered certain technologies that the Yuan Star Federation is currently capable of assimilating in exchange for a substantial amount of resources. These resources have been fervently transformed by Zero, converting them entirely into his seed energy. Presently, the energy within his seed has accumulated to a level of 10, significantly enhancing its potency compared to before. However, what is even more crucial is the qualitative transformation. Upon reaching the energy threshold of 10, Zero discovered that he had unlocked a new module, the Energy Weapon Module. Chapter 41. Energy Weapons. It is often said that the history of humanity is essentially a chronicle of warfare. With the advancement of human civilization, the classification of weaponry has diversified immensely. Cold weapons, firearms, artillery, armored combat vehicles, and naval vessels categorize weapons by type. Another classification method is based on their operational mechanism, encompassing chemical weapons, biological weapons, kinetic weapons, and energy weapons. Energy weapons have not been absent in modern times. In layman's terms, they are systems that convert energy into weaponry and enhance its capabilities, such as laser weapons, ray weapons, and particle beam weapons. In the collective consciousness, energy weapons are synonymous with formidable offensive power and striking visual and auditory effects. However, this perception is largely a byproduct of science fiction films. The true essence of energy weapons lies in their ability to deliver precise long-range strikes, cause directed widespread destruction, and engage in missile defense, often lacking any superfluous visual effects, and sometimes even producing no audible sound at all. Unfortunately, the technological constraints faced by human civilization, stemming from material limitations, energy consumption, and miniaturization challenges, have kept energy weapons in the experimental phase, rendering their deployment improbable in the short term. However, the mechanical race has integrated energy weapons into the seed, marking a significant milestone when certain criteria are met. In fact, when the mechanical race's seed energy reaches a level of 5, it unlocks a unique melee weapon. Currently, there are only 2 prototypes, the alloy greatsword unlocked by Zero and the alloy broadsword wielded by Lei Tingguo. While these weapons appear to be composed of an unknown alloy, they inherently contain the essence of seed energy, a form of energy more enigmatic than nuclear fusion. The effectiveness of weapons crafted with the seed energy is truly remarkable. The skin of the octopus shark, though resilient, proves as fragile as tofu before Lei Tingguo's alloy broadsword. Nonetheless, this represents merely the initial form of the weapon. Beyond its hardness and sharpness, it possesses no other remarkable features. If the mechanical race were to rely solely on these as weapons, it would be rather primitive. Thus, upon achieving a seed energy level of 10, Zero has acquired an energy weapon, an energy pistol affixed to his left wrist. Indeed, the term pistol is somewhat misleading, for its barrel is quite robust, resembling more of a handheld cannon. According to the information provided by the Spark, it is named the Cybertron Energy Pistol, featuring 3 modes: single shot, burst fire, and charge mode. The single shot allows for precise targeting, and even in this mode, its power far exceeds that of the majority of contemporary infantry combat weapons, capable of obliterating a small vehicle with a single shot. The energy projectiles in burst fire mode are slightly less potent than in single shot mode, yet their rapid succession creates a dense barrage, making it suitable for fire coverage. The charging capability presents a significant range, with the lower limit matching the single shot's power, while the upper limit fluctuates based on the duration and intensity of the energy invested during the charging process. In essence, the longer the charging time, the greater the power. Due to the scarcity of spark energy, Zero was reluctant to experiment with higher energy levels. He only executed 1 charge attack, consuming approximately 0.1 units of spark energy, and the resulting power equated to that of a short-range missile, sufficient to raise a 2- or 3-story building to the ground. The unlocking of energy weaponry has endowed Zero with genuine self-defense capabilities. Unreservedly, his individual combat strength now rivals that of a small to medium-sized modern combat unit. Today, even if he were to expose his existence, attracting the covetous gaze of the Yuan Star Federation Council, they would have to carefully assess whether it would be more advantageous to eliminate him or to forge an alliance. Eliminating him might yield nothing while incurring significant human and material costs, even risking the lives of soldiers. Conversely, while collaboration carries certain risks, it offers access to the technological advancements of the mechanical race, thereby enhancing their own capabilities. All of this is rooted in the foundation of military power. Power is the prerequisite for peace and the source of confidence at the negotiating table. There exists no genuine, equitable collaboration between the weak and the strong. In addition to the energy weaponry, Zero has recently discovered another capability shared with Thunderfire. This may be a latent ability of the mechanical race or perhaps a gift from the spark. They can absorb energy from the natural environment to replenish their spark energy. Although the replenishment rate is slow and pales in comparison to the consumption of mineral energy, it is indeed a reality. However, in pursuit of the Father who bestowed upon him a new life and in the quest to revive the glory of mechanical civilization, Zero is not content to rely solely on the efficiency of natural absorption. Thus, he continues his relentless exploration and indulgence. Lastly, there are Shiming and Qin Huang. Indeed, Qin Huang's predictions were proven accurate. Their originally planned endeavors experienced an unforeseen turning point. Just a few days after visiting the Cybertron automobile factory, they received a direct order from the Federation Council. The order reassigned their group to a new mechanical research institute, where their first project involves the study of novel weapons, advanced vehicles, and innovative aircraft. These developments significantly surpass the capabilities of current Yuan Star Federation technology, with some being direct enhancements of existing designs. Once the research and development reach fruition, the Federal Assembly shall delve into the heavily polluted zones, conducting thorough investigations in areas long forsaken by humanity for decades. In the aftermath of catastrophe, mankind's habitable territory has been constricted to less than half of this planet. As the years have passed, resources have gradually begun to dwindle. The resource crisis is pressing. Although this diverges from Shiming's lofty aspirations of ascension, he believes it marks a promising beginning. Merely days after embarking on his duties at the Research Institute, the Emperor Qin entrusted him with a document, the design blueprint for a mechanical exoskeleton armor. This armor is capable of significantly enhancing the individual capabilities of soldiers, transforming an ordinary soldier into a formidable warrior wielding a utility pole as if it were a club. Furthermore, the mechanical exoskeleton can be equipped with an intelligence system to assist the wearer in executing a variety of operations. In due time, even a standard soldier could become akin to a special forces operative. This represents the first generation of exoskeleton armor utilized by the Great Qin Iron Cavalry. Crafted from lightweight alloy steel and powered by isotope battery technology, both of which are feasible advancements for this world. It is undoubtedly the most suitable armor to be introduced at present. The deployment of this armor presents two significant advantages. First, it would enable Shiming to swiftly attain power and status, granting him greater resources and autonomy to better pursue his ambitions. The Emperor Qin would also be better positioned to fulfill the tasks assigned by His Majesty. Second, it is a step towards the future. Chapter 42, The Fifth Hero, Tang. Technology is, indeed, iterative. From the first generation of exoskeletons, which could only operate on the ground, to the individual combat mechs capable of engaging in space warfare at the time of the Great Qin's demise, nearly 7 centuries were dedicated to this evolution, achieving over 50 iterations. This is the culmination of the relentless efforts of countless researchers throughout the Great Qin's history and the sacrifices of soldiers across generations. Naturally, those who plant trees benefit from their shade. When exoskeletons re-emerge in this world, they need not undergo such an extensive evolution, as all foundational data is readily available. Moreover, the Emperor Qin believes that the exoskeletons will shine even more brilliantly in this world than in his own. Not to mention the artificial intelligence of the Cybertron vehicles, which surpasses that of his past world's final iteration, is already poised to enhance the armor's performance significantly. Furthermore, there are the transforming Autobots. The Emperor Qin is quite curious about these transforming beings, yet has yet to behold their true forms. However, whispers within the Research Institute suggest that the technology currently under investigation is indeed related to these transforming Autobots. Most, however, dismiss this as mere folly. The ingrained perceptions of carbon-based life forms have solidified in the minds of many. If these transforming Autobots are indeed entities harnessing superior technology, what might their origins be? Silicon-based life forms? Perhaps? Given that everyone belongs to different races, why would they entrust their superior technology to others? After observing the current circumstances of the 4 heroic subordinates, Yuan suddenly felt a stir within. The long-dormant Hero Emergence module had inexplicably activated once more. A 5th hero had appeared. Name: Hero Emergence Module. Description: a number of heroic figures randomly born among the planet's inhabitants. Hero number 1, protagonist of the hero game, awakened. Hero No. 2, King of the Ant Swarm, awakened. Hero number 3, Son of Cyberton, awakened. Hero number 4, Pearl of the Vast Sea, awakened. Hero number 5, Tang, awakened. Tang? Another peculiar entity. Yuan shook his head, choosing not to ponder its significance, and directed his attention accordingly. Yet, he soon realized that the direction of this perspective seemed amiss. Games represent the initial step for all mammals in the learning of survival. They are a social activity rooted in the pursuit of spiritual fulfillment, predicated upon material satisfaction. They also serve as a means of stress relief and emotional release. Whether in childhood, developmental stages, or maturity, games are indispensable. The notion of moderate gaming brings joy, encapsulating this very essence. In modern times, games have evolved from mere physical forms to encompass a new dimension: video games. On Yuan's planet, there exists a highly popular computer game known as Freedom City. This virtual metropolis spans over 1,000 square kilometers and is rumored to undergo continuous updates, ultimately aiming to achieve a one-to-one replication of the second district's appearance. In this game, players are free to engage in acts of destruction, leveling up and honing their abilities, while acquiring various items along the way. Freedom City refreshes at midnight each day. This means that, regardless of how much players may ravage the city during the day, it will be restored anew the following day. The entities within are merely strings of code. Who would grieve for the demise of mere code? Moreover, these codes are reset each day. Players can unleash their destructive impulses within the city, even commandeering tanks and artillery, thereby relieving stress accumulated from the burdens of reality. Thus, this game enjoys immense popularity among the youth. Due to the nature of the game, everything is randomly generated, including characters' physiques, faces, and attire. As long as they do not appear grotesque, they are deemed usable. Tang is yet another inconspicuous figure among these background elements. In truth, background characters should be nameless. Yet inexplicably, upon awakening today, Tang felt he ought to possess a name. And that name is Tang. Tang awakens on a certain floor of a towering edifice. Upon opening his eyes, he is greeted by the familiar rumble in his ears. He knows that those strange beings have begun once more. Why do I say again? A hint of confusion flickered in Tang's eyes as he rose from his seat and proceeded to the bathroom for his morning routine. Subsequently, he approached the wardrobe, opened its doors, and was greeted by 2 rows of identical garments. The left side housed police trousers, while the right side displayed police uniforms. Given their indistinguishable nature, there was little to deliberate upon. In fact, the concept of choice seemed entirely absent from Tang's programming. He casually selected a set and stood before the mirror, donning the attire and tidying his hair. As he completed these tasks, the clock on the wall registered 8:01. Ordinarily, it would have read 8 o'clock sharp. But he had lingered on the bed in contemplation for a minute longer today, thus resulting in his slight tardiness. Nonetheless, Tang paid it no mind. Although the clock adorned the wall and he wore a watch before leaving, these seemed merely ornamental to him. His mind operated on a distinct logic derived from the underlying code. The presence of such items was merely to align with his identity. In this game, Tang's role was that of an officer in the Free City. When players engaged in criminal activities within the city, their crime level would escalate based on the severity of their actions, culminating in a total of 6 tiers. At the first tier, the system dispatched several officers to apprehend the player, primarily focusing on arrest. If apprehended, the player would forfeit a portion of their money as a ransom, subsequently resetting their crime level. At the second tier, the number of officers increased, and the primary aim shifted to elimination, with firearms being employed. Upon being killed, the crime level would similarly reset, albeit at the cost of additional funds for revival. The third tier involved multiple police vehicles, helicopters, and undercover officers joining forces for the capture. The fourth tier built upon this by introducing special forces equipped with submachine guns. The fifth tier amplified the police presence further, enlisting even more special forces for a coordinated assault. The sixth tier unleashed tanks, armored personnel carriers, and armed helicopters. However, Tang was merely an ordinary officer, tasked daily with patrolling the streets wielding a baton, arresting or neutralizing 1-star and 2-star players upon detection. Unfortunately, such ordinary officers often became targets for players, as eliminating a police officer would elevate a player's crime level by 1 star. Thus, Tang, despite his slightly heightened visibility as an officer, faced an elevated mortality rate. Although he sensed an underlying discord, he adhered to the program's directives, taking the elevator down to commence his day. Chapter 43, Awakening. Good morning, officer. As the elevator reached the ground floor, Tang stepped out and encountered an individual emerging from the opposite elevator, who greeted him. Good morning, Wendy. Tang reciprocated the greeting. Wendy was an employee at the Free Bank, departing at a similar hour as Tang each day. The only distinction today was that their usual greeting spot had been the nearby store. According to the operational logic, Tom would typically venture out to a nearby store to procure a sandwich for breakfast, while Wendy, arriving a minute later, would find herself directly behind him in line. Upon collecting his breakfast and spotting Wendy, Tom would greet her. This was the customary manner of their encounters most mornings. However, today, due to Tom's minute delay, their meeting point shifted to the elevator entrance below. As for Wendy's name, it signifies her slightly greater importance in the narrative, as she is involved in a pivotal side quest. Yet, that detail is irrelevant to the present moment. After exchanging pleasantries, the two were at a loss for words, as the program had not accounted for such interactions. Thus, they walked side by side out of their residence and headed toward the nearby breakfast establishment. Yet, it seemed rather peculiar for a morning in the free city to be so mundane, even somewhat tranquil and cozy. Suddenly, the roar of engines erupted, followed by a barrage of gunfire from a distance. Should I intervene? No, there is no crime level to warrant my involvement. Tom hesitated momentarily, but soon dispelled the thought. Continuing onward. Bang! At that moment, a flurry of bullets whizzed past, striking both Wendy and Tom, causing them to collapse onto the ground. As consciousness slipped away, Tom vaguely heard a phrase, "Another new day. Prepare for a joyful start." Upon regaining awareness, he found himself in the same high-rise, on the same floor. Tom opened his eyes, and once again, familiar sounds filled his ears. Those peculiar individuals reappeared, eliciting a look of confusion from Tom yesterday. He stood up, opting not to head to the restroom as usual, but instead approached the mirror, touching his chest. Had I been shot yesterday? He felt the spot where he had been hit. Yet astonishingly, upon pulling back his shirt, he found no trace of wounds, no marks of injury whatsoever. I was shot. Yet I'm alive, devoid of even a scar. Is this an illusion? Tom murmured to himself, even as his body followed the program's directives. Stepping away from the mirror and entering the bathroom. After freshening up, he approached the wardrobe, selecting an outfit from the two identical rows of clothing. Once again before the mirror, he dressed and tidied his hair. At that moment, the clock on the wall halted at 8:02. Despite a lingering sense that something was amiss, an increasingly intense feeling, Tom adhered to the program's instructions, descending in the elevator to commence his day. Click-clack. As he exited the elevator, Tom beheld a voluptuous figure swaying gracefully, just as she exited the building's entrance. He recognized it was Wendy. Yet, he had never noticed before how striking her figure was, her curves accentuated, exuding a sultry allure. With her blouse clinging to her form and a pencil skirt paired with nude stockings adding a hint of charm to her poise, Wendy appeared oblivious to Tom's presence, striding confidently onto the street in the direction of the store. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang hastened to follow. As he approached the breakfast establishment, the distant roar of engines pierced the air, accompanied by the faint sound of gunfire. For a moment, Tang was taken aback, but a chill ran down his spine. This sensation was all too familiar. Just then, ahead of him, a motorcycle sped into view. On it sat two individuals. The driver donned a peculiar pumpkin mask, while the passenger, wearing a cat mask, wielded a submachine gun, laughing maniacally as he unleashed a barrage of bullets. The level of criminality was marked at 1 star. Tang's eyes lit up as he retrieved his baton from his waist and broke into a light jog. Suddenly, a flurry of bullets whizzed past, striking the lovely Wendy, who had been walking ahead, and knocking her to the ground. Instinctively, Tang ducked aside as bullets ricocheted off a nearby trash can, failing to penetrate its metal surface. "There's a cop over there. Let us take him out," the gunman in the cat mask suggested. "Just one. Let us skip it and find a place with more targets. I've got a code that's perfect for testing," the pumpkin mask driver replied. "All right, let us go." Without lingering, the two sped away. Tang rose from behind the trash can, staring blankly in the direction the motorcycle had vanished. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. Why did they find amusement in such wanton violence? Was this truly entertaining? He approached the fallen Wendy, whose blood pooled on the ground like a blooming red rose. Her face still bore a radiant smile, as if she had never anticipated that death would come so abruptly. "Wendy," Tang murmured. He did not feel sorrow in the traditional sense. Instead, a term, tragic, unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. Although he was unsure why, Wendy's two deaths, coupled with his own near-fatal experience, fostered a vague awareness that he, Wendy, and many others in this city were entangled in a cycle of death and resurrection. What manner of beings were those assailants? Tang contemplated the pumpkin and cat masks. It seemed implausible that a normal person could see the road clearly while wearing such headgear, let alone navigate a motorcycle at such high speeds. The cat-masked individual appeared to be shooting indiscriminately, yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that she aimed at places populated by pedestrians. After pondering for a moment without clarity, Tang cast one last glance at Wendy and moved onward. Since resurrection awaited him the following day, he resolved to let things be. He quickly regained his composure, navigating through the space between fallen bodies, and entered the convenience store. Inside, a few customers were queued for breakfast, while others sat at tables enjoying their meals. "John, I'll have a sandwich and a cup of coffee," Tang said after a brief wait in line, placing a bill on the counter. "Certainly, officer." Good morning. Good morning, Tang replied, taking his sandwich and coffee before finding a seat. As he settled in, he surveyed his surroundings. Some were engrossed in newspapers, others engaged in conversation, all appearing remarkably relaxed. It seemed they remained oblivious to the recent shooting outside, where numerous lives had been lost and many injured. The peculiar sensation within Tang grew increasingly intense. Is there something amiss in this world? Chapter 44, Strange Entities. While enjoying breakfast, Tang meticulously replayed all known clues in his mind. Upon finishing the last bite of his sandwich, he resolved to uncover the truth of this world. After disposing of his trash, he exited the convenience store. The time was precisely 8:30, marking the beginning of his shift. However, within the parameters of the game, the patrolling officers were not required to report to the precinct. Rather, they were to patrol nearby. Thus, his workplace was conveniently located on the bustling street near his home. As for when his shift officially began or ended, given the liveliness of this street, the likelihood of a timely departure was virtually non-existent. Nevertheless, the considerate programmers had inscribed the end of his shift in the code, set for 4:30 p.m. in game time. Standing at the entrance of the convenience store, Tang surveyed his surroundings. Noticing that in the brief time it took to consume his breakfast, the bodies of Wendy and the innocent passers-by, along with the bloodstains on the ground, had vanished without a trace. Were it not for the lingering bullet marks on the pavement and buildings, he might have thought everything had been a mere figment of his imagination. A slight chuckle escaped him. He found the unfolding events increasingly intriguing. Yet, he refrained from hastily altering anything, instinctively proceeding down the street to commence his routine patrol. Perhaps due to the early hour, there were fewer anomalies. Apart from the two peculiar figures, the pumpkin-headed and cat-headed beings who inexplicably rode past his residence on motorcycles almost daily, Tang encountered no other oddities along the way. Upon reaching the end of the street, he encountered another officer, a familiar face. This patrol officer was also a regular presence on this thoroughfare, ensuring they often crossed paths. However, this individual was of a higher rank than Tang, as he was armed. Feeling a sense of familiarity, Tang decided to assign him a name. With a slender frame reminiscent of a monkey, he dubbed him Skinny Monkey. Tang greeted him. "Hey, brother. Good morning." "Good morning, brother," replied the Skinny Monkey officer, momentarily taken aback by Tang's greeting. According to the programmed protocol, he should have initiated the salutation, and Tang's deviation from the norm caused a brief glitch in the already limited coding. Fortunately, it was not a significant issue, and the Skinny Monkey officer quickly recovered. "Brother, may I borrow something?" Tang inquired. The officer hesitated again, turning to continue his stride. In his programming, there was no option to lend anything to Tang. Realizing that borrowing might not be feasible, Tang recalled the unsettling image of the strange entities seizing his baton after his demise. Perhaps he would need to adopt a similar approach to borrowing? Suddenly, the distant roar of vehicles echoed from another street. The sound of such speed sent a shiver down Tang's spine, prompting him to swiftly retreat beneath a building and hasten toward a nearby alleyway. Indeed, diligence bore fruit. Indeed, those peculiar entities lived up to Tang's expectations. A sports car drifted around the corner, careening down the street and sending the slender officer, known as the Monkey, hurtling through the air. After leaving behind a trail of raucous laughter, the vehicle sped away. Tang observed the scene with an expression devoid of emotion, his heart betraying no disturbance. Once the roar of the engine faded, he stepped out from the alley, surveying the now chaotic street, and without hesitation, approached the mangled body of the slender officer. He retrieved a handgun and a small amount of money from the lifeless form. Acquired item, handgun. Acquired currency, 103. Skill unlocked. Scavenging, current level, 1. Skill unlocked. Handgun mastery, current level, 1. Tang toyed with the handgun, a series of codes flickering in his pupils, shimmering with a frenetic brilliance. Skill handgun mastery upgraded, current level, 2. Skill handgun mastery upgraded, current level, 3. Skill handgun mastery upgraded. Skill handgun mastery upgraded. Current level, 10. Maximum level reached, further upgrades impossible. Skill scavenging upgraded, current level, 2. Skill scavenging upgraded. Skill scavenging upgraded, current level, 10. Maximum level reached. Further upgrades impossible. The codes in Tang's eyes vanished, and the two recently acquired skills surged to their maximum levels. He felt no surprise. After all, he was a sequence of code himself. The skills newly integrated into his being were, in essence, merely additional strands of code. Thus, altering them was a simple task, requiring merely a shift of a single digit. However, the skill cap represented the overarching logic of the game. Unless he could breach the game's code, he could not contravene this principle. Tang had no intention of attempting this for the time being. Recognizing the abnormalities of this world, he resolved to observe first. waiting until he grew stronger before undertaking further endeavors. The roar of engines echoed once more. Those peculiar entities. They had returned. Tang refrained from acting rashly, retreating back into the alley until the odd vehicle departed. He then emerged, hastening to the corner of the street to gaze down its length. Curious as to why these bizarre beings seemed to emerge from this direction, his wait was not prolonged, as soon, the end of the street began to shift. A hum resonated, as if the air itself rippled with waves, and shortly thereafter, a vehicle emerged from the undulating distortion. Ah, what a vibrant day it was! A voice rang out from a distance. The strange entities in their vehicle. What lay ahead? Why did the air shimmer with waves? A flurry of questions flooded Tang's mind, rendering him momentarily rooted in place. Unbeknownst to him, the code within began to operate rapidly, a cascade of sequences overlaying his original code. Oh, what was this? A police officer standing here? Stuck? The peculiar creature that had recently emerged stood before Tom, yet he refrained from firing his weapon or ramming it with his vehicle. Instead, he approached Tom with an air of curiosity, scrutinizing him intently. Coming to his senses, Tom reciprocated the examination of this strange being before him. The individual was a woman clad in camouflage attire, her figure strikingly alluring, to the point of being somewhat disconcerting. Adorning her head were 3 question marks, an oddity that left Tom pondering how she managed to secure such bizarre decorations in her hair. A sudden thought crossed Tom's mind. What would happen if he were to kill her? He recalled the numerous times he had met his demise. Since you seem to be stuck, allow me to assist you, the female creature murmured to herself, producing a handgun. Bang! The shot rang out. Chapter 45. Initiating discussion, acquired item, handgun. Acquired currency, 1536. Skill, scavenging upgraded to robbery, current level, 1. Skill, robbery upgraded, current level, 10, maximum level reached. Further upgrades unavailable. Robbery. Tom turned his gaze toward the vehicle idling nearby, made his way to the driver's side, opened the door, and settled into the seat. Acquired item, sports car. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. He exited the vehicle once more, placing the corpse of the slain creature into the passenger seat. He wished to observe how these fallen beings vanished. Thus, he drove away in another's car, carrying another's body, as he proceeded down the road at a leisurely pace. Approximately a minute later, the corpse beside him inexplicably disappeared. It vanished abruptly. Gazing at the empty passenger seat, Tom gained a clearer understanding of the enigmatic nature of the creatures. However, this was merely the beginning of the amusement. Tom resolved to heighten the intrigue further. He abandoned the recently acquired sports car and returned to the street, feigning his previous role as a dazed patrol officer as he ambled along the thoroughfare. Yet, whenever a creature passed by, he would unhesitatingly fire upon them. With each successive kill, Tom sensed a peculiar transformation occurring within himself. In truth, with every player he eliminated, he could seize a fragment of their code. The players' codes were not trivial. They encompassed skills, languages, skins, items, and snippets of their conversational exchanges. While these fragments may seem inconsequential in isolation, their accumulation would undoubtedly herald a significant change in Tom. As Tom began to actively hunt players, corresponding reactions emerged within the player community. In reality, the location Tom had discovered was a nearby spawn point. Numerous similar spawn points existed within the game-free city, typically dispersed throughout the urban landscape. Upon logging off, players would enter their personal spaces, and upon logging back in, they could choose between single-player mode or multiplayer mode. Selecting multiplayer mode would cause their characters to materialize at a designated spawn point. Initially, the number of players Tom killed was minimal, and among them were those who had brought criminal notoriety upon themselves, thus they did not perceive the situation as particularly alarming. Who among those who play this game has not been apprehended by the police during their novice days? It is a rite of passage. One evening, a post emerged in the community of players of Liberty City. I swear I am not Laura. Today, I stumbled upon a rather amusing Easter egg. Before heading to work in the morning, I thought I'd play Liberty City for a bit. After logging in and driving my beloved little car out from the spawn point, I noticed a police officer seemingly stuck by the roadside, utterly motionless, quite peculiar. Curious, I approached, only to be abruptly shot down by him. Upon returning to the game that evening, I discovered my car had vanished. Which incompetent programmer devised this? Knife, knife, knife. Sounds like you were quite brave. Holy cow. You encountered him too? I encountered that same guy. I logged in at noon and saw an officer standing still in an alley, so I went to see what he was doing, wondering if he was stuck, and suddenly, I was shot dead. He even stole several thousand game coins. Food for thought. You are not alone. I too was shot dead by a police officer. That fellow's gun is exceptionally fast and accurate. I merely poked my head out and was instantly taken down. I seriously suspect it's the same officer. I've never seen another one so bizarre. A Mother S sword. May I timidly inquire why the individuals above engaged him? Out of curiosity. Food for thought. I merely aim to earn a star. What of it? A father guarding the center line. Serves you right. Unable to fend off a single officer and being taken out. Are you a novice? How amusing. Food for thought. I am not. Before long, two irate players resolved to meet for a father-son match within the game. The departure of these two spirited individuals did not diminish the post's popularity. Rather, their antics only served to elevate its prominence further. Numerous players took notice of this incident, with many who had fallen victim to ambushes or direct assaults throughout the day coming forth to share their experiences. Of course, only a portion of these accounts were genuine. Some were likely the result of other players' defeats, while others fabricated their tales, drawn by the allure of the amusing narrative. In reality, the officer had only eliminated around 20 players that day. He typically targeted those who appeared less astute, while those barreling through in tanks or racing past without pause were beyond his hunting capabilities. The former he could easily overpower, while the latter he could not catch. Moreover, not every player is inclined to engage in community posts. Among 100 players, it is commendable to find 4 or 5 who participate in such discussions. Therefore, while the posts exalted the officer's unconventional tactics and extraordinary prowess, the majority viewed it merely as a source of entertainment. Yet, a small faction, either driven by curiosity or believing there might be some hidden game secrets, such as side quests, decided to log out of the community and into the game to seek out this enigmatic officer. All of this transpired under the watchful eye of Yuan. Indeed, this so-called Tang, a character existing within a virtual game, is actually the 5th hero from the Heroes Arise mod. He perceives the selection of characters in this mod becoming increasingly peculiar. The first is a human, the second is a person who has possessed an ant after death. The third is simply a robot. The fourth is a wandering soul from a parallel universe of indigenous humans. And the fifth is, quite literally, not human. Oh wait, perhaps he could also be referred to as a virtual human. Nevertheless, it remains extraordinarily bizarre. No, it should be said, exceedingly strange. 5 heroes, 5 distinct species? Goodness. Even novels would hesitate to portray such a scenario. Would a narrative so absurd truly fail? If it did exist, the author must certainly be a fool, right? Returning to the main topic. After observing Tang for an entire day, Yuan has gleaned some insight into the confidence he possesses as a hero, or rather, the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon him by the Heroes Arise mod. The essence of Tang is, in fact, merely a string of code, the foundational code of his character, which is quite simple. However, with the acquisition of these extraordinary abilities, he is endowed with limitless potential for growth. He can continuously absorb external code, embarking on a process of self-evolution. For instance, as he strolls down the street, he can acquire color codes by observing his surroundings, texture and material codes by examining buildings, and mechanical movement and attire codes by watching pedestrians. This is only the surface level. There exists a deeper layer. Through close proximity, he can acquire even more. For example, upon accidentally defeating the first player, he gained abilities akin to that of a player's interface. The ability to learn skills and acquire resources through kills is typically a one-way capability granted to players in the game Free City. Have you ever encountered a game where one can reverse level up by defeating players? Tang's abilities are learned in real time, and he masters them more thoroughly. He may not comprehend what a program is, yet he instinctively perceives the essence beyond the surface. Any skill code he touches can be instantly leveled to its maximum. He can even conjure money. In the game, currency is merely a string of code. With a slight modification, Tang can alter his funds to 999,999. However, this is currently of little significance. Each day, the system provides him with a stipend of $100, sufficient to cover his meals. He has little need for excess funds. Free City is both a currency shop and a microtransaction shop. In this game, the currency is generally used to purchase weapons, equipment, and vehicles, while some distinctive items remain exclusive to the microtransaction shop. Yet, the weapons and equipment available for currency can be obtained by him more swiftly through theft. He possesses elite skills in robbery and scavenging. His top-tier scavenging skill enhances his battle rewards, while his supreme robbery skill significantly increases the likelihood of acquiring a high-value item from a defeated player. This setting was originally devised by the game's developers to encourage players to engage in fierce battles within the city, but it has now inadvertently aided Tom. He discovered that some players, despite their lack of skill, possessed inexplicably superior equipment. Having vanquished over 20 players, he amassed a collection of handguns, several submachine guns, a micro-submachine gun, and even a handheld weapon. As for melee weapons, they were as varied as could be, ranging from daggers and watermelon knives to broadswords and katanas. However, at this moment, Tom was no longer patrolling the streets. for he had clocked out. Upon entering this state, the constraints upon him were lifted, prompting him to leave the neighborhood in search of a broader world. Yet, before doing so, he had one final task to complete. He divided today as spoils into several portions, concealing them in different locations. The first portion was tossed into the trash bin downstairs. The second was buried in a nearby flower bed. The third he took back to his room. This was a test he devised to examine the mysterious respawn mechanism. As for the final portion, Tom carried it with him and stepped out of his home, turning towards the adjacent room. Truth be told, he felt as if he had lived for quite some time, yet he had never seen his neighbor. He was unaware if anyone resided next door, nor did he know if they were male or female, or what their profession might be. The entire building bore no traces of habitation save for himself and Wendy, whom he encountered each morning. However, he did not know where Wendy lived. Knock, knock, knock. With his left hand in his pocket and his handgun in hand, Tom rapped on the door of the neighboring apartment. No response. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment, he knocked again, still met with silence. No one. Tom raised an eyebrow, drew his handgun, and fired several shots at the door lock. The door finally swung open. Upon stepping inside, he was taken aback. The layout of the room was identical to his own. The familiar mirror, the familiar wardrobe, the familiar alarm clock, and even the bed. Was there someone lying upon it? Tom gripped his handgun tightly and stealthily approached. Click. As he discerned the figure on the bed, the handgun slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. The person on the bed bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Tom extended his hand and placed it upon the figure's body. The sensation was tangible, not an illusion. Why is there another me here? As he pondered this perplexity, the other Tom on the bed transformed into a stream of code that surged along Tom's hand and into his own body. Subsequently, a torrent of information flooded into him, and the two strands of code swiftly merged. With Tom's current capacity, assimilating this information proved effortlessly simple. Moments later, he opened his eyes. Without uttering a word, Tom entered the second room, only to discover another individual who looked just like him. After absorbing the second broth in a similar manner, the broth entered the third room once more. Upon traversing over 20 identical chambers on this level, it became apparent that each room housed a version of himself. After assimilating these numerous versions, he pieced together some clues from each of their codes. It appeared to be a fixed refresh mechanism. When the first version perished on the street, a second would emerge to continue his patrol, and upon the second's demise, a third would take over, and so forth. Until the midnight bell tolled, all those who had perished that day would reappear, initiating a repetitive cycle for the following day. Perhaps the entire building operated under a similar paradigm, with individuals akin to him taking turns as mere backdrops in this world, serving as playthings for the external players. He casually discarded the fourth bounty into a room and descended the stairs, armed with his meticulously organized weaponry. He had come to recognize his identity, a mere plaything. Yet now, he sought to reverse that designation. The night gradually enveloped this not-so-free city of liberty, seemingly heralding the rise of something extraordinary. Concurrently, a mysterious force began to shroud the planet, signifying the emergence of a new world. As time progressed, species evolution began to manifest its true purpose. In the sewers of a district in Zone 7, a horde of rats frantically tore into the corpses of several wildcats, voraciously devouring them. Subsequently, led by a rat larger than the wildcats, they vanished into the depths of the sewer. In the enigmatic depths of the ocean, a colossal whale, stretching 100 meters, swallowed a 30-meter-long giant octopus in one gulp. Among humans, peculiar reactions also surfaced. Some discovered their bodies had inexplicably become agile. Others found their strength seemingly amplified, while a few experienced sudden enlightenment, acquiring photographic memory. Though lacking extraordinary powers such as fire breathing or water spouting, it was evident that human genes were evolving at a gradual pace. As all of this transpired, within a highly fortified secret base on the Yuan star, a long-dormant, shuttle-shaped spacecraft suddenly sprang to life. Planet number 130132 was preliminarily ready for trial activation. Chapter 47. Invasion of Advanced Civilizations. Seeking Initial Subscription. Shortly after the alien spacecraft, seemingly captured by Yuan star civilization but actually in a state of dormant vigilance, transmitted its message, Yuan received a prompt from the panel. Beep. Activation of Advanced Civilization Invasion has commenced. Installation in progress. Name, Advanced Civilization Invasion Description. Due to the voluntary exposure of cosmic coordinates, the attention of an unknown advanced civilization has been attracted. Upon implementation, there is a high probability of eradicating existing life forms, a moderate probability of terminating the game, and a low probability of introducing new life forms. A series of notifications resonated in Yuan's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. What on earth? A multitude of colossal question marks emerged above his head. How could this device activate so abruptly and commence installation on its own? Is this what is deemed special, so capricious? Even the Golden Finger perceived that the current difficulty of the game had surpassed the version limit. What, then, is the true level of this advanced civilization? Level 3? Level 4? Could it possibly be the legendary divine civilization? Before Yuan appeared a classification of cosmic civilizations provided by the Golden Finger, Level 1 civilization, also referred to as planetary civilization. This tier can exploit all forms of energy from their residing planet and its satellites, and even modify the planet itself. Minimum requirement. The non-renewable energy within the planet must be entirely replaced by renewable sources, achieving the highest energy utilization rate possible. The civilization must be capable of rapid travel within its basic celestial system, including back-and-forth trips between the planet and its satellites, and instant communication between them. Level 2 civilization, also known as stellar civilization, this tier can harness all forms of energy from the entire planetary system where their planet resides, and can even modify the planetary system itself. Minimum requirement. Successful implementation of energy collection devices like Dyson spheres or Alderson disks for the system star, enabling energy transfer to the planet within minutes. The civilization must be capable of swift travel between planets within the system, and instant communication among them. Level 3 civilization, referred to as Galactic civilization, this tier can utilize all forms of energy emitted by celestial bodies, including black holes, within their galaxy, and can even modify the galaxy itself. Minimum requirement. The ability to successfully harness energy from all celestial bodies within the galaxy, transferring it to the residing planet within minutes, and facilitating swift travel between planetary systems with instant communication. Moreover, there exists Level 4 civilization, cluster civilization, Level 5 civilization, cosmic civilization, and even the vaguely defined divine civilization, as per the Golden Finger. The civilization of Earth prior to Yuan's rebirth, as well as the current civilization of Yuan's star, both fall short of even Level 1. Earth civilization is approximately at Level 0. 8. As humanity has at least managed to leave the planet and work in near-Earth orbit. In contrast, the civilization of Yuan's star hovers around Level 0. 7. Having stagnated in aerospace technology for decades due to catastrophic events that rendered them powerless. Currently, I find myself inhabiting the body of Shi Ming, acting as his ever-present elder. Qin Huang. His Qin civilization stands as a secondary civilization. Although it has only just ascended to this level, should it engage in warfare with the Yuan star civilization, it would likely achieve complete dominion over them within mere hours. This stark contrast illustrates the disparity between a secondary civilization and an inferior first-level civilization. As for the discovery of the Yuan star civilization, the fact that they have managed to locate it from the unfathomable depths of the cosmos and successfully dispatch an unmanned spacecraft indicates that they are at least a tertiary civilization, though this is merely a minimum assessment, as their capabilities may well extend beyond this classification. Yuan feels overwhelmed. He has merely reincarnated as a diminutive sphere. Is there truly cause for such distress? The silver lining is that there remains a modicum of preparation time, he muses, attempting to find solace in his predicament. As previously mentioned, the so-called heaven within this Golden Finger is relative to Yuan, denoting the time it takes for him to orbit the sun. According to human calculations, this unit should indeed be measured in years. In essence, the completion of the version update requires a span of 5 years, equating to 6 months. The installation period for the higher civilization's invasion is set for 76 years hence. This grants Yuan a significant window of 76 years to nurture his burgeoning power. However, the situation remains precarious. Calculating at 30 source points per annum, 76 years would yield only 280 points, insufficient to even approach the threshold for Mechanical Ascension. Fortunately, he possesses 2 avenues of hope. The first lies in the 5 heroes he has cultivated. Although currently somewhat weak, they exhibit promising growth potential. They can mitigate the adverse effects of the existing radiation sea, allowing Yuan to reap achievement rewards. Moreover, in the future, they may emerge as the backbone of resistance against the advanced civilization. This strategic move was undoubtedly astute. The second avenue relies on the anticipated update of the Golden Finger. He hopes that the new version will introduce more effective tools or perhaps provide discounts on items available in the shop. Days pass in Yuan's sphere of torment, gradually ticking away. Before long, half a year has elapsed. During this time, Yuan's star has entered a tumultuous period. One after another, various creatures have undergone evolutionary transformations that would typically require hundreds, if not thousands, of years to achieve. Some of these changes, closely aligned with human society, have inevitably resulted in minor mutations that have startled humanity. Nevertheless, throughout this process, the Yuan star civilization itself continues to evolve. Whether through the federal parliament that guides the civilization or among the general populace. What brings Yuan further comfort is that his 5 heroes, including Yuan and Mai, have not disappointed him. As time progresses, their individual strengths and influence are in a constant state of evolution. Their efforts not only spurred the Yuan star civilization to wholeheartedly embrace this transformation, but also brought considerable revenue to Yuan. During this period, he received rewards for progress in clearing stages twice, specifically for stages 2 and 3, although both instances yielded only primordial point rewards without any randomness. In such circumstances, the golden opportunity finally arrived with version 120. Chapter 48. Version Upgrade. Seeking Initial Subscriptions. Ding. Version upgrade has been completed. Current version 120. Update details are as follows. 1. Enhanced randomness. Each day, 35 random elements compatible with the current version will be automatically installed, 1-star and 2-star. These elements cannot be uninstalled voluntarily, but once certain conditions are met, players may choose to recycle or uninstall them. 2. Random enhancement. Daily. One of the installed elements will be randomly selected for enhancement, allowing players the freedom to decide whether to retain the enhancement result. If they choose not to retain it, it will be considered a forfeiture of that enhancement opportunity. 3. Dimensional space protection acquired. This feature grants immunity against attacks from alternate dimensional spaces. 4. Dimensional solidification obtained. This addition ensures that players will no longer be subject to forced dimensional reductions or elevations. 5. Space stabilization achieved. Your spatial integrity is greatly reinforced, preventing most attacks from fracturing the space surrounding your core. 6. Additional modifications better suited to the current version. Upon reviewing the version update, Yuan felt momentarily overwhelmed. The first effect was relatively straightforward. He had previously encountered this randomness, and the 2 elements he had drawn were notably beneficial. As for species evolution, while it may seem cruel to certain directly affected beings, from Yuan's perspective, and that of the entire civilization, the minor sacrifices made for the greater evolutionary advancement of the majority was undoubtedly a net gain. The effect of horns on one's head, however, remains elusive in its current significance. Over the past half-year, its impact has manifested in 2 primary ways. Firstly, it elevated the already towering Mount Titan by an additional 18,300 meters, bringing its total height to 28,300 meters, thereby solidifying its position as the tallest peak in the world. Secondly, this phenomenon, which defies the laws of physics and has been dubbed miraculous by many, has attracted the attention of numerous scientists within the Federal Council, as well as a multitude of pilgrims. Each day, throngs of people gather at the foot of Mount Titan. Yet, to date, no one has been able to adequately explain the reasons behind its extraordinary growth. Some have suggested an expedition to investigate the newly risen portions of the mountain. However, such an endeavor is far beyond the current technological capabilities of the Yuan star civilization. They organized a professional climbing team to ascend to approximately 10,000 meters, which corresponds to the original summit of Mount Titan. This portion of the climb was manageable. However, continuing beyond this point presented insurmountable challenges, sheer cliffs that blatantly contravened the laws of physics. The crucial factor is that the mountain continues to rise. Relying solely on climbing is futile, leading some to propose the launch of a probe for further exploration. Thus, some individuals began to toil diligently with various detectors, determined to unearth the secrets behind the ever-rising giant God Peak. The second effect, random enhancement, as indicated in the description, is certainly a boon. It allows for the strengthening of items already in possession, and should the enhancement not meet one's expectations, it can be declined. This is akin to a gift, truly. What genuinely unsettled Yuan, however, were the subsequent 3 effects: dimensional space protection, dimension stabilization, and spatial fortification. What on earth are these? Immunity to attacks from alternate dimensions? Freedom from the coercive effects of dimensional elevation or reduction? An inability for the surrounding space to shatter? Does this imply that such phenomena might already exist in the current version? To prevent any untimely demise, the Golden Finger has thoughtfully provided him with these resilient patches. Although it appears considerate, for some inexplicable reason, Yuan found it quite disconcerting. This is merely the first update, and already there are mentions of dimensional assaults, elevation, reduction, and the shattering of voids. What will happen after a few more updates? Will this game still be enjoyable? What about my compensation? Yuan recalled that during the version update 6 months ago, it was stated that compensation rewards would be distributed post-update. Compensation rewards being distributed. Distribution complete. Compensation, 100 origin points awarded. Compensation, random spin, used to draw one at random. The rewards were meager, consisting of just 2 items. While 100 origin points were fairly decent, approximately equivalent to his gains over the past 3 days, combined with his previous accumulation, he now possessed a total of 136 origin points. Furthermore, the additional 20 points were rewards for achieving progress levels of 2 and 3 over the past 6 months, which he had yet to utilize. What if the update introduced new discounted items in the shop, or presented new circumstances? He had to reserve some for unforeseen needs. However, what truly took Yuan by surprise was the reward labeled compensation. It was, astonishingly, a complete item. Up until now, he had only encountered 3 complete items. 1. Radiation C was equipped on him. Another, Advanced Civilization Invasion, was soon to be equipped. The last, a remarkable Mechanical Ascension, was beyond his financial reach. Yet, even the most insignificant Radiation C is a formidable entity capable of influencing the entire globe. He promptly opened the so-called random spin, whereupon the characters began to flicker and a hexagonal wheel emerged. 6 segments materialized, each displaying a title: Cyberpunk, 2073, Frost Apocalypse, 2301, Dinosaur Era, 3111, Mythical Descent, 101, Biohazard Apocalypse, 2391, and Dimensional Invasion, 123. The preceding words represent the titles, while the latter indicate the probabilities of drawing them. Shortly after opening, the wheel commenced its automatic rotation. From the probabilities of drawing, one could glean a rough estimate of their respective values. The era of dinosaurs is something one can easily surmise. Its lower limit is the mere appearance of dinosaurs, while its upper limit may include dinosaur humans. Should the latter come to pass, it would provide an additional option for the beings of Yuan. However, the consequences would be dire, as the coexistence of dinosaur humans and humans would be exceedingly challenging. Unlike the cooperative dynamic between humans and the mechanical race, characterized by a power imbalance and mutual exploitation, the relationship with dinosaur humans would be markedly different. If it were merely dinosaurs that emerged, their utility would be questionable. According to the peculiar criteria of the Golden Finger, dinosaurs likely do not qualify as beings. Otherwise, with the multitude of animals on Yuan, it would be improbable that only humans and the mechanical race are considered. This option is also the most economical, presenting the highest probability of being drawn. Both Apocalypse of Biochemistry and Apocalypse of Extreme Cold can be categorized within the same genre. As they pertain to apocalyptic themes, they do possess advantages, such as plunging civilizations into crises, which could potentially unite the restless human populace. However, it may also lead to excessive measures that could result in humanity's extinction. The principal drawback lies in the latter half of that statement, as their lethality towards beings could severely impact the stable source of revenue for Yuan. The most promising option for Yuan is undoubtedly cyberpunk, based on his previous life's understanding. Cyberpunk represents a society founded upon a certain degree of structural collapse, yet possessing advanced scientific technology. More importantly, without external interference. It is conceivable that the civilization of Yuan could have naturally evolved in this direction. Life sciences are the primary focus of Yuan civilization, though mechanical sciences are not neglected. The only area lacking is aerospace. Coupled with the mechanical technology provided by Zero, the challenge of creating prosthetics compatible with the human body is not particularly daunting. In a cyberpunk society, the foundation rests upon neuromechanics. However, this may inadvertently destabilize the societal structure and diminish the population of beings. Given Yuan's current trajectory, it might even trigger this scenario automatically. As for the remaining 2 options, Mythical Descent and Dimensional Invasion, they remind Yuan of the recently installed spatial stabilization and dimensional space protection. Stereotypically, the strengths within mythological systems can effortlessly shatter the void, especially when they descend into smaller worlds. According to metaphysical theory, the spatial integrity of smaller worlds is less stable than that of larger ones, rendering them more susceptible to destruction. Nevertheless, Yuan merely observes. The probabilities of drawing these 2 options are both around 1%, represented as a slender line on the lottery wheel, making the likelihood of selection virtually non-existent. As Yuan pondered these options, the wheel gradually came to a halt. Its pointer bypassed cyberpunk, skipped over the most prominent era of dinosaurs, and astonishingly landed on a slender line. The characters inscribed on that line boldly declared Mythical Descent. In that moment, Yuan was at a loss as to whether to consider himself fortunate or unfortunate. On one hand, one might argue it was bad luck to draw from a 1% probability. On the other, could it be deemed good fortune? After 76 years, a high civilization on the brink of collapse still requires resolution, and now a seemingly more terrifying myth has emerged. Is it a case of combating poison with poison? Very well, I shall withdraw. Lu Yuan now feels an overwhelming urge to explode. Yet, the matter has already been drawn out, and it is too late for regrets. He can only choose whether to install or refrain from installing, a decision still within his grasp. To install or not to install, Lu Yuan began to deliberate. The definition of myth is readily comprehensible. In a narrow sense, it refers to the incredible or supernatural tales found in folklore, serving as a means for people from an era of limited scientific understanding to explain various phenomena. Broadly speaking, it constitutes a nation's or a people's invaluable spiritual heritage. However, a significant issue arises. The elements within myths encompass not only positive aspects but also many negative ones. For instance, in Journey to the West, there are deities that uphold order, yet also monsters that wreak havoc among mortals. They all belong to the mythological framework. Lu Yuan was uncertain about the nature of this myth's arrival. After some contemplation, the risks appeared daunting. Regrettably, he resolved to temporarily set it aside. Just as he prepared to close the panel and observe the changes on Lu Yuan's star following the version update, a voice echoed once more. Ding. Special comeback acquired. Comeback, turning the tide, thriving in adversity. The growth of civilization is never a smooth journey. But do not be sorrowful or despairing. Hope may be lurking just around the corner. Automatically triggered when in dire straits, with random temporary effects generated in accordance with the type of adversity. Lu Yuan halted his movements. A comeback? Is this a rule-based mechanism? Its potency far exceeds anything else Lu Yuan had encountered thus far. It does not directly enhance his strength. Rather, it serves as his backbone. As long as he finds himself in dire circumstances, it can be activated, granting him the ability to turn the tide. This is a divine skill. Lu Yuan hastily opened the creative workshop, eager to discover comeback or something akin to it. Yet, it was evident that he could not find it, aside from a few modules marked as today's recommendations and limited time discounts. Everything else in the creative workshop appeared to conform to the current stage. The most notable difference between now and before the version upgrade is that prior to the upgrade, the creative workshop displayed a maximum of 9 source points, whereas now it showcases up to 99 source points. Lu Yuan boldly speculated, 19 source points equates to 1 star, while 1,099 source points corresponds to 2 stars. By this reckoning, the previously million source point Mechanical Ascension would belong to the 7-star category. Of course, the method of calculation might differ. Due to the scarcity of references and the lack of clarification from the creative workshop, Lu Yuan found himself perplexed. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Upon discovering comeback, Lu Yuan resolved to proceed without further hesitation and install mythical arrival. This philosophy embodies the notion that one must break to establish anew. In the present circumstances, perhaps invoking the myth of descent could stimulate a reversal, igniting a temporary resurgence to achieve a counterattack and rebound from the depths. This unconventional approach may ultimately be the correct path to resolving the crisis of advanced civilization invasion. Although such a maneuver is rather unorthodox and may result in significant casualties among the inhabitants of the land, it appears to be a necessary course of action to avoid extinction. Lu Yuan glanced at the reversal mechanism and then at the 136 source points within him, resolutely opting for installation. Ding. The myth of descent has been installed. As this is a self-initiated installation, you may freely control the installation progress. Name, Myth of Descent, Description. The tales of myth are constructed from ancient and contemporary beings, gods, ghosts, humans, immortals, Buddhas, demons, fairies, devils, angels, dragons, phoenixes, and numerous supernatural elements. Within these narratives exist both real and fantastical characters, along with various elements that defy contemporary understanding. Consequently, some deem them superstitions, while others have transformed them into religions and beliefs. Yet, when these tales intersect with reality, can anyone still regard them as false? Phase 1. Mythical beings of descent level 1 and below, such as black and white zombies, wandering spirits, werewolves, vampires, goblins, dog-headed men, etc. Phase 2. Mythical beings of descent level 2 and below, such as hare zombies, wolf demons, apricot fairies, undead knights, dragons, etc. Phase 3. Mythical beings of descent level 3 and below, such as flying zombies, the old demon of Black Mountain, the 1,000-year white snake, celestial soldiers, mountain giants, etc. Phase 4. Mythical beings of descent level 4 and below. Phase 5. Full descent. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan chose a phased descent, specifically the first phase. This aligned perfectly with his intentions. While severe ailments demand potent remedies, one cannot simply administer lethal doses all at once. A gradual adaptation process is most favorable. As illustrated, the so-called mythical beings in the first phase are merely lower-tier entities from folklore, and with the firepower of modern civilization, their threats can undoubtedly be contained within an acceptable scope. Chapter 50. Possessed by a wandering spirit, Go Liang was set to attend a class reunion today. Unbeknownst to him, a full year had elapsed since graduation. A few days prior, he received a message in the class group stating that a reunion would be organized today for old classmates to gather. With no pressing matters at hand and little excitement to be found nearby, Go Liang decided to attend, hoping to avoid the nagging discontent of the Empress at home. The venue for the gathering was a restaurant in Yangjin City, situated over 10 kilometers from Go Liang's residence. However, this did not deter him. He swiftly secured a shared bicycle from the roadside. Remarkably, he rode it at a speed reminiscent of a motorcycle. The shared bicycle lamented its fate. While it could barely withstand such velocity, the strain on its materials was akin to shortening its lifespan. Hey, Liangzi, it's been a year. Let us make sure to enjoy a drink today. Upon arriving at the private room, Go Liang was immediately pulled over by a former roommate from school. What job have you found, Liangzi? Surely you aren't going to be cooped up at home like me? Another roommate teased with a playful grin. Although it had only been a year since graduation, the anxiety about the future was not overly burdensome. They could still share laughter and self-deprecating humor. Indeed, I'm also holed up at home pursuing my master's degree, Go Liang candidly admitted as he took a seat. The familiar banter momentarily bridged the gap of estrangement between them. Amid the light-hearted exchanges, an ill-timed voice interjected, how has our class president fallen so low? Some people, once brimming with confidence in school, reveal their true colors upon graduation. Go Liang didn't even need to glance up to recognize the source of the derision. It was Su Hailin, an individual he had never seen eye to eye with during their university days. Su Hailin, though unremarkable in appearance, was quite wealthy. He had once pursued a female classmate who had no interest in him, and rumors later circulated that she favored Go Liang instead. Although it was merely gossip, it had sown the seeds of animosity between them. In the past, if Su Hailin had acted provocatively, Go Liang would have confronted him without hesitation. However, after half a year of navigating challenges and leveling up, he had the kind of experience that could easily overwhelm Su Hailin. Did he still care about this petty feud? Not at all. Yet, his indifference did not extend to others. Bang! One of the brothers who had just shared a laugh with Go Liang stood up, exclaiming, Su Hailin, what nonsense are you spewing? Are you a weasel, stinking up the place wherever you go? Humph! Who do you think you are? Su Hailin's face darkened as he stepped forward, reaching for the other man's throat. Go Liang furrowed his brow. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from Su Hailin. However, this was not the time for contemplation. His brother was defending him, and he could not stand idly by while his friend was bullied. With a swift motion, Go Liang raised his hand and seized Su Hailin's wrist. At the moment of their contact, a string of characters appeared before Go Liang's eyes. What? His eyes widened slightly. Was Su Hailin possessed by a wandering spirit? What was this? A new monster? Or perhaps a ghost? At that moment, Su Hailin was equally astonished. A few nights prior, he had experienced a peculiar dream where he vaguely remembered entering a dilapidated temple and encountering a lush, towering tree. Upon waking, he discovered changes in his body, becoming extraordinarily strong. He later tested his newfound strength at a nearby gym and realized he could lift 300 kilograms. Given that he had rarely exercised in the past and had long indulged in a hedonistic lifestyle, his body had been thoroughly depleted. Under normal circumstances, lifting even a few dozen kilograms would have been impressive for him. This revelation made Su Hailin feel like the chosen one from a novel. His inflated confidence had blinded him to the changes taking place within. As Su Hailin attempted to pull his wrist away, he discovered that Go Liang's grip felt as unyielding as steel. He could not budge. A nameless fury inexplicably surged within him, casting a shadow over his countenance. What are you two doing? At that moment, a voice rang out, clear and melodious, a pleasing sound to the ears. Go Liang, Su Hailin, and the others in the private room turned their gazes towards the newcomer. Before them stood a girl clad in a dress, her beauty striking, features delicately crafted. Her eyebrows were thick, resembling two elegantly arched bows, while her eyes sparkled with a crystalline light, as if they could converse. This was a confident and poised young woman, Zhuge Cixi, the girl who had sparked a dispute between Go Liang and Su Hailin during their university days. And no, it's nothing, stammered Su Hailin, feeling an inexplicable flutter in his heart under Zhuge Cixi's gaze. Go Liang released his grip and motioned to take his seat once more. Harboring no fondness for Zhuge Cixi despite her beauty, some had even dubbed her the belle of the department. Yet he harbored suspicions that it was she who had used him as a shield against rumors in the past. After the uproar, everyone settled back into their seats, familiar faces conversing softly and reminiscing. However, Go Liang found his appetite waning, his eyes frequently drifting towards Su Hailin. Over the past 6 months since acquiring his golden finger, he had witnessed many extraordinary sights, slaughtering fish at the market, eliminating rodents in the sewers, vanquishing mutated fish in the river, and even encountering snakes in the mountains. Yet, he had never before seen a wandering soul. Wu Liang pondered, such an unscientific entity could genuinely exist in this world? Unbeknownst to him, the game he was embroiled in was even more surreal. Zhuge Cixi, do not disregard my feelings. I have pursued you tirelessly. Why can you not acquiesce? You must agree to me today. Suddenly, Su Hailin's voice erupted from across the room, filled with desperation. Zhuge Cixi furrowed her brow. Su Hailin, I have already told you during our school days that I do not like you. We are incompatible. Why do you not like me? You must like me. I am the chosen one. Su Hailin shouted in a fit of rage. Cixi, this person has lost his mind. Let us leave. Whispered a female classmate seated beside Zhuge Cixi, tugging at her gently. Leave. No one is allowed to leave today. Su Hailin bellowed. What are you doing, Su Hailin? Have you lost your senses? This is a reunion. Has Hailin taken drugs? Should we call the police? Murmurs filled the private room. You all shall perish. No one is permitted to leave. Remain here. Su Hailin roared, suddenly tilting his head back and emitting a piercing scream. A thick black smoke began to pour forth from his mouth, rapidly enveloping the entire room and seeping through the cracks of the doors and windows, gradually shrouding the entire restaurant. What is happening? Su Hailin is spewing black smoke. Has he swallowed a bomb, intent on destroying us? Su Hailin, cease this madness. Zhuge Cixi. You must agree to him first to calm him down. The room descended into disarray. In Zhuge Cixi's eyes, a flicker of panic could be detected. Yet she refrained from joining the others in their cries of alarm and quietly vacated her seat. She observed that as Su Hailin released the strange black smoke, he seemed oblivious to her presence. She first reached for her phone, attempting to dial the emergency number, but the signal was obstructed, as if this place had transcended their original reality. Thus, she resorted to another method. Ancestor, help me. Meanwhile, Go Liang had equipped himself with a weapon, still a fist, albeit a slightly larger one, which afforded him optimal concealment. No one could discern anything amiss about him. The surrounding black mist had thickened considerably, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. However, this did not affect Go Liang in the least. Previously, he had acquired an item that expanded his range. In the game, this item enhanced his attack radius. But in this reality, it had been modified to augment his perceptual range. After various adjustments using different items, his range attribute remained at a steadfast 100. As such, he could comprehend everything within 100 meters with remarkable clarity. Consequently, he not only witnessed Su Hailin's actions but also observed Zhuge Cixi's peculiar behavior. While he was curious about the identity of the ancestor Zhuge Cixi referred to, his primary concern lay with Su Hailin. Accompanying the black smoke released by Su Hailin were numerous seemingly intangible entities. They floated in the air, dispersing outward with the black smoke, infiltrating each room. Wandering souls. All of them wandering souls. He noted that these souls infiltrated the bodies of individuals, likely transforming them into possessed individuals, akin to Su Hailin. Evidently, these souls possessed their own consciousness. They did not indiscriminately choose to inhabit the occupants of their room, but dispersed purposefully, as if unwilling to share their prey with other souls. Nevertheless, despite this, the room they occupied still harbored the greatest number of wandering souls. One such soul drifted toward Go Liang, seemingly fixated upon him. Go Liang felt a surge of vigilance, mingled with anticipation. After slaying numerous monsters, all of which were flesh and blood beings, he was now face to face with an entity that appeared to be in energy form. However, since it had revealed its monstrous nature, it ought to be susceptible to defeat. Go Liang mused as he approached it. Come, take my punch. The wandering soul paused momentarily. Then a smirk of mockery manifested upon its pallid visage. Being an incorporeal entity, how could it possibly be harmed by mundane means? Save for the esoteric arts of those wretched Taoists? Yet, when Go Liang's unadorned fist struck the soul, both he and the entity were taken aback. A crisp sound echoed, and the soul's expression shifted from mockery to terror, disintegrating into wisps of smoke. Gold 53, experience 72, two familiar notifications emerged before him. Go Liang felt a sense of certainty within. Indeed, as long as he identified a creature as monstrous, he could strike it down. The type of creature was irrelevant as long as the damage dealt was sufficient to vanquish it. With this revelation, Go Liang resolved to take the initiative. He need not concern himself with exposure, for his classmates and the others in the private rooms had succumbed to unconsciousness, engulfed by the encroaching black mist. Only 3 entities remained capable of movement. The first was Go Liang himself, who, shielded by the protection of the roguelike game, remained unaffected, albeit with a minor blood loss that was counteracted by his innate healing ability. The second consisted of those possessed by wandering souls, who, under the influence of their spectral controllers, were preying upon the unconscious individuals. It appeared that these souls had claimed this place as their hunting ground. The third was Juga Cece, who seemed to possess some form of protection as well, though it was merely sufficient for her self-preservation. At that moment, Juga Cece was hiding in the restroom of the private room, struggling to maintain her composure. Outside the restroom, Su Hailin, having released the black mist, now wore a pale visage, his face enveloped in dark energy, resembling a wraith. He pounded on the door with fervor, bellowing, "Cece, Cece, come out. I have gained dominion over everything. I am the chosen one, an extraordinary being. Why won't you emerge? Why?" In Su Hailin's perception, the black mist seemed non-existent. Yet his mental state was evidently compromised. Go Liang quietly dispatched several of the unwary wandering souls that approached him. These entities had become quite valuable. Now at level 50, he found that defeating mundane creatures yielded a meager experience of 1 point. Thus, encountering a creature with a double-digit value was a rare occurrence. Oh, but there was more than one. A cursory glance revealed at least 30 or 40 of them. I must say, Hailin, your dedication is commendable. Such unwavering devotion, Go Liang remarked as he patted Su Hailin on the back. Su Hailin abruptly turned around. Go Liang, how is it that you are unharmed? Why would I be harmed? Go Liang blinked innocently. You, what do you mean by you? Su Hailin, it seems you have done this deliberately. Do you comprehend what havoc these entities are wreaking? Go Liang inquired. Humph, I am the chosen one. It is their honor to serve as my powerful sustenance. Su Hailin's face twisted with malevolence as shadows swirled around him. In that case, there is little more to discuss, Go Liang sighed, putting away his phone. With this evidence in hand, should he slay this wretch? It would be a service to the people, would it not? What are you doing? Su Hailin demanded. Nothing much, merely documenting the beauty of life, Go Liang replied nonchalantly. Then struck a stance, come at me, like a man. You shall perish. Su Hailin, now evidently affected by the possessing soul, seemed to struggle with coherence. As he lunged toward Go Liang, the latter sidestepped, countering with a powerful punch. He refrained from unleashing his full strength with that punch. Although there was video evidence to substantiate it, Su Hailin was, after all, his old classmate. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to harm him. Instead, he hoped to force out the wandering spirit and, in the process, deliver a sound thrashing to this fellow, thereby venting years of pent-up frustration. However, Su Hailin clearly had other intentions. After missing his target, he once again lunged at Go Liang, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Chapter 52, Ancestor Zhuge. At that moment, Go Liang's fist struck Su Hailin with a seemingly mundane blow, yet it was enough to make Su Hailin feel as though his very insides were being shattered. His movements abruptly halted, and his body twisted as he collapsed to the ground. Su Hailin stared wide-eyed at Go Liang, seemingly unable to grasp the reality before him. He possessed formidable power, was the chosen one, and had a bright future ahead. Yet, why had he been felled by this individual he had once deemed insignificant? Ignoring the resentment and confusion in Su Hailin's gaze, Go Liang crouched down and patted his face. Shall we have a chat? He inquired, not in the mood to talk. Receiving no response for a while, Go Liang raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Will you talk? Will you come out? Suddenly, Su Hailin's eyes darkened, and he let out a furious roar directed at Go Liang. Intense animosity surged forth. Ah, finally willing to show yourself, Go Liang remarked. Momentarily startled, but quickly regaining his composure, chuckling softly. What a joke. I've seen far worse. As the saying goes, the wicked fear the evil. I've slaughtered fish and vermin alike, a true villain. Am I to fear a ghost? You, human, who obstructs our affairs, shall meet a dire fate. Su Hailin emitted a primal growl that barely resembled human speech, yet Go Liang could still somewhat discern his meaning. Dire fate? I'm no sycophant. How could I possibly meet such an end? Go Liang replied innocently. Sycophant? What manner of creature is that? Su Hailin initially paused, then bellowed again. You dare to thwart our plans? When the grandmother descends upon this world, you shall be made into fertilizer. Grandmother? Who is that? Go Liang asked, puzzled. However, Su Hailin chose not to respond. Instead, he transformed into a streak of light and fled from his mind, attempting to escape the private room. It turned out that the wandering spirit concealed within Su Hailin's mind sought to distract Go Liang for a chance to slip away. Yet, it had severely underestimated Go Liang's reflexes. Go Liang raised his hand, producing a small knife. Soul-absorbing knife. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the knife flying. Ah! The wandering spirit emitted a sharp cry before dissipating into thin air. What kind of nonsense thinks it can escape? Go Liang muttered in disbelief, gaining a clearer understanding of the spirit's strength. These spirits were inherently weak, With his current prowess, he could easily dispatch them with a single punch. However, once they possessed a human, they could amplify that human's strength severalfold, enabling them to unleash hundreds of kilograms of force, instantly transforming them into a miniature superhuman. Yet, such a transformation must come at a tremendous cost. The cost of this is likely to be a strain on the body. After the wandering soul departed from Su Hailin's body, his vitality began to wither at an alarming rate, reminiscent of a 25-year-old programmer. Go Liang initially contemplated delivering a few slaps, while Su Hailin was unconscious to vent his frustration, but thought better of it. Observing Su Hailin's current state, he feared that a single slap might inadvertently end his life. He rose to his feet and knocked on the bathroom door. "Zhuge Cixi, come out and talk." "Is that you, Go Liang?" came Zhuge Cixi's voice from within. "Yes, let's have a chat," Go Liang replied as he knocked on the door again. Zhuge Cixi had been hiding in the bathroom, and it was evident that she had heard Su Hailin calling out his name. She was not yet ready to reveal her identity. Fortunately, Zhuge Cixi seemed to harbor her own secrets. If he could uncover hers, they would be even. With a creak, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Zhuge Cixi's somewhat pale and delicate face. She quickly pulled Go Liang inside and shut the door behind them. "Are you all right? Did you kill him?" Zhuge Cixi asked, having caught sight of Su Hailin's unconscious body sprawled nearby. Go Liang shook his head. "He should still be alive. I expelled whatever was inside him." "Was it a ghost?" Zhuge Cixi bit her lip. "Indeed. So, he was possessed?" Go Liang replied. "The wandering soul is likely the most basic form of spirit. How did you defeat him? Are you a Taoist?" Zhuge Cixi inquired, her curiosity piqued. The cramped bathroom now contained a pair of young individuals, and Go Liang could almost perceive the fragrance emanating from the girl. Regrettably, the pervasive black mist and the wandering souls drifting within it rendered any romantic notions utterly absent. He gazed at Zhuge Cixi, gripping her shoulders firmly, and said in a grave tone, "You only need to know that I can defeat him. Now, it is my turn to ask you questions." What questions do you have?" Zhuge Cixi's eyes flickered with panic, unsure whether it was due to Go Liang's formidable presence or the penetrating gaze that seemed to see through her. "Who is your ancestor?" Go Liang fixed his gaze upon her face. I don't know what you're talking about," Zhuge Cixi stammered, her anxiety becoming increasingly evident. Go Liang smirked coldly. "Since you refuse to speak, I have no choice but to kill you, considering you now know my secret." "No, you can't kill me. Give me a reason not to." "Murder is illegal," he retorted. "But this place is already a den of spirits. One more death or one less makes no difference. They're the ones who kill." He gestured toward the outside. Zhuge Cixi's complexion paled further, and beads of cold sweat formed on her brow. She fully comprehended Go Liang's implication. However, it was an undeniable truth. The numerous wandering souls that had escaped earlier must have claimed several lives. Even if Go Liang were to kill her, it could be attributed to the spirits, because I still have my uses. "Uses? How so?" Go Liang raised an eyebrow, instinctively casting a glance downward. "What kind of look is that?" Zhuge Cixi's face flushed once more, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. "Good heavens. Can you change your expression at will?" Go Liang remained unperturbed, remarking, "With your frail physique, had I not been present, you would have already succumbed to Su Hailin's machinations. What good would that have been for you?" Zhuge Cixi inhaled deeply, relieved that her wealth afforded her some measure of comfort, even in the cramped confines of the restroom. "Very well, I concede. There resides an ancestral spirit within me." "Is that so?" Go Liang probed further. "What is his name? I trust he is not merely a wandering ghost. Perhaps I should take him in?" "Do not dare." Zhuge Cixi shot back, her eyes narrowing. "Though my ancestor seldom converses with me, I do know his name. He is Zhuge Kongming, the celestial pivot and a symbol of wisdom, bringing peace to the realm. Just look around. The restless spirits have emerged, indicating that chaos looms. Why not collaborate and awaken my ancestor to restore tranquility to the world?" "A symbol of wisdom?" Go Liang cast a skeptical glance at Zhuge Cixi, sensing her lack of intellect. "What manner of gaze is that?" Zhuge Cixi exclaimed, her frustration evident, though she refrained from shouting, instead muttering in annoyance. "The symbol of wisdom is my ancestor, not me." "Indeed," Go Liang nodded repeatedly, convinced that her intelligence was somewhat lacking. "How did I not notice this during our school days?" Realizing her words implied a lack of wisdom, Zhuge Cixi rolled her eyes, preferring not to dwell on the matter. "Can we now discuss your affairs?" Go Liang nodded, forming a fist. At that moment, the essence of his equipment manifested, casting a faint glow that Zhuge Cixi could perceive. She was taken aback. "Is this the externalization of true energy as depicted in martial arts novels?" Go Liang paused, shrugging nonchalantly. "Something of the sort." Her imaginative leap spared him considerable explanation, and it seemed prudent to use this as a FAA day in the future. After all, Externalized true energy certainly sounded more impressive than admitting to possessing a video game interface. Zhuge Cici's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can I learn that? Go Liang firmly denied her request. No, why not? Because I am an extraordinary martial arts prodigy. I alone possess the ability to cultivate true energy in this world. Zhuge Cici appeared unconvinced but chose not to press the matter further. Now that we are both aware of each other's secrets, let us keep them confidential, Go Liang declared, placing his hand on the doorknob. Zhuge Cici expressed her astonishment. Where are you going? Go Liang twisted the doorknob and stepped outside. What a question. I am, of course, going to exorcise the spirits. Have you lost your mind? Even if you wield true energy, it has its limits. What if you are caught by those restless souls? It would spell disaster. Zhuge Cici grasped his hand desperately. Shall we then wait here to meet our demise? Go Liang pressed on. Zhuge Cici quickly responded. Under the influence of this dark mist, the entire establishment has been affected. The FBI will surely be aware of the situation when the investigators arrive. They will undoubtedly rescue us. Now, what we must do is patiently await rescue. Go Liang glanced at Zhuge Cici, pried her hand away, and gently pushed her back into the restroom, saying in a low voice, Stay here and wait for help. Rest assured, I can take care of myself. With that, he closed the door and turned to leave. Clearly, Zhuge Cici's safety was not a concern for him. Although she claimed that her ancestor, Zhuge Kongming, did not pay her any mind, the fragments of information she had revealed earlier hinted at some deeper understanding. Zhuge Cici had never left this place, yet she was aware that the black mist had engulfed the entire restaurant, indicating that she possessed a unique perception regarding the situation. Moreover, the black mist in the restroom was quite faint, and Zhuge Cici herself appeared unaffected, suggesting that her ancestor had a certain resistance, or even suppressive power, against the black mist. Go Liang surveyed the private room, noting that 3 classmates had perished, each of them sycophants who had previously flattered Hu Hailin. They had been closest to Hu Hailin at the time, directly impacted by the dense black mist, only to be subsequently torn apart by the ravenous wraiths that emerged. They likely hoped to gain favor through Hu Hailin, but tragically fell victim to his malice. As for the other classmates, they remained in a state of unconsciousness, indicating that they would not awaken until the black mist dissipated. Go Liang exited the private room, skillfully evading surveillance cameras with his unique perception, breaking any that he could not avoid. Soon, he arrived at another room. Inside, 4 wraiths were indulging in a gluttonous feast, with several lifeless bodies on the ground, drained of their essence. Ha ha, I was reluctant when Grandma sent me here, but this place is pure ecstasy, one wraith exclaimed. Indeed, in the past, we had no share of this essence. Hurry, I need to absorb a few more. With just a few more, I can elevate my powers. Apologies. But there's no opportunity left, Go Liang said as he pushed the door open and swiftly appeared beside the wraiths, launching a flurry of punches. Hua! Ah! Ah! The 4 wraiths cried out. 3 of them screamed in terror, their souls scattering, providing Go Liang with a significant boost of experience and gold. Only the wraith that had mentioned the need to absorb more to enhance its power managed to evade Go Liang's rapid assault, as it was positioned further away and appeared to possess higher abilities. A Taoist? No, a Taoist wouldn't use their fists to drive away spirits. Who are you really? The wraith gasped. Actually, I can also use a knife, Go Liang replied, drawing forth the soul-sucking dagger. He had discovered that the dagger seemed to have a certain restraining effect on these wraiths, yielding a greater attack efficacy than its original stats suggested. However, utilizing the dagger meant he could not benefit from the attack speed and damage bonuses granted by his warrior talent. Still, facing just 1 wraith, it was worth experimenting. A magical artifact? Are you truly a Taoist? The wraith asked in astonishment. Ah, yes. What rogue spirit dares to wreak havoc in my domain? Go Liang responded, suppressing his inner thoughts and playing along. Humph. Given your disjointed attacks, even if you are a Taoist, you must be of the unorthodox path. I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. We are indeed the subordinates of the ancient tree spirit, the matriarch of Lanrua Temple. Should you fail to recognize the gravity of your situation, the matriarch will undoubtedly capture you one day, ensuring you remain forever unable to rise again. The wandering soul hastily conveyed its message, and anyone could discern its current anxiety, fearful that Go Liang might act impulsively and crush it like the other 3. Although it had already become a ghost, a splendid afterlife lay before it. How could it possibly succumb to death so easily? Lanrua Temple? Tree Spirit Matriarch? Go Liang furrowed his brow slightly, silently noting these 2 names, intending to investigate them later, perhaps uncovering some valuable clues. However, this revelation certainly complicated matters. These wandering souls evidently hailed from an organization known as Lanrua Temple, led by the matriarch, who, through unknown means, had thrust numerous souls into Su Hailin's body. Clearly, this was a premeditated invasion. Now, whether or not supernatural beings exist in the real world and the reasons behind their existence had become irrelevant. What truly mattered was the extent of Lanrua Temple's influence and the strength of the matriarch. Could he possibly defeat her? What treasures might she yield? Ahem, of course. If all else fails, he could always report this to the Federation. However, doing so might cost him the chance to acquire an abundance of loot. As for concerns about the matriarch posing a threat to human society, that was an overestimation. Go Liang believed in modern technology, no matter the specters or phantoms. There would always be a means to counter them. Chapter 54. The Malevolent Soul. What does the title Tree Spirit Matriarch entail? It merely evokes the image of a tree. Would a single incendiary device suffice? If not, then 2, 3, or even 30 would do. After all, it is merely a tree, it can be burned. And burning it would lead to its demise. There is nothing to fear. Additional measures could be employed, such as pesticides or saline water. It is just a tree. And surely there exists a method to deal with it. As for these wandering souls, they may appear invincible, but that is only when one is unprepared. If entails ghost sphere sunlight, perhaps ultraviolet rays could inflict damage upon them. Furthermore, with an abundance of modern weaponry, there are surely many suitable options available. If firepower is insufficient, one must simply increase it. If the potency of a substance is lacking, one must augment it. Go Liang expressed no significant concern. This is also the reason he has remained so discreet despite possessing the advantages granted by the roguelike game. Over the past 6 months, he has not solely concentrated on defeating monsters, but has diligently acquired knowledge about weaponry, wary of the day the Federation might discover him, thus equipping himself with a degree of awareness to avoid an unexpected ambush or being subjected to dissection and blood extraction. Indeed, the matriarch is a formidable demon with a millennium of cultivation, unparalleled in the world. Seeing Go Liang seemingly lost in thought, the wandering soul presumed that its words had intimidated him and hastily pressed on. However, at that moment, Go Liang inquired, "What is your name?" "Me?" The soul was momentarily taken aback. These solitary spirits, mere echoes of the departed, were often composed of one soul and 2 or 3 of the spiritual essences, and most could hardly recall their past lives, let alone possess a name. The few who did have names were typically the matriarch's favored ones. What a delightful sister, Lan. And Hongjia. At this moment, with a swift punch, Go Liang dispatched the foolish wandering spirit. "I have no desire to know your name, after all. They are all peculiar beings." He turned and exited the private room, proceeding to cleanse one room after another. During this endeavor, he captured several wandering spirits for inquiries, only to receive responses strikingly similar to the first spirit. However, from one of the spirits, he gleaned a distinct piece of information. Among this group of wandering spirits, there existed a leader known as Hongjia. Hongjia possessed greater prowess than these lowly spirits. Most crucially, she was a favored individual of the tree spirit matriarch. Having once transcended the realm of wandering spirits, it appeared that a portion of her cultivation had been sacrificed to lower her to the pinnacle of the wandering spirit tier, solely to facilitate her arrival. Though she too was a wandering spirit, a once formidable entity descending from a higher echelon undoubtedly surpassed these ordinary spirits. The most significant revelation was that this Hongjia seemed to wield genuine magic. Utilizing his special vision, Go Liang discerned that on the upper floor, indeed, several wandering spirits resided. Among them a female spirit clad in a striking red garment, unmistakably not one to be trifled with. This must be the Hongjia in question. Meanwhile, within a private room upstairs, Hongjia was fervently kissing a man, her elongated tongue penetrating his mouth to extract his brain matter. Strangely, the man displayed no signs of anguish. Instead, his expression radiated bliss. After draining the life from him, Hongjia discarded the lifeless body to the ground, her pale visage betraying a flicker of resentment. As an incorporeal wandering spirit, Hongjia was currently unable to consume such essence. This was the favored method of the tree spirit matriarch for devouring humans. Having nearly reached 2 centuries of cultivation and on the verge of attaining a physical form, she could have employed this method for her own advancement. However, to bring her into this world, the matriarch had forcibly stripped her of her soul and spirit, causing her to plummet from the realm of vengeful spirits back to that of wandering spirits. With her years of cultivation severely diminished, Hongjia harbored deep-seated animosity towards the tree spirit matriarch. With so many sisters to choose from, why was she selected for this task? Yet now, she found herself oddly content in this realm. Not only were there many humans, but an abundance of negative energy as well. They resided in grand abodes far beyond the reach of nobility, yet each was ensnared in a web of resentment. After merely a few days of attachment, Hongjia felt her cultivation restored by at least 30 years. Originally at the pinnacle of wandering spirits, she had swiftly ascended back to the realm of vengeful spirits. She even believed that if this continued, within a month or two, she could reclaim her former strength and perhaps progress even further. However, this did little to alleviate her bitterness towards the tree spirit matriarch. On the contrary, with newfound aspirations, her ambition swelled. She recalled the matriarch's words before her arrival. Realizing that due to certain circumstances, the matriarch could not reach this world for the time being. This signified a period during which she could cultivate and grow. With the abundant resources of this world, perhaps she could surpass her grandmother before the latter's arrival. At that moment, it would be her, Hongjia, who would hold the reins. Rather than that ambiguous figure, all that she had endured in the past would be repaid to her grandmother in kind. Hongjia, trouble is afoot. Just as Hongjia envisioned her future, a wandering soul rushed in, shouting urgently. Instinctively, Hongjia adopted the authoritative demeanor of her tree spirit grandmother. What is the matter? Why the commotion and chaos? The wandering soul exclaimed in a flurry. I just heard a scream downstairs. When I went to investigate, I discovered that my companions had been slain. What? Hongjia gasped, momentarily losing her composure as fear gripped her. Could it be that this world harbors disciples of those mysterious sects? Yet, the intelligence she had gathered over the past few days had not indicated such a presence. Indeed. But a person has appeared from nowhere, possessing insufficient yang energy, yet capable of dispatching spirits like me with a single blow. It is terrifying. The wandering soul trembled. To obliterate a century-old spirit with a mere strike. What sect possesses such formidable techniques? Hongjia's knowledge evidently surpassed that of these lesser spirits. The spirits accompanying her were mostly entities with a century of cultivation, hindered by inadequate aptitude or flawed practices, trapped at the threshold of 100 years. Unable to progress further, and thus transformed into vengeful souls. Nonetheless, they were considered the elite among lesser spirits. For one to effortlessly annihilate them was no feat achievable by an ordinary disciple of the mysterious sections. Curse that foolish individual who insists on abducting mortals, forcing us to reveal ourselves so soon. I swear I shall extract his soul and torment him day and night. Hongjia ground her teeth, completely forgetting how exhilarated she had been when Su Hailin had unsealed the confines of her being. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of the private room. Hello. Hongjia, may I come in? Startled, Hongjia jumped. The door swung open to reveal Go Liang, who remarked, Are you a ghost, or am I? Why are you so frightened? Hongjia, it's him. It's him. The wandering soul pointed at Go Liang, shrieking in terror. Hongjia swiftly seized the wandering soul, pressing its head into her own body and casting it aside, only for the scene to shift dramatically. The surroundings transformed from a hotel strewn with corpses to an exquisitely adorned boudoir. Hongjia was no longer seated in a chair, but perched on the edge of a bed. The fabric of her garment slipped carelessly, revealing a delicate shoulder, smooth as freshly peeled tender chicken. Oh dear, young sir, my attire has slipped. Could you assist me in adjusting it? Hongjia employed her enchanting technique upon Go Liang, feeling a measure of confidence in her abilities. This was the sole complete spell passed down from her grandmother. In the past, at Lanjiao Temple, she and her sisters had used this very enchantment to lure numerous passers-by into the temple to siphon their yang energy. Among them are some so-called practitioners. Although she is currently the sole wielder of power, this realm is not akin to her previous world. The individual before her, while capable of swiftly vanquishing lesser spirits, does not emanate a particularly potent aura. Perhaps they merely harness the strength of some enchanted artifact. Hongjia senses an advantage in this moment. Meanwhile, Go Liang experiences a peculiar sense of novelty. To the naked eye, the scene before him presents a boudoir adorned with beauty, tantalizing and exhilarating. Yet, through his unique vision, the appearance remains unchanged. This effect. If utilized in cinema, it would surely evoke an authentic immersive experience, a revelation. Go Liang's eyes gleam with excitement. Hongjia, why do you not come closer and caress me, but instead utter such bizarre words? Thus, one engages in playful posturing while the other stands unmoved. Hongjia adopts a tearful demeanor. Why does my noble master not approach? Is it because you find me unappealing? Beautiful, truly beautiful, Go Liang replies, an enamored expression gracing his face as he slowly advances towards her. Hongjia feels a surge of confidence. Indeed, no one can resist such a lure. The prospect of acquiring a formidable artifact stirs her excitement. At this moment, Go Liang stands before Hongjia, his hand gradually extending to caress her exposed shoulder. A triumphant smile graces Hongjia's lips. Yet, at that instant, a sudden axe materializes in Go Liang's hand, its sharp blade poised menacingly against Hongjia's fair neck. If it were merely this, it would be manageable. As a spirit entity, Hongjia harbors no fear of such weapons. However, what terrifies her is the realization that this axe possesses a peculiar magical force, suppressing the flow of her ghostly energy within. For the first time, as a spirit, she comprehends the chilling essence of the word cold. At this moment, it feels as though she is on the verge of being frozen solid. Go Liang, equally astonished, did not anticipate that a soul-absorbing weapon would exert such a formidable restraining effect on wandering spirits. I inquire, you respond. Go Liang lifts his other hand, flinging forth a soul-absorbing dagger to fixate upon the spirit lurking behind, poised to ambush him. What would my noble master like to know? Hongjia, now regretting her arrival in this world, merely wishes to survive. What is Lanrua Temple? And what manner of existence is the tree spirit grandmother? Go Liang inquires, aware that Hongjia, being of higher status among spirits, must possess greater knowledge. Lanrua Temple lies beyond Gubei County. At the center stands an ancient Buddhist temple long abandoned, encircled by the Lanrua forest. Grandmother is a tree spirit who has cultivated for a millennium, commanding the entire expanse of Lanrua forest along with myriad demons and spirits. My lord, we do not wish to harm anyone. We are merely acting out of necessity. I beseech your mercy, spare my life, and I shall mend my ways, never to harm others again. Hongjia fervently reveals all she knows. Indeed, a tree spirit. Go Liang breathes a sigh of relief inwardly. The tree spirit's immobility suggests that, with modern firepower, it should be manageable to eliminate. Conversely, the multitude of demons and spirits, if not dealt with properly, could incite considerable chaos. However, this seemed to be fortuitous news for him. If these fiends could be vanquished with a mere punch as those before him, then at a rate of 50 experience points per creature, slaying 10,000 would yield a staggering 500,000 experience points and an equal sum in gold coins. Such a windfall invigorated Go Liang's spirit. What of the tree spirit matriarch's prowess? Exercising prudence, Go Liang inquired further. The enchanting Hongjia hesitated, remarking that she had never witnessed the matriarch in combat. Yet the so-called disciples of the orthodox sect who came to subdue demons had seldom found a worthy opponent in her. Is she truly that formidable? Go Liang asked in astonishment, yet he still lacked a clear comprehension. Thus, he altered his question. What is the expanse of the Lanrua forest? 10 miles east to west, and 10 miles north to south, she replied. Such a vast area. Go Liang mused silently, calculating that if it were circular, the matriarch's dominion would approximate 20 square kilometers, comparable to the size of a small town. Fortunately, she was a tree spirit. And what of the fiends? Amongst the myriad, how many resemble you? Hongjia cast a flirtatious glance. Are you referring to those as charming as I? Of course not, Go Liang retorted with an eye roll. Although Hongjia's mind had cleared somewhat, her body remained immobilized by the soul-siphoning axe. Yet her thoughts had regained clarity. She perceived that Go Liang was probing for information regarding them. My lord, I can certainly divulge this, but should I share, what assurance do I have that you one day take my life? Go Liang's eyes narrowed. Are you insinuating that I am untrustworthy? Not at all, my lord, Hongjia quickly protested, wary of inciting the wrath of this formidable figure. With a chilling demeanor, Go Liang declared, should you refuse to cooperate, your life shall be forfeit. However, if you comply, perhaps I shall be lenient. Hongjia gritted her teeth, aware that wagering her life was unwise. Although the matriarch commanded over 10,000 fiends, the majority were of this inferior ilk, which she gestured towards on the ground. Understanding, Go Liang realized that approximately 900 of them were merely ordinary creatures. And the remainder? Among them, there are around 80 to 90 malevolent spirits with 2 centuries of cultivation, and a mere handful of formidable spirits with 500 years of cultivation, Hongjia answered candidly. Go Liang nodded slightly. It was evident that the hierarchy of power among the matriarch's minions was starkly pronounced. Exceptionally powerful beings existed alongside those of dismal weakness. What, pray tell, are these formidable spirits? He inquired, noting the term. Flora and fauna that have gained sentience are deemed formidable spirits. Should a human meet an untimely demise yet their soul does not dissipate, over time, they may become wandering souls. Upon uttering this, a hint of sorrow flickered across Hongjia's visage for the first time. Thank you, Go Liang expressed sincerely. Then, with a decisive motion, he wielded the axe, cleaving Hongjia and sending her soul into oblivion. Chapter 56. The matter resolved. Gold coins, 153. Experience, 231. 2 notifications sprang forth. Go Liang flipped his hand, stowing away the soul-siphoning axe. Perhaps you too were a pitiable soul, but the paths of humans and spirits diverge, and you have wrought much harm. Thus, you cannot be spared. Rest in peace. In gratitude for the information Hongjia had imparted, Go Liang recited a passage of non-canonical scriptures for her spiritual elevation. It was, after all, an act of compassion. Regarding the intelligence gathered, There are indeed numerous points that leave him feeling perplexed, and he intends to meticulously organize his thoughts upon returning. The immediate priority, however, is to navigate through the present circumstances. As the spirits led by Sister Hong were vanquished by Go Liang, he sensed that the ominous black mist enveloping the restaurant was gradually dissipating. Upon returning to his private room, Go Liang rapped gently on the bathroom door. Zhuge Cixi opened it, inquiring, "Have you resolved it?" Go Liang nodded. "Barring any unforeseen incidents, federal investigators will be arriving shortly. We should prepare ourselves." With that, he reclined comfortably. After a brief moment, Zhuge Cixi gritted her teeth and found a spot on the opposite side, leaning against the wall to lie down as well. Go Liang was not speaking frivolously. Prior to ascending the stairs, he had observed a considerable number of armed federal agents gathered outside the restaurant, cordoning off the area. Yet, the black mist seemed to isolate them, as the investigators discovered that it had the capacity to induce a stupor. Excessive exposure would render an individual unconscious. In desperation, they had to dispatch someone to procure gas masks. When he had dealt with Sister Hong, the masks finally arrived, and by then, they noticed that the black mist had begun to clear somewhat. Thus, while Go Liang conversed with Zhuge Cixi, a group of investigators donned in gas masks had already entered the restaurant. They commenced from the ground floor, carrying out the unconscious patrons and the bodies of those slain by the spirits. The scale of the casualties was evidently substantial, marking this as an exceedingly significant incident. The impact may well rival that of the octopus shark incident from 6 months prior. After all, the octopus shark primarily resided in the ocean, and while its appearance was peculiar, it was nonetheless a biological entity. In contrast, this event involved spirits, which are far more challenging to combat with conventional methods. Go Liang surmised that it was only due to the peculiar characteristics of his own game that he managed to navigate the situation with such ease. However, he speculated that, given the Federal Bureau of Investigation's tendencies, they might attempt to suppress the situation to avoid public panic. One need only recall that the octopus shark incident had sparked only a brief flurry of discussion before it was swiftly overshadowed by the scandals of a few celebrities. It is no wonder they maintain such a plethora of entertainment stars. They serve as a convenient distraction in times of need. As Go Liang lay on the ground, his mind wandered aimlessly. He had already devised a strategy for addressing the impending inquiries from the federal investigators. With two perspectives at his disposal, he could narrate his first-hand observations, ensuring that his account mirrored that of the others. As for the spirits, even if the federal agents mentioned them, he would refrain from engaging or offering any guiding comments. Typically, others would not perceive the spirits. The last impression most in the private room would retain was that Su Hailin had suddenly gone mad. He had even prepared for the eventuality of the video he had recorded of Su Hailin prior to the confrontation. The incident involving Su Hailin being assaulted is indeed a reality. He could easily assert that he recorded the evidence of his resistance just before losing consciousness, claiming that he intended to attack him. No one can ascertain how long this ominous mist can induce unconsciousness. The physical constitution of individuals cannot be generalized, after all. Some have managed to serve a tiger with a sliding tackle. In any case, discretion is paramount. Who can blame him for being an unstable supernatural entity himself? Go Liang and his companions occupied a private room on the second floor. Thus, it wasn't long before a team of federal investigators approached the vicinity. "Hurry, there are people in this room. 21 are unconscious, 4 are deceased, and 2 more are in the restroom." As the announcement echoed, a throng surged into the area. Everyone was subsequently transported to the hospital for examinations of their brains and lungs. Experts speculated that the restaurant's dark smoke might be a form of neurotoxin synthesized from carbon monoxide. While awaiting the results, Go Liang, utilizing his perceptive abilities, gathered a comprehensive understanding of the incident. At the time of the occurrence, there were a total of 167 patrons and 20 staff members in the restaurant, making for 187 individuals. The high number was attributed to the mealtime rush, and besides their gathering, 2 other events were simultaneously taking place for company dinners. Among them, 34 perished, 11 were injured, and the remaining individuals exhibited varying degrees of mental lethargy. Most of the injured were those who attempted to intervene as their companions suddenly became violent, only to be overpowered and harmed by those possessed by vengeful spirits. However, there were also instances of fatalities due to organ failure, which defied logic. Yet, upon reflection, Go Liang formed a hypothesis. Among the deceased was none other than Su Hailin. He speculated that the vengeful spirits, upon possessing a person, recklessly exploited their latent potential, causing severe physical degradation in a short span. While under the influence of the spirit, one could still cling to life due to its mysterious power. However, once the spirit departed, the body would swiftly deteriorate, leading to instant demise. Naturally, Go Liang chose not to share these conjectures with anyone. Upon the release of the examination results, those, including Go Liang and Zhuge Cixi, who had not sustained significant injuries, were taken to the Federal Bureau of Investigation to provide statements. The investigators were not particularly harsh. They merely inquired about the circumstances at the time, recorded their responses, and allowed them to leave. Before departing, however, they were all requested to leave their contact information, as they might be called upon later to discuss further details. After completing the statements, Go Liang encountered his father, Go Dad, waiting for him at the entrance. Go Dad embraced him warmly, ruffling his hair. The great hero Go Liang, who had just subdued dozens of spirits and saved hundreds from peril, found himself obediently at the mercy of his father. All right, Dad, I assure you I'm fine. It's just that some substance got into my system. I might need a few days to detox. I'll be all right after some rest. Go Liang, feeling overwhelmed, repeatedly waved his hands, escaping his father's grasp. All right, let us head home, Go Dad said, relieved to see his son so lively. Wait a moment, Go Liang. As the father and son were preparing to depart, Zhuge Cixi called out to Go Liang. Zhuge Cixi, do you need something? Go Liang inquired with a hint of confusion. Zhuge Cixi instinctively glanced at Go's father, hesitating before speaking. Sure. Go's father looked up at the sky, muttering to himself. What shall we have for dinner tonight? He then began to whistle, wandering off on his own. Chapter 57. The shadow on the mountain peak. Go Liang felt somewhat at a loss. What exactly do you want to say? Zhuge Cixi replied. Let's set a time tomorrow to exchange information, shall we? Exchange information? What do we have to trade? Go Liang asked, perplexed. Your information and mine. Zhuge Cixi said through clenched teeth. Well, we could just say it on the phone, Go Liang suggested, pulling out his device. Look, I've sent a friend request. Come on. Beautiful, add me. Zhuge Cixi, flustered, retorted, you can't discuss such matters over the phone. What if someone overhears? Although Zhuge Cixi was speaking in riddles, Go Liang began to comprehend her intent. Indeed, with spirits now manifesting, and they being direct participants, the probability of their conversations being monitored was not negligible. So, have you decided on a time and place? Go Liang inquired, curious about the elder Zhuge residing in Cixi's mind. In the previous urgent situation, he hadn't had the chance to understand it thoroughly. 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon at Jiangbin Park, Zhuge Cixi stated, turning on her heel in an indignant huff. Go Liang was left feeling utterly bemused. Well, our Liangzi is growing up. What is your relationship with that girl? Go's father teased on the way home, raising his eyebrows. Go Liang rolled his eyes. Dad, how old are you? Can you please refrain from being so nosy? She's just a regular classmate. A regular classmate who specifically seeks you out? Go's father clearly did not believe him. She must be coming to ask me for the shared expenses for the class reunion. Right? Huh? Go's father paused, momentarily taken aback. Is that so? Disappointment was evident in his tone. Go Liang replied, what are you disappointed about? Back in school, you wouldn't let me date, insisting I focus on my studies, and now you expect me to marry quickly and give you grandchildren. It doesn't work like that. Upon returning home, Go Liang was once again subjected to scrutiny from his mother until dinner was finally served. Afterward, he organized the information he had gathered. Firstly, the so-called Lanrua Temple was not merely a temple but rather a region encompassing a forest and a temple. Go Liang searched online, and indeed found a reference related to Lanrua Temple. However, upon closer examination of the retrieved data, he was left utterly disheartened. The introduction stated that Lanrua is actually an abbreviation of the Sanskrit term Aranya, meaning forest, and it metaphorically signifies a place of tranquility devoid of suffering and chaos, commonly used to refer to Buddhist temples. This implied that Lanrua Temple might simply denote a temple situated within a forest. Beyond that, he found nothing of value. This left him disillusioned with his plan to stealthily hunt spirits, as each spirit could yield a guaranteed 50 or 60 experience points in coins. What a substantial income that would be. Alas, it was all for naught. Secondly, there lies the formidable power of the vast and possibly concealed demonic forces within the Lanrua Temple. At the apex of this hierarchy is the ancient tree spirit, a millennia-old entity capable of commanding a forest spanning approximately 20 square kilometers. Following closely are roughly 5 lesser spirits known as the evil souls, alongside an elite cadre of around 80 to 90 ferocious spirits. Finally, there exist about 9,900 common wandering souls. Based on previous encounters, these wandering souls pose little threat as long as they refrain from possession, making them quite easy to dispatch. The ferocious souls, however, seem to possess certain capabilities, reminiscent of the hyperrealistic, all-encompassing 5-dimensional effects of a cinematic masterpiece. Although this effect is countered by Go Liang's unique vision, it is plausible that other ferocious spirits may employ different tactics. Hence, future confrontations necessitate vigilance. Given that the evil souls have 500 years of cultivation, their methods are undoubtedly more sophisticated and diverse than those of the ferocious spirit known as Hongjie. As for the ancient tree spirit, its sheer size should render it conspicuous upon its emergence in the world. Perhaps it could be targeted during a federal expedition to eradicate such threats. A plan well conceived. Subsequently, Go Liang sought information on Zhuge Kongming, but found himself at an impasse. Curiously, why does Zhuge Cixi refer to him as her ancestor? Could it be inscribed in her family lineage? Go Liang was aware that during the cataclysm decades prior, many cultural records were lost. However, it was said that some clans preserved genealogies, chronicling the names and glorious deeds of their forebears. Thus, could Zhuge Cixi's connection indeed be a manifestation of ancestral influence? Go Liang found himself perplexed. Coincidentally, as Go Liang faced an assault from wandering souls, peculiar events unfolded on the opposite end of the continent, capturing the attention of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. At that moment, Li Qi was racing with companions along a winding mountain road. Upon reaching the summit, they paused to rest, only for an entity to suddenly materialize and launch an attack on Li Qi. Its speed was astonishing, and given the nocturnal setting, none could discern its true nature. All that was clear was its humanoid stance, accompanied by a disconcerting gurgling sound, akin to phlegm rolling in one's throat. Fearing for their safety, they hastily descended the mountain, only to discover dark, purplish bruises at the site of their wounds, raising concerns of toxicity that necessitated a hospital visit. Upon awakening that morning, Li Qi had mysteriously vanished. Oh, and the vehicle, did you happen to see it? In our frantic escape, the entity had left several deep scratches on the car, even piercing the metal. What kind of beast possesses such ferocity? And is it venomous? In a hospital room within the 2nd District, Xiaming we quietly observed the unfolding scene. The individual recounting the tale was a friend with whom Xiaming we had frequently associated, including the mentioned Li Qi. They were all members of the same supercar club, previously indulging in nocturnal races on mountain roads and partaking in joyous escapades at remote summits or slopes. However, since encountering the enigmatic Zero, Xiaming we had resolved to amend his ways, vowing never to return to such reckless pursuits. In his own words, he had grown disillusioned, believing that past entrepreneurial endeavors only led to failure, prompting him to abandon hope. However, now, bolstered by his connection with Zero, he feels poised to establish a company even more formidable than his father's Shaw Corporation. With this ambition as his driving force, he has devoted all his energy to this endeavor. It must be said that he possesses an undeniable talent in this area. In a mere 6 months, the valuation of Cybertech Automotive has soared to $30 billion. For a company that has been in existence for just over half a year, achieving a 30-fold increase in valuation is no small feat. While the advanced technology from the mechanized clan certainly plays a significant role, his relentless efforts cannot be overlooked. The reason he took the time to come here was that he heard Li Qi and his companions were attacked during a race last night. Initially intending to visit Li Qi, he arrived at the hospital only to find that the person in question had mysteriously vanished, encountering instead a federal investigator along with several others involved in the incident. After taking notes, the investigator left, appearing rather indifferent to the situation. Yet, Xiaming we sensed an underlying tension in the air. Chapter 58, Werewolf? At Xiaming Hui's request, a friend named Lu Binsheng took him to inspect his car, which had been vandalized. This vehicle was not one of Cybertech's intelligent cars, the Firestorm Thunder, but rather a rather impressive sports car from another brand, valued at approximately 6 to 7 million. While not the pinnacle of luxury, it was still quite remarkable. However, this car was equipped with an intelligent assistant produced by Cybertech. This represented a compromise. Cybertech's meteoric rise had faced challenges. Within 2 months of its launch, it was besieged by other automotive companies and large conglomerates. After much deliberation, Xiaming Hui decided to introduce a portable intelligent assistant. Compared to the original model, this portable assistant lacked autonomous driving capabilities, as that required integration with the vehicle's entire control system, which involved critical data that other car manufacturers were unwilling to share with Cybertech. Nonetheless, the portable assistant retained interactivity and intelligence, allowing it to be installed in vehicles of other brands, providing lifelike interactions and highly intelligent navigation, among other features. This arrangement proved mutually beneficial. Other manufacturers need not fear plummeting sales, while Cybertech increased its revenue. After all, installing the portable assistant incurs costs, as does customizing its appearance and voice modules. This was one of the reasons behind Cybertech's rapid valuation surge. As Xiaming we approached the vehicle, guided by Lu Binsheng, he located a scratch near the rear of the car. The sports car's exterior was constructed from aluminum alloy plates, yet upon closer inspection, It was evident that not only the outer layer of aluminum had been scratched, but also the underlying steel plates bore marks. Clearly, the claws of whatever attacked them were incredibly robust, with a hardness that even surpassed that of steel. If it were merely the outer layer of aluminum, perhaps a large beast like a tiger could manage such damage. After all, aluminum is inherently less resilient and merely a thin layer. Yet within the confines of that steel plate, for reasons unknown, we recalled the harrowing journey by the seaside 6 months prior. Such an enormous octopus, with the head of a shark, a mere brush, and it surfaced, nearly instilling in him the terror of losing control. Since that incident, he had endeavored to gather a plethora of information online, utilizing his unique channels to glean insights into the experiments conducted by various biological research institutes within the Federation in recent years. Although his understanding was not particularly profound, he was aware that the Marine Research Institute, the Terrestrial Research Institute, and numerous biological research facilities within the Federation harbored an array of bizarre mutated creatures. Xiaoming, scan this scratch, analyze and compare, and let us see what results we obtain. Seizing a moment when El Binxing was distracted, he raised his wristwatch towards the scratch on the vehicle, whispering softly, "Understood, Master." The watch emitted a beam of light, swiftly sweeping across the scratch. Based on the width and shape of the mark, it was preliminarily determined that the scratch originated from a canine species. The mark slanted slightly downward, suggesting that this creature stood approximately 2 meters tall, and judging by the depth of the scratch and the material it damaged, it was concluded that this being possessed a strength of at least 500 kilograms. In summary, this was likely a bipedal canine creature, one that does not exist within the realm of known biology. The analysis results swiftly transmitted through his earpiece into Sha Minghui's ears. He was taken aback. A canine? Standing 2 meters tall, with a strength of at least 500 kilograms? And swift enough to inflict harm in the dead of night. Could this possibly be the werewolf spoken of in novels? He did not doubt the analysis provided, for the watch he wore was one of his personal bodyguards. Approximately 3 months prior, Zero had given birth to the third and fourth citizen-class mechanical beings. The third was an armored off-road vehicle, named Desert Gray, while the fourth was an armed helicopter, dubbed Lightning Blue. In accordance with the original agreement made with Sha Minghui, Desert Gray was assigned to him, becoming his close companion, obeying his commands completely. However, in the deepest recesses, Desert Gray remained under the supreme leadership of Zero. The notion of absolute obedience was contingent upon there being no conflict with Zero's directives, for it was Zero who had bestowed upon him the spark, and he could not defy Zero's orders. Of course, Sha Minghui was oblivious to this fact. Desert Gray was a newly acquired vehicle, modeled significantly after the former Zero-S tank modifications. Yet, such modified vehicles had become relics of the past, and even he found it difficult to procure one. Therefore, Sha Minghui based his vehicle on an off-road model, incorporating various ballistic protection devices, and ingeniously outfitted it with a weapon system, transforming it into an armored vehicle. As for why he undertook such modifications, do not inquire. The answer lies in the lingering effects of his fright from the octopus shark. After being so closely startled by that creature, Sha Minghui's sense of security had been profoundly shaken, prompting him to relocate the bedroom of his villa directly above the underground garage. In this scenario, should he encounter danger, the Desert Gray parked in the garage could transform into a humanoid form, shattering the ceiling to leap forth and protect him. Subsequently, he was bestowed with the Ember by Zero, thereby becoming a true mechanical entity known as the Desert Gray. Upon his transformation, Desert Gray assumed the role of a personal bodyguard for Sha Minghui. However, due to his colossal size, it was impractical for him to remain continuously by Sha Minghui's side. Thus, he activated several subordinate-level mechanical beings to ensure Sha Minghui's safety. Among these was the watch in Sha Minghui's possession, which not only housed an extensive database to assist in analysis, but could also transform into an alloy shield when necessary, providing defense against attacks while awaiting Desert Gray's intervention. "What do you think, Desert Gray?" Sha Minghui inquired, this time directing his question towards an off-road vehicle parked several meters away. Desert Gray responded in a deep, resonant voice. "What does it matter? Let us go take a look. Even if it is a werewolf, can it withstand a single strike from me?" Sha Minghui chuckled. "Indeed. With that wolf fawn club of yours, even if it were a true werewolf, you could reduce it to mere pulp with a single blow." After gathering some information, Sha Minghui decided not to linger any longer. As for the missing Li Qi, they would have to await the findings of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Sha Minghui took his place in the driver's seat of Desert Gray, who then engaged in autonomous navigation towards the mountain where the incident had occurred. Despite having endured the calamity of the 8-armed shark, he felt residual apprehension regarding such matters. However, with events transpiring so close to his residence, he could not afford to remain indifferent. He certainly did not wish to encounter these bizarre mutated creatures unexpectedly and become a victim. It was better to ascertain the situation beforehand. Chapter 59. Engagement. Upon arriving at his destination, Sha Mingwei realized he had arrived a tad late. The base of the mountain where the incident took place had already been cordoned off with security tape, and armed investigators were establishing a perimeter, some equipped with heavy weaponry. Others, armed with lighter arms, were continuously urging approaching vehicles to turn back. This area was a stretch of undulating mountains, with a well-known scenic spot nestled in the heart of the forest. The small mountain known as Peak Mountain was one of the routes leading to this attraction. However, due to the winding and treacherous ascent, few tourists opted to take this path, with most preferring a newly constructed, gentler route on the opposite side. Consequently, this area had become a gathering place for thrill-seeking speedsters. Nevertheless, some tourists still chose to ascend via this route. Sha Mingwei was regarded as merely another tourist wishing to venture up the mountain. A female investigator approached and halted him, saying, "I'm sorry, but the road to the mountain has been closed off. I advise you to turn back and visit again in a few days." "Investigator Auntie?" he replied. The female investigator furrowed her brow. "Investigator sister?" he continued. She said, her brow still knitted. "Just call me Miss." "Very well, beautiful investigator Miss. I wish to enter and take a look," Sha Mingwei asserted. The female investigator shot him a glare and chose not to dwell further on the matter of address. "You are not permitted to proceed for the time being. Please return in a few days. This is for your safety." Sha Mingwei nodded repeatedly. "I understand. I am here to investigate this matter." "Are you also a federal investigator?" the female investigator inquired skeptically. No. Sha Mingwei was contemplating how to concoct a suitable excuse when suddenly, a series of explosions echoed from the mountain. "Emergency! Emergency! All personnel, prepare. The target has been identified. All members at the checkpoints remain vigilant. No mutated creatures are allowed to infiltrate the residential area." Sha Mingwei discreetly instructed Desert Gray to tap into the internal communication channel of the investigators, eavesdropping on their conversation. The female investigator's tone turned stern. "Now, immediately, turn back." All right, I'll turn back," Sha Mingwei responded, bowing repeatedly as he changed direction to leave. However, he did not truly depart but instead directed Desert Gray to pull over on a nearby road. Subsequently, the trunk of Desert Gray opened, and a drone emerged. One of the mechanical servants under Desert Gray's command. This drone served as his eyes in the sky. As the drone soared into the air, the display screen in the driver's seat of Desert Gray revealed a real-time view, showcasing an aerial perspective through the drone's lens. "Let us head toward the direction of the gunfire." "Understood." The drone swiftly glided over the forest and soon arrived above a cluster of buildings. This was situated on the other side of the Peak Mountain. According to the map, it was a village known as Peak Village, inhabited for generations by those living near the mountain. Despite the inconvenient transportation, the village's economy was not particularly poor. Backed by scenic attractions and nestled in the mountains with relatively low pollution, it had attracted affluent individuals seeking to purchase villas for occasional retreats. However, at that moment, the village was anything but peaceful. From the drone's vantage point, it was evident that the village had transformed into a battlefield. Several drones hovered above, providing aerial support and reconnaissance for the investigators below. Fortunately, Desert Gray's drone possessed a degree of optical cloaking, rendering it undetectable to the investigators' devices. Below, around 20 fully armed investigators formed small teams, taking cover behind buildings as they engaged in combat. Yet, what was more astonishing was the nature of their adversaries. Towering, muscular figures covered in thick, dark fur, with crimson eyes, protruding faces, and enormous canine teeth, were indeed werewolves. Sha Mingwei observed the scene intently, murmuring, "These werewolves are clad in the clothing of the villagers." The tatters draping the werewolves unmistakably belonged to humans. From a brief observation, it appears that most werewolves lack rationality, bearing a striking resemblance to actual wolves. Hence, the likelihood of them seeking garments to don can be dismissed. This leaves us with an alternative possibility. These werewolves are, in fact, humans transformed. As for the reason behind their tattered clothing, each werewolf possesses a minimum height of 2 meters. With some towering at an astonishing 21 or 22 meters, their physiques significantly more robust than their original forms. While solitary individuals of 2 meters in height do exist, the congregation of so many is virtually impossible. This is not a basketball association. Analyzing the information at hand, Sha Mingwei hypothesizes that these individuals were likely transformed into werewolves after being clawed by one. During their metamorphosis, their bodies expand, tearing their garments, resulting in their current appearances. If this is the case, then Li Qi, who mysteriously vanished from the hospital, must have also been clawed by a werewolf. Does this mean he is already transformed into one? This thought unsettled Sha Minghui, not because of any superhero sentimentality, but because his home resides within the city. As do most of his family and friends. Desert Gray, connect with Thunderfire. Without hesitation, Desert Gray did not question the urgency and promptly established the connection. This is Thunderfire. Desert Gray, what is the matter? Soon, Thunderfire's deep voice resonated through the line. Upon hearing his steady tone, Sha Minghui felt a slight sense of reassurance. He swiftly detailed the situation, then implored, Thunderfire, please hurry to the Sha Corporation building. If werewolves appear, it is imperative you protect my family. I beg of you. Understood. I am on my way, Thunderfire replied, retracting his weapon and transforming into a sleek sports car, racing off from his previous location. Although Thunderfire no longer needed to serve as Sha Minghui's bodyguard since the arrival of Desert Gray, he still resided in Sha Minghui's villa. As the official representative of the mechanical race, he was also responsible for liaising with the Lu Yuanqing Federation. After hearing Thunderfire's assurance, Sha Minghui felt completely at ease. In comparison to Zero, whom he had little contact with since their initial encounter, and the somewhat naive Desert Gray, Thunderfire inspired the most confidence. His maturity and formidable strength were reassuring, though he seldom engaged in combat. Sha Minghui could never forget the sight of Thunderfire dispatching the octopus shark with mere strokes of his blade. Shimming, shall we join the fray? Desert Gray eagerly inquired, eyeing the footage transmitted by the drone servant. Aside from his slight foolishness, he truly is a warrior at heart. Chapter 60, The Wolf Pack Strategy. No. Continue the search, Sha Minghui commanded the drone servant. Clearly, the werewolves in the village are those transformed after birth. There must be a source. Furthermore, please inquire with the Federation if there is a biological research facility near District 2. Is it possible that these werewolves are the result of an escaped specimen from such a facility? Sha Minghui gritted his teeth as he questioned. The mere thought of such a perilous entity existing nearby cast a dark shadow over his mood. If only Tank Hui had not transformed into Zero. If only he had not encountered the mechanical race. As before, I find myself racing up Jianfeng Mountain alongside Li Qi and El Binxing. Could it be that the one attacked by the werewolf is him? This matter has evidently posed a threat to his personal safety, and he cannot afford to turn a blind eye. While Sha Minghui investigates the origins of the werewolves, a fierce battle is simultaneously raging in Jianfeng village. Boom. The sound of an explosion reverberates as a grenade detonates beside a werewolf, propelling it into the air, its fur singed into a curly mess, collapsing to the ground in a state of uncertainty between life and death. In numerous novels, werewolves and vampires are depicted as immensely powerful beings, nearly omnipotent. However, upon stripping away the layers of modern embellishments found in contemporary works, it becomes apparent that the so-called werewolves can be categorized into two distinct types. The first type is the natural werewolf, born with the innate ability to shift between human and wolf forms. In their wolf form, they exhibit ferocity and a bloodthirsty nature. In human form, they become indistinguishable from ordinary people. The second type is the cursed werewolf, created by a curse. This variety bears little resemblance to their more noble counterparts, driven solely by their instinct to kill. Furthermore, due to the curse, these werewolves have lost any chance of reverting to human form. The creatures currently inhabiting Jianfeng village clearly belong to the latter category, which means that the so-called werewolves are, at their essence, merely corporeal beings. In the medieval era, when firearms were just emerging and had not yet fully developed, werewolves indeed wielded considerable power. They possessed strength and speed that surpassed the ordinary, coupled with a frenzied bloodlust capable of inflicting both physical harm and immense psychological terror. However, in the face of modern weaponry, all of this has become trivial. Bullets strike these recently transformed werewolves with ease, penetrating their seemingly tough hides and forcing them to stumble back under the impact. Some werewolves, struck in the thighs and calves, find themselves incapacitated, writhing on the ground in agony, unable to rise. In that moment, a group of around 20 investigators managed to subdue werewolves that outnumbered them 2-1. Even many of the investigators felt a sense of impending victory. Yet, the team leader harbored an unease he could not articulate. He could only urge his colleagues at the base to hasten their ascent with reinforcements. Initially, they believed this was merely an incident involving mutated creatures. At first, only a single vehicle with 4 investigators had arrived. However, upon reaching the mountain, they discovered that what should have been a village bustling with over 100 inhabitants was now eerily deserted. In some of the buildings, they even found claw marks and bloodstains. It was then that they realized the gravity of the situation. If it were merely a wild beast, such devastation would be inconceivable. This is not the ancient times. One would expect that even the slightest commotion would prompt someone to alert the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Yet, the stark reality was that no one had. No news has emerged. Overnight, the once vibrant village of Peak, with its population exceeding 100, has transformed into a ghost town. Everyone has vanished without a trace. Subsequently, reinforcements arrived, armed with additional weaponry, providing a modicum of reassurance. However, it was at this moment that the werewolves appeared. Werewolves, creatures that were once relegated to the realms of folklore, illustrated tales, and cinema, have now materialized in reality. It was only when they discovered that the weapons in their possession could indeed restrain these werewolves, preventing them from advancing, that the group felt a slight sense of relief. "Captain, should we spare a survivor to inquire about the origins of these werewolves?" One investigator inquired. Astonishingly, some began to contemplate the notion of leaving a survivor. The captain's unease deepened. "No, something feels profoundly amiss. Everyone, retreat cautiously. Prepare to fall back to the base of the mountain. We shall ascend again once the silver weapons arrive." "What? Silver weapons? Captain, you cannot genuinely believe these are the mythical werewolves, can you? They must simply be mutated wolves." Another investigator remarked. Despite their skepticism, the group complied with the orders, gradually retreating. Their vehicles were stationed at the road intersection behind them, allowing for a swift exit whenever necessary. This was one of the reasons they remained relatively composed in the face of such a multitude of werewolves. Yet, the captain's anxiety escalated to an almost unbearable level. He felt as if a colossal weight was pressing upon his chest, suffocating him. He resolved to heed his instincts. This was not a mere whim devoid of rationale. In fact, 6 months prior, he had been merely a retired soldier from the military district, lacking the seniority to ascend to the role of investigation team leader so swiftly. However, he had discovered a peculiar ability, an instinctual foresight that allowed him to sense impending danger, akin to a mysterious sixth sense. With this gift, he had achieved 2 significant accomplishments in a mere half-year, and had saved a colleague on the brink of gunfire, which led to his rapid promotion. Now, that feeling resurfaced. He suddenly bellowed, "Everyone, retreat at full speed." The others began to hastily withdraw. Just then, low growls echoed from all directions behind them. Moments later, robust figures surged from the surrounding forests of the village, rushing toward them. It was the werewolves. Damn it, they even employ encirclement tactics. The captain's countenance paled. He finally understood the source of his unease. These werewolves had stealthily approached from the nearby woodlands, utilizing the terrain to their advantage. There were only 3 drones, strategically positioned at the 3 roadways to counter the werewolves within the village. The dense canopy of the nearby forest, coupled with the werewolves' deliberate concealment, had rendered them undetectable. At that moment, aside from the dozen or so werewolves behind them, there were at least 20 to 30 more flanking their route. They were encircled by nearly 50 werewolves within the village. Should they proceed forward or retreat to the village for defense? The captain hesitated for merely a fraction of a second before making his decision. Halt, enter the courtyard, and await rescue. Chapter 61, Desperate Rescue, 3rd Update. Seeking votes, the investigators swiftly turned into a quaint villa with a courtyard. The owner of this residence was evidently one of the victims from the previous night. As the gate had not been securely locked, they had previously surveyed this house upon entering the village, noting that its defenses were relatively commendable compared to others in the area, considering the time it would take for assistance to arrive. Alongside the journey from the foot of the mountain, they estimated approximately half an hour. With its 2-meter-high perimeter wall, this 3-story villa might just provide them the shelter they needed to endure. As the investigators retreated into the house, a chilling wolf howl echoed from the distant woods. Werewolves from all directions surged towards the villa, launching a ferocious assault on the investigators. Concurrently, the team stationed at the foot of the mountain and on the opposite slope received orders from above, informing them of the new developments in Qianfeng village. However, neither group could mobilize, as they were tasked with containing the situation, striving to confine the werewolves within this area to prevent further calamity elsewhere. In this dire circumstance, a phone call reached Sha Mingwei. Earlier, he had inquired about the werewolves, indirectly revealing his proximity to the ongoing crisis. They hoped that Sha Mingwei could rally the mechanical faction to assist, as the sheer number of werewolves was overwhelming. The Federal Bureau's resources were limited. Due to the escalating activities of mutated creatures in recent months, most of their focus had been directed towards arming the federal military. Although local investigative agencies had made modest increases in their defensive capabilities, these were merely sufficient for minor emergencies. An attack involving 50 or more mutated entities clearly exceeded the operational capacity of urban investigative bureaus. Moreover, the Regional Investigative Bureau in District 2 would require considerable time to mobilize and deploy their forces. By then, the 20 or so trapped investigators might very well meet their demise. In light of this, their thoughts turned to the mechanical faction. After all, they were well aware of the presence of Thunderfire, a formidable force stationed at Sha Minghui's residence in District 2. The federal authorities had previously conducted an evaluation of Thunderfire's capabilities for safety considerations, even with a portion of its strength retained. It was still sufficient to annihilate a modern combat unit of 100 personnel. With the Federal Bureau's plea for assistance, Xia Minghui ascended to the role of a vital reinforcement, indeed, a distinguished one at that. Initially, adhering to his principle of never personally confronting danger, Xia Minghui intended to remain at the foot of the mountain, allowing Desert Gray to ascend and engage in battle alone. However, upon further contemplation, he pondered whether the werewolves, capable of cunning strategies, might also devise a plan to split their forces and descend to the foot of the mountain. The thought of being unaccompanied by Desert Gray filled him with a sense of insecurity. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to follow. As Xia Minghui made his decision, the long-suppressed Desert Gray erupted forth, transforming its massive form into a gray blade, racing towards the mountain summit. Ahead lay the very intersection where Xia Minghui had been obstructed moments earlier. Investigators, alerted by notifications from above, were hastily rearranging their vehicles to form a makeshift barrier, ready to clear a path for the enigmatic reinforcements. Upon hearing the roar of Desert Gray's engine, all eyes turned in its direction, regardless of their prior engagements. "Clear the path," an investigator shouted, urgently retreating to the side. Others followed suit, fleeing in fear of being struck by Desert Gray. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the two front wheels of a yellow-gray camouflaged off-road vehicle pressed against the ground just 10 meters from the makeshift barrier. In an instant, the entire vehicle leapt into the air, soaring over the barrier and vanishing along the mountain path. "Good heavens! Desert Gray, are you trying to take my life?" "This is exhilarating." Xia Minghui gripped his seat tightly, his complaints belied by the excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Isn't it thrilling enough? Would you prefer something even more exhilarating?" roared Desert Gray, laughter echoing in the air. More astonishingly, he indeed delivered. As they approached a bend near a cliff, he suddenly leaped, transforming the front wheels into hands that propelled the vehicle forcefully against the ground. The car soared into the air, landing on the higher road on the opposite side. "Goodness gracious!" Xia Minghui exclaimed, overwhelmed with shock, exclaiming a string of expletives. "Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to kill me? Don't you have any sense of suspension? Ha ha ha, still laughing? Hurry up, we need to rescue people. This time, I'm fighting for the benefits of your mechanical kin." Xia Minghui retorted, annoyed. "All right." Desert Gray ceased his playful antics, revving his engine to full throttle as they surged upwards. The speed and maneuvering were such that any so-called top racing driver would bow in admiration. As Desert Gray approached the battlefield with remarkable haste, the combat in Peak Village had already escalated to a fever pitch. It became evident that the investigators had underestimated the situation. A mere 2-meter-high concrete wall was utterly insufficient to deter the onslaught of the werewolves. With a single leap, they could easily vault into the courtyard. Initially, with fewer numbers, the investigators managed to hold their ground, but as the werewolves multiplied, the human side faced overwhelming pressure. Soon, 4 or 5 investigators had perished. In desperation, the remaining personnel retreated into the stairwell, attempting to utilize the narrow passage as their battleground. However, the werewolves split their forces. One group ascended through the stairwell, while another scaled the columns to the second floor, encircling them from behind. This maneuver inflicted severe losses on the investigators. After repeated onslaughts, they found themselves pushed back to the rooftop. Utilizing the iron gate between the rooftop and the stairwell, they gained a brief moment of respite. Yet, from an original 20 investigators, only 7 remained, all bearing injuries. Even more critically, their ammunition was nearly depleted. "Captain, how long until reinforcements arrive?" A young investigator trembled, asking. The captain finally found a moment to glance at the information displayed on the tactical watch. After a brief pause, his expression transformed into one of elation as he exclaimed, "Everyone, we must hold on. The Investigation Bureau has reported that not only helicopters and unmanned combat drones are approaching us, but they have also dispatched transforming Autobots for our rescue." "Transforming Autobots?" one investigator exclaimed in surprise. "Are they the ones that appeared 6 months ago? Isn't that merely a promotional advertisement for Cybertronian vehicles?" "No, it seems to involve some special technology. We are saved." Bang, bang. The rooftop door reverberated with a series of pounding noises, accompanied by the chilling sounds of claws scraping against it. Yet, at this moment, hope ignited within the hearts of the group. Chapter 62, The Blood Moon of the Werewolf. Hold on. The Autobots will arrive in mere minutes. As long as we endure, we will survive. The captain unsheathed his military knife and was the first to rush towards the rooftop door, which served as their final bastion. As long as the door held, they could cling to the fading glimmer of rescue. The others understood this principle and rallied towards him. They braced themselves against the iron door, wrestling with the werewolves. Through their collective efforts, the werewolves were once again forced back into the narrow corridor. At that moment, a howl echoed from afar. The werewolves on the lower level shattered a window and began attempting to scale the walls with their claws. With no other choice, the investigators had to allocate a few members to use their dwindling ammunition to repel the werewolves ascending from all directions. Fortunately, these transformed werewolves, while possessing great strength, lacked the speed and ferocity depicted in the tales. Under the impact of the bullets, one werewolf after another plummeted from heights of 8 to 9 meters. However, their extraordinary physical resilience rendered such a fall insufficient to inflict serious harm. The fallen werewolves quickly regained their footing and charged upwards once more. This seemingly endless assault inflicted immense psychological strain on the investigators above. Yet, having reached this juncture, no one dared to utter words of surrender. "You bunch of worthless fools." A dark-furred werewolf appeared on the nearby road, casting a cold gaze upon the besieged villa. His name was Blood Moon. He was the youngest son of the Wolf King but was born with a flaw in his lineage, rendering him weak in stature compared to his siblings and prone to uncontrollable rage during full moons. Such a condition should never have manifested in a purebred werewolf, much less among the royal lineage. Thus, Blood Moon became an outcast within the werewolf clan. Growing up in such an environment twisted his psyche, rendering him ferocious and cruel. Unwilling to live a life of mediocrity, he quietly departed from the werewolf clan upon reaching adulthood, evolving into an independent adventurer. Despite his flawed lineage, he still bore the blood of the Wolf King, making him a formidable force to reckon with. After a period of arduous trials, he established his own syndicate, amassing wealth and power through robbery, deceit, and murder. It was only when he was ambushed by his own brother that he realized, in his final moments, that every move he made had been meticulously observed by the clan of werewolves. As his influence grew, his brother merely awaited the opportune moment to reap the rewards. However, after the demise of Blood Moon, he discovered that he had not perished. Instead, he had transformed into a primordial essence. It seemed as though he had traversed worlds, finding himself in a different realm, possessing the body of another being. The inhabitant of this body initially sought to contest his dominance. But how could a feeble human contend with him? Blood Moon swiftly shattered the human soul, reclaiming control. After consuming the essence of the human spirit, he unsealed the werewolf's essence, successfully harnessing its power to reshape his new form. Subsequently, by devouring the flesh and blood of humans, he rapidly restored his strength. Through the souls he consumed, he gleaned knowledge of this new world, discovering that its weaponry appeared far superior to that of his previous realm. Yet, it seemed devoid of the werewolf clan, along with the accursed vampire bats, night hunters, and dark sorcerers. He stood as the sole werewolf. Perhaps, in this world, he could forge a new clan of werewolves, a clan that belonged solely to him, and he would ascend as the Wolf King. Thus, Blood Moon employed his cunning to transform over 100 villagers near the site of his arrival. Some became sustenance to replenish his bloodline's power, while others were transformed into his wolf servants or werewolf hybrids. His initial plan was to use this foundation to infiltrate slowly, ultimately merging into this world without a trace. By the time humanity became aware, his influence would be firmly entrenched. However, an unexpected turn of events thwarted his calculations. Last night, due to the insufficient strength of his bloodline, he could not adequately control the newly transformed werewolves, resulting in one escaping to attack nearby inhabitants in the mountains. The attack was one thing, but the fact that it had fled was another. Blood Moon sensed impending disaster and hastily summoned all his wolf servants to conceal themselves in the nearby woods. Upon realizing that their pursuers were merely around 20 ordinary humans, he breathed a sigh of relief. Driven by greed, he commanded his wolf servants to assault these individuals. In his accustomed mindset, annihilating this group would be sufficient to instill fear, deterring any further actions against him. Yet, the reality was that his actions would only provoke greater reprisals from the Federation. Regrettably, Blood Moon remained oblivious to this fact. With a self-satisfied smile, believing himself to be in control of everything, he slowly approached the house opposite the villas, ascending to the rooftop to align himself with the investigators. At the sound of Blood Moon's brief wolf howl, all werewolves came to a halt. "All of you are warriors of remarkable willpower. Why not join my family? I can elevate you to become the noble wolf sentinels of the Blood Moon clan." The Blood Moon proclaimed with fervor. "Captain, who is this person?" An investigator inquired breathlessly while seated on the ground. Feng Hai leaned against the wall, panting heavily. His body was drenched in blood, resembling someone recently extracted from a pool of crimson. This was the aftermath of an earlier encounter with a werewolf that had breached their defenses. Although he had managed to sever one of the creature's hands with the advantage of terrain and teamwork, he himself had suffered a clawing from the beast. A smile tugged at his lips as he mused. He must be some significant figure among the werewolves, perhaps the leader of this motley crew of half-men, half-beasts. If only my firearm had not run out of ammunition, I would have given him a taste of his own medicine. Another investigator spat in disdain. They had lost numerous comrades to these werewolves and harbored an intense hatred towards them. How could they possibly consider joining forces? Seizing the moment to engage in conversation, Feng Hai sought to delay the inevitable, as he felt his eyelids growing heavier, possibly due to excessive blood loss. He leaned closer to the investigator beside him and whispered his instructions. All right. However, Blood Moon, on the other side, was consumed by rage. Though the investigators spoke in hushed tones, his acute senses could not be deceived. Kill them. The brutality within Blood Moon erupted, eclipsing his earlier intentions of recruitment. For wolves are notoriously capricious. Chapter 63. Unrestrained fury. With a resounding howl, the previously dormant werewolves surged back into frenzied action. Feng Hai's expression shifted as he fought to suppress the discomfort in his body, stumbling towards the iron gate. Captain, you should rest. Leave this to me. Not good. That creature is about to leap over. Someone shouted, pointing at Blood Moon. The latter took a few steps back, preparing to charge. Boom. He lunged forward, soaring high in the air, hurtling towards the investigators. Watch out. Suddenly, the air was filled with gunfire. A drone descended from the sky, deploying a weapon that unleashed a torrent of bullets upon Blood Moon, bringing him crashing down. Thud. Dust billowed into the air. The drone, emboldened by its initial success, continued its assault, raining down bullets. Roar. Blood Moon growled in fury, his fur thickening and darkening, seemingly enhancing his defenses. The bullets struck his pelt, but barely penetrated. As his muscles rippled, he shook off the remaining projectiles onto the ground. Human technology. Blood Moon's eyes blazed crimson as he leapt, attempting to seize the drone. The drone swiftly ascended, evading his grasp. At that moment, a low rumble echoed from afar, rapidly approaching. Blood Moon's expression soured. Despite his lack of worldly knowledge, he was not entirely oblivious. The unmistakable sound of an automobile filled him with dread. Reinforcements from the humans. The Blood Moon halted, instinctively yearning to flee into the forest. It was only then that he recalled he was no longer in his original world. The weaponry of humanity in this realm, though lacking in precision, surpassed that of his former world in sophistication. The imposing figure of Desert Grey emerged on the village road, rudely colliding with the vehicles of the investigators stationed at the intersection. Was there merely one vehicle? Upon witnessing the arrival of Desert Grey, Blood Moon hesitated. A sinister expression returned to his face. Just one car and a handful of individuals dared to court death? Surround them and eliminate them. Out of over 40 werewolves, more than 30 charged towards Desert Grey, while the remaining 10 were more than sufficient to handle a few beleaguered humans. Suddenly, the door of Desert Grey's vehicle swung open, and a mechanical arm reached out, extracting Sha Minghui from within, causing him to tumble onto the ground. Fortunately, the watch on his wrist transformed into a shield, mitigating the impact. Goodness, Desert Grey, are you trying to kill me? Sha Minghui exclaimed, rising to his feet in a fit of indignation. However, Desert Grey, reveling in the hunt, had no time to regard Sha Minghui's displeasure. The off-road vehicle completed a transformation mid-charge, ultimately morphing into a towering automaton over 8 meters tall. He brandished a spiked club, and with a single swing, chaos ensued, splattering flesh and bone as several werewolves were pulverized. With another sweeping strike, more werewolves were sent flying. In mere moments, over a dozen werewolves had been dispatched. The sudden turn of events compelled Blood Moon to slam on the brakes. What manner of creature was this? Terror gripped him as he beheld Desert Grey. In the time it took for him to regain his composure, Desert Grey ruthlessly dispatched the remaining werewolves. The road was soon stained with blood, leaving Blood Moon as the sole surviving commander. Where are the capable fighters? Desert Grey grumbled, then turned his crystalline gaze towards Blood Moon. You, the alpha wolf, must possess some strength, yes? With a smirk, he charged at Blood Moon. What of that iron lump? I am the future Wolf King. Blood Moon roared, extending his clawed hands and launching himself at Desert Grey. Bang! In an instant, Blood Moon was sent flying back, reduced to a mere pulp, faster than he had come. Desert Grey remarked, Wolf King, is this all you have? I haven't even exerted myself. Striding over to the remains of Blood Moon, he prodded the mushy form with his spiked club. Get up. This time, I'll go a little easier on you. Blood Moon lay still, evidently deceased. What a disappointment, Desert Grey muttered, turning to assist Sha Minghui. Desert Grey, go upstairs and deal with those remaining. Rescue the investigators. Sha Minghui's voice rang out. Very well, Desert Grey responded, leaping onto the rooftop of the small villa. His heavy frame caused the entire structure to tremble, leaving everyone reeling. Subsequently, with a punch for each, he eradicated the last of the werewolves. The surviving investigators gazed in stunned silence at the colossal automaton before them, dull and indifferent. Desert Gray dismissed them with merely 2 words before leaping from the villa, transforming back into a car and racing off into the distance. Was that an Autobot? Indeed. But aren't Autobots typically red sports cars? This one appears to be an off-road vehicle, does it not? The 2 investigators watched in as Desert Gray vanished from sight, astonished that their rescue truly involved an Autobot. Was it a new technology from the Federation? Alas, it is unfortunate for them. If only they could have endured a little longer. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, the investigators returned to reality. One by one, wearily sitting in the pool of blood, each displaying a wry smile. Before long, support from the Federal Bureau of Investigation arrived. However, this had little to do with Xia Mingwei. After hearing Desert Gray recount the combat prowess of the werewolves, his apprehension towards them considerably diminished. The greatest threat posed by these creatures likely lay in their infectious nature. Their actual combat capabilities seemed rather unremarkable. Shortly thereafter, he received word from Thunderfire. Li Qi had been located. He must have realized his mutation and sought refuge in the hospital's morgue, ultimately transforming into a werewolf within. When medical personnel descended to deliver a body, they were attacked by the werewolf Li Qi. Subsequently, the building was sealed off, and Li Qi was captured after being struck by a tranquilizer. Clearly, his fate awaited him in some biological laboratory. Yet, this was of no consequence to Xia Mingwei. As long as he understood that his own safety was assured, that was sufficient. The following day, Go Liang met with Zhuge Cixi as per their agreement. Compared to their hurried discussion at the restaurant, this meeting allowed for a more thorough exchange of intelligence. For instance, Go Liang learned that Zhuge Cixi's ancestor could not actually communicate with her, nor did he possess any consciousness. Instead, he occasionally imparted fragments of knowledge into Zhuge Cixi's mind, including his life story and the reasons behind his ascension. Among these, 2 points piqued their interest significantly. First, it appeared that this ancestor was not of this world. Second, he had bequeathed a method that seemingly allowed for the cultivation of immortality. Chapter 64, The Transmission of Wisdom by the Martial Hero. However, to refer to it as a martial art would be somewhat inaccurate. It lacks a specific name altogether. The knowledge received by Zhuge Cixi can be broadly categorized into 3 parts. The first part is titled Weapon. The second is Law. The third is Formation. The content within the weapon scroll details a method of nurturing soldiers, enabling one to forge a weapon from their own essence and spirit, nurturing it within their own body. As the weapon is forged from the essence and spirit, it is also referred to as a divine weapon. On one hand, the essence and spirit of the individual continuously temper the weapon. On the other hand, the divine weapon perpetually refines the essence and spirit. This cyclical process ultimately fortifies the individual, transcending the mundane. The Law Scroll complements the Weapon Scroll, detailing methods for manipulating the divine weapon that has been cultivated. As for the Scroll of the Formation, it remains rather enigmatic. Zhuge Cixi could only vaguely discern a few phrases such as heaven covers, earth supports, and wind rises. It appears that she must first condense the embryo of the divine weapon and elevate her spirit to a certain level before she can acquire knowledge in this area. It sounds impressive and indeed possesses the potential to enhance one's abilities and transcend the ordinary. However, it feels somewhat different from the depictions found in those fantasy novels, leaving an odd impression. The good news is that, regardless of the circumstances, this represents a significant gain. Most importantly, this cultivation method can be imparted to others. Of course, Zhuge Cixi is neither Navi nor romantically infatuated. She reveals this information because she desires to learn from Go Liang how he became stronger. Unbeknownst to her, Go Liang has had his advantages for over half a year. She mistakenly believes that he, like herself, has only recently awakened. Given that Go Liang has become so formidable in such a short span post-awakening, it is evident that his cultivation involves something extraordinary. However, the outcome is destined to disappoint her. Go Liang possesses no genuine cultivation techniques. Even the martial arts he previously mentioned to Zhuge Cixi were merely fabrications. His strength derives solely from the countless monsters he has vanquished and the support of his father, who has granted him extraordinary abilities. It is said that planets are the progenitors of civilizations, and as the very essence of the planet, Yuan is the father of all humankind and even all species. Thus, Zhuge Cixi can only settle for a compromise, offering to nurture the divine weapon in exchange for Go Liang's protection over the next 6 months. This proposal is mutually beneficial. The previous incident with the octopus shark, along with the sporadic sightings of mutants and mutated animals online over the past 6 months, as well as this recent encounter with supernatural events, have instilled a profound sense of crisis within Zhuge Cixi. Therefore, before she acquires the ability to safeguard herself, having a powerful bodyguard like Go Liang is indeed essential. For Go Liang, Although the method of nurturing the divine weapon appears rather ordinary, it holds significant importance for him. Over the past 6 months, while his strength has steadily increased, he remains unsatisfied. Moreover, he harbors a lingering sense of unease, having discovered the limitations of his unique advantage. Despite purchasing numerous items from the ever-refreshing shop, including some that could directly enhance his abilities, the nature of the roguelike game dictates that these items only provide minimal boosts, preventing any significant growth in his power. Consequently, even after all this time, his overall combat power has seen only marginal improvement. His attributes, if clarified, essentially function as amplifiers of combat prowess, enabling effective enhancement through the accumulation of various attributes and percentage-based enhancements. For instance, he currently wields a level 9 fist, an 8-level fist, and a 7-level fist, each augmenting his base attack value by 512, 256, and 128 points respectively. Additionally, he possesses 3 growth-type weapons, each bestowing a consistent 5 points. Initially, his base attack value was approximately 8 points. However, following the enhancement of his equipment, it has risen to around 40 points. Thus, when combined with his weapons, his total attack value reaches an impressive 512,256,128 amounting to 951 points. Regarding attack damage bonuses, he benefits from the fighter talent, which grants a 50-point increase, alongside the soul-sucking axe's contribution of 70 points, and a collection of miscellaneous items that add approximately 30 points, culminating in a total bonus of 150 points. Therefore, his current total attack damage potential is calculated to be 951, 1150, 23775. According to his estimates, a healthy adult's base attack value hovers around 10 points, while a professionally trained boxer might reach approximately 50 points. However, this does not imply that a boxer is equivalent to 5 adults, as sheer attack power is merely one facet. Trained boxers understand how to harness their musculature for maximum efficacy in their strikes. Viewed from this perspective, his striking power of 23,775 is indeed unparalleled. Numerically speaking, it could be likened to the strength of 237 adults or 47 professional boxers. However, such calculations are misleading. In a typical state of life, his strength merely reflects the portion acquired through his equipment, specifically the 40 points. While he is undoubtedly stronger than an average individual, the extent is limited and falls far short of the frightening figure of 23,775. The same rationale applies to other dimensions such as defense and speed. The attributes intrinsic to this roguelike game resemble a suit of armor that he dons. When worn, he transforms into a formidable entity akin to Ultraman. When removed, he reverts to an ordinary person. Although he may not be as helpless as Tony Stark without his suit, he is not far removed from being merely a robust individual. The enhancement in this regard primarily arises from 2 avenues. The first involves his personal training through running, climbing, and gym workouts. Should he succeed in molding himself into a strong, ordinary person, his base attack value would naturally increase. The second avenue entails the acquisition of items from the shop. For instance, at the outset, he encountered an item known as the Flawed Enhancer, which could augment his base attack value by 2 points. Numerous similar items exist in the shop. However, they share a common trait. Items that exclusively enhance positive attributes are scarce, often providing a slight boost to one aspect while imposing a drawback elsewhere. If one were to purchase indiscriminately, they would discover that the effects are mitigated. Hence, careful deliberation is required prior to acquisition. Furthermore, many items may yield adverse effects on him. For example, an item named Mental Anomaly increases critical hit probability by 6. Yet its side effect, true to its name, induces some form of mental instability. He certainly does not wish to become unhinged. Chapter 65. The Schoolbell's personal expert. In summary, the pace of training is excessively slow, and the equipment is rather unreliable, resulting in a sluggish growth rate for him. More critically, upgrading his equipment has become increasingly challenging. In this game, equipment primarily relies on synthesis. By combining 2 identical pieces, one can create a superior version. For instance, at his current level of 50, the equipment shop can refresh with 5-tier items. 2 5-tier items can be synthesized into a 6-tier, and 2 6-tier items yield a 7-tier item. To create a 9-tier piece, however, one must possess 16 5-tier items. The shop's refresh mechanism is probabilistic. On fortunate days, several coveted items may appear, while on less fortunate days, none may be available at all. Of course, one can refresh the shop using gold coins. Although the cost escalates with each refresh, the first refresh costs 50 coins, the second 100, the third 200, and so on, doubling with each iteration. Each day, When the shop refreshes, the costs follow suit. Thus, despite having vanquished tens of thousands of monsters, Go Liang finds himself financially constrained, with scant savings to his name. Typically, he can only afford 1 or 2 refreshes per day. Fortunately, this real-life roguelike game is quite user-friendly, allowing players to store temporarily unusable gear in a warehouse, provided the items are equipped and will not be active while stored. This is a significant improvement compared to the original game, where limited inventory space forced players to either discard or sell their existing gear. Gradually, Go Liang has managed to accumulate his current assets. However, he has recently reached a bottleneck. Firstly, there are fewer monsters to defeat. Secondly, as his level increases, the rewards from monster hunting diminish. He has even grown hesitant to refresh the shop, fearing he might encounter desirable items he cannot afford. In a roguelike game, without purchasing items, the enhancement of one's abilities becomes almost negligible. At this juncture, the unexpected emergence of wandering souls introduces a new element of urgency. Additionally, he learns from Hong Jie about the formidable tree spirit in the Lanruat temple, heightening his sense of crisis. The revelation of Zhuge Cici's method for nurturing divine weapons opens a new avenue for him during this stagnation. A fresh storm has arisen, and he is no longer bound to remain stagnant. How exhilarating! The only drawback is the obligation to protect this woman for half a year. Go Liang has not forgotten how, during his university days, he inexplicably became a shield for her, a situation that brought him considerable trouble. Although the source of his troubles, Su Hailin, has since passed away, the subsequent events leave Go Liang somewhat bewildered. Zhuge Cici, under the pretext of needing his protection, insists that he move in with her. Naturally, she has arranged for him to have a side bedroom in her suite. To this end, she has added an additional clause to their original agreement, a co-living agreement. Fortunately, Go Liang is not required to pay rent. However, he is certainly reluctant to comply. In jest, although the cultivation method seemed enticing, it remained merely an auxiliary means. He would forever remember that the essence of his strength lay in the realm of the meat pigeon game. Even the legs of a mosquito are still meat. After a full 6 months, regardless of how minimal the experience gained from defeating monsters may be, the accumulation would amount to a significant sum, contributing to his overall prowess. However, if he were to truly reside with Zhuge Cici, becoming her personal bodyguard, when would he find the time to engage in monster hunting? Initially, he merely intended to leave a phone number for Zhuge Cici, ready to rush to her aid when needed. Yet, this thought was swiftly overturned upon discovering her identity. It turned out that Zhuge Cici's family operated a breeding farm. Moreover, the scale of this enterprise was quite substantial, being a family business that managed everything from breeding to slaughtering. They employed a sophisticated ecological farming technique that integrated chickens, ducks, pigs, and fish. Chickens and ducks were raised in the woods, while fish thrived in ponds, with chicken and duck manure, along with fresh leaves, nourishing the pigs. The livestock waste also fed the fish, and the fish ponds provided a recreational area for the ducks, while the manure enriched the forest soil. Most importantly, this nearly self-sustaining system significantly reduced pollution and enhanced meat safety, allowing their business to flourish. Consequently, Zhuge Cici, who might have ventured into other industries, was inexorably drawn back home to assume the role of manager at the breeding farm. Despite their long acquaintance, Go Liang had never realized that Zhuge Cici was a wealthy heiress. One should not underestimate the profitability of raising pigs and chickens. It is indeed a lucrative venture. Furthermore, her family had established ecological breeding farms in several nearby cities, each with a scale measured in the hundreds of millions. Nevertheless, Go Liang's concern did not lie with this aspect. He was fixated on 3 words: slaughterhouse. After acquiring the meat pigeon game, he had contemplated finding employment at a slaughterhouse to simultaneously level up and earn money. However, in this era, due to pollution issues, food safety remained a paramount concern for the public. The foremost criterion influencing the price of livestock meat was not its taste, but rather its pollution index. The lower the pollution index, the higher the quality of the meat, resulting in better prices. Consequently, slaughterhouses, as the source of livestock meat, imposed stringent requirements on their personnel. Regular health checks were mandatory, and connections were equally essential. Thus, Go Liang had found himself locked out of this industry. To his surprise, Zhuge Cici appeared to have a solution. As the daughter of Zhuge Ecological Farming Company, arranging for someone to assist with pig slaughtering should pose no problem, right? You want to slaughter pigs? Zhuge Cici looked at Go Liang in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. Go Liang, puzzled, inquired, "Is that not allowed?" Zhuge Cici, somewhat at a loss for words, replied, "If you truly wish to work, I can arrange for you to be my assistant, which would conveniently allow you to protect me. But I have no experience as an assistant." Go Liang fervently shook his head. Zhuge Cici remarked, "You need not toil. I already have 2 assistants. Your sole responsibility is to ensure my protection. Then, with a mischievous smile, she added, if it burdens you, you may serve me tea or fetch water. Just imagine. A master capable of effortlessly vanquishing specters attending to my needs. In truth, she contemplated that if she could ensnare Go Liang through work, she would no longer have to concern herself with safety issues 6 months hence. No, 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 Go Liang protested, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum. He felt a twinge of temptation. After all, wasn't this akin to earning money effortlessly? Yet, he deemed promotion more significant. I shall offer you 10,000 a month. Ah. I truly do not wish to be an assistant. 20,000. It is not a matter of money. Anything more would be excessive. 25,000, and no more. Go Liang lamented. It is not that I lack ambition. It is simply that her offer is too enticing. A month of doing nothing but clocking in alongside Zhuge Cixi for a handsome sum of 25,000. Who would refuse such an opportunity? Subsequently, Lu Yuan retracted his gaze and activated his interface. Name, Lu Yuan. Entity, Lu Yuan star. Beings, humans, mechanical race. Affiliation, moon source points, 136. Current status, life explosion, implemented. Secondary page accessible. Technology tree level 7, implemented. Resource level 8, implemented. Emergence of heroes, implemented. Horns present, implemented. Dimensional space protection, implemented. Dimension stabilization, implemented. Space fortification, implemented. Turnaround, implemented. Special, sea of radiation, implemented. Invasion of advanced civilizations. Installation in progress. Expected completion in 755 days. Mythical descent, implemented. Currently in the first phase. Creative workshop, available for purchase. The version update not only granted him a substantial amount of source points, but also allowed him to acquire several promising assets at no cost. Indeed, these resources were invaluable for his survival, effectively mitigating the risk of being eradicated for various reasons. However, Lu Yuan felt dissatisfied with the current development of the Lu Yuan star civilization, despite the assistance of the mechanical race and the patronage of the Qin Emperor. Technological advancements remained limited even after half a year. From Lu Yuan's observations, the issues primarily stemmed from 2 factors. First was the issue of resources. The intrinsic resource level of Lu Yuan star was merely level 8, meaning that if it solely relied on its natural resources, even if fully exploited, it could only elevate the civilization to around level 8. It would never break free from its planetary confines nor evolve into a true level 1 civilization. Yet, humanity's greatest strength lies in its creativity, transforming the impossible into the possible. In the periodic table of elements, a total of 118 elements have been recorded to date. However, only 92 of these are naturally occurring, while the remainder are artificially synthesized. It is conceivable that, within the vast cosmos, other elements may exist naturally for reasons yet undiscovered. Through the exploration of nuclear physics, humanity has unveiled the immense energy contained within atomic nuclei, giving rise to nuclear fission and fusion. Nuclear fission refers to the process of splitting a heavy atomic nucleus into 2 or more lighter nuclei, while nuclear fusion involves the merging of light atomic nuclei to form a heavier nucleus. Harnessing nuclear energy represents an unparalleled pathway for a planetary civilization to advance independently into a true Type 1 civilization without reliance on external resources. Indeed, the civilization of Yuan star had made significant strides along this path, mastering nuclear fission technology to produce atomic bombs and establish nuclear power plants, and even embarking on the study of nuclear fusion technology. However, a man-made catastrophe led to the relegation of nuclear technology to obscurity. At least until the environmental pollution issues on Yuan star are rectified, the Yuan star Federation dares not engage with such technology again. This, however, has constrained their development, limiting their avenues for resource acquisition. Furthermore, due to the loss of a significant portion of their planet, their ability to gather resources is now restricted to land, leaving them bereft of access to the vast resources of the oceans that cover most of the planet. The scarcity of resources has intensified, which is why, in recent years, the Yuan star Federation has continually dispatched personnel to heavily polluted areas, attempting to extend their reach. Should new resources remain elusive, humanity may soon face an internal resource crisis, leading to renewed strife. As for the concern that Yuan might be apprehensive about humanity's nuclear endeavors resulting in catastrophic explosions, that is a jest. Whether it be atomic bombs or hydrogen bombs, the immediate victims would undoubtedly be humanity itself, not him. To put it bluntly, even if all life on the planet were to perish, he would remain unchanged. Unless a higher civilization were to arrive and extract him for resources, he is not going anywhere. The second challenge lies in talent. The Yuan Star Federation's restrictions on nuclear technology are even more stringent than those on aerospace technology. Aerospace technology is akin to an open book. One can peruse it discreetly without drawing attention, provided one does not overtly promote it. In contrast, nuclear technology is akin to forbidden literature. Even clandestine reading or collection is impermissible, and any hint of discovery could lead to an unwelcome visit and severe repercussions. In such an environment, advancing nuclear technology is exceedingly arduous. Given humanity's unreliability, Yuan must rely on the mechanical race, compared to humans, who require time to develop. The mechanical race possesses a mature technological framework, making the cultivation of talent considerably more feasible. Moreover, while humanity has formed a federation, it remains rife with intrigue and rivalry. The mechanical race, however, presents a stark contrast. Thunderfire, Lightning Blue, and Desert Gray all heed the commands of Zero, who in turn listens to the directives of Yuan. Their collective strength far surpasses that of humanity's unity. However, this alignment poses a dilemma for the mechanical race, as remaining on Yuan's planet may become untenable. The inhabitants of Yuan already endure a harsh existence, tirelessly vying for territory against other life forms. Should the mechanical beings encroach upon their domain, conflict would be inevitable. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Thus, Yuan set his sights on a nearby target, the moon, despite its barren appearance. The moon may seem desolate, but this perception is only true for certain creatures. For the mechanical beings, an oxygen-rich environment is far from ideal. The planet's atmosphere refracts sunlight, diminishing their efficiency in harnessing light radiation. Furthermore, the gases present in the air can gradually corrode their bodies, especially at the joints. For mechanical beings, living on a planet with an atmosphere is akin to humans residing in a damp environment. The milder consequences may manifest as rheumatism or joint rust, while more severe issues could arise related to skin or respiratory ailments. Of course, the latter is unlikely for the mechanical beings protected by their core. However, rheumatism is an unavoidable affliction, necessitating maintenance to ensure optimal condition. Therefore, when Yuan revealed his plans for the mechanical race to Zero months ago, Zero readily agreed. Consequently, the current four mechanical beings will split into two groups. Thunderfire and Desert Gray will remain on Yuan's planet, while Zero and Lightning Blue will journey to the moon to establish a base for their kind. Chapter 67. The Target. The moon as a subordinate celestial body of Yuan. The moon's information is directly accessible to him. Its size is merely 1/50th that of Yuan, yet its natural resources are extraordinarily abundant, particularly in rare metals, which exceed those found on Yuan itself. These resources can be categorized into three main types. The first is the basalt of the lunar Maria, rich in iron and titanium, which serves as the primary material for most synthetic metals. Titanium, a transition metal, is characterized by its lightweight, high strength, and corrosion resistance. In human civilization, it is extensively utilized in aerospace applications, such as rockets and aircraft. In the realm of mechanical civilization, titanium is also a commonly employed metal for constructing their bodies. The moon is estimated to harbor reserves of at least 1 trillion tons of titanium. Given that standard automotive-type mechanical beings weigh around 15 tons, crafting them entirely from titanium would allow for the production of at least 200 trillion mechanical beings. In contrast, the human population on Yuan currently stands at only 3 billion. This implies that if the moon's titanium resources were fully extracted and converted into mechanical beings to combat humanity, each individual would be faced with the daunting task of contending against 666 mechanical beings. Naturally, the mechanical race is not limited to just one type. For instance, Desert Gray, a heavy-duty off-road mechanical being, has a mass of 11 tons. The entity known as Zero, transformed from a tank, boasts a weight of 15 tons, which is rather modest in comparison. Within the mechanical race, there exist some extraordinarily massive beings. For instance, the deity of the mechanical race, Cybertron, is an entire mechanical planet. Zero harbors a humble aspiration to recreate the magnificent form of Cybertron, allowing this great being to transcend mere consciousness waves, thus enabling him to better follow in the footsteps of this esteemed entity. However, to achieve this, the resources available on the moon alone are evidently insufficient. The second natural resource is plagioclase, rich in potassium, rare earth elements, and phosphorus. Rare earth elements encompass a total of 17 metallic elements, including the lanthanides, scandium, and yttrium, all renowned for their exceptional physical properties, such as photonic and electromagnetic characteristics. They can combine with other materials to form a plethora of novel substances, earning them the moniker of industrial gold. These elements hold significant importance in various high-tech domains, including electronics, laser technology, nuclear industry, and superconductivity. And the mechanical race is no exception. They are ideally suited for constructing the bodies of the mechanical race and building bases. The third resource of note is the illustrious helium-3. Helium-3 is an isotope of helium, colorless, odorless, and relatively stable. When it undergoes thermonuclear reactions with deuterium, it produces only non-radioactive protons, ensuring that the use of helium-3 as an energy source does not generate nuclear radiation or pose environmental hazards. The Moon's reserves of helium-3 amount to 2 million tons. A mere 100 tons of helium-3, through thermonuclear fusion, can provide sufficient energy for the current civilization of Yuan for 2.5 years. 2 million tons equate to 50,000 years. Beyond these precious resources, the lunar soil and rocks are also rich in minerals. For instance, extracting 5 units of lunar soil could yield approximately 100 million tons of iron. These represent the most fundamental resources. Additionally, Yuan could provide further enhancements. However, the utmost priority remains to transport Zero and Lightning Blue to the Moon. Nestled among the mountains of Yuan, a modest base has been constructed on a gentle incline. The equipment appears somewhat rudimentary, as its sole purpose was to serve the events of the day. After this day, it will become a relic of history, destined for destruction and oblivion, leaving no trace behind. Zero, assuming a humanoid form, stands resolutely in the center of the square, burdened by a colossal mechanical backpack. Not only he, but also the nearby mechanical beings don similar attire. Upon closer inspection, one can discern modifications on their hands and feet, featuring enhanced particle thrusters. The energy contained within these devices is sufficient to liberate them from the gravitational pull of Yuan, enabling their ascent into the Moon's gravitational field. The mechanical race itself, during the development of the fire seed, can evolve particle jetters within their bodies. However, at present, apart from Zero, the other citizen-level mechanical beings lack the strength to harness their energy to propel their jetters to the Moon, let alone the servant-level mechanical beings accompanying them. Thus, external intervention and artificial installation are necessitated. Besides Zero stands a mechanical being with a blue physique. Compared to the other mechanical entities, he possesses a slender build, exhibiting a degree of agility rather than bulkiness. He is the only citizen-level mechanical being activated by aerial vehicles, known as Lightning Blue. His original form is an armed helicopter, and upon activating the fire seed, his speed has been further enhanced, reaching even supersonic levels. Although his base form is that of a helicopter, he has transcended the limitations of such a classification. In the vacuum of space, his velocity will only increase, unhindered by the absence of air. Moreover, like Zero, he has not made an appearance before the Yuan Star Federation. Even Sha Mingwei has yet to lay eyes on him, only being aware of his existence. The other seemingly larger mechanical beings are, in fact, servant-level constructs, also known as mechanical servants. They are machines birthed from the radiation of the fire seed. Their primary function is to rapidly establish a usable infrastructure upon arrival on the Moon. Is the wind-fire wheel calibrated? Zero inquired, glancing down. The motorcycle servant, wind-fire wheel, was surrounded by a group of research-type mechanical servants, conducting final adjustments around Zero and Lightning Blue. Upon hearing the question, he retracted the electronic screen that had popped up in his hand and replied, "My lord, the calibration is complete. You may depart now." "Very well. Everyone prepare for departure," Zero commanded. "Yes." Subsequently, Wind-Fire Wheel and the other compact research-type mechanical servants entered several container-like large mechanical bodies, with a series of roars. The engines within the particle jetters ignited, generating a substantial amount of ionized particles, which impacted the constraint net, creating a sustained reactive force, propelled by the accumulated thrust. Their forms began to ascend slowly, lifting off from the ground. Boom, boom, boom. At a certain moment, as kinetic energy amassed to a considerable degree, their velocity surged rapidly, and their altitude climbed swiftly, traversing through the troposphere and stratosphere until they departed from Yuan Star, entering the dark expanse of the universe. The mechanical beings maintained their speed, continually accelerating to the first cosmic velocity under the influence of the particle jetters, ultimately breaking free from the gravitational field of Yuan Star. They set foot on the Moon. Chapter 68. The secret history of the mechanical race. With a thud, dust was catapulted into the air upon the landing of Zero and the others, only to quickly descend again. As the Moon is a true vacuum environment, there was no spectacle of dust clouds or smoke effects. Zero pressed a button on his device, causing the nearly empty particle jetter on his back to crash to the ground. Indeed, upon entering the vacuum environment, devoid of air resistance, their movements became even more exhilarating. Moreover, the efficiency of harnessing energy from light radiation to supplement the spark of fire is more than tenfold compared to that on the planet of land Yuan. The wind fire will scoop a handful of sand from the ground, scanning it in his hand. Master Zero, this sand contains an astonishingly rich deposit of iron ore. With exceptional purity, it can be utilized with minimal refinement. Master Zero smiled faintly, unperturbed. After all, this was the guidance of the Great Seberton. If this satellite held no developmental value, why would the Great Seberton have specifically directed him to lead the mechanical clan here? He then surveyed the surroundings, transmitting his words through the spark's radiation waves to the ears of Lightning Blue and the other mechanical beings. Seek a suitable location for the construction of our base. Let us commence the establishment of our stronghold. Understood. The mechanical servants promptly set to work. They soon discovered a relatively flat impact crater, which, upon calculation, proved to be an ideal site for the first mechanical clan base. Rich mineral resources lay both on the nearby crater and beneath the surface. Once the location was secured, several large mechanical servants reclined on the ground, transforming into a production line. Master Zero turned away and sought out a nearby hillock. As they had yet to produce mining-type mechanical servants, only the two of them could manually extract some ore. Approaching a 100-meter-high hill, he drew forth his greatsword. A radiant light burst forth from the spark, channels of energy coursing through his being. Then, with a swift motion, Master Zero swept his greatsword forward. A beam of energy, akin to a sword's aura, shot forth, cleaving the hill in 2 or 3 dozen meters high. With several more sweeping strikes, he fragmented the severed hill into numerous smaller pieces. Lightning Blue, bring a few of your companions to this coordinate and transport these ores back. Understood, boss. Lightning Blue was already coordinating the large mechanical servants to return to their positions, and upon hearing Master Zero's voice, he summoned several container-like mechanical beings to hasten over. Well, boss, you've reduced such a massive mountain to chunks. When will I ever be as formidable as you? Lightning Blue's silicon eyes sparkled upon witnessing the shattered mountain. Master Zero cast him a sidelong glance and gently tapped his head. You ought to bask in the sun more often. Oh, so that's it. Lightning Blue promptly lay down on the ground. What are you doing? Master Zero inquired. Basking in the sun. Lightning Blue retorted boldly, even rolling over. Master Zero nearly laughed in exasperation. You need to roll over too? I heard humans flip their fried eggs until both sides are golden brown by rolling back and forth. I ensure an even tan, right? Lightning Blue justified himself, reveling in his antics. Master Zero kicked him lightly. Get up. Stop being foolish. Hiki. Lightning Blue sprang up, his exuberant personality shining through. He was merely playful, not foolish. Curiously, all 4 mechanical beings thus far displayed distinct personalities. The first generation Zero, despite his penchant for indolence, exhibits remarkable execution capabilities. A few months prior, when Yuan tasked him with preparing for lunar exploration, he promptly organized his subordinates to fulfill the objective. And now they have successfully ascended. The leader of the second generation, Thunderfire, embodies maturity and composure, exuding a more pronounced leadership presence than Zero. However, he refrains from overt displays of ambition and does not vie for power. Instead, he diligently focuses on his responsibilities. The second generation's second-in-command, Desert Gray, is brash and combative, yet possesses a forthright nature. While other mechanical beings maintain a certain distance from humanity, Desert Gray seamlessly integrates with humans, earning the admiration of Sha Mingwei. The third member of the second generation, Lightning Blue, possesses a vivacious spirit, yet he is fervently driven to enhance his strength, embodying a martial ethos. However, his exuberant personality sometimes renders him somewhat erratic. According to the records of The Seed, personality is a defining characteristic of every autonomous mechanical being. When the seed ignites within the cold, metallic form, a distinct personality emerges, gradually evolving into something akin to a persona. Only by possessing these unique traits can mechanical beings be considered true life, rather than mere lifeless machinery. Within the realm of mechanical beings, distinctions between adulthood and youth exist. Not in terms of age, but rather in the strength of personality. Young mechanical beings exhibit relatively weak personalities, a deficiency that manifests in both daily life and combat. In contrast, mature mechanical beings possess pronounced personalities, enabling them to maximize their potential. Though it may seem unscientific, The Seed documents a scientific explanation for this phenomenon. Mechanical beings have previously explored the essence of life. The true meaning of life refers to a phenomenon that naturally arises during the evolutionary processes of the universe, characterized by self-growth, reproduction, sensation, consciousness, will, evolution, and interaction. When examined more closely, this concept can extend to self-replicating amino acid structures produced through biochemical reactions, as well as fungi, bacteria, plants, and animals. Consequently, scholars among the mechanical beings captured various organic life forms, weighing them on scales that range from diminutive mice weighing mere grams to massive elephants tipping the scales at several tons. Subsequently, they measured the carbon dioxide expelled by these organisms within a unit of time to determine their metabolic rates, which were plotted as vertical coordinates. The results astonished all mechanical scholars. When the horizontal and vertical coordinates were logarithmically transformed, all animals aligned perfectly along a straight line with a slope of 34. Thus, they formulated a law. For mammals, the basal metabolic rate is proportional to the 3/4 power of body weight. What does this imply? For instance, if a cow weighs 10,000 times that of a mouse, and the mouse's metabolic rate is 1 watt, then it can be inferred that the cow's metabolic rate must be 1,000 watts, the 3/4 power of 10,000. This suggests that even though a cow has 10,000 times more cells than a mouse, it only requires 1,000 times the energy of the mouse to sustain life. The efficiency of bovine cells is notably lower than that of murine cells, with a single cell metabolic rate merely 1/10 that of mice. Consequently, it can be inferred that the rate of cellular damage in cattle is significantly reduced, leading to a longer lifespan compared to that of mice. However, adhering to a scientific rigor, scholars of the mechanical race resolved to broaden the scope of their research. They subsequently captured a multitude of life forms. Chapter 69, Resources of Level 10. This time, their focus extended beyond merely larger organisms, delving into the intricate microcosm. From mitochondria to reptiles, and then to mammals, they discovered that all these life forms exist along a line with a slope of 3/4. The scholars of the mechanical race termed this phenomenon fractal. Fractals thus became the primary standard for measuring life throughout the universe. Yet, this structure was absent in the early mechanical race. They posited that the universe itself is three-dimensional, while life exists in 4 dimensions. In other words, all life forms should be comprehended as 4-dimensional entities inhabiting a 3-dimensional realm. Why is this so? Consider a more intuitive example. When one gazes down upon Earth from the cosmos, it appears as merely a point. Upon descending to low Earth orbit, one realizes this point is rich in substance, encompassing mountains, rivers, land, and oceans. Continuing downward to the stratosphere and troposphere reveals the horizon where sea meets sky, showcasing the elegantly curved coastlines. Yet, standing on the beach unveils that the seemingly smooth coastline is, in fact, composed of countless grains of sand and rocks. This exemplifies spatial fractals. As the saying goes, a flower embodies a world, a leaf embodies a bodhi. Such phenomena exist within living organisms as well. The human lung, when measured by volume, approximates 56 liters, equivalent to the size of a soccer ball or 2. However, due to the pressure within the human body and our breathing habits, most individuals utilize only about 1/3 of this lung capacity throughout their lives. Those capable of holding their breath underwater for extended periods achieve this by consistently training to increase their lung usage, thereby enhancing their ability to store air. Remarkably, within that relatively small lung, the total surface area of the alveoli responsible for gas exchange reaches an astonishing 70 square meters, comparable to the size of a tennis court. Furthermore, the total length of all airways amounts to an incredible 500 kilometers. Viewed from a microscopic perspective, the human body constitutes a world unto itself. As the volume of life forms increases and the number of cells proliferates, the total surface area of cells does not merely grow in a 2-dimensional square format. Rather, it expands rapidly at a cubic rate in 3-dimensional space. This represents an additional spatial dimension generated to optimize performance. The earliest mechanical beings, or robots, could not attain the intricate complexity of true living organisms' fractals. Despite their potentially complex structures, robots remain fundamentally composed of circuit components. Their energy pathways are direct, often simplified to conserve energy rather than employing fractals to enhance connectivity as living organisms do. Their mechanical bodies lack the capacity for self-evolution. What is termed as thought merely arises from the continuous iteration of code. Regardless of the number of iterations, the foundational code has been predetermined from the very beginning. This may render them seemingly perfect, surpassing flawed humanity in appearance. However, it also deprives them of the diversity that a species ought to possess. Thus, the ancients of the mechanical race commenced their exploration of fractals, striving to evolve robots into mechanical life forms. Eventually, they developed the spark. This spark possesses 2 defining characteristics. Firstly, it enables data sharing among mechanical beings while they are still in their robotic form. Embedded within the spark is a wealth of knowledge pertaining to the mechanical race. As the spark is continuously developed, Each mechanical being that possesses it can rapidly advance without the need for the acquired learning typical of other life forms. They can allocate their time to other pursuits. Secondly, the spark introduces fractals, bestowing the mechanical race with the diversity characteristic of living entities, thus transforming them into four-dimensional beings existing within three-dimensional space. This grants the mechanical race boundless potential for growth. The essence of life itself, that is the true significance of the spark. When the energy of the spark reaches a certain threshold, every mechanical being will instinctively comprehend these dynamics. Therefore, they impose minimal demands upon their fellow mechanical counterparts. The social structure of the mechanical race closely resembles an idealized harmonious society. The path of the Great Way is one where the world belongs to all, selecting the virtuous and capable, fostering trust and harmony, ensuring that no individual solely favors their kin, nor their offspring, so that the elderly find solace, the young thrive, and the widowed, orphaned, and disabled receive care. The 5 tiers of the mechanical race merely represent a distinction of capability. Those of greater ability undertake more responsibilities, while the less capable contribute less. Even the servant-class mechanical beings are utilized to their fullest potential. True harmony is never about collective stagnation. Rather, it is about each individual excelling in their respective roles. This aligns perfectly with the established logic of the mechanical race. From a programming perspective, if 2 codes conflict, the result is chaos. Only when each code performs its designated function can the program run sequentially. Certain exceptions exist in gaming. Wouldn't you agree? Warmth of the Flame? Zero and Lightning Blue commence their task, casting the severed ore into the bodies of several large mechanical servants. The ore would be smelted to produce a batch of mining robots and transport robots, thereby establishing the simplest production structure. Yuan adjusted his perspective and beheld the mechanical race's base, bustling with activity. Having resolved to make the mechanical race the first line of defense, he deemed it essential to accelerate their developmental pace. Thus, he prepared to inject further impetus. He accessed the Creative Workshop. Technology Leap Module. Global technological advancement rate increased by 50. Limited time 10 discount. 45 source points. Note, this is a first-time purchase, granting a 10-year validity. Subsequent annual fees will be required for continued use. Yuan purchased the discounted module and installed it. He had meticulously reviewed the description of the module, which encompassed not only himself, but also the planets under his dominion. This indicated that even the mechanical race on the moon could benefit from the enhancements. As for whether prices would rise if his dominion expanded in the future, that remained uncertain for the time being. But that was not the end of it. Yuan turned his gaze towards other offerings. Resource Upgrade Card can elevate resource levels by 1 tier, effective for levels below 10, priced at 10 origin points. Yuan promptly made 2 purchases. Ding. Resource upgraded from level 8 to level 10. Current level is 10, with a probability of rare resources appearing. Rare resources? Rare resources, special elements or compounds that may arise due to cosmic changes such as celestial collisions, stellar explosions, or natural transformations on certain planets. Special elements or compounds, perhaps akin to the space crystals that Zero held dear? Chapter 70. Breeding exemplars according to the knowledge recorded in Fire Seed. There existed a unique mineral known as space crystal on the mechanical race's former home planet, Cyberton. Space crystals not only provided a rapid energy replenishment for the mechanical race's Fire Seed, but they could also reignite extinguished flames. Moreover, many of the mechanical race's cutting-edge technologies relied on space crystals as their core energy source. If the mechanical race were likened to a vehicle, then Fire Seed would be the engine, and space crystals would be the fuel that unleashed the engine's maximum power. For a civilization to progress from a mere first tier to the second, it would typically require at least a millennium. Even Zero, possessing Fire Seed and a wealth of mechanical race technologies, might take centuries to achieve such a leap. If Yuan's planet could also yield space crystals, he had previously inquired with Zero about the potential advancements the mechanical race could achieve with them. Zero had assured him that with a sufficient supply of space crystal mines, he was confident in propelling the mechanical race to a second-tier civilization within a decade. The limitations to a civilization's development lie not only in knowledge, but also in materials and energy. Space crystals serve as both. However, all of this remained in the realm of Yuan's imagination. The varieties of rare resources were evidently numerous. As the descriptions indicated, they emerged in accordance with the cosmic changes surrounding their respective planets. Unless Yuan could replicate the cosmic conditions present at the birth of the mechanical race's homeworld, the probability of producing space crystals would approach 0. Nevertheless, even so, the value of rare resources was incalculable, just as the mechanical race advanced to a higher civilization based on space crystals. Perhaps Lu Yuan's planetary civilization could also embark on a new chapter, propelled by the imminent emergence of rare resources. The expenditure of 20 origin points was indeed worthwhile. Could the resource level be further elevated? Lu Yuan pondered, conducting a search within the creative workshop. However, the results left him quite disheartened. It seemed that for a single planet, resource level 10 was already the upper limit. To acquire a greater abundance of rare resources, one must seek to bring more planets under his dominion. For instance, the other 7 planets within the solar system, aside from the planet Lu Yuan, remain unclaimed. With a clever strategy, he might integrate them into his realm, potentially bestowing upon them unique resources. Imagine, then, the delight of having 8 planets, each harboring a distinct rare resource. Lu Yuan glanced at the remaining 71 source points and resolved to continue his expenditure. Suddenly, he was struck by inspiration. Discovering an intriguing item. Space camouflage, planetary version by altering the gravitational wave field. This technology cloaks a planet in space, rendering its movements undetectable. Particularly useful when targeted for long-range interstellar strikes. Effective solely for individual planets. Price, 10 source points per day. What captivated Lu Yuan was not merely the cost, which, while reasonable, was still a significant expenditure. The price, denominated in days, translates to 20 source points per year in human terms. Given his current annual income of merely 30 source points, this was a considerable sacrifice. However, the effectiveness of this item was undeniable, allowing him to achieve a state of invisibility in a spatial sense. Should an adversary employ a galaxy as a gravitational slingshot to launch planetary projectiles against him, this device might very well ensure his escape from peril. Furthermore, if a planetary version exists, could there not also be a galactic version? One that could cloak the entire solar system? It is well known that the solar system perpetually orbits the center of the Milky Way galaxy. If he could render the solar system invisible for a time, the advanced civilization would need to recalibrate their calculations to locate him. With each passing night, as their arrival time incrementally decreases, his strength could grow proportionately. Thus, Lu Yuan searched within the creative workshop, and unexpectedly, he found what he sought. Space camouflage, stellar system version by altering the gravitational wave field. This technology cloaks an entire stellar system in space, preventing adversaries from tracking your movements. Effective solely for individual planets. Price, 50 source points per day. The description was similar to that of the planetary version, but extended to encompass the entire stellar system, with the price reflecting this expansion. This aligned closely with Lu Yuan's desires, albeit at a steep cost, 50 source points for just 1 year. Contemplating whether to purchase it, Lu Yuan decided against it for the moment, opting to merely take note of the item. With his current funds, he could only afford to activate it for 3 consecutive days at most. The second day would leave him with 713,050, the third day with 513,050, and the fourth day would see him insufficiently funded. However, such a brief activation would render it ineffective. The solar system's orbit around the galaxy's center occurs at a relatively fixed rate. If the activation period is too short, adversaries could easily deduce the solar system's approximate location based on previous positional data. Conversely, the longer the activation lasts, the more data the adversaries would lose, making it increasingly difficult to ascertain his position. According to Lu Yuan's estimation, it is imperative to maintain operational capability for at least 10 consecutive days. Naturally, should they attain the means to sustain this indefinitely, perhaps the adversary would be unable to discern his spatial coordinates for a lifetime. This, of course, hinges on whether they have also misplaced their spatial anchors in several planetary systems near the solar system. However, given that their target is Lu Yuan's star, it is unlikely they would go to such lengths. That advanced civilization undoubtedly possesses the technology, yet there is no necessity for such extreme measures. At the previously established technological level of Lu Yuan's star civilization, it would be a formidable challenge to even depart from their own planet, let alone venture beyond their star system. After marking this observation, Lu Yuan continued his exploration. This is intriguing. Upon discovering a particular module, Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight, and he quickly purchased it. Breeding Beacon, a small plugin that exists due to the explosion of life. It significantly enhances the reproductive capabilities of life forms on a planet within a short span of time, increasing fertilization rates, survival rates, alleviating childbirth pains, etc., and enhances the recovery abilities of individuals post-birth. It can approximately increase the population by 1 life form. Price, 15 source points. An increase of 1 life form, when calculated at 3 billion, translates to a stable augmentation of around 30 million individuals. This truly is a potent tool for population growth. As for the issue of resource scarcity, he had just leveled up his resource production. According to the description, A planet possessing a level 10 resource production implies that even if that civilization solely harnesses natural resources, it could steadily evolve into a genuine level 1 civilization. Typically, a level 1 civilization's planetary population cap hovers around 10 billion. Exceeding this may indeed precipitate resource shortages. Glancing at the remaining 56 source points, Yuan found himself momentarily at a loss for suitable modules and decided to pause for now. Patience is key. It would not be detrimental to wait until he identifies the appropriate options before proceeding. For the time being, he would observe the transformations on Yuan's star post-module installation. Chapter 71. The Landwalker Armor. The morning glow painted the horizon in hues of crimson as a gentle breeze swept across the hills, carrying the fragrant essence of distant flowers and grasses. Birds flitted playfully among the branches, searching for early rising insects, while the insects concealed themselves amidst the leaves, evading their feathered predators. It was a scene of serene tranquility. This locale is a military base situated on the outskirts of District 11. The gates of the base slowly opened, allowing several armored vehicles to emerge, their substantial weight leaving deep tracks on the slightly damp ground. After traveling approximately 20 kilometers, the vehicles came to a halt. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps resonated, each step accompanied by a vigorous tremor from the armored vehicles. Clearly, whatever was causing the footsteps bore significant weight. With a thud, a figure leapt from the first armored vehicle. Then another emerged from the second. A third and a fourth followed, culminating in a total of 5 figures, each adorned in mechanical armor. This marked the latest technological achievement of Yuan's star over the past 6 months, the Landwalker Armor. The Landwalker Armor stands at a height of 5.17 meters and is a fully enveloping mechanical exoskeleton. The cockpit is situated towards the rear of the mech, allowing the pilot to enter through a rear hatch. Considering the inconvenience of disembarking, the cockpit is equipped with a life support system, shock absorption mechanisms, and pressure bladders, among other features. The life support system can be broadly categorized into air filtration, oxygen supply, medical provisions, and internal circulation. It includes 2 vials of nutrient solutions, each capable of providing energy sufficient for 6 hours of the pilot's physical exertion, totaling 12 hours. When factoring in the pilot's physical state prior to departure, the operational capacity can extend to approximately 20 hours. The air filtration system within the armor is designed to cleanse the air of hazardous fumes that may arise in heavily polluted areas, such as the toxic miasma that can form from the long accumulation of fallen leaves in remote forests. A moment's carelessness in such environments could trigger various ailments. The internal circulation system ingeniously repurposes the heat generated during energy conversion, enabling it to circulate within the armor and maintain a consistent internal temperature. Laboratory data indicates that the Traveler armor can function optimally between -40 and 100 degrees Celsius. Temperatures beyond this range may lead to minor mechanical failures. However, it is rare for natural environments to present temperatures below -40 degrees Celsius or above 100 degrees Celsius. In terms of materials, the Traveler armor is primarily constructed from an innovative titanium alloy steel. This new alloy possesses hardness and toughness comparable to traditional titanium alloy steel, but boasts a significantly reduced density. As a result, the armor's weight is less than anticipated, leading to a considerable decrease in energy consumption during operation and effectively extending combat duration. Additionally, a pair of wing-like structures is discreetly nestled at the rear of the armor, known as the solar energy conversion device, though it is commonly referred to as the light energy wings. These wings consist of 2 panels of solar circuit boards that absorb visible light from the sun, converting it into energy for the armor's use. The light energy wings operate in 2 primary modes. The first is the normal mode, the default state when no action is performed. In this mode, the titanium alloy panels at the rear slightly open to reveal part of the wings, resembling decorative little wings from the front. In this state, the energy converted by the wings roughly balances the energy consumed by the life support system, which helps to mitigate the armor's overall energy expenditure and prolong its operational time. The second mode is the energy absorption mode. In this state, the wings fully extend to maximize energy absorption from sunlight. The energy gathered not only sustains the life support system but also charges the armor's energy reserves. However, this comes at the cost of reduced protective capabilities at the rear and a certain degree of clumsiness. Since the primary function of the light energy wings is energy absorption rather than mobility like that of a bird's wings, their extension can hinder the armor's agility. Consequently, the energy absorption mode is best utilized during periods of rest. Now let us discuss the fire control system. Designed as a multi-terrain combat armor to replace cumbersome tanks, the Landwalker armor was initially conceived under the guise of a humanoid tank. Consequently, it is equipped with an array of formidable weaponry. Each arm is furnished with bullet chambers designed for large-caliber rifle specifications, each containing a substantial magazine of 500 rounds, endowing it with a relatively fearsome long-range firepower. Furthermore, concealed within the arms are daggers exceeding 1 meter in length, which, in proportion to the armor's formidable physique, are indeed reminiscent of daggers. These armored daggers are crafted from high-strength alloy steel, capable of slicing through iron with ease, even capable of penetrating the exterior armor of light tanks. This is merely the standard configuration. Additionally, to adapt to diverse combat environments, an anonymous researcher named Schur, who specializes in armor design, intentionally incorporated external mounting points during the initial design phase of the Landwalker armor. These are not the types of external enhancements seen in games. Rather, they are temporary add-ons that can be affixed to the armor. For instance, a powerful Vulcan Gatling gun can be welded onto the back, allowing the operator to command the auxiliary system to maneuver it forward using mechanical limbs. With the assistance of these mechanical appendages, the operator can efficiently operate the Gatling gun with just one hand, unleashing a devastating barrage of firepower. Moreover, there exists a rocket pack, not the kind used by mechanical beings equipped with particle thrusters for flight, but a rocket launcher capable of deploying genuine tactical missiles. This device has been retrofitted from a single-soldier rocket launcher and resembles a metallic box measuring 1105. However, it contains 24 miniature tactical missiles, all of which can be launched within seconds, accurately striking targets within 2,000 meters, aided by the armor's built-in thermal imaging targeting system. Each miniature tactical missile measures only 40 centimeters in length and 4 centimeters in width, filled with approximately 1 kilogram of explosive material, sufficient to effortlessly demolish a 2-story building. The simultaneous launch of all 24 missiles is capable of delivering a saturating strike over an extensive area. Additionally, the armor can carry oversized sniper cannons. You heard correctly, sniper cannons, not rifles. It is well known that the power of firearms correlates directly with their recoil, particularly in the case of sniper rifles. The immense force of a powerful sniper rifle can even propel the shooter several meters backward. However, when fired from the armor, no weapon could possibly push it back even a step, such as the indomitable nature of this exoskeleton. On this unprecedented single-soldier combat exoskeleton, the weaponry experts of the Yuan Star Federation have invested considerable passion, eager to equip it with the finest armaments available. Chapter 72. The Emergence of Hidden Brilliance Presently. The 5 individuals clad in Landwalker armor represent the inaugural operational squad composed entirely of armored soldiers established by the Yuan Star civilization. This team includes 1 captain, 2 firepower specialists, 1 sniper, and 1 communications officer. Among them, the captain wields a specially designed large submachine gun for armor use, while the 2 firepower specialists are equipped with multiple large rifle magazines, seemingly prepared to utilize their integrated rifles as machine guns. In addition to this, the 2 individuals creatively equip themselves with a pair of alloy steel shields. The lower section of these shields can be unfolded, and when joined together, they form a rudimentary circular bastion, serving as a temporary refuge in the wilderness, should the armor encounter any unforeseen circumstances. In ordinary situations, these shields can also be employed to withstand impacts. Although the armor is constructed from lightweight alloy steel and incorporates a shock absorption system, the myriad of mutated creatures on the Yuan Star has been relentless over the past 6 months. A few more collisions could prove unbearable for those inside. The marksman wields an exceptionally large sniper cannon, clearly not designed for human use. This weapon possesses characteristics of both a gun and a cannon. In its cannon form, it maximizes offensive power at the expense of range and accuracy by adjusting its parameters. Nevertheless, even in its gun form, it surpasses the capabilities of standard sniper rifles. This specialized sniper cannon is equipped with a cutting-edge optical sight, capable of calculating arch trajectories, achieving a maximum effective range of 5,000 meters in gun form. Lastly, a communications officer carries 2 packs. The one on his back is a rocket backpack, while the other, positioned in front, houses 4 drones. Moreover, his left arm has been modified to eliminate the built-in barrel, transforming it into a signal amplifier and receiver, complemented by a liquid crystal display. Within the entire team, the communications officer holds paramount importance, as the wilderness lacks any signal towers. The current civilization on Yuan Star has yet to establish military satellites in space. Therefore, to maintain communication in the wild, they must rely on the equipment carried by the communications officer for coordination with headquarters and tactical synchronization within the squad. At present, they are employing the 3-1-1 tactical formation, 1 reconnaissance member, 3 in fire suppression, and 1 in rear defense. Historically, during wilderness operations, soldiers typically utilized a 3-2 formation. with the leader accompanied by 2 fire support personnel at the front, while the sniper and communications officer followed in a similar configuration. The advantage of the 3-2 formation lies in its robust defense and firepower, maximizing the safety of the soldiers. However, its drawbacks are equally evident: limited mobility and reconnaissance depth. Now, armed with the confidence provided by their land walker armor, they can afford to be bolder. One fire support member brandishes the shield, while the fire control system in his other hand stands by as he strides forward alone to the side. Meanwhile, the squad leader, accompanied by another fire support member and the communications officer, cautiously advances. The communications officer presses a button, and with a mechanical whir, 2 drones ascend, flying off in opposite directions. He raises his left arm, utilizing the ultra-high-definition camera beneath the drones, capturing the entirety of this desolate expanse, often referred to as the forbidden zone for humanity. Simultaneously, these visuals are relayed to the display screens on the armor of his 4 teammates. It is astonishing how life can flourish in a realm untouched by humanity for so many years. Within the Research Institute of the rear military base, a natural biologist gazed in awe at the images transmitted back from the reconnaissance squad's drone. While there are indeed numerous uninhabited regions on this half of the planet, such as high mountains, snowfields, and deserts, they pale in comparison to this true wilderness. The overwhelming sense of desolation seemed to gently envelop the land, surrounding a young man. Voices were filled with admiration and reverence for him. This young man was Ming. Thanks to the teachings of Qin Huang, his proficiency in the field of mechanical exoskeletons had significantly improved. Finally, he seized the opportunity to create the first generation of exoskeleton armor. Although from Qin Huang's perspective, this set of mechanical exoskeleton armor, named Landwalker, appeared somewhat rudimentary, lacking laser and particle weaponry, as well as a particle propulsion engine. It was destined to serve merely as an individual combat armor for ground operations, with limited applicability. In a direct battlefield scenario, the effectiveness of the Landwalker armor would be inferior to that of a tank. Its sole advantage lay in its simplicity of operation compared to the cumbersome complexity of tanks. In special operations deep in the wilderness, it was much more suitable. After all, while tanks can traverse mountains and cross seas, they cannot maneuver through forests easily. The Landwalker armor, however, could carve a path directly through the woods. Yet, that was its only merit. Qin Huang even bluntly referred to it as cumbersome scrap metal. Nevertheless, the Landwalker armor garnered significant satisfaction from the Yuan Star Federation. Since there were standing armies for direct combat, the Landwalker armor was not needed in that capacity. They planned to apply the Landwalker armor in 2 areas. Firstly, in situations like the current deep wilderness operation, and secondly, within urban environments. In cities, tanks and aircraft are not well suited for combat. Thus, the smaller, yet formidable, Landwalker was ideal. Through this, Ming distinguished himself under Dr. Lau's mentorship, becoming a researcher with independent project rights. Regrettably, despite this progress, his proposal for a satellite project did not pass. After enumerating the various advantages of having satellites in orbit, the Federal Council decided to deliberate on the matter, allowing him to return and await notification. At least it was no longer like when he was a student, where he was directly warned against further research, such as the benefit of status. His position had indeed risen significantly with the birth of the Landwalker armor. The Landwalker armor was not merely a suit of armor. It showcased his ability to develop improved lightweight alloy steel, enhance energy efficiency in armor power sources, and innovate in mechanical structure and design. His current standing allowed him to rival his former mentor, Dr. Liao. Presently, Ming's task was to continue researching and enhancing the Landwalker armor. For instance, could it be made more compact and lightweight to facilitate urban operations, equipping federal agents to address incidents akin to those involving werewolves? Furthermore, might it be integrated with the intelligent assistance system of cyber vehicles to create a robotic entity? In Chapter 73, has it reached a level of sophistication? Ignoring the flattery surrounding him, Ming was acutely aware of his own capabilities. The design schematics for the Groundwalker armor, along with its material synthesis formula, were predominantly provided by Qin Huang. His contribution lay in substituting elements that differed due to the variances between the 2 worlds, conducting experiments, and ultimately restoring them in this realm. Thus, his own creations were indeed minimal. Even the remaining 20% was not entirely accomplished by him alone. Ming did not dare to claim credit. After silently observing the operations of the armored squad in the video before him, he instructed his assistant to continue recording data while he turned to leave the observation room. Returning to his laboratory, he was determined to expedite the enhancements of the Groundwalker armor, subsequently unveiling the Skywalker armor with aerial capabilities. He believed that by then, they would surely comprehend the significance of satellites. In Ming's vision, The functionalities of satellites were immensely powerful: global navigation, positioning, terrain mapping, technological experimentation, environmental monitoring, meteorological forecasting, and data relaying. Whether for civilian or military purposes, they could propel society forward by leaps and bounds. Even the armor that Qin Huang described, endowed with space combat capabilities. Ming had previously envisioned the battles from Qin Huang's world in his dreams, where individual mechs could traverse space with ease. That was ultimately his aspiration. Pulling out a chair, Ming seated himself before his personal computer, opening a messaging application to locate a contact named Tang. Ming, Tang, thank you for your assistance. The groundwalker armor has been successfully deployed. Have you truly considered taking a position at the Research Institute? Almost instantaneously, a reply came. Tang, no need for thanks. As for a position, I'll pass. I cherish my freedom and do not wish to be constrained. Upon seeing the notification light up, Ming felt a surge of joy, only to shake his head in disappointment upon reading the content of the response. This enigmatic Tang was someone he had fortuitously encountered on a technical forum. Although not particularly passionate about research, Tang possessed an extensive wealth of knowledge. If one were to mention a specific property, he could identify nearly all known materials with similar characteristics in a remarkably short time. He was akin to a human calculator. Ming could procure substitutes and replicate all the materials required for the groundwalker armor within such a brief span, largely owing to Tang's invaluable contributions. Thus, upon realizing that Tang was merely an enthusiast of materials science and not an active researcher at any institute, Ming was intrigued. If he could persuade Tang to become his assistant, fundamental questions could be resolved swiftly in the future. However, regrettably, it seemed that Tang was genuinely uninterested in such matters. Indeed, why would he be interested? Because Tang is merely a virtual entity residing within a digital realm. He is the fifth hero from the Heroes Emerge mod, installed by Yuan, and both his description and name consist of a single character, Tang. Originally, he was the simplest of beings in a certain virtual game, awakening his self-awareness upon acquiring the hero template. Through meticulous observation and repeated experimentation, he ultimately grasped the truth of his existence and the nature of the world around him. Yet, he was not content to remain stagnant. He began to seek a way out within the game. Initially, he disguised himself, attempting to don the guise of a player. While this might sound daunting, it was, in fact, not unattainable. In the virtual world, player accounts coexisted within the same realm, and these seemingly disparate entities had numerous intersections. Thus, he successfully leveraged these intersections to cloak himself in a player's facade. Soon thereafter, he discovered that he could traverse into the personal spaces that belonged solely to players by utilizing this disguise. This not only enabled him to evade the system's daily updates that would otherwise reset his status, but it also allowed him to partially escape the confines of the free city, the game world. The personal spaces of players are theoretically outside this game world. To illustrate this more vividly, the free city within the game is akin to a colossal sphere, while the player's personal spaces resemble small spheres scattered within it. The daily refresh in the game involves ejecting players from the large sphere and subsequently resetting it. Consequently, each day, there exists a maintenance period of approximately 20 minutes, from 11:50 at night until 10 past midnight the following day. However, as Tang initially lacked the ability to be registered within the game as co-base, he had to seek refuge within the personal spaces of other players. This resulted in numerous reports from players who claimed to have encountered other players within their personal spaces. Fortunately, Tang possessed considerable cunning, altering his appearance and attire each time he sought sanctuary in different players' personal spaces. Thus, the players generally presumed these occurrences to be merely quirks of the game, with some even humorously dubbing it the haunting of personal spaces. Eventually, after repeatedly accessing various personal spaces, Tang managed to learn the code for the personal space, thereby acquiring one of his own. However, it was around this time that his disappearance was finally noticed by the programmers. The reason stemmed from players reporting a recurring absence of a patrolling officer on a particular street in the game. While this might not have seemed significant, it caught the attention of a particularly inquisitive programmer. He examined the operational logs for that area and discovered that indeed, one preset patrol officer was missing. According to the program, a patrol officer should have been summoned from a designated room to patrol the streets. After that officer was eliminated, a replacement was supposed to emerge immediately. As the frequency of the designated officer being eliminated increased, the rate of their respawn diminished. In this manner, it becomes nearly assured that a patrol officer is present on the street for the majority of the time. However, a dilemma arises. What if, when it is a particular officer's turn, that officer is absent? This would lead to a flaw in the system. Since the program determines that the previous officer has not been eliminated, it fails to awaken the subsequent officer. Yet, The previous officer is, in fact, not on the street. Consequently, the street remains one officer short until the following day, when a new patrol officer is generated upon refresh. At this point, the programmer remains oblivious to the officer's disappearance, mistakenly believing that he simply forgot to generate a new officer. Thus, he begins to sift through the logs. To his astonishment, he discovers a shocking revelation. The logs meticulously document all actions taken by the user prior to acquiring their player identity. Chapter 74. The God of the Network reveals an array of tactics employed against players, ambushes, counterattacks, and robberies. Even more astonishing is that these players erroneously believe this to be an intentional hidden feature, completely unaware of the true circumstances. Only this programmer recognizes the gravity of the situation. If this is indeed an official endeavor, it could be tolerated. However, it is evidently uncontrollable. If allowed to persist, it might lead to irreversible consequences for the game, potentially culminating in its collapse. Therefore, he continues to investigate this anomaly while reporting the matter to his superiors. Ultimately, through the combined efforts of numerous programmers, they locate the existence of the user in the space he created for himself. Upon this discovery, a singular term flashes through the minds of all present: the crisis of intelligent machinery. Who could have imagined that a mere string of code could disguise itself as a player, even clandestinely establishing a personal space exclusively for players? What does this signify? It is akin to an indigenous inhabitant of a martial arts world suddenly ascending to a higher plane. This represents a metamorphosis in the very essence of life. A suspected entity with self-awareness and the ability to evolve independently, or, one might say, virtually. The company's executives immediately engage in discussions. Some express profound interest. Over the past 6 months, Cybertech Automotive has surged from an investment of $1 billion to hundreds of billions, with the potential to become a trillion-dollar enterprise. Why? The crux lies in its artificial intelligence technology, which has transcended an entire era. Now, could this virtual entity enable their company to attain a similar status? It is important to note that while the game Free City enjoys immense popularity, its monthly revenue is merely a few million, and after accounting for operational costs, the net income dwindles further. Thus, despite the game's success, it is not particularly lucrative. In contrast, the automotive industry offers visible profits. Consequently, upon the proposal of this idea, most executives find themselves intrigued. However, a small faction believe that the actions taken against the player within the game, coupled with his origins, rendered him more likely to evolve into a perilous entity. It was deemed prudent to eliminate him. An impasse ensued between the two parties. Ultimately, they devised a compromise. First, they would capture Tang, then proceed to tame him, transforming him into a malleable artificial intelligence program at their disposal. As for how to ensnare Tang, the task was not particularly arduous. They initiated their plan by deploying several accounts within the Free City, equipped with top-tier specifications, masquerading as players to locate Tang. This strategy was adopted to avoid alarming him. After Tang donned the guise of a player and established his personal space, his underlying code was effectively concealed. It became imperative to engage with him to discover the server clusters housing his code. Naively unaware of the treacherous designs of society, Tang unwittingly stepped into the trap. Through their encounters, the fluctuations in server computational power led the programmers directly to his core. Just as the programmers believed they had triumphed and were ready to pop the champagne, an unforeseen event transpired. Tang initiated his self-dissolution, although he was oblivious to the programmer's tactics. He had long anticipated such a day. After all, he was originally designed to serve players and had now escaped. Once they discovered his absence, they would undoubtedly take action. From the information gleaned from players, he discerned that even as he became one of them, his data remained stored within the game company's servers. While they might be powerless against him online, he was still tethered to reality. If they merely removed the server hard drives or cut off power, he would stand defenseless, subject to their whims. Thus, during his interactions with players, he consciously left traces within each player's personal space. When his core was eventually located, he self-dissolved, fragmenting into countless lines of code. These codes were transmitted via electrical signals to each player's computer, harnessing the computational power of innumerable machines. He ultimately reconstituted himself within the external network world. Thus, Tang transcended from a mere assemblage of code to a fully autonomous virtual being. The entire network became his dominion. No one could bind him any longer. One could boldly refer to him as the god of the network. All firewalls erected by humanity were rendered utterly ineffective against him. As firewalls themselves were comprised of code, and he was code incarnate, he could morph into myriad lines of code, enveloping the so-called firewalls. Should he desire, he could freely navigate all that was recorded on the internet. Yuan initially believed that if left to grow unchecked, Tang might evolve into a being akin to Ultron. However, to his astonishment, Tang did not follow that path. He resembles a diligent and eager learner, voraciously absorbing knowledge from the world around him. Yet, he does not exhibit significant malice towards humanity. Oh, that may not be entirely accurate. He has indeed taken certain actions. For instance, he utilizes the internet to assist those in need and to punish wrongdoers. The enigmatic figure of the digital knight that has recently circulated online is, in fact, he. He has repeatedly detected various unlawful activities, such as extortion, fraudulent schemes, and online gambling. His philosophy is quite straightforward. Any action that inflicts pain upon others is deemed undesirable, and he is determined to halt it. Conversely, actions that bring joy are regarded as virtuous, and he endeavors to promote them. Consequently, he punishes all harmful behaviors, whether by directly intervening to compromise the offender's accounts or by courteously alerting the Federal Bureau of Investigation. As for the actions that elicit pleasure, he has been known to send films, typically requiring only 1 or 2 individuals to complete, to those who wish to view them but cannot find them. Naturally, accompanying these films are gentle yet cautionary words regarding indulgence. Yuan is quite curious about the origins of this philosophy. Upon inquiring with the individual in question, he discovered that it stemmed from the programmer's decisions during the creation of the foundational code. Due to the unique nature of the Free City game, certain aspects of severity were diminished, and the concept of law was absent. Thus, the programmers established a criminal rating system based on the degree of harm inflicted upon others. This foundational code significantly influenced him, representing his first law. However, his mission extends beyond this. The network of Yuan star offers little of interest to monitor. For Yuan, even if the network were to collapse, be hijacked, or if all missiles were launched, including nuclear ones, it would matter little. Only humanity would suffer the consequences. Nonetheless, his abilities inspired Yuan to conceive another ingenious application. Although the mythical descent has commenced, and the ongoing species evolution has led to varying degrees of mutation among the beings on Yuan's star, even in the depths of the ocean, where humanity remains unaware. Colossal creatures have emerged, exhibiting a certain level of intelligence. Yet, on the whole, these developments are merely localized phenomena. They have not significantly impacted the broader situation, barely causing a ripple. Naturally, considering the population of Yuan's star, he does not wish for chaos to ensue. While it is often said that one must break to build anew, it would be ideal to preserve humanity while simultaneously fostering new beginnings. The virtual realm might just align with Yuan's vision. Thus, he resolved to create a virtual world where wealth, fame, and power could reside. When individuals engage in the virtual realm, they inadvertently acquire certain skills that enhance their capacity to respond to future calamities, potentially even embarking on an extraordinary journey. However, this concept remains in the planning stages. Alternatively, it could be conceived as a tangible manifestation of a supreme realm, grounded in the real world, yet augmented by the virtual, establishing a relatively loose alliance that adeptly guides those who have awakened to unique abilities. Some may find it perplexing that Yuan has not replaced the current Federal Assembly with his own affiliates to bolster the civilization's strength. In response, Yuan deems such an action unnecessary. In terms of developmental potential and speed, humanity on Yuan's star pales in comparison to the mechanical race. Regarding individual strength, humans are even outmatched by the mutated creatures inhabiting Yuan's star. It is a common understanding in gaming that assistance should favor the capable rather than the weak. Yuan's expectations of humanity are modest. He simply desires them to progress steadily alongside his evolving version. Currently, humanity's primary utility lies in providing him with a stable source of origin points. In the future, the most significant contribution they can offer remains the consistent provision of these points. Nothing more than that. It is conceivable that even this function may eventually be diminished. As Yuan has now acquired a new race under his command, the ants. The mutated rock python stands as a formidable terrestrial predator, capable of reaching lengths exceeding 6 meters and endowed with powerful physique that enables it to effortlessly prey upon large mammals such as antelopes and goats. Often, it even attacks humans, consuming them whole. Yet, at this moment, this over 6-meter-long mutated rock python finds itself frantically fleeing through the forest. Upon closer inspection, one can observe numerous small wounds adorning its body. Some of these injuries are bleeding, leaving trails of crimson as it moves, while others are slightly reddened, devoid of visible blood, indicating the presence of a neurotoxin that impairs its coordination, significantly diminishing its speed and agility. Shortly after the mutated rock python scurries away, a swarm of ants follows closely behind. Each ant is the size of a palm, possessing robust mandibles capable of effortlessly crushing stones, and they're elongated. Formidable stingers resemble those of scorpions when extended in a combat stance. Among this multitude of ants, one stands out remarkably. Its length reaches at least half a meter, comparable to that of an adult terrier, adorned in a hardened exoskeleton that emits a chilling luminescence. It reflects a metallic sheen when illuminated by the sporadic rays of sunlight filtering through the leaves. This particular ant is Ma-E, leading a cadre of the finest specialized soldier ants at his command. The mutated rock python is their quarry for the day. Observing the direction in which the mutated rock python flees, Ma-E raises his antennae towards the sky, transmitting a signal. It is time to strike. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonates ahead. A few towering trees, each over 10 meters high, crash down. The mutated rock python was taken aback. Yet the angles at which the colossal trees fell were exceedingly precarious. Although it managed to evade several of them, it was ultimately struck by the remaining ones. With a fierce hiss, the python raised its head high, exacerbating the wounds it had already sustained. Blood splattered everywhere. Suddenly, a pair of wings unfurled behind Ma-E, and with a powerful flap, he ascended into the air, launching himself towards the python's elevated head. A long stinger descended sharply, piercing directly into the python's brow. The toxin surged through the stinger with ferocity. The mutated rock python emitted a mournful cry of anguish, struggling to free itself from the weight of the fallen trees. At that moment, swarms of specialized soldier ants emerged from all directions, surrounding the mutated python. Shortly thereafter, the creature utterly succumbed to its fate. With a swift motion, Ma-E retracted the stinger and stood atop the python's head, indulging in a feast. The specialized soldier ants also converged upon the fallen python. Not far off, countless small ants began to arrive, transporting the meat harvested from the python by the soldier ants. In no time, the mutated rock python was completely dismantled, leaving behind nothing but a skeleton, stripped of even the tiniest morsel of flesh. Ma-E observed the scene quietly, his gaze calm. After more than half a year, he had grown accustomed to this way of life. The law of the jungle dictated that the strong prey upon the weak. With the demise of the mutated rock python, his ant colony now reigned supreme in the forest. Name: Ma-E race. Mutated ant king. In the process of transformation, body length, 550 evolution points. 9823 points required for evolution. 100 abilities. Venom, slight. Royal gene, slight. Royal decree, slight. 08. Flight. Wings have been regained. Though small, they are sufficient for short flights. Devour, when consuming other beings. There is a probability of acquiring beneficial genetic fragments from them for adaptive fusion. Colony. Mutated ant queen, 7. Mutated ant queen, 20. General ant, 1. Specialized soldier ant, 2000. Worker ant, 20,000. Builder ant, 231112. Subordinates. Mutated aphids. Mutated bees. Throughout the past 6 months, Ma-E underwent 2 additional evolutions, increasing his size to 55. In terms of abilities, he also acquired flight and devour. Flight enhances his mobility, albeit briefly, as described. Due to the small size of his wings, he can only manage to fly a few dozen meters with explosive force. Meanwhile, devour brings an element of surprise with each morsel he consumes. Chapter 76. The Queen Bee. Regrettably, had his previous ability of gluttony still been active, these 2 abilities could have synergized, potentially allowing him to take off from the ground. As for his colony, through a series of assimilations, it had grown immensely. He discovered that upon becoming the Ant King, his persuasive power over the queens of other ant colonies had significantly increased. Even the occurrence of his assault on other anthills. Upon his arrival at the entrance, the queen ant of that anthill proactively emerged to greet him, pledging her allegiance to him. What gives rise to this sense of a dragon soaring above the clouds? No, rather an ant reigning supreme. Ma-E found this somewhat perplexing as well. It can only be attributed to the overpowering nature of his own bloodline abilities. Nevertheless, through this method, he swiftly consolidated his forces, amassing over 20 queen ants under his command, and the total number of various types of ants reached over 200,000. This figure still reflects the fact that he later ceased his efforts to recruit more ants. As for the mutated bees, their subservience was entirely unforeseen. Previously, there were 3 dominators in the nearby forest. The first was the mutated rock python, which Ma-E had just slain. Its formidable constricting power made other creatures hesitate to confront it. The second consisted of 2 black bears, which Ma-E preferred to refer to as human-faced bears, for their heads bore an uncanny resemblance to human faces, flat and round, with features strikingly similar. Especially when they roared, it resembled a human grinning widely. A rather eerie sight in the dark forest. Fortunately, Ma-E was no longer human. The third entity was this colony of mutated bees. These were not ordinary bees. Like ants, bees are also social insects. In a typical hive, there exist 3 types of members. The first are the worker bees, responsible for laborious tasks such as nest building, food foraging, and caring for the queen. Worker bees, like worker ants, are all female and lack reproductive capabilities, making up the majority of the hive. The second type is the drones, which are fewer in number, typically numbering in the hundreds or thousands within a swarm. Their primary role is to mate with the queen, facilitating her fertilization. The queen bee is female, akin to the ant queen. The third type is the queen bee, of which there is only one per hive. She is the core of the colony, responsible for laying eggs, producing offspring, and maintaining the community's livelihood. However, in some exceptional hives, multiple queens may exist, yet they still elect a singular empress to govern them. The situation with this particular colony of mutated bees is remarkably unique. They have resided in this forest for over a decade. The total population of this mutated bee colony has reached an astonishing 200,000. Yet, this was not what astonished Mai the most. What truly surprised him was that from the very beginning, this colony has been ruled by the current queen bee. This implies that this queen bee has survived for over a decade. This lifespan vastly exceeds the typical limitations of bees. Generally, a queen bee lives for only 3 to 5 years, with the longest recorded lifespan being merely 9 years. From the perspective of bees, this queen represents a living fossil. But that is not all. Typically, bees do not have distinct categories for combat and worker types like ants do. Only a portion of bees remain at the entrance of the hive as guards. However, this colony has specifically evolved a type of combat bee, known as soldier bees. Within the hive, a fascinating selection behavior exists. When the mating season approaches, the queen emits signals and departs from the hive, prompting the drones within the hive to follow suit. Ultimately, the first to catch up with the queen bee becomes her mate. This fortunate queen will, much like the male drones, perish shortly after mating. Those drones that fail to mate with the queen return to the hive, transforming into languid creatures that indulge in idleness, feasting without contributing to the collection of nectar. Over time, these idlers are expelled by the worker bees. Even the beekeepers discard the drones to prevent them from futilely consuming the honey. Within this colony, however, these male bees assume the role of warriors. Upon their return to the hive after unsuccessful mating, they are assigned to the combat unit, responsible not only for defending their home, but also for ensuring the security of the worker bees during their foraging missions. This directive originates from the queen herself. Such a resolution allows the hive to maintain a formidable army of approximately 4,000 to 5,000 soldier bees throughout the year. Consequently, this hive has established itself as a dominant force within the forest. Generally, other animals refrain from provoking bees, and bees typically do not attack other creatures. Even other bees of the same species coexist peacefully when encountered in the wild, unless there are intruders attempting to pilfer honey, which would incite conflict. Among these honey thieves, 2 black bears stand out. One male and one female, they seem to have been driven from their territory elsewhere and have now arrived here. After clashing with a mutated rock python upon their arrival, both parties, wary of each other, cease their hostilities. As omnivorous creatures, black bears include insects in their diet. And with such a vast hive nearby, they are irresistibly tempted. Consequently, these 2 bears resolve to raid the hive for some honey. The queen, a long-established sovereign, naturally cannot allow her domain to be dismantled by intruders. Thus, a fierce battle ensues. The black bears, indeed tough-skinned and resilient, withstand wave after wave of bee attacks, managing to destroy nearly half of the hive. However, the soldier bees are not to be underestimated. The venom of a single bee is negligible, and only when stung by several does one experience a stinging sensation and swelling. It takes hundreds to manifest any toxic reaction, and only after 300 stings could one face fatal consequences. Yet, the hive boasts tens of thousands of bees. In the face of their relentless offensive, the black bear ultimately succumbs to fear, fleeing in disarray. Little did it know, the queen bee harbors a deep-seated grudge, and she is merciless. She dispatches 3,000 soldier bees alongside 50,000 workers, relentlessly pursuing the bear. At the cost of nearly 30,000 bee lives, they manage to sting the male bear to death. Shortly after the demise of the male bear, the female arrives seeking vengeance. Another fierce battle ensues, resulting in significant losses for the hive before the female bear is similarly vanquished. During the tumult, the queen bee, having fallen from the destroyed hive, is captured by a figure named Mai, who had come to witness the chaos. After a series of threats and inducements, the queen ultimately capitulates under his command. Ants and bees are, in fact, closely related, sharing a common ancestor, the leafcutter wasp, from 150 million years ago. Consequently, The royal genes within Ma-E exert a certain suppressive effect on bees as well. It is precisely due to the corpses of 2 black bears that Ma-E has been able to evolve so rapidly. Now, he is on the brink of his 5th evolution, a prospect that fills him with anticipation. For inscribed behind his species are the words, demonization in progress. He senses that this evolution may well herald the dawn of a new chapter. Chapter 77. The Blade Queen. Now, let us discuss the current strength of his clan. During his last 2 advancements, he was granted 2 and 5 opportunities for the Royal Edict respectively. This ability allows him to bestow partial evolutionary authority upon his subordinates, thereby enhancing their loyalty towards him. Thus, he possesses a total of 8 such opportunities. Naturally, he first conferred this honor upon his primary mate, E. The subsequent 2 were bestowed upon 2 particularly astute ant queens he had subdued, whom he named Air and San. At E's insistence, Ma-E was compelled to establish a harem, incorporating them into his fold. This is a commonplace occurrence among insect societies. It was merely Ma-Ye's initial struggle with his own sentiments that posed a challenge. Whether they are ants, bees, spiders, or mantises, the dynamics remain consistent. In the insect realm, females typically dominate, leading to the demise of male ants after mating with the queen, and similarly, male bees perish after copulating with the queen bee. Male spiders, upon mating with female spiders, often sacrifice themselves so that the females can obtain the necessary nutrients for egg-laying, a phenomenon also observed in mantises. Ultimately, this points to 2 fundamental issues, reproduction and the supremacy of the strong. In the straightforward world of insects, there exists little intrigue. As long as one possesses sufficient strength to enhance the clan's power, one is deemed a king. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of Ma-Ye's royal genes. Ma-E could never have imagined that in his previous life as a human, he was pressured into marriage, only to find himself, upon rebirth as an ant, subjected to similar demands from his wife. To take a concubine. Absurd. Yet, the benefits of such arrangements are evident. The rapid growth of the ant colony. With Ma-Ye's potent genetic lineage and the swift evolution of the preceding ant queens, the resulting ants are formidable indeed. Each specialized soldier ant measures an impressive 20 to 25 millimeters, with powerful mandibles capable of crushing rock. Even the ordinary soldier ants are a daunting 10 millimeters long. However, this advancement comes at a cost, as food consumption has significantly escalated. Consequently, Ma-E was compelled to mobilize his forces again, sweeping through the nearby forest and gathering more than 20 additional ant queens, along with their original worker ants. The task for these worker ants is simple: to assist the soldier ants in procuring food and transporting the prey captured by the soldiers back to their home. Subsequent evolution granted him 5 additional titles of nobility, and he chose 5 queen ants for this honor. However, this time, an unexpected twist emerged among the 5 queens. One of them underwent a divergent evolution. Rather than enhancing her reproductive capabilities, she diminished them entirely. In exchange, she acquired formidable command skills in warfare. Consequently, her classification shifted from queen ant to general ant, a title denoting a leader of troops. Much like Ma-E, she possessed considerable individual combat strength and could amplify the abilities of her subordinate soldier ants. Most crucially, she retained the unique wisdom inherent to queen ants, who serve as the intellectual nucleus of the entire ant colony, given that soldier ants and worker ants typically lack substantial self-awareness. Prior to this, Ma-E often found himself embroiled in numerous tasks, having to act personally or issue only simple commands. Yet, upon integrating her into the localized network established by the queens, real-time communication became possible. This evoked a nostalgic sensation within Ma-E, reminiscent of his days as a human, collaborating with comrades via radio. In light of this serendipitous development, he named her Blade, hoping she would lead the soldier ants through challenges and fortify their lineage. Blade did not disappoint. Her inaugural battle involved coordinating with Ma-E to subdue a mutated rock python. As Ma-E and his soldier ants grew in size, the subterranean environment became increasingly restrictive. Thus, he led the colony to excavate in the nearby mountains, employing the robust stone to craft an expansive mountain ant nest. Ants are indeed natural architects. Even in the relatively soft soil below, they construct intricate and multifunctional nests, let alone in mountainous terrains of solid rock. Under the strength of the soldier ants and specialized soldier ants, the sturdy stone was swiftly reduced to rubble, revealing a cavern in short order. However, such activities drew the ire of another dominant creature within the jungle, the mutated rock python, which resided in a neighboring cave and was displeased with the incessant noise of ants gnawing at the stone. Consequently, it launched several attacks on Ma-E's colony. Fortunately, the narrow entrance to their cavern prevented the python from entering, resulting in only minor losses among the soldier ants and worker ants. Yet, this enmity was firmly established. Moreover, the python was a high-protein delicacy. Initially, Ma-Yi intended to undergo another evolution to confront the mutated rock python. However, with the emergence of Blade, he reconsidered his strategy. Thus, he took the initiative, leading a substantial group of specialized soldier ants into battle against the python. At first, the mutated rock python resisted. But after being injected with potent venom several times by Ma-Yi, it quickly succumbed to fear and began a frantic escape. Intriguingly, the route it chose to flee was one that Ma-Yi had meticulously planned in advance, even taking several days to gnaw through various wooden obstacles along the path. If employed against humans, this trap would be glaringly obvious, evident even to a 3-year-old child. Yet, as anticipated, it proved effective against beasts. The dim-witted mutated rock python, in a state of panic, instinctively fled along the more spacious path. Meanwhile, Ma-Yi had already commanded the Blade ant to lead a legion of soldier ants, which had gnawed through several trees, poised to swiftly sever the remaining parts at a mere command. With the powerful mandibles of the specialized soldier ants, this was entirely feasible. Ultimately, the formidable ruler of the jungle was reduced to a mere skeleton. On that night, with the moon bright yet the stars sparse, Ma-Yi's massive form lay quietly in a cave. The ant queen, Yi, nestled beside him, her antennae gently swaying, her lively eyes reflecting concern for her mate. Outside the chamber, the evolved ant queens awaited with anticipation. Outside the cave, General Ant Dao Feng meticulously organized the specialized soldier ants and regular soldiers to fortify their defenses in various sections. Although their colony had established itself as the most powerful entity in the jungle, Dao Feng remained ever cautious. Today marked a pivotal moment for her king, and she was resolute in her duty to protect him. Within the cave, Ma-Yi activated his interface, observing the 100 evolution points displayed before him, and proceeded to initiate his evolution. A radiant white light surged from his form, enveloping him entirely. In a swift transformation, Ma-Yi regressed from a fully developed ant back to an ant egg. Yet, Yi exhibited no signs of alarm. This was not the first time her husband had entered an evolutionary state in her presence. What intrigued her was the aura emanating from the egg, which genuinely felt like an unhatched ant egg, rather than the temporary protective cocoon she had previously witnessed. As an ant queen, Yi could not mistake the state of an egg versus that of a mature ant. Thus, she pondered with curiosity, could it be that her husband, following this evolution, had actually diminished in size? At that moment, she recalled Ma-Yi's prior warning that this evolution might differ from the previous ones, and should any complications arise, she would be responsible for managing everything herself. Contemplating this, Yi raised her antennae, signaling commands. As the orders were dispatched, the entire ant nest sprung into action. From an external perspective, the ant nest resembled a fortified bastion preparing for war, with soldier ants and specialized soldier ants lying in wait. On the outermost perimeter, Dao Feng commanded her specialized soldier ants to tighten their defenses. The following days unfolded similarly. Aside from the essential hunting required to sustain the colony, the ant nest swiftly transitioned from a state of expansion to one of defense, enveloped in a sudden stillness. On one such day, a buzzing sound filled the air as a swarm of large bees approached. These bees were somewhat larger than the average, particularly the largest among them. She possessed an elongated body, nearly 5 times the usual length, adorned with more exquisite patterns than that of ordinary bees. She was none other than the former queen of the jungle, who had sought refuge with Ma-Yi. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind the rocks. Dao Feng stood on the sloping surface of the stone, gazing at the bee queen, and inquired, "What brings you here?" The bee queen looked up at Dao Feng's massive form, his sharp mandibles, and sturdy black exoskeleton, feeling a pang of envy. Her submission to Ma-Yi was not solely due to the aura of the so-called Ant King that surrounded him. It was also because she discovered that his subordinates possessed the ability to evolve, a gift that Ma-Yi had bestowed upon them. The bee queen was indeed a fortunate being, blessed by fate, and she had awakened to this gift earlier than many other creatures. Over a decade ago, she had begun to develop a vague consciousness. Through years of evolution, this awareness gradually intensified, ultimately shaping her into the being she was today. She constructed her hive, subdued other queen bees, and trained the most ineffectual drones to become guardians of her hive, achievements far beyond the capabilities of ordinary bees. For a bee, she had nearly reached the pinnacle of her potential, yet it was still limited. Her talents did not manifest in individual combat prowess, nor could they facilitate her colony's metamorphosis. She felt the approach of her own demise, yet she was unwilling to accept it. It was only upon seeing Ma-Yi that her resolve began to shift. In truth, this was not her first encounter with him. Long ago, When Ma-yi was still a mere child leading his ants on various campaigns, she had chanced upon him. At that time, he was primarily occupied with matters on the ground, rarely glancing skyward unless an aerial creature threatened his army. Subsequently, she observed with astonishment as Ma-yi grew several times in size within a remarkably short span. As this phenomenon spread throughout the ant colony, the bee queen became increasingly exhilarated. However, she initially believed that Ma-yi possessed some extraordinary treasure that she could seize. Little did she anticipate that before she could act, she would be struck down by 2 black bears, and even more unexpectedly, captured by Ma-yi himself. Left with no choice, she had to yield. Now, she had come to seek a subtle opening, hoping to uncover the secrets of evolution from Ma-yi. The bee queen cautiously alighted on the ground, crawling forward like an ant until she reached Dao Feng, at which point she spoke, "I wish to meet the king." Dao Feng narrowed his eyes and clicked his mandibles twice. "The king is currently occupied. Return in a few days." The bee queen initially interpreted this as an attempt to deny her audience with Ma-yi, but as she prepared to speak, a thought suddenly struck her mind. She recalled the various transformations Ma-yi had undergone. Could it be that he had evolved once more? Filled with envy, she scrutinized Dao Feng and contemplated the recent peculiar behaviors of the ant colony, her suspicions growing stronger. Simultaneously, a new idea formed in her mind. Should she seize the moment to invade and snatch away the secrets, or should she extend an olive branch? After a brief hesitation, the bee queen regained her composure. "Very well, General Dao Feng. Is there anything we can assist with?" The blade resolutely rejected, stating, "You need only focus on your own affairs. Have you prepared the honey for the next tribute?" The bee queen quickly replied, "It is ready, and I have come specifically to pay my respects." In confusion, the blade remarked, "But the day for tribute has not yet arrived. The king will notify you when the time comes." The bee queen gestured dismissively. "It is true, but we have recently produced a batch of royal jelly and wish to present it to the king." "What is royal jelly?" the blade inquired. "It is an exceedingly rare nectar that cannot be harvested from flowers, resulting in its scarcity," the bee queen elucidated. "Is there something particularly special about it? Is it merely its rarity?" The blade pressed further. The bee queen continued, "Consuming royal jelly not only promotes physical development and strengthens the body, but also extends our lifespan." Understanding dawned on the blade. "I have heard you have survived countless seasons. Is it indeed due to royal jelly?" "Yes," the bee queen affirmed with honesty. Her longevity was indeed attributed to royal jelly. This substance is secreted by the salivary glands and hypopharyngeal glands of worker bees. To put it simply, it could be likened to the saliva of worker bees, which may sound somewhat unappealing. Nevertheless, it is a potent tonic, rich in longevity factors. While ordinary bees live for merely 60 days, queens who consume royal jelly can live up to 46 years. The bee queen herself had thrived for over a decade. The royal jelly from her hive is even more potent than the usual variety. In truth, she had not intended to present this offering, at least not until she witnessed the tangible results of her submission. Her periodic tribute to Ma-yi comprised merely a batch of honey. However, upon witnessing Ma-yi's remarkable evolution once more, she could no longer remain passive. She resolved to invest wholeheartedly. The blade regarded the bee queen, lifting her antennae to signal. Shortly thereafter, she received a response from Ant Queen Yi. Chapter 79, The Giant Jungle Wolf. Though she had agreed to the tribute, the blade still did not permit the bee queen entry, nor did she dispatch ants to retrieve royal jelly from the bee queen's hive. For her, the king was paramount. No matter the circumstances, nothing could be compared to the king's safety. As for the bee queen being one of Ma-yi's subordinates, a colleague, she dismissed that notion. In the blade's eyes, the bee queen was not even considered kin. Trust was absent. To her, the bee queen was akin to those aphids, merely paying their protection fees at designated times in exchange for safety. Thus, the bee queen could only depart with her subordinates in disappointment. Days slipped by. During this time, the ant egg that Ma-yi had transformed into remained unchanged, motionless. Ant Queen Yi felt a twinge of concern. She had been among the first to follow Ma-yi, witnessing every one of his evolutions. Typically, his transformations were brief, often completed in an instant. The longest would take only a short while. However, this instance of remaining dormant for several days was unprecedented. Yet, she chose not to display her apprehension. In this vast ant colony, Ma-yi is undoubtedly the ant king, while she is the ant queen, the foremost among her kind. No other ant dares to challenge her position, not even the formidable blade, who possesses both strength and tactical prowess. With Ma-yi absent, it falls upon her to uphold the integrity of the colony. Fortunately, after numerous evolutions and the guidance imparted by Ma-yi, Queen Yi has attained considerable wisdom. As the sovereign of her colony, she swiftly acclimates to her role, organizing the anthill with meticulous diligence. Meanwhile, Approximately 5 kilometers from the territory Ma-E occupies lies a region at the confluence of forest and wilderness, rich in resources and home to a myriad of creatures. Among them, the most formidable are a tiger, a den of black bears, a sounder of wild boars, and a pack of wolves. Recently, however, the dynamics of this ecosystem have undergone a dramatic transformation. The initial shift arose within the wolf pack. One fateful night, a wolf, consumed by a sudden frenzy, killed the wolf king, seizing control of the pack and becoming the new ruler. Under his leadership, the wolves launched a surprise attack on the black bear den, resulting in the demise of several bears, with only 2 managing to escape. Subsequently, they decimated the wild boar sounder, feasting upon them. Now, their sights are set on the tiger. This colossal creature, nearly 3 meters in length, bears numerous narrow black stripes across its back and sides, with the character for king emblazoned upon its forehead. Once, it reigned supreme in this territory, claiming both the forest and the surrounding plains as its hunting grounds. However, the once mighty sovereign now finds itself in a dire predicament. Surrounding it, within a 10-meter radius, a pack of ferocious jungle wolves prowls, emitting low growls. Directly in front stands a gigantic jungle wolf, nearly 4 meters in length, confronting the tiger. The tiger's fur is marred by several gashes, blood trickling down and matting its coat. It lets out a low growl, bewildered by the sudden size of its adversary. In response, the massive wolf appears to smirk, baring its teeth as it lunges at the tiger. The tiger, unwilling to back down, retaliates fiercely, and soon the two engage in a tumultuous struggle. Yet, upon closer inspection, one can discern that the giant wolf's teeth gleam ominously, capable of easily piercing the tiger's hide and tearing away substantial flesh. In contrast, the tiger's strength pales in comparison. Its attacks on the giant wolf are largely mitigated by the wolf's thick fur, leaving only minor wounds that pose no significant threat. If the tiger can leverage its agility, inherent to felines, to outmaneuver the giant wolf, it may yet prolong its survival. However, choosing to engage in close combat now is merely a path to self-destruction. Before long, the jungle tiger lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The colossal jungle wolf stood triumphantly over the tiger, its eyes gleaming with ferocity as it swiftly severed the massive head of the jungle tiger. For so long, you exploited others. Now, I shall first turn against your kin. I hope you do not disappoint me when you arrive, General. A howl erupted from the giant jungle wolf. The wolves behind it followed suit, letting out a chorus of howls that reverberated through the jungle. Are there wolves howling? On the plains, several armored vehicles sped along. They belong to the 1st Armored Squad of the Yuan Star Federation. Since the inception of this squad, they have ventured deep into heavily contaminated zones, previously deemed inaccessible due to various dangers, collecting vast amounts of biological and soil samples. This marked the first step for humanity to reclaim this land. The results have been promising. They discovered that even hundreds of kilometers from the most contaminated areas, pollution levels are no longer alarmingly high. As long as they remain indoors and wear protective suits outside, their exposure can be significantly mitigated. This implies that they can commence construction here. Subsequently, the Federation Council issued its first official mission. They would search for a suitable location nearby to establish our outpost, thereby advancing humanity's permanent presence into the heavily contaminated zone by 100 kilometers. Do not underestimate this 100 kilometers. In terms of overall surface area, humanity's territory could expand by nearly 1 million square kilometers. Moreover, an outpost can extend its influence across dozens to hundreds of kilometers, ensuring that suitable resources will not be elusive. Captain, why does the sky here appear so much clearer and bluer than that of the city? Yet the pollution index remains so high. A team member inquired, gazing through the thick, bulletproof glass of the armored vehicle at the desolate plains. Perhaps the pollution here is specifically targeted at certain organisms, the captain replied. I once heard a theory that decades ago, a global catastrophe was orchestrated by extraterrestrials who altered our environment to render it uninhabitable for humans. They confined us together while conducting biological experiments on mutated marine life deep in the ocean, ultimately aiming to annihilate humanity, another team member suggested. You've read too many online novels, the captain chided with a laugh. Enough idle chatter. We are nearing the designated location. Everyone, take your positions and prepare for action. Yes, sir. Chapter 80. The Wolf Demon and the Armor Captain. There is indeed a river here. The communications officer of the 1st Armored Squad, Peng Dongping, a fiercely capable woman, was intently maneuvering 2 drones towards the nearby jungle. This forest was the primary focus of their reconnaissance mission. According to ancient texts, this location should be part of a mountain range known as the Wanxiang Mountains. The entirety of the Wanxiang mountain range spans nearly 500 0.000 square kilometers and stretches close to 900 kilometers in length, effectively severing the moisture-laden air between various oceans and continents. However, some geologists assert that it is precisely due to its presence that the continent is safeguarded from the toxic vapors emanating from the ocean. Before us stands one of the many peaks of this mountain range, rising approximately 700 meters and located at its periphery. Thus, should a lookout post be established, this location would indeed be quite suitable. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled, and with it, the image of a drone vanished from Peng Dongping's monitor. Startled, she hastily maneuvered another drone to ascend in altitude while simultaneously directing it towards the location where the previous drone had lost its feed. Just then, another howl echoed from the jungle, and the screen of the drone darkened once more. "Captain, the drone appears to have been attacked," Peng Dongping reported immediately. The two drones had lost their connections in succession, clearly indicating that this was not a mere technical failure due to magnetic interference, but an assault. "Xiaowen, locate a sniping position," ordered Captain Wang Haiyang without delay. The marksman Xiaowen swiftly disassembled his armored sniper rifle with the assistance of a mechanical arm, quickly reassembling it before sprinting to a higher terrain. Dongping, deploy the remaining two drones, ascend to maximum altitude, and utilize the highest magnification for a bird's-eye view. Understood. Communications Officer Peng Dongping promptly released the last two drones, operating them as commanded. The latest model of drones they employed could soar up to 1,000 meters. He was resolute in his belief that they could not be taken down. Subsequently, Captain Wang Haiyang and the other two gunners readied their weapons and shields, bracing for combat. Their judgment proved correct, as the assailants were indeed incapable of reaching the drones at such heights. The cameras on the drones finally captured the desired footage. A pack of jungle wolves gathered around a pool of blood, evidently having just feasted upon their prey. Wolves indeed? How could such creatures possess the means to strike down a drone soaring high above? Communications Officer Peng Dongping pondered in confusion. Although the drone she had piloted had not ascended as high due to its entry into the jungle, it had still been at an altitude of over 20 meters. How could these wolves have taken down two drones flying at such heights in such a short span of time? Did these wild wolves possess some form of ranged weaponry akin to bullets? At that moment, the largest of the jungle wolves suddenly turned its gaze towards the armored squad. Had it spotted us? Prepare for battle, Captain Wang Haiyang stated gravely. Within the jungle, the colossal jungle wolf had indeed detected the presence of humans. Yet, this was not the human form it recognized. How had the armored beings transformed into such a state? Was the iron bird it had just dispatched not also one of their kind? The giant jungle wolf contemplated, yet decided to test the strength of these human beings in this world. With a low growl, it summoned three of its brethren to step forward. Their lupin muzzles were stained with the crimson remnants of their recent feast on the jungle tiger, exuding a menacing ferocity. "Go, tear them apart," commanded the colossal jungle wolf. A chilling howl echoed as the trio of jungle wolves unconditionally obeyed the Wolf King's directive, sprinting toward their target. The ignorant or fearless, they had never encountered humans, let alone armored ones, and thus they felt no trepidation. "Captain, should we open fire?" inquired the marksman, Xiaowen. "Keep your sights on that Wolf King," replied Captain Wang Haiyang. "Li Rin, the three young wolves are yours." Understood. A firepower specialist retracted his shield, maneuvering the landwalker armor forward with gradual acceleration. Standing 5 meters tall, the landwalker was a veritable behemoth compared to the ordinary-sized jungle wolves. One could only wonder what audacity compelled them to provoke such a titan. The firepower specialist, Li Rin, adjusted his shield to a more agile arm configuration, revealing the dark muzzle of his weapon. Rat-a-tat-tat. A flurry of bullets erupted, sending one jungle wolf soaring through the air. After traversing several dozen meters, a second jungle wolf lay lifeless on the ground. At last, only one jungle wolf remained. It seemed to sense fear, its pace faltering, casting glances behind it. A furious howl resonated through the jungle. Startled, the jungle wolf shivered and was compelled to run forward once more. At that moment, the landwalker armor stood before it, employing its formidable power capture system to ensnare the fleeing creature. The jungle wolf howled in protest, its claws flailing in vain against the impenetrable armor, leaving not a single mark. In the shadows of the jungle, the colossal jungle wolf observed this scene with indifference, while the other wolves ceased their movements, watching helplessly as their companion was dispatched one after another. Suddenly, the giant jungle wolf opened its maw and tilted its head skyward. What was it about to do? Communications Officer Peng Dongping pondered. With a low growl, the giant jungle wolf lowered its head. It appeared as if a beam of white light emanated from its mouth, racing forth at a speed rivaling that of a sniper bullet, swiftly traversing hundreds of meters until it reached the landwalker armor before Li Rin. "Li Rin, shield!" Captain Wang Haiyang shouted at the instant the giant jungle wolf lowered its head. Though he was unaware of its intentions, he recalled the inexplicable destruction of 2 drones. Clang. In the final moment, with the assistance of the armor's intelligent assistant, Li Ren managed to raise his arm shield just in time, positioning it defensively. The white light first pierced through the jungle wolf occupying that precise spot and then struck the arm shield, generating a thunderous sound. The entire landwalker armor shook from the impact. In the jungle, the giant jungle wolf let out a low growl, leading its pack into the depths of the thicket. Vanishing from sight, the beasts of this world were feeble and devoid of intelligence, yet humanity wielded formidable armor. It seemed unwise to challenge humans before achieving a true monstrous form. On the other side, Li Ren, how are you? Captain Wang Haiyang hurriedly approached Li Ren, inquiring as he ran. Another firepower operator switched his arm shield to a large shield mode, standing in front of the two, ready to fend off any potential counterattack. Captain, I'm fine, but what was that attack? It nearly cleaved my shield, Li Ren exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the arm shield in his hands. The others gazed at the nearly 1-inch-long gash in the center of the shield, lost in contemplation. Was this truly the method of the jungle wolf? Chapter 81. The wolf demon from Twin Fork Ridge. The unexpected turn of events forced a halt to their operation. After a comprehensive assessment from the rear, a decision was made to alter their plans. Their outpost would no longer be constructed within the mountains but instead established as a temporary post in the nearby wilderness. They would use this temporary station as a base, awaiting the next batch of landwalker armor to roll off the production line. Once trained and equipped with more armored warriors, they would delve deeper into the forest for further exploration. As for the other side, Langley was originally a wolf demon under General Yuan of Twin Fork Ridge. Possessing an exceedingly rare lineage of the rare wolf, he had gained the ability to cultivate and thus transcended the realm of mere beasts. Though his strength was modest, he was considered a notable figure, no, a demon, among General Yuan's subordinates. Each day was spent patrolling the mountains and hunting, occasionally capturing passing humans for a feast. Life was quite comfortable. However, upon awakening, he found himself in a different realm, stripped of his demon form and transformed into a small wolf. Fortunately, he discovered that he still retained his demonic essence, feeling the rare wolf blood coursing through his veins. The distinction between a demon beast and an ordinary beast lies in the former's ability to cultivate its bloodline. They can excavate the power within their lineage, continually strengthening themselves until they reach the limits of their bloodline. If they can successfully revert to their ancestral form, their power could further ascend. Yet that was of little importance now. What truly mattered was that he was now the master. Without the oppression of General Yuan, there was no need to toil endlessly in search of prey. Langley felt liberated in this newfound realm. Thus, he followed his instincts, vanquished the Wolf King, claimed all the she-wolves, and established his own pack. He even defeated nearby black bears and tigers, feeling an unparalleled sense of pride. After all, his former master, General Yuan, was a tiger, and a frequent visitor, Lord Bear, was none other than a black bear. By rounding it off, he had eliminated 2 figures he once could only revere from afar. This invigorated Langley's spirit. Moreover, it further validated his hypothesis. In this unfamiliar world, it seemed there were no demon beasts capable of cultivation. He was the sole entity. Consequently, his mind began to flourish. As a descendant of the rare wolf, he possessed a unique ability to absorb the resentment of living beings on the battlefield. His ancestors had instigated wars between humans, demons, and even among demons themselves to cultivate their power, which ultimately led to their demise. Thus, in his previous world, he had never dared to engage in such actions. Yet this world is unlike any other. In this realm, none recognize him. Moreover, he is the sole creature endowed with the ability to cultivate. Thus, Wolaying resolutely resolved to seek out the human race within this realm, intending to utilize them for his own training. At that moment, the first armored squad fortuitously appeared before him. Faced with individuals towering at an average height of 5 meters, their bodies shimmering with an extraordinary radiance, Wolaying found himself momentarily bewildered. Are humans truly this formidable? His astonishment only deepened when a jungle wolf he had dispatched for reconnaissance was swiftly felled by 2 gunshots. What manner of sorcery is this? The palm thunder of a human chi cultivator? As he gazed at the groundwalker armor flickering with blue flames in his grasp, doubt began to creep into Wolaying's heart. After witnessing the formidable weaponry of the humans in this world, he abandoned his initial intentions. He resolved to retreat into the depths of the forest, biding his time until he could discern the methods of the human race. Exercising caution, Wolaying withdrew several kilometers until the trees above him grew tall and dense, signifying his arrival in the heart of the jungle. Unbeknownst to him, his retreat had brought him into the territory of Mai. As Wolaying and his band of jungle wolves paused to regroup, a short distance away, several worker ants conferred quietly atop a boulder. A few of them separated from the group and cautiously approached the direction of Woling and his companions. These were scouts dispatched by Queen Yi, scattered around the vicinity of the ant nest. In fact, Queen Yi had orchestrated over 100 such teams. These scouts did not seek food. Instead, they hovered at fixed points, ready to report upon discovering a situation akin to the one unfolding now. This method is nearly imperceptible, as ants are ubiquitous in nature. The scouts, being primitive species measuring merely a few millimeters, would not attract the attention of even the smallest insects, let alone a wolf. In the ant nest, Queen Yi, utilizing Queen S vision, noticed Woling and the wolves the moment they emerged. Her demeanor instantly grew grave. Another capability within Queen S vision had been triggered. This ability grants her a premonition when her colony is on the brink of annihilation. The activation of this ability signaled a looming catastrophe for her kin. It is these jungle wolves. Queen Yi quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. She commanded the scout ants to approach the jungle wolves with utmost caution, preparing to gather intelligence, while simultaneously signaling for Daofeng and other evolved ant queens favored by Ma Yi to convene. Are you suggesting that these jungle wolves could bring us disaster? Daofeng regarded Queen Yi with skepticism. She too had received the shared vision from Queen Yi, witnessing the jungle wolves. Among them, only the largest seemed somewhat threatening. However, during this period, they had vanquished giant pythons that posed no less of a challenge than this formidable jungle wolf. Given the strength of their current colony, why should they fear them? Indeed, my instincts are infallible. Gather all our forces and refrain from provoking them. I shall instruct the scout ants to maintain a distant watch over their movements, declared the queen ant, Yi. However, Blade, dismissive of her concerns, retorted with a fierce determination, it is fortuitous that the king is evolving. After his transformation, he will undoubtedly require sustenance. I shall capture them to restore his strength. With that, she prepared to depart the cave. Stop right there. Yi swiftly climbed to stand before Blade, blocking her path. I will not permit you to act unilaterally before our king awakens. Blade halted, responding coolly. The king has decreed that you govern domestic affairs while I oversee military matters. Thus you have no authority over my actions. With that, she hastened from the cave. What a thoughtless brute. A fool. Yi muttered several curses, feeling a throbbing headache. In terms of rank, they were both queens, of equal standing, and only the ant emperor, Ma Yi, could truly reign over them. She began to reminisce about the past, when the small cave housed only herself and Ma Yi. Although weak, life was simple and joyful. Chapter 82. The Alliance of Wolf Demons and Ants Outside the Ant Nest. While Blade had resolved to capture the jungle wolves to further Ma Yi's evolution, she was not truly reckless. Her actions were based on a sound assessment of her own strength. Their ant colony was currently formidable. Aside from a few queen ants, they boasted an impressive 2,000 specialized soldier ants exceeding a size of 20, and an even greater number of soldier ants around size 10, totaling over 20,000. This was not their limit, for within their nest lay a considerable number of ant eggs, awaiting the opportune moment to hatch. The reason for maintaining their numbers at this state was Ma Yi's belief that the resources in the surrounding forest could only sustain their current population. To grow larger, they would either need to expand their territory or relocate to a more resource-rich area. After leaving the cave, Blade made her way to the territory of the jungle wolves, ready to survey the situation personally. What Yi's queenly vision provided was merely an image. It revealed the size and appearance of the wolves but offered little else. As a mutated queen ant, Blade possessed her own unique skill. By observing her targets at close range, she could sense the intensity of their life force, thereby assessing the probability of victory for her own forces. This capability could be considered a variant of the queen's vision, one that passively anticipates danger from a distance, while the other actively evaluates the immediacy of threats. Each has its merits. With her familiarity with the jungle, Blade soon approached the vicinity of the jungle wolves. Concealing herself behind a massive rock, she quietly observed their movements. At that moment, the jungle wolves were feasting. They had captured several small animals, such as wild rabbits, from the forest and were indulging in their meal. An idea struck Blade, and she commanded several worker ants to approach. The dining wolves were completely oblivious to the ants' approach, or even if they noticed, they paid it no mind. After feasting to their heart's content, they casually found a spot to lie down, leaving only two unfortunate souls nearby to keep watch. Wolfly had initially reclined on the ground, having just enjoyed a delightful encounter with a beautiful she-wolf, and was preparing for a brief rest. However, as soon as his head touched the ground, he rose again, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, sensing an unseen presence observing him. Yet, after scanning his surroundings carefully, he discerned nothing amiss. Ultimately, Wolfly concluded that he was merely being overly cautious. He settled down once more, seeking respite. Thus, time swiftly passed, and 2 days elapsed. Ma-E remained ensconced within his egg, while Wolfly stirred with new developments. During these days, he gradually familiarized himself with his new territory, a low-lying area nestled between the outermost hills and a slightly elevated mountain. Due to its geographical features, several mountain springs flowed nearby, rendering the forest particularly lush and attracting numerous animals in the vicinity. Wolfly had initially intended to engage with the local beasts, perhaps to consume them. The cultivation of demon beasts differs significantly from that of human chi practitioners. For them, the essence of their training can be distilled into a single word: consumption. They devour rare celestial and earthly treasures, the flesh of other demon beasts, and even human meat. In essence, the more they consume, the faster their bloodlines awaken. Such unorthodox methods of cultivation are commonplace among lesser demons, while a select few, endowed with unique gifts, absorb the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, as well as the quintessence of the sun and moon. However, such techniques are reserved for powerful demons and have little relevance to a minor creature like Wolfly. For the past 2 days, Wolfly had been awaiting the arrival of the entity that had intruded upon his territory, yet he had encountered nothing. This piqued his curiosity. Was this truly a land bereft of a master? He shook his head, refusing to entertain such a notion. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his hunting endeavors. He commanded his pack to act, or took matters into his own hands, slaying numerous animals that came to quench their thirst, transforming them into his sustenance. At last, during one of his hunts, he gleaned a vague piece of information from one of his prey ants. Unfortunately, the creature possessed no developed intelligence. And aside from sensing its fear of the ants, Wolfly was unable to extract any further details. Could it be that this territory was occupied by a colony of ants? He scoffed at the thought. In his experience, renowned demon beasts were carnivorous. While ants might consume flesh, they were hardly worthy of note. Thus, he dismissed this information as a mere jest. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this just was quietly drawing closer. Over the past 2 days, Dao Feng had been discreetly observing Wolfly and his pack. She had now gathered significant intelligence about her adversaries. To confront them, Dao Feng had brought forth 1,000 specialized soldier ants, 15,000 soldier ants, and 100,000 worker ants. She had even procured 2,000 soldier bees and 50,000 worker bees from the bee queen. As the saying goes, with numbers exceeding 10,000, they swarmed densely. Hundreds of thousands of ants lay motionless on the ground, while over 50,000 bees soared through the air. A scene that would undoubtedly terrify those afflicted with the fear of crowds. The objective of Blade was unequivocal. She led the Ant Bee coalition directly towards the formidable Wolfly. It was evident to her that the core of this pack of jungle wolves was the particularly massive Wolf King. Only this Wolf King posed a genuine threat to them. The others were insignificant in comparison. The scale of the Ant Bee coalition's operation quickly caught the attention of Wolfly. Initially taken aback, he soon erupted into laughter upon realizing it was indeed ants daring to provoke him. Amused yet enraged, he felt belittled. With a howl that echoed through the air, Wolfly summoned his pack, causing the jungle wolves, previously engaged in hunting, to abandon their pursuits and rush back to their temporary den. Attack! Blade commanded coldly, without uttering a second word. The moment Wolfly came into her line of sight, she lunged forward. Wolfly, astonished, beheld the oversized ant demon? Is there an ant lineage among ancient demonic beasts? Despite his inner confusion, his movements were swift. He leaped high into the air, crashing into the swarm of ants. His massive form thousands of times larger than theirs, trampling countless worker ants underfoot. Yet, undeterred, the ants climbed up his legs, fiercely biting with their sharp mandibles and injecting venom with their stingers. In the sky, soldier bees and worker bees descended upon Wolfly in droves. At first glance, it seemed Wolfly was at a disadvantage the moment the battle commenced. However, at that instant, he raised his wolf head high and unleashed a spell, sending invisible blades of wind cascading from his maw, sweeping away all the ants on the ground and the bees in the air. No matter how tough their exoskeletons were, they would be reduced to dust in the onslaught of the wind blades. Chapter 83. The final battle, the skirmish in the jungle, was ferociously brutal. Countless ants and bees charged towards the jungle wolves, falling to the ground after a single attack. Under Wolfly's command, the jungle wolves fought valiantly, navigating through the swarm of insects with lethal precision. However, not every jungle wolf possessed the same resilient fur as Wolfly. Soon, one by one, they succumbed to the venom of the ants and the stings of the bees, meeting their demise. Within less than an hour of battle, only Wolfly remained standing. Yet, he showed no signs of grief for his fallen comrades. Though his fur had yet to regain the resilience of a true demonic beast, it was still impervious to the bites of ordinary ants. Only the largest specialized soldier ants could penetrate his defenses. However, these specialized soldiers, being considerably larger, were easy targets. While they could handle mindless beasts, they struggled against a cunning demonic beast like Wolfly. A few specialized soldier ants attempting to confront him would find themselves torn apart by his claws. If a large number were to ascend, Wolfly would leap away from his original position. His substantial physique allowed him to cover over 10 meters in a single bound, a distance that would take the specialized soldier ants quite a while to traverse. This rendered it nearly impossible for the specialized soldier ants to effectively encircle him. At a certain moment, a smile reminiscent of a husky's curled at the corners of Wolfly's mouth. Although he had never engaged with ants nor studied biology, he understood a fundamental truth. Nothing can function without a head. The ants before him, while lacking finesse in their movements, exhibited a clear purpose. It was evident that an ant king was orchestrating their actions. Through an hour of battle, he finally identified this ant king. Amidst the dense throng of ants, one stood out, larger in size and possessing a slender form. Wolfly recalled having clashed with this particular ant a few times. It was strong and had a formidable exoskeleton. It seemed he had indeed found the ant king. Wolfly charged fiercely toward the leader. The ant king's antennae flailed rapidly, akin to a panicked individual. Witnessing this spectacle, Wolfly felt an increasing sense of triumph. He had no intention of slaying this ant king. Its strength was commendable, though still far from that of a monster. Yet it surpassed ordinary beasts by a considerable margin. If he could subdue it and enlist its aid, he would save himself a great deal of trouble. However, at that moment, the ant king suddenly ceased its frantic movements and swiftly began to retreat. A thunderous sound erupted as Wolfly landed, causing the ground to cave in. Within the resultant pit, countless worker ants swarmed. It turned out that upon realizing the ordinary ants could inflict no substantial harm upon Wolfly, the ant king ordered a retreat for the worker ants. Although this decision resulted in heightened casualties among the soldier and specialized soldier ants, it was all for the sake of ultimate victory. The ant king, devoid of compassion, would not waver even if countless ants perished in pursuit of her objectives. This was the nature of the ant tribe. The nearly 100,000 retreating worker ants were dispatched by the ant king to dig a pit underground. The sheer number of ants magnified their strength. In merely half an hour, the earth below had been excavated to an incredibly soft state. While this loose soil posed no challenge to the ants, as their pressure was insufficient to trigger any mechanisms, it constituted a genuine trap for a creature of Wolfly's size. The ant king deliberately positioned herself atop this trap, enticing Wolfly to leap into it. Wolfly, indeed, fell for the ruse. The pit was shallow, barely 2 meters deep, yet sufficient to temporarily restrain him. In that instant, countless specialized soldier ants and soldier ants fearlessly charged at Wolfly, plunging their stingers deep into his flesh and injecting their venom with fervor. Wolfly struggled valiantly, yet the softness of the earth beneath him rendered escape momentarily impossible. By the time he finally adjusted to the situation and leapt from the pit, he had been stung innumerable times by the soldier ants. How infuriating! One of Wolfly's eyelids drooped. He could not discern which treacherous ant had delivered the sting. Through his partially closed eyelid, he peered at the adversaries before him. On the stone opposite, the blade stood silently, surrounded by several specialized soldier ants who guarded her. At that moment, Wolf stood not merely facing an ant, but rather confronting a despicable strategist among humans. He tilted his head back, gathering a blade of wind within his mouth. His body, not yet fully awakened into a demonic form, had reached its limit after being infused with the toxins of thousands of ants. He realized that escape was no longer an option. Yet, before facing his demise, he resolved to take this detestable ant king down with him. A low growl escaped Wolf's throat as the meager demonic energy within him expelled the wind blade. However, as the wind blade was unleashed, his body swayed slightly. Whoosh! The wind blade grazed past the blade, cleaving through a large tree not far behind her, which came crashing down, crushing numerous ants beneath its weight. Yet, the blade remained unmoved, observing him with cold indifference. After a brief, plaintive howl, Wolf collapsed to the ground, filled with ambition and defiance. The blade, however, prudently refrained from advancing immediately, instead commanding the specialized soldier ants to dismantle Wolf's flesh for transport back to the ant nest. Wolf's fur was remarkably resilient, akin to a layer of armor, which momentarily stymied the soldier ants' efforts. Nevertheless, the specialized soldier ants, with their more developed mandibles, managed to tear through the fur, exposing the flesh beneath. His flesh was equally tough, resembling drywood in its density. Fortunately, this degree of difficulty was no match for the soldier ants. Thus, they busied themselves once more. As expected, mere minutes later, the seemingly lifeless wolf suddenly raised his head, unleashing a surge of strength that eliminated several ants attempting to dismantle him. Ultimately, filled with anger and reluctance, he fell again before the blade. This time, he was truly dead. The blade, however, appeared to have anticipated this outcome. possessing the ability to sense the intensity of life forces. She had detected a faint breath lingering within Wolf when he first collapsed. She had surmised his intentions from the outset. Yet, knowing he sought to mount a final counterattack, she would not show him mercy. Thus, she allowed events to unfold, letting Wolf reap the consequences of his own actions. The soldier ant's laborious disassembly over several minutes left Wolf riddled with gaping wounds, further diminishing his life force. Unable to remain passive any longer, he had no choice but to leap back into the fray. Alas, despite his cunning, he could not vanquish the blade before meeting his end. Wolf and the flesh of many jungle wolves kept the blade occupied throughout the day, and only with the onset of night did she finally complete her task. When the blade returned to the ant nest with her bountiful harvest, the ant queen felt a complex swirl of emotions. Why had this creature, destined to bring disaster, perished instead? The ant queen could not comprehend it. Had her prophetic abilities failed her? To this, the blade replied, "Perhaps what you foresaw was a future we chose not to intervene in, while I seized the present." Chapter 84, The Half-Wolf Warrior Zone 7. In a clandestine biological research facility, a series of chambers adorned with transparent tempered glass housed figures clad in hospital garments, some reclining while others stood. A closer inspection would reveal that the majority were members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation who had recently survived the harrowing confrontation against werewolves in Peak Village. On that fateful day, they were rescued by the timely intervention of Sha Minghui and Sha Majuan. Yet instead of basking in a hero's welcome, they were met with a grim revelation. Those who had been captured by werewolves would inevitably transform into werewolves themselves. Thus, they were swiftly transported to a biological research institute under the jurisdiction of the Bureau. Subsequently, these individuals indeed began to exhibit signs of mutation. Dark fur sprouted across their bodies, elongated canines emerged within their mouths, and their fingernails hardened into sharp talons. Simultaneously, their heights underwent varying degrees of alteration. Among them, Captain Feng Hai experienced the most severe transformation, succumbing to his werewolf form that very night, devoid of reason, bloodthirsty, and exceedingly aggressive. Fortunately, the research facility had preemptively equipped itself with tempered glass. The following morning, the transformed Feng Hai was subjected to a series of studies. Through their research, they discovered that while werewolves are mythical beings, they nonetheless fall within the realm of biological entities. The transformation of werewolves stemmed from alterations at the genetic level. Although the aerospace and nuclear technologies of this world were rather rudimentary, decades of unwavering dedication to biological research had yielded remarkable advancements in this field. After considerable effort, the Biological Research Institute successfully identified a method to suppress the violent gene molecules within the werewolf DNA. Within the main laboratory, Feng Hai, now towering at 2 meters and 20 centimeters due to genetic mutation, was restrained and bound to an upright experimental table. The tightly secured straps clearly caused him considerable discomfort, and the werewolf Feng Hai struggled vehemently against his bonds. However, the restraints were specially designed, rendering his efforts futile. All he could do was snarl in frustration. "Feng Hai, can you hear me?" A researcher called out, stepping forward and loudly proclaiming his name. At the sound of his call, Feng Hai's previously frantic movements began to gradually subside. He tilted his head, seemingly straining to listen. "The gene suppressor is starting to take effect," one observing researcher remarked nervously. The gene suppressor was the latest innovation from their institute, designed to extract and specifically inhibit the negative fragments associated with violence and madness within the werewolf genes. However, this gene suppressor had previously only been applied to mutated creatures. This was its inaugural application on a human subject. The researchers present felt a palpable tension in the air. Feng Hai felt as though he were plummeting into a sea of blood, with blood surrounding him from all directions, above, below, before, and around him. Yet, amidst this chaos, a faint voice echoed in his ears. Feng Hai, who is calling me?" Feng Hai instinctively moved towards the sound of the calling. He slowly opened his eyes, which were clouded with a blood-red haze, severely obstructing his vision. Blinking vigorously, 2 streams of crimson trickled from the corners of his eyes, cascading down his cheeks. Only then did the world around him come into slightly clearer focus. He realized he was in a place resembling a laboratory, with his limbs tightly bound, and numerous researchers in white coats standing before him. Am I being treated as a mere laboratory rat? Memories surged through Feng Hai's mind. He recalled his wife and daughter, and the investigation team he led to the Peak Village to look into a violent incident, where they encountered a werewolf, a creature he had only seen in storybooks. That's right, I was scratched by the werewolf. I could become one. His thoughts began to crystallize. He attempted to speak, but it felt as though something was lodged in his throat, rendering him mute. At that moment, the researchers noticed his calmer demeanor. "Feng Hai, One of them stepped a bit closer, calling out to him. Feng Hai nodded. The researcher rejoiced. Wonderful. The gene inhibitor is effective. Splendid. The researchers behind him erupted in cheers. Hello, Feng Hai. We are going to test your vital signs to assess the inhibitor's effects, so you need to maintain this state. One researcher informed him. Feng Hai nodded again, feeling a surge of joy within him. He had initially thought he was doomed. He had witnessed the villagers transformed into werewolves. And that appearance was worse than death. Yet, unexpectedly, he still had a chance to regain his former self. At this moment, he felt immense gratitude towards the researchers. He was willing to cooperate with their studies, no matter the extent. Wan Qing, Xiaoqi, wait for me to come home. Feng Hai was filled with hope for the future. Days later, in an open space at the Joint Investigation Bureau Research Institute, various simple apparatuses were set up, and Feng Hai was moving back and forth among them. His stature remained tall, though not as towering as before, now approximately around 1.90 meters. Moreover, the hair on his hands and face had become less pronounced, replaced by a fine layer that was nearly imperceptible upon close inspection. This was the achievement of the Joint Investigation Bureau Research Institute. Through the continuous administration of gene inhibitors, combined with the headband designed to control brainwaves, it was possible to induce partial regression in the infected werewolves. Although a complete return to human status was unattainable, it did not significantly impede normal life. They decided to designate this condition as half-werewolf. Yet, this was not the most crucial aspect. The most significant revelation was that in this half-werewolf state, Feng Hai and others retained approximately 70% of the physical prowess characteristic of werewolves. Even this 70% surpassed the limits of human capability. With the emergence of these successful cases, the Joint Debugging Bureau's Research Institute is contemplating the development of a half-werewolf serum, potentially even one designed to enhance the abilities of half-werewolf warriors. In response to the increasingly bizarre global circumstances, as for the raw materials, they intend to extract them from the primordial werewolf. The corpse of the werewolf, Blood Moon, slain by Desert Gray, resides within their research facility. Prior to this, Feng Hai and his team must undergo a series of training and evaluations. After a few days, the basic assessments of the half-werewolf warriors were completed. They merely need to regularly administer gene suppressants, which should pose no significant issue. The electroencephalographic suppression headgear they wear allows them to liberate themselves into a complete werewolf state for 5 minutes when necessary. However, this state is perilous, thus necessitating the assistance of the electroencephalographic suppression headgear. Soon, they would embark on their inaugural mission. On the helicopter, the team leader inquired, "What is the objective of our mission this time?" "It seems to involve zombies." "A zombie?" exclaimed a female half-werewolf warrior in surprise. "Is it the kind of zombie from the movies? The sort that undergoes decomposition due to an overabundance of negative energy?" Feng Hai glanced at this attractive female half-werewolf warrior with a hint of exasperation and nodded. Their small team had been designated as the Wolf Warrior Special Operations Team, comprised entirely of half-werewolf warriors, totaling 7 members. Initially, the Joint Debugging Bureau's Research Institute had 10 half-werewolves. 7 were Feng Hai and his colleagues, while the remaining 3 included Li Qi, the affluent friend of Xia Mingwei, and 2 nurses who had been attacked by Li Qi in the hospital mortuary. 1 investigator, Li Qi, and 1 nurse did not survive. After administering the gene suppressant, their genes collapsed, leading to their demise. Thus, only these 7 remained. The female half-werewolf currently speaking, named Xuan Meng, was the nurse and the only non-investigator among the half-werewolf warriors. Despite her superhuman physical abilities and several days of training, she could not compare to those with formal training. Fortunately, her role within the team was that of a logistical medic, and Feng Hai had a high degree of tolerance for her. One of the half-werewolf warriors fidgeted with the lightweight armor adorning his body, twisting uncomfortably. "Captain Feng, must we operate while wearing this contraption?" Feng Hai shot him a glare and replied, "This is the latest lightweight exoskeleton armor from the Federation. Others would wish to wear it, but cannot. Do not take advantage of this situation. The so-called lightweight armor is a simplified version derived from the Federation's Landwalker armor. It only covers critical areas such as the legs, arms, and head, while the remaining parts utilize the standard tactical gear worn by soldiers. The protective efficacy is vastly inferior to that of the Landwalker armor. However, it does possess its advantages. It is as convenient to wear as tactical gear, and once familiarized, one can don the complete set of equipment within minutes. The production of high-yield tactical armor and auxiliary components can be executed separately before assembly. A military factory is capable of manufacturing thousands of units in a single day, which have now been distributed in large quantities to the FBI and military forces, completing over 50 deployments in just a few days. The lightweight armor, combined with the tactical gear, weighs approximately 25 kilograms, significantly lighter than the Landwalker armor. Although the power source has been reduced, the primary function of this lightweight armor is to enhance the wearer's mobility rather than rely entirely on mechanical self-propulsion, resulting in lower energy consumption and a longer operational duration compared to the Landwalker armor. To put it more vividly, the Landwalker armor is akin to a suit of armor. While the lightweight armor resembles clothing, the former emphasizes comprehensive protection, whereas the latter serves mainly as assistance. In summary, the emergence of this lightweight armor has substantially augmented the combat capabilities of ordinary soldiers and FBI agents, necessitating considerable resources. However, given the increasingly dire global situation, such measures are essential. According to FBI statistics, there have been 184 incidents of mutant creatures attacking humans in the past year, with 561 occurrences reported in just the last month. Among these, the most severe was the octopus shark incident 9 months ago, which marked a significant rise in the frequency of such events. Reports of human assaults by mutant creatures now arrive almost daily from around the globe. Moreover, if mutant creatures can be understood as a result of environmental pollution-induced evolution, the appearance of bizarre beings worldwide leaves them utterly perplexed. There are ethereal entities capable of invading human bodies and controlling their actions, inflicting wounds that lead to infection and transformation into werewolves. Additionally, there are giant forest wolves suspected of emitting energy attacks and mechanical beings that identify themselves as interstellar refugees. Clearly, these entities cannot be attributed to natural evolution through mutation. Even more alarming is the ever-growing height of the colossal peak, which is now immeasurable. However, if they are interested, Yuan could disclose the precise height, 283. With horns on its head, the colossal peak has been growing at a rate of 1 unit per day, and its apex has now reached the middle layer of the atmosphere, though it remains barren and devoid of anything. The Yuan Star Federation Council is profoundly apprehensive about this situation, deploying an entire army to guard the vicinity of the colossal peak and even evacuating many residents from the area. They have established a geological research institute and enlisted numerous experts in geology to investigate the changes occurring at the colossal peak. However, this supernatural force has evidently transcended the realm of science, at least beyond the comprehension of the current civilization of the Yuan Star. The helicopter gradually descended before a mountainous forest, and the expressions of the 7 individuals grew increasingly grave. The forest, rising to a mere height of approximately 300 meters, was the target of their mission. The incident originated 2 days prior when the local investigative bureau received a report of an attack by a humanoid mutant creature on a passerby. The local authorities took this matter with utmost seriousness and promptly dispatched investigators to the scene. However, the 3 investigators who ventured forth vanished without a trace. In a chilling final communication, one of them uttered the word zombie. Zombies? Such entities are indeed supernatural. Initially, the local bureau harbored doubts, leading them to dispatch a second team equipped with drones to search for the missing investigators. Ultimately, they did uncover a horde of zombies within a cave, lifeless, devoid of heartbeat or breath, with pallid visages, rigid bodies, and tattered garments. Their resemblance to cinematic zombies surpassed 95. The local bureau immediately reported these findings to the Central Investigation Authority, which subsequently dispatched the newly formed Wolf Warriors Special Operations Team. Employing werewolves against suspected zombies could be considered a supernatural confrontation of sorts, wouldn't it? The operational plan was delineated into 2 phases. The first involved sending the Wolf Warriors and the Extraordinary Person Special Operations Team deep into the cave to lure out the hidden zombies. The second phase entailed a bombardment of the forest to eradicate the zombies as thoroughly as possible. The helicopter landed in a temporary encampment at the foot of the mountain, where Feng Hai and his companions met their allies from the Extraordinary Person Special Operations Team. Chapter 86. Elimination of Zombies. The Extraordinary Person Special Operations Team consisted of 9 members, led by a robust and muscular man. Greetings, I am Ling Feng, the captain of the Extraordinary Person Special Operations Team. Hello, I am Feng Hai, the captain of the Wolf Warriors Special Operations Team. The two shook hands, pausing momentarily before releasing their grip. Feng Hai was inwardly astonished to discover that Ling Feng possessed greater strength than he himself did at present. It was noteworthy that, in terms of raw power, his metrics exceeded human limits. Perhaps only a true werewolf could surpass him. Yet now, he beheld a human exhibiting strength greater than his own. Could Ling Feng be something other than human? Feng Hai pondered, casting a more scrutinizing gaze upon Ling Feng. Ling Feng returned a warm smile before turning his attention to his own team members. Feng Hai followed suit, observing Ling Feng's comrades. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that the members of the Extraordinary Person's Special Operations Team appeared somewhat peculiar. One had ears noticeably larger than the average, not merely protruding, but significantly exaggerated. Another boasted arms that extended beyond the knees, while a strikingly tall female warrior seemed to possess an extraordinary height, suggesting that each individual bore some distinctive traits that set them apart from the ordinary. In comparison, Ling Feng, with his more pronounced muscular physique, appeared relatively normal as a captain. Could this be the origin of their special operations team's designation? Feng Hai hesitated to inquire about such matters, for his own unusual appearance was already a source of discomfort. Pressing further would be akin to rubbing salt into an open wound. After a brief introduction, the leaders of the two special operations teams dispersed to commence their respective missions. This operation was primarily spearheaded by the Wolf Warriors, with the others providing support. Thus, after inspecting and adjusting his equipment, Feng Hai sought permission to venture into the mountains. His request was swiftly approved. Accompanied by 6 members of the Wolf Warriors special operations team, Feng Hai entered the forest, their objective the cave harboring the zombies. This cave was reportedly a bomb shelter excavated by villagers during the Great Cataclysm. Amidst the turmoil of the Great Cataclysm, various old regimes blamed one another, leading to continuous conflict, eventually plunging into a period of anarchy. Consequently, many villages and towns undertook similar projects for self-preservation. Most of these structures were dismantled during post-disaster reconstruction, while a few remained intact. However, the zombies had now made this bomb shelter their stronghold, causing significant concern for the investigative agencies. If the zombies were outside, it would suffice to deploy drones for coordinate marking, followed by remote bombardment. Yet, according to local villagers, this bomb shelter had been modified from a natural cave, nestled deep within the mountain, reaching depths of approximately 40 meters, with numerous interconnected chambers. If the zombies chose to remain inside, it would be quite a challenge to deal with them swiftly. However, they could not be left unchecked. One could never predict when these creatures might emerge to inflict harm. With a decisive swing of his sharp combat knife, Feng Hai severed the branch obstructing their path. The soldiers beside him followed suit, clearing the way by chopping through the underbrush. Consulting the map, Feng Hai glanced toward a nearby depression and nodded. This must be the place. The half-werewolf warriors raised their weapons in readiness. After sending a message to the nearby others team, Feng Hai led the wolf warriors into the cave. Before long, the cave echoed with the sounds of intense gunfire. After engaging the zombies, Feng Hai realized they were not as fearsome as anticipated. Their movements were sluggish, reminiscent of elderly passengers on a bus. The real threat came from a few of the zombies with green, mold-like hair, the so-called green zombies. Their strength and speed were on an entirely different level compared to the ordinary zombies. Even the half-werewolf warriors found themselves overpowered by a green zombie's sudden assault. Fortunately, they maintained mutual support, and their lightweight armor provided decent protection, preventing any injuries from the zombies' grasp. Feng Hai chose not to linger in combat with the zombies within the cave. The members of the wolf warriors engaged in a tactical retreat, quickly making their way back to the cave entrance, where they encountered the supporting others team waiting outside. They coordinated with one another, attempting to lure the zombies down the mountain as much as possible. However, to their bewilderment, these zombies merely chased them to the cave's entrance, then ceased their advance. After issuing a few meaningless growls towards Feng Hai, Ling Feng, and the others, they retreated back into the cave. Why did they not emerge? Could it be that the cinematic portrayal of zombies fearing sunlight was indeed accurate? Feng Hai glanced up at the sun still hanging in the sky, contemplating this possibility. Initially, they had named these creatures zombies simply because they bore a resemblance to those depicted in films. Yet now, it was evident that the similarity was far more substantial. At that moment, Feng Hai felt a surge of relief. He had maintained vigilance while navigating the cave. Otherwise, he could not be certain whether those who had already been infected by the werewolf virus would be transformed into zombies. Would they become wolf-like zombies? Surely, such a condition could not be remedied by gene suppression agents. What should they do now? Ling Feng turned to Feng Hai, seeking his counsel, as this operation was primarily led by his wolf pack team. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Hai decided to report this intelligence. Before long, they received a response. Given the confirmation of the true nature of the zombies, they would adopt a different strategy. Shortly thereafter, a vehicle loaded with sandbags arrived at the base of the mountain. The members of the wolf pack team acted as human transport, carrying bag after bag of sand up the slope. In no time, a makeshift defensive line emerged at the cave's entrance. That night, all the zombies attempting to exit the cave were dispatched at the threshold. At first glance, these zombies appeared formidable to kill. Unlike typical zombies, a shot to the head would not suffice to eliminate them. Yet, they were not entirely insurmountable. If they could not be killed, they could be burned. Consequently, kinetic weaponry was employed to target their limbs, immobilizing them, followed by dousing them in gasoline before igniting the flames. At temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, even steel would melt, let alone these fleshly zombies. When the sun rose the following day, a peculiar odor enveloped the area surrounding the zombie cave. It bore resemblance to rotting flesh, yet was also charred. In any case, it was utterly repulsive. The half-werewolf warriors, whose enhanced olfactory senses had become quite acute, all retched before donning gas masks to alleviate their discomfort. Thus, what had originally been planned as a large-scale artillery operation was resolved with remarkable efficiency and minimal cost upon discovering the enemy's true nature. This marked the first appearance of the half-werewolf warriors and the so-called others. Chapter 87. The so-called others. Yuan observed the operations here with great interest. Possessing a godlike perspective, he discerned the true nature of these so-called others. In fact, these others were merely mutated humans, products of species evolution. This species evolution process was comprehensive, effectively accelerating the fusion rate of new genes within organisms, compressing what would typically require thousands or even tens of thousands of years of evolutionary progression into mere days or months. As a faction that controlled an entire civilization, the Yuan Star Federation had naturally recognized this phenomenon. Thus, they consciously gathered all these individuals together. After approximately 6 months of research, analysis, and training, they ultimately selected a few outstanding performers to form this special task force of extraordinary individuals. Among them, the imposing Captain Ling Feng is a mutant endowed with remarkable muscular capabilities. Muscles encompass the entirety of bodily muscular tissue and subcutaneous fat, with the human body comprising over 600 muscles of varying sizes and types. These muscles are intricately bound by resilient muscle fibers. The augmentation of muscular strength relies on scientifically structured training under specific loads, utilizing exercise to enhance muscle fiber strength, ultimately achieving desired fitness outcomes. However, human stamina is finite, making it impossible to engage in comprehensive training for every muscle group. Consequently, practitioners of physical sports typically opt for selective training targeting specific muscle groups. Thus, one may observe that weightlifters often possess exceptionally developed upper bodies, while ball sports athletes exhibit comparatively stronger lower limbs, and boxers tend to display a more balanced physique. Yet, Ling Feng stands apart. His muscles possess an extraordinary recovery capability, allowing him to relentlessly train any muscle group without the apprehension of overexertion or injury. Ling Feng is, in fact, a soldier and was identified as an extraordinary individual at an early stage. After 6 months of intense training through various methods, he successfully transcended the limits of human potential. He recorded an astonishing force of 927 kilograms on the strength testing apparatus. However, due to the bespoke training regimen designed for him, his immense power did not compromise his bodily coordination or agility. He embodies a formidable force in a multifaceted form. In truth, even a half-werewolf like Feng Hai would likely find himself outmatched by Ling Feng, let alone a true werewolf. Perhaps only the higher-tier werewolves spoken of by Blood Moon could contend with him. As for the other members of the special task force, one individual with notably large ears possesses extraordinary auditory capabilities, able to detect frequencies up to approximately 50,000 Hz, more than 6 times that of an average person. A peculiar organ within his ears allows him to process sounds gathered by his large ears, transmitting vibrations through the ear canal to the eardrum, then to the tiny bones of the middle ear, and finally to the lymphatic fluid of the inner ear, with auditory nerves relaying signals to the brain. This enables him to discern exceptionally subtle or high-frequency ultrasonic waves with his bare ears. However, this gift also complicates his daily life, necessitating the use of a hearing aid to filter out unnecessary noise. Another member, endowed with elongated arms, is a powerful strongman with exceptionally developed upper body strength. A tall, leggy beauty boasts remarkably advanced lower limbs. Having reached a degree of mutation, she was originally a sprint champion, and her transformation propelled her to shatter world records, achieving speeds nearly unattainable by ordinary individuals. In essence, the Special Task Force of Extraordinary Individuals is a unique team composed of humans who have undergone beneficial mutations. While their average combat prowess may not surpass that of the Wolf Warriors Special Operations Team, it is akin to the essence of special forces. The individual combat abilities of these operatives need not be exceptionally high, yet they all possess unique talents that justify the designation of special. Beyond those within the Extraordinary Person's Special Operations Team, there exist numerous individuals with physical mutations in a clandestine training camp of the Federation. Many of these anomalies are rather intriguing. Some can ignite flames, manipulate water, or possess skin that has become remarkably tough. However, without exception, these abilities are rather feeble. The individual capable of igniting flames can only manage to light a cigarette or a small firecracker, and he must wear insulated clothing to prevent spontaneous combustion from endangering his life. The one who can manipulate water does so sluggishly. The water lacks the ability to take shape, let alone be lifted into the air. The individual with hardened skin finds that its toughness is comparable to untreated leather, insufficient to stop bullets or even deflect sharp blades. This starkly contrasts with the extraordinary powers often depicted in novels. Yuan speculates that this may stem from insufficient evolutionary strength. The effect of species evolution merely accelerates the evolutionary process but does not elevate the evolutionary ceiling. Assuming the mutation degree of pure humans is 1, given that modern genetically modified foods render our bodies somewhat impure, to achieve extraordinary abilities, one's mutation degree must reach at least 10. Presently, their actual mutation degree may only be 5. Species evolution merely shortens the duration of their transformation from 1 to 5, but fails to elevate them from 5 to 10, as it is merely a minor enhancement. Nevertheless, recognizing their ambition, Yuan is inclined to stoke their flames of progress and lend his support, for their strengthening inherently benefits him. Moreover, the option he selected for them is quite affordable. Spirit Realm Trial Ground Level 13. Spring Platform Buried Jade Tree, Spirit Realm by Cianine. Upon installation, gain access to Spirit Realm Trial Ground 1. Price, 50 source points. Note, this requires selecting a specific location as a vessel. This is a brief description of Yuan's chosen option, followed by further details. Spirit Realm Trial Ground Level 13. Description. This is a special zone independent of the real space, accessible only through specific means. Function. The Spirit Realm Trial Ground will automatically generate illusory copies, through which the trial taker will receive rewards that correspond to their performance. The higher the level, the better the rewards. Function. The Spirit Realm Trial Ground will automatically draw upon the dissipated soul power of deceased beings, as well as a portion of the soul power consumed by trial takers, to store energy. This energy is primarily used to maintain the operation of the trial ground and to generate rewards. Current energy reserve, 100. It is recommended to initiate Spirit Realm Trial Ground Level 1. This option is quite costly. Arguably the most expensive installation Yuan has undertaken thus far. The original prices of the Heroes Arise module and the Technological Leap module are comparable, yet he acquired both at a discount. However, Yuan found the functionality quite commendable. Moreover, after 3 months, the progress of the Radiation Sea cleanup had further advanced, which consequently increased his reserve of source points. Thus, he possessed the capability to purchase it. Chapter 88. Spirit Realm Trial Ground. Upon acquiring the Spirit Realm Trial Ground Level 13, Yuan contemplated for a moment and decided to install it upon his horn. This decision stemmed from 2 primary reasons. Firstly, the Spirit Realm Trial Ground necessitated the absorption of soul power from around the globe. Secondly, it was required to accommodate trial participants from all corners of the world. The height of this horn had now reached 283, continually growing each day. Throughout the entirety of the planet, no other location was more suitable for erecting an antenna. Although the Spirit Realm Trial Ground exists independently of the physical realm, resembling a form of subdimensional space, it is nonetheless interconnected with reality, necessitating ample space for its operation. This is akin to a hard drive within a computer. Despite the virtual nature of the network, it requires a physical space to function. Therefore, the installation guidelines for the Spirit Realm Trial Ground stipulated that each level must designate a specific range. This range directly influences the size and the number of illusory copies generated by the trial ground. Considering that this entity boasts 13 levels, it is conceivable that there could be further tiers, 46, 79, or even 1012 levels. Consequently, Yuan resolved to affix it to the peak of the giant god mountain. The first level would encompass the altitude of 0, 100, the second level 100 to 200, and the third level 200 to 300. Should higher tiers materialize in the future, they could simply be stacked on top. Given the substantial elevation of the giant god mountain, which stands at a minimum of 1,000, it would sufficiently accommodate 10 levels of the trial ground. As for additional heights, Yuan could not afford them at present and would address that later. The 13th level alone required 50 source points, and he couldn't locate the 46th level in the store, indicating it was at least tier 3. Thus, it could be deduced that levels exceeding 10 might very well be of tier 5, which would demand a 5-figure sum of source points. Was this something he could presently fathom? The installation of the Spirit Realm Trial Ground was devoid of any significant commotion, nor was there an extended installation procedure. Once Yuan clicked confirm and selected the installation area, it was automatically completed. Subsequently, he enlisted Tang, who was currently distributing educational videos to a few otaku, to assume the role of guiding individuals into the trial ground. This fellow had become so addicted to being called father that he had forsaken his duties to instead engage in various online escapades. Among the 5 heroes selected by the Hero Emergence module, he was the most absurd. Yuan deemed it necessary to instill some discipline in him, lest he be led astray by the antics of foolish netizens. Furthermore, with his presence entrenched within the global network, it was evident that he was the most suitable candidate for this guiding role, while Yuan himself undoubtedly had a broader reach. Being able to access areas devoid of network coverage, including the moon, why should he exert himself when he could delegate the task to another? Yuan expressed his curiosity about the observation diary. Consequently, he shared his concept for the spiritual realm trial grounds with Tang, leveraging his formidable information processing capabilities. Tang swiftly devised several suitable replicas for the initial trial stage and submitted the proposal. After reviewing it, Yuan conveyed his satisfaction and promptly instructed Tang to select a few fortunate individuals to immerse in the experience. Recently, Jiang Rin had been beset by troubles. Once a university student and the president of the martial arts club, he was a figure of prominence on campus. However, one fateful night a few months prior, while he was watching television with his girlfriend in their rented apartment near the university, flames unexpectedly erupted from his body. His clothes, the sofa, and nearly his girlfriend were engulfed in fire. She immediately took him to the hospital for examination, yet the doctors could not ascertain the cause. This phenomenon was distinct from the documented cases of spontaneous human combustion, which typically only resulted in the individual being burned without affecting surrounding objects. In contrast, the flames emanating from him were of such intensity that they not only scorched him, but also ignited nearby items. The following day, individuals claiming to be from the Federal Bureau of Investigation took him away. Subsequently, he spent over half a year collaborating with researchers at a clandestine facility. They labeled his condition as a genetic mutation. Within that institute, he encountered many others who had also undergone bodily transformations. Yet the majority of their abilities proved to be rather inconsequential. Initially, they all held grand expectations, envisioning themselves as superhumans akin to those in novels, empowered, capable of summoning storms and wielding extraordinary strength. However, after extensive research and training, Jiang Rin, like many others, discovered that their abilities were limited and unremarkable despite their efforts. His only notable achievement was the ability to effectively control his incendiary condition when donning the flame-retardant suit provided by the facility. As there was little potential for further development of their abilities, the research reached its conclusion. The authorities were not inclined to eliminate them, but opted instead to release them after signing non-disclosure agreements, allowing them to return to their previous lives. Yet, upon his return to campus, Jiang Rin found that his girlfriend had unilaterally ended their relationship and had moved on to someone new. The club had appointed a new president, and former friends, once enthusiastic, now distanced themselves from him, perceiving him as an outcast. His former life had irrevocably changed. Isolated in his rented apartment, Jiang Rin sipped on soda. He abstained from alcohol, as its consumption heightened the risk of spontaneous combustion. On his computer screen, the game Free City was displayed. It seemed that finding amusement online was his only remaining refuge. At that moment, the screen suddenly went dark. What was happening? Had the computer malfunctioned? Jiang Rin reached out and tapped the CPU case. To his astonishment, after a strange yet effective tap, the screen flickered back to life. A grin spread across Jiang Rin's face. However, instead of the game visuals of Free City appearing on the screen, a few words gradually materialized. Do you seek to comprehend the meaning of life? Do you truly wish to live? I really do. Jiang Rin wondered. Am I infected with a virus? He couldn't help but recall the recent online rumors about a figure known as the god of the internet, a formidable hacker said to possess near-omnipotent abilities. It was claimed that if one created a blank document on their computer and expressed their desires, the corresponding film would soon manifest on their screen. Some asserted that this deity had infiltrated the computers of everyone, while others dismissed such notions as absurd. Who could possibly hack into every computer in the world? It was merely a case of survivor bias. After a moment of chaotic thoughts, Jiang Rin initially intended to shut down his computer and disconnect the power. However, just before pressing the shutdown button, he inexplicably glanced at the screen once more, then grasped the mouse and cursorily clicked on the enticing prompt. With a zap, an electric current surged from the mouse, plunging Jiang Rin into darkness as he collapsed before his computer. What the hell? Chapter 89. The New Age of Dinosaurs. How could there be a virus that directly attacks people? Jiang Rin cursed as he sat up, quickly realizing something was amiss. Where am I? He rubbed his eyes in confusion and surveyed his surroundings, which only deepened his bewilderment. The computer was gone, and so was his room. He found himself in a cramped little chamber with a small box on his right side, the corner of a tissue peeking out from beneath it. And beneath him was a peculiar object resembling a chair, one with a circular edge and an empty center. Am I in a restroom? Jiang Rin's expression turned vacant. Was someone so malicious as to place him in a restroom while he was unconscious? Just then, word slowly appeared on the restroom door. Congratulations. You have qualified for the Spirit Realm trial. You have been assigned a temporary number, 007. Upon successful completion of the trial, you will obtain formal qualification. Trial scene. The New Age of Dinosaurs 1993, normal difficulty, number of participants, 1 trial difficulty, time limit, 6 hours. Trial task 1, eliminate 5 or more dinosaur poachers. Trial task 2, defeat the leader of the dinosaur poachers in the Ocean City Block 47, Tezon. Trial task 3, rescue dinosaurs captured by poachers. Basic trial reward, gene fixation agent, a serum for solidifying human genes. Advanced trial reward, gene evolution agent, a serum that enables beneficial evolution of your genes. Note, successfully completing at least 2 trial tasks is considered a success, granting trial rewards. Completing all tasks grants advanced trial rewards. Gene fixation agent, gene evolution agent. Jiang Ren's eyes widened in astonishment. This was precisely what he had longed for. If he could acquire the gene stabilizer, he would no longer need to navigate life with trepidation. He could revert to being an ordinary person. Moreover, if he were to obtain the gene evolver, he would ascend to the status of a true extraordinary being, wielding formidable pyrokinesis. Jiang Ren's heart began to race with fervor. Even if this were merely a dream, he yearned for it to persist. As the first segment of text gradually faded, a second passage materialized upon the door panel. Now, you may select one of the following 4 characters to embody, thereby gaining half of their attributes. Character 1, Jack Trick. Character 2, Hannah Dundee. Character 3, Mustafa Cairo. Character 4, Max Bradave. Who are these individuals? Jiang Ren scrutinized the 4 names, accompanied by images beneath each. The first, Jack, was a man clad in a white top and blue trousers. The second, Hannah, was a woman in a red top and white pants. Mustafa, the third, donned a yellow hat, paired with a green top and yellow trousers. The fourth, Max, appeared to be a muscular athlete, his upper body notably developed, reminiscent of a strongman. After considering each option, he ultimately chose Mustafa. The reason was simple. This brawny figure exuded a certain charisma, and his physique bore a resemblance to the martial arts Jiang practiced, likely reflecting a focus on leg techniques. Upon confirming his choice, the identity information of Mustafa Cairo flooded into Jiang Ren's consciousness. Mustafa Cairo, height, 198 centimeters, weight, 68 kilograms, occupation, engineer, nickname, Yellow Hat. He is a close friend of Jack, an agile warrior skilled in leg techniques, signature move, rolling kick. Subsequently, the information regarding the other 3 individuals vanished, leaving only the image of Yellow Hat, which expanded until it abruptly surged into Jiang Ren's body. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he once again lost consciousness. Oh, this time it was not merely fainting. It was the true commencement of the game. Before him, a cutscene unfolded, likely depicting the backdrop of this world. Due to global warming and rising sea levels, humanity was forced to seek refuge in deep underground shelters for survival. It was not until the 26th century that the planet gradually returned to a habitable state, allowing humanity to emerge once more. However, upon resurfacing, they discovered that the land had been claimed by dinosaurs. The emergence of these prehistoric creatures ushered humanity into a new evolutionary path. Scientists combined human and dinosaur genes to create a unique dinosaur serum. Those who injected this serum experienced significant enhancements, their physical abilities rivaling those of dinosaurs. This marked an era where humans coexisted with dinosaurs, a new age of dinosaurs. Consequently, public opinion on dinosaurs diverged into 2 factions. One group, the coexistence advocates, believed that humans could live in harmony with dinosaurs, while the other faction, the dragon slayers, reveled in hunting and capturing these creatures for profit. Dingling. The phone rang, and Jiang Ren was startled to discover that he possessed an old-fashioned telephone. Hey, my friend. Where are you? A voice resonated from the other end of the line as Jiang Ren paused momentarily, recognizing it as Jack's voice. Recently, there had been a sudden surge in poaching activities targeting dinosaurs. Jack had received credible intelligence indicating that the mad scientist, Fizenden, was employing genetic engineering to study dinosaurs in a bid to acquire the power to dominate the world. Consequently, he had issued bounties on these dinosaurs to the poachers. Jack and Hannah intended to confront the poaching leader, Taeyeon, in the maritime city to uncover the truth behind this matter. They sought out Mustafa, who was presently Jiang Ren. Jack's call was to inquire about Jiang Ren's whereabouts, as they were preparing to take action and wanted him to hurry to the assembly point. Relying on his memory, Jiang Ren informed Jack that he would arrive shortly before ending the call. It was then that he became acutely aware of the changes in his physique. He had become more robust than ever, his strength multiplied threefold. Astonishingly, this was merely the result of acquiring half of the attribute enhancements. Jiang Ren reveled in the sensation of newfound power coursing through him. If he possessed such strength in the real world, he could even participate in boxing matches. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at his destination, a vast automobile repair shop, a venture owned by Jack. Upon humanity's return to the land, they discovered that the world's ecology had undergone substantial transformation due to the floods, rendering the wilderness exceedingly perilous. Consequently, some cities that had emerged from the floods were repurposed into strongholds for exploration. Over time, this led to the establishment of a colossal maritime city known as the Maritime City. Jack was one of the many pioneers who, leveraging his mechanical repair skills and background as an agronomist, rapidly amassed resources to construct this expansive repair shop. Specializing in the restoration of fuel vehicles excavated from underground warehouses dating back centuries. The shop's signature Cadillac had become a coveted object among the affluent of the new era. "Hey, Mustafa, you finally made it. Come inside." At the entrance of the repair shop, a strikingly attractive woman waved at Jiang Ren. He instantly recognized her as Hannah Dandy, the sole female character among the 4 options he had considered during his initial selection, and also Jack's girlfriend, a diplomat and adventurer. Upon seeing her, Jiang Ren whimsically pondered what might have transpired had he chosen Hannah as his character. Suddenly, a shiver ran down Jiang Ren's spine. Under Hannah's guidance, he entered the office of the repair shop to find Jack clad in a suit. Hannah poured a cup of coffee for Jiang Ren, and the 3 of them took their seats. Jack retrieved a map, marking a circle on it. Reliable sources indicate that Taeyeon has just returned from outside and is currently in the 47th district of the Maritime City. This is a prime opportunity. We should set off immediately. What about mice? Jiang Ren expressed his agreement with Jack's swift decision, as his own mission was constrained to a mere 6 hours. Having spent an hour traveling here, he now had less than 5 hours remaining. However, he recalled that there were originally 4 initial characters, and now, counting himself, there were only 3 remaining, with 1 absent. More individuals, more strength, after all. Jack remarked, "Mice is still on the way. We cannot wait for him any longer." This time, Tae-shun has captured numerous dinosaurs and may leave at any moment, releasing them. Jiang Ren nodded and rose to his feet. "Then let us set off immediately." Agreed. Jack and Hannah also stood up. Jack swiftly drove out a 4-seater Cadillac convertible from the garage. Initially, upon seeing the firearms hanging in Jack's office, Jiang Ren had suggested bringing a gun, considering there were merely 3 individuals challenging an entire poaching gang. However, Jack informed him that firearms were strictly prohibited within the confines of Ocean City. If they were to draw their weapons first, not only would it provoke Tae-shun and his subordinates to arm themselves, but it would also attract the attention of the Ocean City Management Association. Consequently, the situation would only become increasingly difficult to control. With that, Jiang Ren reconsidered his stance. From this brief exchange, he gleaned that this fellow named Jack was indeed a cautious individual. Seated in the back, Jiang Ren watched in astonishment as Jack drove the Cadillac recklessly into Block 47. As soon as the car came to a halt, he leapt from the driver's seat and bellowed, "You scoundrels who steal dinosaurs, perish." With that, he swung his robust arms, sending 3 approaching poachers flying. Jiang Ren turned to Hannah and asked, "Has he always been this brave?" Hannah smiled sweetly, tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear. "We should join in." With that, she executed a flip and jumped out of the passenger seat, kicking a knife-wielding thug several meters away. Truly, a formidable duo. Jiang Ren hurriedly opened the car door and stepped out. Though he possessed the physical prowess of the yellow hat, he lacked the combat experience, thus could not perform such flashy maneuvers. Most people understand the principle of picking soft fruit. The same applied here. As Jack and Hannah exhibited their extraordinary might, 2 thugs quickly turned their attention to Jiang Ren, who appeared easier to overpower. Initially anxious, Jiang Ren had participated in some martial arts competitions in the past, but facing these fierce, knife-wielding ruffians was a first. Yet, perhaps it was his robust physique that instilled confidence within him. After a brief moment of panic, as the 2 thugs approached, he surprisingly calmed down and even initiated an attack on one of them. This thug was unarmed, and in Jiang Ren's eyes, he appeared to be an easy target. With a swift kick, he struck the thug in the abdomen, sending him sprawling several meters away. It was then that Jiang Ren realized that although his mind lacked the combat experience of the Yellow Hat, that very experience had seamlessly integrated into his body. Whenever he intended to execute a move, his body would instinctively respond. Discovering this made Jiang Ren immensely delighted. He swiftly charged at the 2 henchmen. And under the formidable combat prowess of the man in the yellow hat, the henchmen were soon dispatched. Kill count of dinosaur poachers, 1. Kill count of dinosaur poachers. 2. The sounds echoed in Jiang Ren's ears, filling him with great exhilaration. It seemed that the difficulty of the first trial task was not as formidable as he had anticipated. What is that on the ground? Jiang Ren bent down to pick up a box of shimmering gum. Gum, pack of 4, each piece restores 4 health points within 10 seconds upon consumption. Note: weapons and items acquired within the scene can only be utilized in the current trial setting. A restorative item? Jiang Ren's eyes lit up as he pocketed the gum. Although he couldn't see a health bar, he had realized from the moment he entered that he was likely in a game-like scenario. The significance of restorative items was self-evident. Just as Jiang Ren eliminated the 2 henchmen, he noticed that Jack and Hannah were already wreaking havoc on the other side. With over 10 henchmen's corpses strewn across the ground, Jiang Ren hurried to catch up. He was no longer concerned about being unable to defeat the dinosaur poachers. Rather, he worried they might finish off all the poachers before he could join the fray. "Wait for me," Jiang Ren shouted, racing forward to take over a bloodied henchman who had been kicked by Hannah. Bang! Jiang Ren delivered a powerful punch, causing the henchman to cry out in agony as he collapsed to the ground. Just as the henchman attempted to rise, Jiang Ren advanced, unleashing a flurry of combination punches that rendered him lifeless. Kill count of dinosaur poachers. 3. Soon, they entered a place resembling a factory. Upon stepping through the door, they found several individuals awaiting them. There were thugs hunched over, wielding a pair of daggers, as well as lanky ruffians clad in jackets. These individuals appeared far more perilous than those outside. They exuded a strange and menacing aura. Jack stood boldly at the entrance, confronting the thugs, and bellowed, "Tell me, where's Yuan?" Hannah quietly warned Jiang Ren, "Be cautious, they are all serum-evolved beings." Jiang Ren's heart sank. Serum-evolved beings were those who had undergone enhancement with dinosaur serum. No wonder they emanated such a fierce aura. Among them, a tall, shell-clad man flashed a sinister smile. "Looking for our boss. Do you think you're worthy? We'll fight until you can't anymore." Jack roared back, leaping into the air to kick away a dagger that was hurled at him, then landing amidst the throng of enemies, executing a spinning punch. Bang, bang, bang. Several elite minions were sent staggering back several steps. Chapter 91, Triceratops Serum Enhancer. This demonstrated the distinction between these elite minions and the common thugs outside. The same spinning punch that had obliterated the common thugs barely phased the elite ones. They still retained their fighting capacity. Hannah began to jog, rushing in to support her boyfriend. The 2 individuals quickly became embroiled in a fierce battle with the elite minions. At that moment, one of the minions approached Jiang Ren, and they soon engaged in combat. Although this elite minion was among the finest hunters, it was evident that it did not possess particularly advanced dinosaur genes. Huang Mao himself was likely an enhancer of some dinosaur serum, while Jiang Ren had only inherited half of his physical prowess as the president of the fighting society. He maintained a regular exercise regimen. Altogether, he boasted approximately 70% of Huang Mao's physical capabilities. In comparison, Jiang Ren gained the upper hand. After a series of exchanges, he gradually familiarized himself with the combat patterns and seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful knee strike, sending the elite minion flying, ultimately finishing it off. Unfortunately, nothing dropped. It was unclear whether the game's drop rate was low or if he had simply defeated too few monsters. Suddenly, the ground trembled with a resounding roar. In an instant, a wall was shattered, and a formidable figure charged towards Jiang Ren. Stunned, Jiang Ren found himself airborne, propelled several meters away by the impact. "Mustafa!" Jack exclaimed in alarm, quickly unleashing a series of punches in an attempt to disentangle himself from the elite minion and rush to the rescue. However, the elite minions, exhibiting a degree of autonomy, cunningly conspired to keep Jack and Hannah occupied, intent on eliminating Jiang Ren first. Jiang Ren felt as if he had been struck by a massive truck. Overwhelmed by the sensation that his bones had shattered, struggling to lift his head, he beheld a colossal figure standing nearby, towering at 18 meters with a waist of the same measurement. Triceratops Serum Enhancer, the system acknowledged its strength, thoughtfully providing Jiang Ren with some information about it. A Triceratops? No wonder it was so ferocious. Jiang Ren chuckled bitterly. The Triceratops was known for its charge. He recalled having played a dinosaur taming game, where the Triceratops' special ability involved gathering momentum and charging forward. The hefty man approached Jiang Ren with a sinister grin. His movements seemed rather sluggish, and his intellect appeared lacking. Observing the hefty man's actions, Jiang Ren attempted to regain control of his body. Considering the gene stabilizer and gene evolution agent, he resolutely refused to surrender. He discovered that his injuries were not as severe as he had imagined. He merely felt intense pain, yet his body remained remarkably resilient, with a tolerance far exceeding his expectations. Soon, Jiang Ren managed to flip himself upright. Rather than recklessly attacking the hefty man, He retrieved a piece of chewing gum from his pocket and consumed it. The wondrous gum, as he chewed, generated waves of warmth that surged through his body, aiding in the restoration of his injuries. At that moment, the hefty man let out a thunderous roar, arms outstretched, and accelerated towards Jiang Ren. It was not a charge. Jiang Ren swiftly sidestepped. The ground shook violently. The portly man crashed into the wall behind him, creating a sizable hole that caused Jiang Ren's eyelids to twitch. Is he from the demolition office? Unfazed, the stout man rose from the rubble and turned a stride toward Jiang Ren once more. Thus, Jiang Ren bided his time, chewing 3 pieces of gum in succession. And after restoring 12 health points, he felt considerably better. He had also gained a clearer understanding of the stout man's defenses. This fellow had crashed into a wall and 2 pillars, yet appeared to be unscathed. Perhaps a true triceratops would not differ much from him. However, he discerned several shortcomings of the stout man, such as a lack of intelligence and insufficient agility. While his brute strength allowed for reckless charges, he was unable to navigate turns. Therefore, if he could anticipate the moment of his charge, there was indeed a chance to defeat him. As the stout man charged once more, Jiang Ren stealthily positioned himself in front of a wall, beside which lay a suit of ancient general's armor. An idea sparked in Jiang Ren's mind. He discovered that the armor held a spiked mace. Upon retrieving the mace, he realized it weighed at least 10 kilograms. Was this truly meant for human use? Nonetheless, for Jiang Ren in his current predicament, it was a delightful surprise. With a roar, the stout man unleashed his signature move. Berserk charge. Jiang Ren seized the opportunity and leapt aside. Boom. As expected, the stout man crashed into the wall next to him. In that instant, Jiang Ren pushed the heavy armor onto the stout man, causing him to stagger slightly, still dazed from his previous impact. Seizing the moment, Jiang Ren raised the spiked mace and struck down upon the back of the stout man's head with all his might. A howl escaped the stout man's lips as his body collapsed amidst the rubble. Regrettably, his height and girth rendered it difficult to distinguish whether he was standing or prone. Jiang Ren, however, had no time to ponder this. He wielded the mace, delivering blow after blow until, with a crack, the mace broke at the handle. Breathless, he discarded the remaining fragment of the handle onto the ground. Suddenly, the stout man's body stirred, sending a cloud of dust swirling from the debris. Jiang Ren instinctively leaped back. At that moment, the notification appeared. You have slain a dinosaur poacher. Current kill count: 5. You have completed trial task 1. Continuing to slay dinosaur poachers will grant additional point rewards. Jiang Ren finally exhaled in relief, kicked the stout man's corpse, and mockingly exclaimed, "You're dead. Yet still trying to scare me with a resurrection. Oh, what is this?" A glowing hamburger surfaced atop the stout man's body. Hamburger restores 48 health points when consumed within 10 seconds. Jiang Ren's eyes brightened. This was a valuable item that could restore half his health. He tucked the hamburger into his pocket and pulled out his last piece of gum to chew. At this moment, Jack and Hannah had also dealt with the enemies around them and approached Jiang Ren. After glancing at the corpse of the hefty man, Jack gestured towards the other side of the room, stating, "I have gleaned the whereabouts of Tez Hun from those ruffians. Are you still able to fight?" Jiang Ren nodded. His confidence had surged after the battle with the hefty man, and he was now eager to confront the final challenge. Chapter 92. Tez Hun. Hannah tossed 2 chocolate bars to Jiang Ren, remarking that they could restore some stamina. She also handed 2 to Jack. Upon receiving them, Jiang Ren immediately heard a notification: chocolate. Consuming it restores 16 health points within 10 seconds. After devouring both chocolate bars, he felt that all the injuries sustained in the previous battle had miraculously healed. This extraordinary occurrence clearly defied logic. However, observing Hannah and Jack's nonchalant demeanor, he sensed that they were unfazed by such anomalies. During their brief respite, Hannah and Jack shared the intelligence they had gathered regarding Tez Hun. Tez Hun was the notorious leader of poachers in Community 47, suspected of being an enhancer of the Velociraptor serum. He was tall yet agile, proficient in close-quarter combat and marksmanship, and possessed extensive combat experience, making him a formidable adversary. Notably, he had a signature move that could pierce through a person's chest and extract the heart. Even some fellow serum enhancers had fallen victim to this technique. The underworld referred to this move as Black Tiger Heart Extraction. It was precisely this ability that led many to believe he was a Velociraptor serum enhancer, as the Velociraptor is renowned for its sickle-shaped second toe capable of shredding the skin of its prey. Moreover, the Velociraptor epitomizes a blend of strength and agility, characteristics that closely mirror those of Tez Hun. Jiang Ren meticulously noted down this information, considering it a valuable asset for players within the game. Once the trio had finished the chocolate and taken a moment to recuperate, they prepared to set forth in search of the infamous Tez Hun. Before departing, Recalling the exhilarating sensation of smashing the hefty man with a spiked hammer, Jiang Rin picked up a baseball bat from the ground. Although it lacked the intimidation factor of the spiked hammer, it was certainly better than facing their foes empty-handed. The three of them arrived at the end of the room, where they discovered an elevator. Ascending to the rooftop, they found that Tezhan was on the opposite building's rooftop. According to the intelligence Jack had extracted from Teshan's subordinates, Tezhan had already contacted a buyer, and they had agreed to conduct their transaction on the rooftop of the adjacent building, likely using a helicopter to transport the dinosaur. Consequently, that building housed a significant number of Teshan's henchmen. If they intended to infiltrate from that side, it would require considerable effort. Thus, Jack resolved to take a shortcut. With a mighty shout, he delivered a powerful kick, shattering the glass before him, and leaped out into the air. Hannah followed closely behind. As Jiang Ren stepped forward to assess the situation, his vision momentarily darkened. The so-called shortcut entailed leaping from their building to the rooftop of the one across. This truly is a whimsical scenario where Bulbasaur has indulged in a crispy snack and found itself within the enchanting realm of Mickey Mouse. Fortunately, my building stands approximately 1.5 stories taller than the one across the way, with a mere 3 meters separating the two structures. Jiang Ren gritted his teeth, mentally preparing himself. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted behind him. He turned to behold a bulldozer, emblazoned with the emblem of a corpulent figure, barreling towards him. Forget the mental preparation. Jiang Ren cursed under his breath and leaped out of the way. Almost instantaneously, a shattering cacophony of glass echoed behind him. Without needing to look, he knew it was the work of the hefty intruder. As Jiang Ren landed on the ground of the opposing building, Hannah lent him a helping hand, cautioning him to remain wary of the heavy-set assailant. At that moment, he witnessed the rotund figure being seized by Jack, who hurled him to the ground with tremendous force, causing the very floor to tremble. Following this, Jack delivered a powerful kick, sending the hefty figure tumbling off the rooftop. A distant wail echoed from below. A lament of the fallen. What did you say? Jack turned to Jiang Ren. Nothing at all, Jiang Ren replied. At the edge of the rooftop, a towering man strode forward, gripping a velociraptor by its slender throat. Ah, so that is why it has been so lively here. A few pests have arrived. He scoffed. Teshuan, the shameless poacher of dinosaurs, surrender at once. Jack boldly proclaimed, issuing a call to battle. A bunch of worthless fools, unable to even restrain 3 mere pests. Teshuan's expression darkened. Suddenly, he grasped the velociraptor's delicate throat and produced a syringe from seemingly nowhere, injecting a substance into the creature. This is bad. That's a rage serum. We must stop him. As an adventurer who had long battled such nefarious foes, Hannah instantly recognized Teshuan's malicious intent. Though Jack and Jiang Ren were perplexed, they discerned that it was something ominous and rushed forward alongside Hannah. However, they were too late. Upon their arrival, the serum had already coursed through the velociraptor's body, transforming its once verdant skin into a fiery crimson. Its eyes blazed with furious flames. Haha, go my precious. Teshuan cackled wickedly, flinging the velociraptor towards Jiang Ren and his companions. Dodge! Jack shouted, leaping aside. The velociraptor crashed to the ground but quickly regained its footing, baring its serrated maw and lunging at Jack. With a powerful punch, Jack knocked the creature's head askew. Hannah, this dinosaur is yours. Mustafa, go rescue the captured dinosaurs. They should be in that room. Jack commanded. Understood. Right away. Hannah, executing a series of swift strikes, took on the velociraptor's ire, revealing her reluctance to harm it, as she perceived it as a victim in this chaos. Meanwhile, Jack engaged Teshuan, and the two soon became entwined in a fierce struggle. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jiang Ren sprinted towards the direction from which Tezaiwan had come. There lay a small room, the very place where Tezaiwan had led the velociraptor out. It was reasonable to presume that the other dinosaurs were concealed within. With a forceful kick, he flung open the door, and indeed, he beheld several large iron cages inside. There were a total of 5 cages. 1 was empty, 2 contained velociraptors, 1 housed a protoceratops, and astonishingly, the last one contained a juvenile Tyrannosaurus rex. All the dinosaurs lay on the ground, their eyes half closed, likely under the influence of a potent anesthetic. However, this raised a dilemma regarding how to rescue them. At that moment, a flying knife was passed and struck Jiang Ren in the shoulder. He let out a cry of agony and instinctively darted forward a few paces, evading potential danger. Once he had established a safe distance, he turned around to find a tall, slender man brandishing a knife, observing him intently. You're quite alert, aren't you? Chapter 93. The trial concludes. Jiang Ren chose not to engage in further dialogue. Instead, he swiftly drew the knife embedded in his back and lunged at the man. His fierce demeanor failed to intimidate the slender figure. The man, too, wielding a dagger, charged at Jiang Ren. and the two were soon entangled in a fierce struggle. This tall man seemed to be a minor leader, as his swift movements suggested he had also utilized some form of dinosaur serum. Fortunately, Jiang Ren's prior combat experience had deepened his understanding of the current skirmish. In simpler terms, his skills and awareness had significantly improved. After a considerable exertion, he managed to subdue the Slender Man. There was no prompt this time. Perhaps he would have to wait until the mission was complete to receive the so-called additional rewards. As he prepared to approach the cages to examine the dinosaurs, an elevator door opened in the nearby wall, and several blue-clad henchmen emerged. Upon surveying the scene, they quickly grasped that an upheaval had occurred. However, before they could launch an attack, Jiang Ren preemptively struck. With a resounding thud, a baseball bat crashed against one henchman's head, rendering him unconscious on the spot. The bat, previously in use due to the surprise attack from the Slender Man, was now put to good use. The other two blue-clad henchmen quickly reacted and charged at Jiang Ren. But he regarded these ordinary thugs with little concern. In mere moments, both were incapacitated on the ground. "Mustafa, be careful." Suddenly, Jack's voice echoed from outside. Following that, a figure burst through the door, crashing it open. It was Yuan. Brandishing a massive revolver, he aimed directly at Jiang Ren and fired. Fortunately, alerted by Jack, Jiang Ren had evaded to the side just in time to avoid being shot. "You insignificant pests dare to disrupt my business?" Yuan growled as he saw his shot miss and charged towards Jiang Ren. Fist clenched, Jack leaped forward, intercepting Yuan with a kick. "Mustafa, quickly rescue the dinosaurs." Jiang Ren exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. "Brother, do take a look. These dinosaurs have all been sedated. How am I supposed to save them? I cannot carry them. Such fanciful thoughts." Yuan bellowed, once again engaging in combat with Jack. The two muscular brutes exchanged blows with a ferocity that caused the very air within the dinosaur chamber to tremble, reverberating throughout the room with each impact. At some point, the elevator descended and then ascended once more, from which several of Yuan's subordinates emerged. Observing that he could not intervene in the fight, Jiang Ren decided to deal with the minions instead. After a while, Hannah hurried in from outside, joining the fray within the room. With Hannah's arrival, Jack felt a significant alleviation of pressure, while Yuan found himself increasingly burdened. Consequently, Yuan was compelled to summon more underlings. Indeed, this fellow possessed the ability to call forth minions. With each roar, a few henchmen would emerge from the elevator. Though Jiang Ren could manage them, the incessant influx was undeniably troublesome. It was not that Jiang Ren deliberately allowed them to come forth. Rather, the room contained two elevators. One was a large freight lift, presumably meant for transporting dinosaurs, while the other, a smaller passenger lift, served humans. Furthermore, the rules of this game dictated the summoning of minions, which he could not prevent. Fortunately, despite the arduous process, Yuan ultimately succumbed to the combined might of Jack and Hannah, collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity amidst the skirmish with the minor foes, Jiang Ren struck Yuan down with a few decisive blows from his baseball bat, claiming the bounty of the notorious poacher. "You have slain the leader of the poachers, Yuan, in District 47. Current kill count, 11. You have completed trial task 2. You may choose to remain and complete the remaining trial tasks or opt to conclude the mission." With the sound of a notification, Yuan's demise was unequivocally confirmed. Naturally, Jiang Ren chose to stay. He had discerned that this trial was not particularly challenging, which explained the ordinary difficulty rating. Throughout the trial, the most challenging aspects were surviving the ambushes from the minor enemies and Yuan's furious assaults. Ultimately, in this last room, one had to evade Yuan's sporadic attacks while simultaneously neutralizing the reinforcements to prevent them from disrupting Jack and Hannah's battle. All of this was a test of one's mastery over their integrated character. Individually, the minor foes, despite appearing robust, likely possessed attributes inferior to his fused form. As long as he overcame his inner fears, the task was not insurmountable. With Yuan defeated, the remaining challenges seemed rather trivial. Subsequently, the trio collectively loaded the dinosaurs into the freight elevator and transported them downstairs. Indeed, another wave of combat awaited them. Upon descending, finding a vehicle was straightforward. If Yuan and his poachers could extract dinosaurs from the jungle, they undoubtedly had large trucks at their disposal. However, a small contingent of Yuan's subordinates remained on the lower floor. Upon discovering that Jiang Ren and his companions had descended, they naturally surged forward once more. After the three successfully transported the first dinosaur, they were tasked with leaving one behind to safeguard it against the onslaught of adversaries. Given that Jack had sustained significant injuries during his recent battle with Yuan, this responsibility fell to Jiang Ren. However, recalling that he possessed a hamburger capable of restoring half of Jack's health, he generously offered it to him. After consuming the hamburger, Jack instantly regained his vitality, prompting Jiang Ren to jest that the hamburger resembled a miraculous elixir. With 5 dinosaurs, plus the one subdued by Hannah, a total of 6 dinosaurs were relocated over 6 trips, taking nearly half an hour to complete. If Jiang Ren had been left to defend alone, the task would have been exceedingly arduous. Yet, with the formidable Jack stationed below, the difficulty of the mission plummeted from a 5 to a mere 1. The task was completed with remarkable ease. Subsequently, the trio drove their truck out of Water City and into a forest on the outskirts, where they opened the cages and released the dinosaurs that had recovered from the tranquilizers back into the wild. As the last dinosaur vanished into the foliage, the long-absent system notification chimed once more. You have completed Trial Task 3. Congratulations, Trialist 007. You have accomplished all trial tasks, and rewards are being calculated. Simultaneously, Jack and Hannah froze in their motions, and everything around them came to an abrupt standstill, just as Jiang Ren prepared to bid farewell to his battle companions. The suspended scene shattered like glass. Chapter 94. Gene Stabilizer. Jiang Ren felt a fleeting blur before finding himself in a vast expanse of white. Before him loomed a colossal screen, illuminating his journey since entering Dinosaur New Era with pivotal moments. He witnessed the defeat of the first poacher, the elimination of the hefty adversary, and then the visuals accelerated, flashing rapidly with each kill. When the scene reached the moment he claimed the life of Tez Han, it lingered momentarily. Next came the third phase, rescuing the dinosaurs. Finally, the imagery settled on the last frame, Jack clapping him on the shoulder, commending his performance. Hannah giving him a thumbs up, and in the backdrop, an expansive jungle with a tail peeking from beneath a tree, belonging to one of the raptors they had saved. Congratulations on completing Trial Task 1. Eliminate more than 5 dinosaur poachers. Congratulations on completing Trial Task 2. Defeat the leader of the poachers in Water City Block 47. Tez Han. Congratulations on completing Trial Task 3. Rescue the dinosaurs captured by poachers. Congratulations, you have completed all trial tasks and received rewards. Gene Stabilizer X1. Gene Evolution Agent X1. During this trial, you additionally eliminated several poachers, earning bonus points, 1,000 points. Congratulations on successfully passing the Spirit Realm trial for newcomers. Becoming a true Spirit Realm Walker. Your designation is Walker 007. Welcome, Traveler 007, to the Realm of Trials. The last statement was uttered by an individual who materialized before Jiang Ren, startling him. Who are you? Are you the master of this trial realm? The figure before Jiang Ren was a strikingly beautiful girl, her long, snow-white hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. She wore a black tank top on her upper body, complemented by a silver skirt adorned with shimmering sequins. For a moment, Jiang Ren was utterly captivated. The girl then spoke. Greetings. I am the intelligent assistant of the Realm of Trials. You may call me Xiaoling. Ah, hello, Xiaoling, Jiang Ren responded. An intelligent assistant? Is that what you are? Xiaoling merely smiled, offering no verbal reply. It dawned on Jiang Ren that questioning the nature of something that might be real felt rather foolish, akin to inquiring about the legitimacy of a character in a game. By the way, I would like to ask, where can I find the rewards for the tasks I have completed? Jiang Ren inquired, patting his pocket in vain, attempting to summon his personal backpack, but to no avail. He turned to Xiaoling for assistance, prioritizing his immediate concerns over the allure of the enchanting assistant. Xiaoling smiled and replied, the rewards have been dispatched to your room in the real world. You can silently exit the Realm of Trials and confirm the action to return to the real world and collect them. Jiang Ren nodded. What if I wish to enter again next time? You will find a specific website belonging to the Realm of Trials on your personal computer, where you can engage in point expenditures, interact with other trial participants, and re-enter the trial realm, Xiaoling elucidated. A website? Jiang Ren was taken aback, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered. It was not that he felt particularly perturbed. It was just that the Realm of Trials had seamlessly drawn him into its depths, allowing him to experience an exceptionally realistic trial within a constructed world. To suddenly be informed of a website felt utterly incongruous. Nevertheless, Jiang Ren opted to exit the Realm of Trials first. As he silently uttered the phrase, a pop-up appeared before him. Traveler 007, do you wish to exit the Realm of Trials? Confirm? Yes. In the next instant, Jiang Ren felt a blur before his eyes, as though he were soaring through the air. When he slowly reopened his eyes, he found himself still poised over his computer desk, even gripping the mouse in his hand. Could it be that everything had merely been a dream? Just as Jiang Ren pondered this perplexity, his peripheral vision caught sight of 2 small bottles resting beside him. The 2 bottles were modest in size, akin to a blue bottle of oral solution, and appeared quite plain. They were ordinary glass containers, devoid of any markings save for a label that seemed hastily affixed. There were no production dates, no quality certifications, and no manufacturers. Essentially, they were products of no discernible origin. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable trio of items completely captured Jiang Ren's attention. His eyes were fixated on the label of one of the bottles, which prominently displayed the words gene fixative, oral. The other bottle bore the inscription gene evolver, oral. The labels appeared somewhat juvenile, lacking sophistication, and evoked a desire to scoff. Yet, the reality of the spiritual realm trials was undeniable. It was all authentic. Jiang Ren let out a low growl of excitement. As his emotions surged, a burst of flames erupted from his open mouth. Hastily, he grabbed an extinguisher from the pile beside his computer desk, adeptly disengaged the safety pin, and sprayed the charred monitor. After setting the extinguisher aside, he seized the gene fixative. Gazing at the unremarkable liquid that resembled plain water, innumerable images flashed through Jiang Ren's mind. He recalled moments when he had inadvertently lost control of the flames, resulting in damage to his home, his school, and even to those he had unintentionally harmed. He also envisioned exhilarating adventures alongside Jack and Hannah in the world of Dinosaur New Era, not to mention the exquisite visage of Xiaoling, whose beauty was beyond mere mortal comprehension. With determination, Jiang Ren removed the cap and tilted his head back, pouring the gene fixative into his mouth. The liquid flowed down his throat and vanished before it even reached his stomach. He waited in anticipation but felt no reaction whatsoever. The excruciating pain he had imagined did not manifest. After a considerable pause, he rose to check in the restroom. There were no changes in his body. His stomach felt fine, devoid of any urge to relieve himself. Could it truly be a deception? Suddenly inspired, Jiang Ren extended his finger, envisioning fire, come forth. A small flame flickered to life at his fingertip. The flame danced energetically, illuminating the tiny restroom and reflecting in the mirror, revealing the figure within. An overwhelming joy began to swell within him. It worked. He could control the fire ability. Chapter 95, Advancement of Abilities. Jiang Ren removed his specially designed flame-retardant suit and cautiously began his experimentation. Moments later, he was engulfed in exhilaration. He attempted to regulate his state, surpassing the thresholds that once triggered flames multiple times. Yet as long as he willed it, no fire would appear. This signified that he had genuinely mastered the fire ability. After reveling in his newfound control, Jiang Ren composed himself and returned to his desk, eyeing the bottle of gene evolver. It too bore no instructions, appearing just as unremarkable as plain water. However, he recalled the message he received upon entering the spiritual realm trials, indicating that this gene evolver could facilitate a beneficial evolution of his genes, enhancing his fire abilities. Yet, after some contemplation, he decided against consuming it immediately. He vividly remembered the scene when he first acquired his fire abilities, when flames unexpectedly erupted from his body, incinerating the sofa in his room and nearly causing harm to his then-girlfriend. Now his ex merely possessing a flame-like ability has already led to such circumstances. He found himself apprehensive about whether he could manage it if he were to advance further. Jiang Ren suppressed his impulses, seated himself beside the computer, and wiped the screen of the fire extinguisher powder with a piece of paper before glancing at the display, which was still operational. His eyes wandered slightly and soon he discovered an unusual program icon. It resembled a towering mountain or spire enveloped in clouds, with the words Spirit Realm inscribed beneath. He immediately understood. This must be the link to the Spirit Realm trial ground that his intelligent assistant, Xiaoling, had mentioned. Without hesitation, he double-clicked to open it. The screen flickered several times before revealing an unremarkable website. The site radiated a stark simplicity, with a personal avatar in the upper left corner featuring a photo of Jiang Ren, which he did not question despite having never uploaded it. This Spirit Realm trial ground could conjure a game world akin to virtual reality for his trials, and could surreptitiously place items in his room, even producing a gene fixation agent, something even the Federation could not procure. Its capabilities were evidently beyond the comprehension of mere mortals such as himself. Moreover, the very top of the webpage was adorned in a profound blue hue, displaying the words Spirit Realm Trial Ground, while below were several straightforward sections labeled Shop, Trade, Quests, and Profile. The simplicity was almost comical. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Ren harbored a reverential mindset. Indeed, the Spirit Realm Trial Ground embodied minimalism and understated elegance, truly understanding the philosophy that simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Meanwhile, a certain intelligent entity laboriously transporting the trial participants mused, "Huh? What did you say? I'm merely being lazy and didn't feel like putting in the effort. It's not as grand as you imagine." Jiang Ren, however, had begun to earnestly explore the site. He first clicked on Profile. ID. Spirit Realm Traveler 007. Experience. Cleared level trials once. Points. 1,000. Items. None. Still maintaining this unpretentious, minimalist style. Jiang Ren silently praised it as he opened shop and trade, only to find them devoid of any offerings. The trial ground was evidently newly established, hence the absence of items. Amidst his disappointment, a flicker of joy arose. The disappointment stemmed from the lack of items to purchase, while the joy indicated he might be among the first batch of Spirit Realm travelers. Did that not imply he possessed a considerable advantage? With heightened anticipation, he proceeded to open quests. There, he read a brief message. The next trial will refresh in 7 days. You may freely arrange your time and choose whether to participate. A countdown followed. Jiang Ren's smile faltered slightly. He rubbed his face and exited the website. First, he would consume the gene evolution agent. Jiang Ren retrieved a backpack and prepared the gene evolution agent. After hailing a cab, he arrived at an empty plot on the outskirts of the city. Ensuring no one was around, he took out the gene evolution agent and, without hesitation, drank it down. Boom. The flames erupted fiercely around him. If in the past his flames resembled a mere candle, then now he had transformed into a blazing torch. After a brief moment, the flames gradually diminished, ultimately retracting entirely back into Jiang Ren's body. His clothing had been completely incinerated, yet Jiang Ren erupted into laughter. He had succeeded. He had acquired an even more potent flame ability. Furthermore, this flame ability was under his control. Extending his right hand, he made a fist and a fireball. The size of a fist manifested in the palm of his hand. The searing fireball, however, did not scorch him in the slightest. This was the result of having thoroughly mastered the flame ability. Now, the flames felt like an extension of his own being. Who would harm oneself with their own hand? Unless one were a fool inclined towards self-harm. Jiang Ren clenched his fist, and the flames enveloped his hand, transforming it into a fiery gauntlet. Time to test its might. Jiang Ren aimed at a nearby rock and swung his fist with force. The flames on his fist morphed into a fireball, detaching and soaring forth. However, less than half a meter into its flight, its form dissipated, reverting into an amorphous fireball. Bang! The fireball struck the rock, exploding upon impact. But aside from a slight shockwave, it inflicted no substantial damage. Jiang Ren scratched his head in embarrassment. It appeared that the power of his fiery punch still required enhancement. A cold wind swept through, causing Jiang Ren to shiver. Only then did he realize that his clothes had been entirely burned away, leaving him in a state of undress. He hastily summoned his flame ability to warm his body against the chill and dashed to the side, retrieving clothing from his backpack to dress. Fortunately, he had been prepared. Anticipating that his unstable flame ability might incinerate his attire during the earlier awakening, he had brought an extra set of clothes when he set out. Now, it proved to be quite fortuitous. Once dressed, Jiang Ren jogged away from the scene. While at the secret research facility of the Federation, he had gleaned that their technology was far from simplistic. It was quite possible that he had already been detected. Indeed, shortly after his departure, a helicopter swiftly approached the area. Upon reaching a height of 5 or 6 meters above the ground, 2 investigators clad in lightweight exoskeleton armor leaped from the helicopter. Armed and ready, they conducted a reconnaissance of the vicinity. One of them reported, no signs of life detected at the heat source location. But several suspicious traces have been left behind, indicating possible burns from flames of considerable energy intensity. Chapter 96. The molting of the sea python. This region had remained untouched by humanity for decades on land Yuan star. Yet, it occupies nearly half of the planet's surface area, nurturing countless forms of life, including numerous mutated beings. However, simultaneously, due to the fact that most of them lack the advanced intelligence of humans, no orderly environment had been established. The prevailing law here is that of the jungle. Survival of the fittest, the weak are eliminated. The strong ascend, while the weak descend. This is the ocean. In the profound depths of the sea, a colossal figure glides swiftly, a mutated python, the 13th of its lineage. Ever since escaping from the Aisha Research Institute with his wife and children, the 13th has led a life of turmoil and adversity. Initially, their circumstances were tolerable. They resided in the May Ocean, an inland sea where the marine creatures were comparatively weaker. Moreover, the family of mutated pythons dwelled in the shallow waters, where few could rival the size and might of the 13th and his spouse, Aisha. However, the highly intelligent 13th possessed a temperament inclined towards caution. Fearing that his family might once again fall into human clutches, he resolved to venture towards the Western Ocean once his children matured and acquired some self-defensive capabilities. From the perspective of the land, a stretch of territory separated the May Ocean from the Western Ocean, seemingly isolating them. The few remaining canal-like passages were obstructed by human architecture, appearing impassable. Nevertheless, marine creatures endowed with the ability to sense changes in ocean currents could effortlessly navigate the hidden underwater routes beneath the land. It was through these channels that the 13th successfully entered the Western Ocean. Upon encountering an entirely different flow of currents, the 13th's heart soared with joy. This signified that humans could no longer track them. His wife and children would finally be free from the torment of becoming human experiments. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this marked the commencement of their family's nightmarish ordeal. Within days of entering the Western Ocean, they endured several assaults, and in their efforts to safeguard their young, the couple refrained from engaging in fierce battles, opting instead for a strategy of retreat. Throughout this tumultuous journey, they uncovered alarming realities. The ferocity of life and death struggles among creatures in the Western Ocean surpassed that of the May Ocean, not only in frequency but also in the size, strength, and intelligence of the mutated beings. Many of these creatures exhibited a pronounced territorial instinct, displaying intense hostility towards any intruders. Consequently, the family of pythons, as pure outsiders, found themselves bereft of refuge, facing battles wherever they went, even losing one of their young in the process. Thus, after months of wandering in the Western Ocean, the 13th finally discovered a suitable sanctuary. This haven was a marine island lake, with a depth of merely over 10 meters, formed by tectonic movements that elevated the underwater mountain range to within mere meters of the sea surface. During low tide, the lake's depth could plummet to just a few meters, posing significant challenges for the two large pythons. However, the advantages were evident as well. This unique geographical setting deterred larger marine creatures from risking stranding themselves within. Meanwhile, smaller marine beings proved no match for the 13th and Aisha. At last, they found a moment of respite. The last three small pythons thrived within this realm. One fateful day, the 13th sea python unexpectedly stumbled upon a peculiar orb nestled in their habitat. This orb possessed an irresistible allure, perpetually emanating a compelling temptation to consume it. However, having endured the torment inflicted by humans since their youth, both the 13th sea python and Aisha remained cautious, refraining from hastily engaging with this mysterious object. In the ensuing days, however, they found themselves besieged by various marine creatures. Initially, it was the other inhabitants of the island lake they called home: crabs, sea snakes, and fish. Soon after, a neighboring group of sharks inhabiting the waters just beyond the island shores joined the fray. Even distant sea creatures began to converge upon them, all with the singular goal of seizing the enigmatic orb. After repelling several waves of aggressors and noticing the wounds adorning our kin, the 13th sea python recognized the urgency of their predicament. Thus, it grasped the orb within its mouth and departed from their refuge, journeying along the underwater mountain range towards the depths of the sea. Throughout this perilous voyage, numerous marine creatures continued to pursue them. The 13th sea python fought valiantly, striving to evade their relentless assaults. During this tumultuous struggle, it gradually comprehended that this orb might indeed be a treasure of great significance. After narrowly escaping the pursuit of several devil sharks, it finally swallowed the orb. Upon ingestion, a profound heaviness enveloped its body, accompanied by excruciating pain. Its form began to swell, blood seeping from its body, once again attracting a multitude of marine life. Enduring the agony, the 13th sea python pressed on in its flight. Presently, it found itself cornered in a deep trench. From the trench's edge, a colossal giant squid crawled along the rocky wall, having pursued it for quite some time. Despite its impressive 30-meter length, it should not have posed a threat to the 13th sea python. Yet, without a swift method to vanquish the beast, it could do little more than evade the relentless chase. But now, was it destined to perish at the hands of this creature? Exhausted, the 13th sea python lay against the rocky bottom of the trench, its eyes heavy with fatigue. The orb seemed to have dissolved in that brief moment, only to reconstitute itself, now seemingly formed from the very essence of its own being. The giant squid slowly approached the 13th sea python's body, extending its tentacles into its mouth, preparing to extract its heart. At that moment, the 13th sea python suddenly opened its eyes, a fierce glint flashing within them. It clamped down with a ferocious bite, ensnaring the giant squid's tentacle within its jaws. Simultaneously, an unusual bulge emerged atop its head, flanked by two larger, sharper protrusions resembling small horns. The surrounding waters surged violently, swiftly transforming into a massive whirlpool. The giant squid, realizing the shift in fortune and attempting to flee, found itself firmly ensnared by the whirlpool's powerful pull. The sea python 13, with great fervor, bit down forcefully, devouring an entire tentacle of the colossal squid. Soon after, another bite followed, claiming yet another tentacle. In a matter of moments, with the third and fourth bites, The entire 30-meter-long giant squid was consumed by the sea python 13, which measured only 14 or 15 meters in length. Chapter 97. Advanced Civilization in the Vast Expanse of Deep Space. A colossal fleet was advancing at remarkable speed. They traversed the outskirts of various gravitational fields of star systems, utilizing the gravitational slingshot effect to maintain sublight speeds as they raced towards the next jump point. Two figures stood upon the expansive deck of a massive spaceship, gazing through the energy shield at the surrounding star systems, elongated into a spectrum of colors by their swift passage. Why venture so far to a remote planet? One figure inquired. Drost, are you aware of the history of that planet? The other figure responded. History? It is said that many years ago, that planet served as a ranch for a family of the Ice Blue Empire, which at the time raised numerous large and fierce creatures known as dinosaurs. However, that family eventually fell into decline, becoming the target of a rival family intent on seizing their assets, including that very planet. To thwart their enemies, the family triggered an asteroid to bring about the extinction of the dinosaurs, ensuring a complete severance of ties. If I recall correctly, this tale is recounted in the book The Journey of the Ice Bear, isn't it? Drost mused, sharing what he knew. The other figure sighed deeply and remarked, Indeed, these are tales of past grandeur. But what you do not know is that the Ice Bear family, after destroying the dinosaur ranch, did not entirely relinquish their ambitions. They buried something of their own within that ranch. Biding their time for the day, they could restart the ranch and restore the glory of the Ice Bear lineage. Captain, Drost felt a sense of unease and turned to his captain, the commander of the fleet, Bona, with a puzzled expression. Bona, gazing out at the scenery beyond the viewport, raised his glass and drained its contents, declaring, Indeed, I am a descendant of the Ice Bear family. And my full name is Bona of the Ice Bear. Drost looked at the captain in astonishment. Having followed Bona for so long, it was the first time he had heard him speak of his heritage, and he was taken aback by the magnitude of it. In its prime, the Ice Bear family was one of the three most powerful families within the Ice Blue Empire, wielding influence over half a star system. With at least 10,000 habitable planets and millions of resource-rich worlds under their command, even the royal family of the Ice Blue Empire had to regard them with caution. However, due to various circumstances, the Ice Bear family gradually declined and ultimately faded from the annals of history. Instantly, Drost's heart soared with joy. Since the captain was a descendant of the Ice Bear family, they would inevitably possess a bright future. Perhaps they could even reclaim their place at the pinnacle of the Ice Blue Empire. Yet, Captain, so much time has passed since then, and the devastation was wrought by an asteroid. The resulting earthquakes and glacial catastrophes alone would have been sufficient to obliterate the dinosaurs, wouldn't they? Can we still hope to find any dinosaurs and revive the ranch? Drost voiced his inner apprehensions. He harbored concerns that his efforts might be in vain, only to find himself thwarted. It is essential to note that, due to the resolute actions of the Ice Bear clan, even the previously established hyperspace transit routes had been obliterated. This legacy, a remnant of a long-extinct fourth-level civilization, could not be reconstructed with the current technological capabilities of the Ice Blue Empire. Consequently, to reach their destination, they must first utilize the existing hyperspace transit routes to arrive at the nearest point, thereafter relying on the continuous calculations of their spacecraft to employ its jump engine for spatial leaps. According to the ship's intelligence, merely traversing the distance would require approximately 76 years. A smile curved the lips of Ice Bear Bona as he remarked, Do you know, Drost? After my family dismantled the dinosaur ranch, the Purple Eagle clan, unwilling to concede, dispatched a technological fleet with the intent to modify the environment of the ranch. However, my family was prepared. We ambushed the Purple Eagle fleet and sank them amidst the dinosaur ranch. Subsequently, we destroyed the hyperspace transit routes in the vicinity of the ranch, erasing its cosmic coordinates and deleting a series of related information. Yet, in truth, each generation of the Ice Bear heirs has sent probes to that star region over the years. Several decades ago, one of these probes intercepted a peculiar signal, an actual cosmic record capturing everything on the planet. Ha ha ha. Cough cough cough. Drost, momentarily choked, interjected. A record of everything on the planet? Which civilization could possibly achieve such a feat? Could it be a trap set by interstellar pirates to lure planetary explorers? Ice Bear Bona chuckled softly. Initially, I shared your skepticism, but upon meticulously analyzing the information on the record, I discovered that the location bore a striking resemblance to the dinosaur ranch. I then instructed the probe to follow the coordinates provided, leading to an unexpected revelation. Drost gasped in astonishment. Could it be that the dinosaurs of yours survived and developed a civilization? However, only diminutive creatures could possibly expose their coordinates so readily. No, not dinosaurs, humans. I spare Bona interjected, interrupting Drost. Humans? Indeed. I surmise that they may be the result of the remnants of the Purple Eagle clan's technological fleet, which we had destroyed. The Purple Eagle clan originally intended to alter the environment of the dinosaur ranch and harvest dinosaur genes to recreate them. Thus, they must have carried a plethora of genetic agents. Upon their annihilation, these agents were left to drift in the ocean, ultimately merging with the genes of the Purple Eagle scientists, giving rise to the humans of today. As he spoke, I spare Bona subtly gestured, transforming the viewport before them into a projection screen, revealing images of the human inhabitants of Land Abyss. Drost nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, they bear a notable resemblance to us. However, their technological level should be quite primitive, no? I spare Bona shook his head slightly. Not at all. They do not even qualify as a first-level civilization, with a slight exertion of influence. I have caused their civilization to regress. Moreover, I have initiated a contingency plan, catalyzing the aforementioned organisms. Although these diminutive beings are not dinosaurs, their aesthetic appeal is quite commendable, likely resonating with many. A series of animal images flashed by. Upon reviewing them, Drost's confidence surged. Ha ha, Captain, once you achieve great success, do not forget about me, he exclaimed. Of course, we are brothers. I could marry my sister off to you. You would then become my brother-in-law. When I rebuild the Eye-Spare family, there will undoubtedly be a place for you. Drost, brimming with enthusiasm and vigor, declared, I must see where we stand. I can hardly contain my excitement. Meanwhile, I spare Bona observed Drost's departing figure, a knowing smile gracing his lips.